At the tender age of 6, Lin Chan awakened the memories of his past life, realizing that he was a traveler from Earth. Despite his extraordinary journey, he found himself devoid of any special abilities, no golden fingers, no systems, no mysterious artifacts, no benevolent elder guiding him, and his innate talent for cultivation was rather modest. Fortuitously, although he was an orphan, he hailed from a family steeped in virtue, with kind elders and harmonious peers, devoid of deceit and rivalry, united in their shared endeavors. It was not until he turned 10 that he awakened a latent talent, a late bloomer whose future began to brighten, presenting him with a plethora of choices. This late blooming talent would augment his current state by 10% every decade, without any adverse effects. Lin Chen's prospects improved dramatically. The future appeared promising. Lin Chen contemplated, "I do not strive for the present, but for the future time will reveal the answers." The introduction lacks power, dear readers. Let us proceed to the main text. Chapter 1. Unraveling the Mystery of the Womb. In the stillness of the night, devoid of light or moon, Lin Chen lay in bed, suddenly awakening with a start. It felt as though he had been struck by an invisible force, his body convulsing as searing pain invaded his mind. After what seemed an eternity, the agony finally subsided. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. I could see this moment. 6-year-old Lin Chen's eyes held a hint of murkiness, as if shrouded in a veil of mist, revealing depths and complexities far beyond his tender age. Having just unraveled the enigma of his origins, Lin Chen's thoughts raced like a wild stallion, eager to trace back through the memories of the past 6 years, attempting to piece together the mosaic of this world from the hazy fragments of recollection. After all, this body was merely 6 years old, with the first couple of years spent in blissful ignorance, and he had only 3 to 4 years of genuine memories to draw upon. Moreover, as a child, his capacity for recollection was limited, leaving him with scant useful information to retain. As Lin Chen diligently sorted through his memories, outlines of this world began to crystallize. This realm was known as Blue Star, where humanity ruled over more than half of its expanse, firmly establishing itself as a premier race. However, the human populace of Blue Star did not solely rely on technological advancements. Rather, they embarked on a unique path that harmonized both technology and extraordinary powers, becoming a race of formidable prowess. As the depths of his recollections unfurled, a chill coursed through Lin Chen's heart. This world is rather perilous, he mused silently. Naturally predisposed to insecurity, and coupled with a hint of paranoia, Lin Chen's character traits were magnified in light of his newfound understanding of the world's complexities. In summary, at this moment, Lin Chen's heart was a tempest of unease. That the 6-year-old child is indeed exceedingly fragile. In this world brimming with uncertainty and peril, the absence of strength signifies the potential for imminent despair. Lin Chen is acutely aware of this reality. He clenches his tiny fists, his joints turning pale from exertion, his heart brimming with a yearning for power. He recalls fleeting memories of those endowed with extraordinary abilities, who, with a mere gesture, can unleash astounding force, filling him with both envy and trepidation. As more memories gradually crystallize like fragments of a jigsaw puzzle, the anxiety born from the world's mysteries within Lin Chen eases slightly. Though he is an orphan, having lost both parents at a tender age, he is fortunate to have his grandparents, along with 3 uncles and 3 aunts. These elders shower him with care and affection, allowing him to experience warmth of family amidst the sorrow of his loss. Even more fortunate is Lin Chen's lineage. He belongs to one of the most prestigious families in Feng City, renowned for its formidable strength and remarkable background. His grandfather, Lin Yuan, is a formidable 6th-tier martial artist, commanding great respect. Unlike many who rise from humble beginnings, his grandfather hails from the illustrious Lin family of Suspended Mountain, being the 35th generation heir. Reflecting on the past, during his grandfather's prime, he chose not to remain in the comfort of their home, but to seize the family's initial funding to embark on a path of exploration with his grandmother, Luo Ziyuan. They carefully selected Feng City, a newly established metropolis within the Federation, rife with opportunities and challenges. With his exceptional martial prowess, astute business acumen, and the diligent support of his grandmother, Lin Yuan toiled to cultivate this land. Now, 30 years have swiftly passed. The Lin family of Feng City has transformed into an indispensable pillar of the community, solidly securing its position among local elites. Furthermore, as a branch of the vast Lin family from Suspended Mountain, the Feng City Lin family remains connected to this extensive familial network. This connection ensures that, in times of adversity, they can rely on support from the main lineage, providing a formidable safety net. Contemplating these thoughts brings Lin Chen a measure of solace. Yet his inherent sense of unease lingers. After all, in this world of Blue Star, where technology and the extraordinary coexist, and where outward splendor conceals lurking dangers, even the foremost families in small regions may not find their path entirely smooth. That I never imagined that one day I could lead a life of a wealthy heir, becoming one of those affluent individuals I once looked down upon. Lin Chen mused, feeling a significant portion of his prior unease dissipate. This moment. He is merely a 6-year-old child, and the intensity of his reflections has left him mentally and physically exhausted, leaving little energy to ponder the future. Although the Blue Star inhabitants have undergone a protracted evolution spanning over 100,000 years, they have largely progressed along the trajectory of intellectual development, placing significant emphasis on the enhancement of wisdom, while the evolution of the physical form manifests mainly in subtle aspects. Thus, 6-year-old Lin Chen is merely a tad sturdier than his peers on Earth, exhibiting no particularly remarkable traits. As such thoughts lingered, Lin Chen's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. "Chener, the sun is shining on your bottom," a gentle voice called out, prompting Lin Chen to slowly open his eyes, still somewhat disoriented. However, memories of this world flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow, and he quickly regained his senses. "Grandma, I want a hug before I get up," Lin Chen said in a childlike tone, striving to embody the role of a 6-year-old. It was challenging, considering the soul of a 27-year-old resided within this youthful form. All right. I will hug my dear grandson right away," replied Luo Zhan, her face beaming with affection as she slightly bent down to gently lift Lin Chen, who was clad in adorable cartoon pajamas. As he was embraced, a faint blush crept onto Lin Chen's cheeks, and he felt a twinge of bashfulness. Though Luo Zhan had reached the venerable age of 78, as a fifth-tier powerhouse, she enjoyed a long lifespan and appeared to be merely in her 20s or 30s. Her attire, however, was more mature and composed, exuding an air of grace and dignity in her every gesture. Lin Chen silently rejoiced, relieved that despite his efforts to conceal his true identity, he had not revealed any inconsistencies, as Luo Zhan remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Typically, Lin Yuan and Luo Zhan were quite busy with their affairs, leaving little time to spend with Lin Chen. Had it not been for the significance of today, Lin Chen's first day of school, Luo Zhan would not have dedicated a full day to care for him, beginning her attentions early in the morning. Otherwise, Lin Chen might have had to wait several days to see his grandmother. Under her tender care, Lin Chen enjoyed a breakfast brimming with love, and time quietly slipped away until it reached 9 o'clock. "Chener, off to school now. Make sure to make new friends, and if you have fun, bring them home to play," Luo Zhan said, while adjusting Lin Chen's collar, offering her heartfelt advice. "Grandma, I know," Lin Chen replied cheerfully, his voice filled with joy. Before stepping out, Lin Chen took the initiative to embrace Luo Zhan tightly, relishing this rare moment of familial affection. Reflecting on his past life, he remembered being the second child in his family, rarely receiving love from his parents and receiving little affection from his grandparents. Coupled with certain childhood experiences, he had grown disillusioned with familial bonds and developed a sense of insecurity. Yet this life was entirely different. He was blessed with grandparents who truly cherished him, and he held this precious familial love in the highest regard. As the third generation of the Lin family from Fengcheng, Lin Chen's education and upbringing had already been meticulously planned. Before the age of 6, he was to relish his childhood, utilizing various extraordinary resources suitable for children to nurture his body. After turning 6, he commenced his journey through the education system, engaging in 12 years of compulsory education provided by the Federation alongside his peers, fostering a proper worldview while cultivating loyalty to humanity. Lin Chen eagerly anticipated the onset of school. Blessed with abundant resources, he understood the necessity of acquiring knowledge to enhance his understanding, fortifying himself to confront external dangers. Young master, we have arrived at the school. Very well, Uncle Wong. You may return now. I shall attend school. Wishing you a pleasant day at school, young master. Lin Chen disembarked and blended seamlessly with the uniformed students, following the throng into the school. As for safety concerns, there was no cause for alarm. The safest zones within any city are invariably the schools, which are equipped with ample security forces and feature professionally constructed shelters beneath their premises. Chapter 2. A Promising Future. Time flows like a gentle stream, quietly slipping away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, for years had swiftly passed. Chainer, happy birthday. The air was filled with a chorus of well-wishes resonating through the Lin family villa in the grand hall. A magnificent 10-tiered cake stood at the center, adorned with 10 flickering candles, their flames dancing and illuminating the smiles of those gathered. This warm and lively scene marked Lin Chen's birthday celebration. In truth, such celebrations were not a privilege exclusive to Lin Chen. The Lin family villa hosted numerous festivities of this nature each year. The Lin family of Feng City was prosperous and deeply rooted, boasting 2 venerable elders, grandfather Lin Yuan and grandmother Luo Ji Yuan. The second generation included 6 elders: Uncle Lin Jiang, Uncle Lin He, Uncle Lin Hu, Aunt Lin Yi, Aunt Lin Ling Heir, and Aunt Lin Shan Heir. Furthermore, the third generation of the Lin family was equally numerous, comprising over 10 members. According to family tradition, the birthdays of descendants under 18 were celebrated with exuberance at the Lin family villa. Those over 18 were typically away for university studies or military service, often too occupied to return to Feng City for their celebrations. Chainer, make a wish. Grandfather Lin Yuan, with a face full of affection, gently lifted Lin Chen so he could lean closer to the birthday candles. Lin Chen gazed at the flickering lights, his heart brimming with warmth. With his eyes tightly closed, he earnestly made his wish. May my grandparents enjoy good health and a smooth path ahead. May my uncles and aunts lead fulfilling lives filled with eternal happiness. May my brothers and sisters possess exceptional talents and a promising future. Lin Chen did not wish for anything for himself in his heart. He felt immense satisfaction with his current life, fervently hoping for the well-being of those elders who had bestowed upon him such a beautiful existence. These past 4 years had dispelled the coldness wrought by the absence of familial bonds in his previous life, allowing him to experience the essence of kinship, the ties of blood. Materializing in that moment, A.S. Lin Chen extinguished the candles. The joyous birthday celebration continued amidst laughter and cheer. The elders gathered around grandfather and grandmother, engaging in lively conversation and sharing updates, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The younger generation gathered together, exchanging amusing anecdotes from school and sharing the tidbits of information they had acquired. However, the joyous moments are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, and the elders began to take their children home. After bidding good night to his grandparents, Lin Chen returned to his room. Just as he was preparing to wash up, an inexplicable warm current surged through his body without warning. Soon after, a mysterious message flooded into his mind. I have awakened my talent. Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment and delight. For 4 long years, he had awaited the unique system of a traveler, yet he had encountered neither special artifacts accompanying his journey nor any extraordinary occurrences. He had buried his yearning for a golden finger deep within, resolving to advance steadily with the unique powers of the Blue Star world, leveraging his own advantages. Eagerly, Lin Chen examined the details of his newfound talent. Late bloomer. Every 10 years, based on your current state, experience an all-encompassing enhancement of 10 without any side effects. As Lin Chen meticulously studied the specifics of his talent, he quickly grasped its formidable potential. This was undoubtedly a pure latest-stage talent. The older one became, the more potent its effects. In the early stages, should his current power level be 1, a 10 increase would merely amount to 0.1 yet. In the later stages, when his strength reached 1,000 or even 10,000, a 10 enhancement would translate to a significant boost of 100 or even 1,000. Moreover, the term all-encompassing enhancement encompassed a wide array of attributes: lifespan, comprehension, aptitude, resistance, and so forth. Whether quantifiable properties or qualities that defied numerical measurement, all could benefit from a 10 increase. Lin Shan understood clearly that as long as he could endure until the later stages, the dream of breaking through to become a martial deity was not a distant fantasy. At this very moment, the talent of late bloomer had already taken effect. Having just turned 10, Lin Shan had not undergone serious training prior, and thus his cultivation realm naturally advanced to the pinnacle of martial apprentice level 7. After the 10 enhancement, he effortlessly broke through to martial apprentice level 8. This breakthrough brought no adverse effects, and his foundation was as solid as if he had painstakingly cultivated step by step. Of course, this was merely a modest enhancement, saving him just a few months of growth time. In contrast, the 10 increase in his intangible attributes, such as lifespan and comprehension, was truly pivotal. It formed the very foundation of his future existence. The future is promising, but only if there is a future to speak of. Lin Shan's deeply rooted insecurity resurfaced, akin to a splash of cold water that slightly extinguished the joy in his heart. After all, in this world, unforeseen events lurked everywhere, and no one could predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected turn of fate would arrive first. Lin Shan sat at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Despite possessing such formidable talents, the worries within him had not diminished. He was acutely aware that, in this seemingly prosperous and tranquil world, there lurked countless dangers beneath the surface. With his current cultivation at merely the 8th level of a martial apprentice, he had yet to embark on the true path of the extraordinary, remaining as fragile as an ant before. Genuine powerhouses. Moreover, as he grew older, the immense strength bestowed by his talent might attract envy and covetousness from others, potentially embroiling both himself and his family in turmoil. In truth, Lin Shan was perhaps overthinking the situation. While being vigilant is a commendable habit, excessive worry is equally unwarranted. Trusting in his grandparents, Lin Shan approached their door with a heart filled with both trepidation and excitement, and knocked gently. "Chinner, why are you still awake?" The door creaked open slowly, revealing Lin Yuan and Luo Zhan clad in loose-fitting pajamas, having just stepped away from the sofa on the balcony where they had been leisurely engaged in a game. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have awakened my talent," Lin Shan exclaimed, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yuan and Luo Zhan swiftly approached him with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, their expressions brimming with delight as they fixed their gazes on Lin Shan. "What talent have you awakened, Chinner?" Lin Yuan inquired eagerly. "Great potential revealed late," Lin Shan replied clearly. In an instant, the joy in Lin Yuan and Luo Zhuan's eyes intensified, their faces blossoming into radiant smiles. They unleashed their spiritual energy, carefully probing Lin Shan's body. "Excellent, excellent. Our Lin family of Feng City is about to produce a dragon," Lin Yuan exclaimed with fervor after his examination. He promptly retrieved a remarkably futuristic bracelet from his storage ring. Lin Yuan activated the bracelet with haste, his fingers dancing across its surface as he swiftly composed a message before sending it off. Within mere seconds, a three-dimensional projection materialized in the center of the room. "Junior Lin Yuan, Luo Zhuan pays respects to Elder 7. Lin Yuan and Luo Zhuan bowed respectfully towards the projection. Without needing prompting, Lin Shan hastily followed suit, greeting the projection. "Junior Lin Chun pays respects to Elder 7. Is it truly the talent of great potential revealed late?" An elderly figure, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet eyes sharp as an eagle, inquired sternly from the projection. Junior would not dare deceive Elder 7. "My grandson, Lin Shan, has just turned 10 today and awakened his talent 5 minutes ago. That I have conducted a brief examination, and indeed, all attributes have shown improvement, with the talent being named Great Potential Revealed Late." Lin Yuan responded earnestly. Very well, very well. This news must not be leaked. I shall head to Feng City immediately." Elder 7, Lin Tianshan, proclaimed resolutely. "Understood, Elder 7, Lin Yuan and Luo Zhuan replied in unison. With that, Elder 7 Lin Tianshan, a man of decisive action, dissipated the projection as soon as his words concluded. This moment, his true self had already exited the clan territory, and with a single step, he had traversed a distance of thousands of miles at his pace. He was expected to reach Fengshan by dawn the following day. "Grandfather, is my talent truly formidable?" Lin Shan inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Indeed, exceptionally formidable. Lin Yuan responded with a warm smile, his gaze filled with pride and satisfaction. Chin'er, anyone endowed with a talent for late bloomers, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, is destined to become a martial deity within 1 to 3 millennia. Lin Yuan's words struck Lin Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Instantly, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with hope, feeling as though he had grasped the qualification for divinity, albeit with the understanding that it would take 1 to 3 millennia to actualize. Our human race has an organization known as the Old Deng Alliance, comprised entirely of individuals possessing the talent for late bloomers. Luo Ziyuan continued, sharing tales about this particular gift with Lin Chun. Legend has it that the oldest among them has lived for 150,000 years, with an unfathomable level of cultivation, making him an exceptionally powerful entity even among the divine. Luo Ziyuan's narrative opened a door to a new world for Lin Chun. For instance, the founder of the Old Deng Alliance, known as Ancestor Old Deng, is a magnificent being who has lived for 150,000 years. He awakened his late bloomer talent at the tender age of 10, during an era when humanity was still in the pre-recovery phase of spiritual energy and the world was devoid of abundant spiritual essence that in those times, cultivators were scarce, and Ancestor Old Deng spent the better part of his life seeking a fragment of an extraordinary legacy. It was only by embarking on the extraordinary path that he was able to extend his lifespan. Much like a protagonist from a novel, Ancestor Old Deng faced numerous hurdles, breaking through to new realms just before the end of his lifespan, thus gaining additional time to live. Only after attaining divinity did he significantly extend his life, finally able to pause and observe the world around him. That was over 80,000 years ago. The tales of Ancestor Old Deng could fill 3 days and nights. Yet many stories have faded into history, and only he knows the truth behind them. Lin Chun listened, entranced, his heart filled with dreams of the future, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. After all, judging by Ancestor Old Deng's experiences, this path was destined to be fraught with challenges in the vast expanse of a millennium or 10,000 years. Unforeseen events could unfold at any moment. Chapter 3: The Old Deng Alliance. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the night air, reminiscent of a powerful force slicing through the heavens. Lin Chun and the others exchanged anxious glances and hurried to the window to investigate. They beheld a dark red light streaking across the night sky like a shooting star, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared, yet the residual aura emanating from it inspired profound reverence. What is that? Lin Chun asked, a note of tension in his voice. Lin Yuan and Luo Ziyuan exchanged worried glances. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and spoke in a solemn tone that a formidable being of at least 7 tiers appears to be embroiled in some unforeseen circumstances. Lin Chun sensed that a significant event had transpired nearby and promptly inquired, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. Gaining knowledge of the news would afford him the necessary time to react. Recently, a continent has descended near Fengcheng, encompassing an area of no less than 50 million square kilometers. Surrounding cities are dispatching individuals to investigate that powerful entity may be heading to provide assistance. Luo Ziyuan remarked with a slight nod, her gaze fixed on the direction from which the light had vanished, murmuring, "I hope this is merely a false alarm, and that no calamity arises at that moment." Lin Chun comprehended the significance. Blue Star had once again captured fragments of dimension, heralding the onset of a new wave of exploration. Over the course of 4 years, Lin Chun had acquired a wealth of knowledge from his studies, gaining a profound understanding of Blue Star and the Human Federation. The history of humanity on Blue Star extends beyond 3 million years, with documented records spanning 30,000 years. Initially, the size of Blue Star was not dissimilar to that of Earth, however. As time progressed and humanity emerged, engaging with the cosmos, Blue Star's dimensions expanded. Through successive conflicts to a diameter of 30 million kilometers, as the adage goes. The larger the celestial body, the greater the gravitational pull, and the more extended the cycles of day and night. Yet, the gravitational force and various attributes of Blue Star remain unchanged, thanks to the regulation of its celestial principles, with the sun and moon transformed into conceptual entities reliant on Blue Star's existence. Due to its immense size, Blue Star has birthed a multitude of subterranean realms, with humanity inhabiting half of these domains, while the other half is occupied by extraordinary races native to Blue Star. The surface world of Blue Star is entirely dominated by humankind. Lin Shan vividly recalls his first day of school when he was introduced to the annals of human history. After 2 billion years of evolution, Blue Star finally gave rise to its first life forms in the traditional sense. Subsequently, over the course of more than 1 billion years, having endured numerous natural calamities and witnessed countless lives born and extinguished, Blue Star stabilized, evolving into sentient beings capable of preserving civilizational legacies, namely humanity. The epochs of human civilization are generally categorized into 10 distinct eras. The Age of Ignorance, characterized by primal ignorance and the struggle for survival. In this period, humanity subsisted on raw flesh and blood, akin to beasts, evolving at a sluggish pace and existing in scant numbers, positioned in the middle of the food chain. The Age of Antiquity heralded the birth of fire, the nascent stirrings of civilization. The mastery of fire marked a pivotal moment in the emergence of human civilization, a crucial turning point in the transition from beastly existence to sentient life. The early modern era witnessed an enhancement of intellect and the rise of feudal monarchies. The first extraordinary encounters for humanity emerged during this time, where divine rights were claimed by kings and deities were born from the very essence of humanity. The era of divine demise saw the resurgence of human will, accompanied by the retreat of divine authority. As human wisdom flourished, various extraordinary systems unfolded, and the once dominant deities became mere prey for humanity. The extermination of deities positioned humanity as the sovereign of the Blue Star realm. The Age of Humanity established dominion over all beings, governing Blue Star with authority. At the pinnacle of the food chain, the human race reveled in all the bounties that Blue Star had to offer. Finally, the Age of Decline bespeaks the waning of resources and the regression of extraordinary capabilities. The human race, in its extravagance and lack of ambition, has drawn the ire of the primordial laws of Blue Star, leading to a contraction of the essence and the regression of all things. In the era of spiritual revival, resources are naturally abundant, and the extraordinary emerges. Humanity embarks on a new evolutionary journey, born from a spirit of exploration and a yearning to embrace the stars and the vast oceans of the universe. As the celestial laws of Blue Star rejuvenate, the primordial essence reopens, granting once more the source of extraordinary powers manifesting in the world. In the age of stargates, interstellar travel flourishes and all life thrives. Technology and the extraordinary coexist as humanity ventures into the cosmos, encountering various extraterrestrial races, while also facing invasions from these cosmic beings. The stargates symbolize both the representation of resources and the harbinger of destruction. During the imperial era, power is centralized, yet devoid of virtue. The vast human empire ultimately succumbs to public sentiment, and the intervention of enlightened sages' isolationism inevitably leads to its downfall. In the era of the Federation, the populace reigns supreme, flourishing in vitality. Since humanity entered the Federal Age, the celestial laws of Blue Star have finally established a connection with the cosmic principles, earning the right to battle for the universe and to capture fragments of dimensional essence that we currently reside in the era of the Human Federation. With a history spanning 30,000 years, the Federation's foundational strategies remain intact thanks to the presence of the original creators, and humanity continues to thrive with unwavering ambition. However, peace does not come without its burdens. There will always be those who bear the weight of progress. In the realm of Stargates, a platform for interaction and conflict among various races within the universe. Invasions and counter-invasions occur ceaselessly, with trade and warfare separated by but a thin line. Dimensional fragments serve as a battleground for conflicts between universes, where the essence of each universe is plundered and consumed. Observing the grave expressions of his grandparents, Lin Chun felt a surge of anxiety. The arrival of new dimensional fragments brought uncertainty. Their nature remained unknown, whether they heralded resources or calamities. Only the heavens could tell. Chainer, this matter concerns adults. You should retire for the night. Tomorrow, you must meet with Elder Lin Tianchen. So gather your strength, soothed Luo Zuan, smoothing Lin Chen's furrowed brow. Lin Chun felt a great deal of relief. With towering figures to shield him, he found solace in the Federation era. Residing in the city as a third-generation affluent individual, accompanied by bodyguards, and spending his days in school, Lin Shun felt secure. Thus, the adage rings true. Worrying excessively is unwarranted. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Lin Shun, clad in his pajamas, stepped into the living room. He found Lin Yuan and Luo Ziyuan engaged in conversation with Elder Lin Tianqin. "Good morning, Elder. I shall freshen up and change. Please bear with me for a moment. Child, tidy yourself today. I shall take you out for some fun." Lin Shun greeted them with casual grace. Though Elder Lin Tianqin appeared stern and imposing, he surprisingly exhibited a gentle demeanor, showing great tolerance towards Lin Shun, not at all like a rigid traditionalist. 10 minutes later, Lin Shun emerged, looking presentable, albeit somewhat anxious, standing before Elder Lin Tianqin. An untimely grumbling sound echoed through the room. "Child, there's no need to rush. Please have your breakfast while I prepare a few things." Lin Tianqin understood that as an elderly man, he struggled to connect with the youth, particularly with the 10-year-old Lin Shun, with whom he shared little familiarity and had scant conversation. Emotions are cultivated through interaction. As Lin Shun observed the ethereal figure of Lin Tianqin dissipating, he gained a more vivid perception of the powers possessed by high-ranking, extraordinary beings. One could only describe this display as exceptionally impressive, aligning perfectly with his imaginings of such beings. "Shunner, it is time for breakfast." "All right, Grandma." After finishing his meal, Lin Shun obediently settled in the living room, awaiting the arrival of Elder Lin Tianqin alongside his grandparents. Time passed slowly amidst tension and anticipation. After an hour, an unusual wave rippled through the air, and Lin Tianqin's figure materialized as if conjured by a specter. "Child, we shall depart." His voice was deep and resonant, and before Lin Shun could fully grasp the situation, an invisible force enveloped the four of them, whisking them away into a wondrous, dreamlike realm. Upon entering the space, Lin Shun felt as though he were surrounded by a shimmering cosmos, with stars twinkling around him. The radiance of the celestial bodies intertwined, forming an exquisite tapestry that seemed to ensnare one in its endless brilliance. At the heart of this realm, an ancient tome, exuding a gentle luminescence, floated in midair, its glow possessing an enigmatic allure that irresistibly drew Lin Chen's gaze. "Child, reach out and touch that book." Lin Tianqin's voice resonated within the tranquil space like the tolling of a great bell. Instinctively obeying, Lin Chen extended his right hand toward the floating volume. The moment his fingers brushed against the book, a blinding light erupted, akin to the rising sun, enveloping him entirely. This brilliance was not scorching, rather, it radiated a soothing warmth, as if tenderly caressing his very soul. After a brief moment, the ancient tome gradually opened. On the first page, Lin Chen's information was inscribed with clarity. Name: Lin Chen. Gender: male. Age: 10 years. Cultivation level: martial disciple, 8th layer. Introduction: born on July 21st, 31253 of the Federation calendar, hailing from the Lin family of Fengsheng, he is the 37th descendant of the Lin clan of Suspended Mountain. Once Lin Chen finished reading the first page, the book automatically turned, revealing the content of the second page. Oath of membership to the Old Dang Alliance. I, Lin Shun, voluntarily join the Old Dang Alliance and willingly adhere to the oath. Signature. Child, press your handprint here. Trusting his elder, Lin Shun placed his handprint on the designated spot. As he did so, the book suddenly closed, transforming into a stream of light that entered Lin Chen's being. The Book of Old Dang. In an inexplicable manner, Lin Chen became aware of the tome's name. Chapter 4. The Book of Old Dang. Lin Shun was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Lin Tianqin, perceiving Lin Chen's confusion, began to divulge certain clandestine truths. The Old Dang Alliance was established during the nascent days of the Federation, serving a singular purpose: to safeguard those with latent talents who had yet to flourish, providing them with a protective haven. As of now, the Old Dang Alliance boasts a membership of 1,853 individuals, comprising 15 deities, 88 ascending gods, and 200 demigods, with the remainder being below the demigod tier. My child, Lin Tianqin said, that book serves as your identification. In the future, Your support network will extend beyond our Lin family of Xiankong Mountain. The Old Deng Alliance, with its 15 deities, will stand as your most formidable backing. As Lin Tianshan narrated, Lin Shun grasped the significance of joining the Old Deng Alliance. The Book of Old Deng possesses numerous capabilities. You shall explore its functionalities in due course, but always remain vigilant, Lin Tianshan advised before departing with Lin Yuan and Luo Ziyuan, leaving Lin Shun alone in the opulent living room. Once the three adults had exited, Lin Shun eagerly summoned the Book of Old Deng from his mental realm. What a peculiar name, Lin Shun remarked as he began to examine the book's abilities. The Book of Old Deng encompasses 4 primary functions and 2 supplementary features. First, it shields the holder's soul from external malevolence, with protective strength capped at the divine level. Second, it serves as identification, granting the holder access to a 10th-tier federal protector, who ensures priority evacuation during various disasters. Third, it acts as an interactive communication platform, facilitating exchanges among members and fostering trade relations. Fourth, it provides a one-time life-preserving card in the face of certain doom. It can transcend the limitations imposed by higher deities, teleporting the holder to the nearest Alliance deity. The 2 supplementary features include lifespan prediction and item scanning. Lin Shen's predicted lifespan was 228 years, a figure well within the ordinary range, slightly exceeding the Federation's average human lifespan of 200 years, with the additional years likely attributed to his innate talent. The item scanning function equates to carrying an inexhaustible identification spell, linking to the Federation's database, thus enabling the identification of approximately 99 of worldly items. Both of these supplementary functions prove to be quite practical. With the acquisition of the Book of Old Deng, the unease within Lin Shun dissipated. As long as he refrained from self-destructive behavior, he could live indefinitely within the Federation, barring the approach of death. The motto of the Old Deng Alliance is succinct. You may not live, but you cannot cease to exist. Live is the paramount pursuit of all members of the Old Deng Alliance. The first page of the Book of Old Deng contains a profile of the holder. The second page delineates the signed covenant. The third and fourth pages present a feature akin to group chat, enabling the sending and receiving of messages, as well as the extraction of trading items. The fifth page showcases a storage space with a capacity of millions of cubic meters. Old Deng Chat Group, 1853. Gathering Immortal 9th Tier Old Deng. After 70 years, a new member has joined. Nonsensical Taoist demigod Old Deng. Yet another youngling, merely 10 years old. Fond of mushrooms Deng God Tier Old Deng. Wow, a little boy. Newcomer. Please share your photo, Lin Shen. The term newcomer photo seems to have triggered a pivotal moment, as a multitude of lurking Old Deng members emerged in the chat, flooding the conversation with requests for the newcomer's photo, while also tagging Lin Shen. Lin Shen 1st Tier Old Deng. Image. As Lin Shen's photo was dispatched, a flurry of elderly members erupted, showering him with compliments. The entire interface rapidly refreshed, with hundreds of messages scrolling by in the blink of an eye. Southern District's handsomest 4th Tier Old Deng. You bunch of old geezers, hasn't anyone sent a red envelope for the new member? Money abundant 9th Tier Old Deng. Red envelopes? Where are the red envelopes? Most handsome group leader God Tier Old Deng. Lin Shun, I've sent you a private message with some information, young one. May you live forever. Lin Chun discreetly observed the screen. Ever since the mention of red envelopes, the group chat had veered off course, and he, as the protagonist, was inadvertently overlooked. Until a message tagged Lin Shun. He opened the private message interface and was met with a staggering 99 unread messages, causing a shiver to run down his spine as unease welled within him. He momentarily disregarded the other private messages and opened the one sent by the group leader, which contained only 3 lines. Most handsome group leader God Tier Old Deng. Alliance gift Centennial Longevity Fruit. Most handsome group leader God Tier Old Deng. Alliance Guidelines Covenant. Most handsome group leader God Tier Old Deng. Alliance Blessing to Live. The Centennial Longevity Fruit, a rare heavenly treasure, could extend one's life by 200 years. The covenant, detailed within the tome of Old Deng, was not something Lin Shun thoroughly examined, as the Old Deng book was several hundred pages thick, with the first 5 pages dedicated to features, while the remaining pages documented the covenant. The Old Deng alliance employed tens of thousands of words within the covenant to thoroughly eliminate any possibility of members deceiving one another, thus preserving the purity of the alliance. The final blessing, to live, was indeed potent, as the ancient deity, possessing the heavenly mandate, bestowed blessings that genuinely conferred beneficial enhancements. After expressing gratitude to the most handsome group leader, Lin Shun extracted the centennial longevity fruit from the tome of Old Deng and began to nibble on the fruit while silently observing the screen.as for the private messages. He responded politely. The private messages were predominantly well wishes, serving as a unique greeting method within the Old Deng alliance. The remarkable aspect was that the youngest of these Old Deng members was at least a century old, resulting in a vast age gap that left little room for conversation. The mentality of a 100-year-old differs significantly from that of a 10-year-old. Perhaps, when Lin Shin reaches the age of 100, he will find it easier to engage in meaningful exchanges with the other Old Deng members. Lin Shun, at the tender age of 10, had yet to embark on formal cultivation, and the elders refrained from overstepping their boundaries, merely offering their unsolicited opinions on his practice in life. His situation was partly a result of his own cultivation, but more significantly, it stemmed from his lineage as a member of the Lin family, granting him a path to follow, unlike those devoid of any background. Alas, though I lack a golden finger, my innate talent rivals that of those who possess one. The future indeed holds great promise. Lin Chun mused, his spirits lifted and unease dissipating. After half an hour, Lin Tianxin and the others emerged from the study, smiles illuminating their faces. "My child, I await you at the Hanging Sky Mountain," Lin Tianxin declared, and with that his figure blurred and vanished from the living room. "Chin'er, all shall be well," his grandfather, Lin Yuan, reflected, acknowledging that the assets he had accumulated over 30 years paled in comparison to the resources that his grandson's extraordinary talent had garnered for the family. The Lin family of Fengsheng, within the vast structure of the Hanging Sky Mountain's Lin lineage, belonged to the 7th Elder's branch, albeit distantly related, existing as a side branch of a side branch. The family hierarchy was as follows: branch family below the 3rd tier, side branch family below the 6th tier, main side branch 7th tier, sub-branch family 8th tier, main sub-branch 9th tier, main branch family 10th tier, elder lineage of demigods primary lineage, and the ancestral lineage of godly heads main lineage. Due to the family's immense size and the multitude of its members, a hierarchical system was imperative. Otherwise, the family would become unwieldy, unable to concentrate resources to nurture top-tier combatants and uphold its dignity. Initially, the Fengshan Lin family belonged to a side branch, having developed into its 3rd generation, advancing steadily in strength. As long as they did not falter, their ascent through the family structure was clear. With Lin Shen's prodigious talent, the Fengshan Lin family had been elevated to the status of a main sub-branch, with the resources required for future development being shouldered by the 7th Elder's lineage. Provided the Fengshan Lin family remains steadfast, it is expected to produce a 9th-tier member within a century, thereby enjoying the privileges of a main sub-branch, albeit experiencing them ahead of schedule. Though Lin Shen did not fully grasp the complexities of this hierarchy, his grandparents' joy brought him happiness in turn. With the family thriving, his own safety and well-being were assured. Chin'er, you were originally entitled to 1st-tier family benefits. Now you have been elevated to 10th-tier status, enjoying the privileges of a core descendant of the elder faction, with an annual training fund of 1 billion and access to the resources of the main family. Lin Shan was astounded. 1 billion annually for training was an extraordinary sum. Such funding could easily support an ordinary individual in reaching the 4th tier, and for a genius with high resource utilization, it could propel them to the 5th tier. Previously, Lin Shun had been on the 1st-tier benefits of a large clan, receiving merely 100,000 annually, with no additional support. In the smaller family led by his grandparents, the benefits amounted to 300,000 per year, a standard allocation for all 3rd-generation family descendants. Though his parents have passed away, they left behind an inheritance valued at 300 million. This sum was not merely preserved. Instead, it was entrusted to his grandparents for investment, yielding an annual profit of approximately 10 to 20 million. The family remained united, and within the assets of his grandparents, 3% belonged to Lin Shen's deceased parents. This portion, inherited by Lin Shen, translates to an annual income of around 40 million. Prior to this, Lin Chun was never in want of financial resources, with over 50 million available each year to devote to his martial training, enabling him to maximize his development at every stage. With an annual accumulation of 10 million in resources, even a most unremarkable individual could transform into a prodigy. Lin Chun, however, was far from ordinary. Thus, during the period before he turned 12, when he was unable to train independently, his cultivation naturally ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial apprentice, placing him significantly ahead of his peers, who were only at the 1st or 2nd levels. In truth, Lin Chun was acutely aware that his inherent talent was not particularly high, falling within the category of above average for a small town, merely a local genius. To expedite his developmental phase and maximize the efficacy of his talent, he needed to consume vast amounts of resources, utilizing them to forge his extraordinary path. "Chainer, you truly are a little financial enthusiast," his grandmother remarked. "Grandma, being a financial enthusiast is splendid. Let all the little treasures come to me." Lin Chun playfully feigned innocence to downplay his desire for wealth. Neither Lin Yuan nor Luo Ziyuan chose to expose him in the pursuit of martial arts. Resources are as indispensable as innate talent. Whether through a partner or financial means, possessing either can lead to success. Lin Chun, having secured both, would undoubtedly rise. If he did not, it would defy the very laws of reality. Chapter 5. Entering junior high school. The awakening of Lin Chun's talents did not significantly impact his daily life. He continued to attend school, immerse himself in knowledge, and accumulate his foundations as usual. The next time his talents would manifest, he would be 20 years old, coinciding with the latter half of his sophomore year. After a decade of accumulation, he was destined to blossom beautifully at that time. As time flowed slowly, a year passed in the blink of an eye. At the age of 12, Lin Chun bid farewell to elementary school and embarked on his journey into junior high. "Grandfather, why haven't I awakened my profession yet? Among my classmates, 5 have already done so." Lin Yuan leisurely sipped his tea, enjoying the sight of Lin Chun's impatience. "My dear Chun, the probability of a natural talent awakening and a profession awakening before the age of 18 is merely 1%. The chances of both occurring simultaneously are 1 in 100,000. You already possess a talent, so the probability of awakening a profession naturally is 1 in 100,000. Such matters should be left to fate. There is no need to rush. If, by your 18th birthday, you have not naturally awakened a profession, we will arrange for a forced awakening, though it will only yield ordinary professions." Lin Chun felt helpless. As he was inherently insecure, his peers had gained professions and wielded formidable powers. Although he had already become a second-tier official warrior, he still dared not relax, always fearing that his empowered peers would threaten him. He was merely overthinking, yet his nature remained unchanged. 6 years had passed, and his symptoms had only somewhat alleviated. At the prestigious Nirvana Martial High School in Fengcheng, in class 1 of the first year of junior high, students from affluent families comprised 90% of the school's population. Even exceptionally gifted commoners were drawn in by the generous support and resources provided. "Brother Chun, I have gathered the intelligence you requested. Do tell." In the classroom, at the back by the window, Lin Chun's desk mate, Zhou Hashan, whispered to him about the information he had collected. Zhou Hashan was the 4th-generation heir of the Zhou family. The two had been classmates since elementary school, sharing a close friendship. Their family backgrounds were comparable, and their businesses had collaborations, which naturally drew them together. The Zhou family's standing in Fengcheng was on par with the Lin families, and in some respects, they enjoyed greater privileges. However, the elder of the Zhou family was a self-made man and lacked the solid backing that the Lin family possessed. In addition to the Lin and Zhou families, Fengcheng was home to 3 other powerful clans, the Li, Dongfang, and Wang families. These 5 prominent families had been established since the inception of Fengcheng and had made significant contributions to its development, thus enjoying elevated status. Beyond these 5 families, the city also boasted formidable official forces. The Federal Ministry of Education, the Law Enforcement Department, the Lord's Office, and the City Defense Army collectively maintained order both within and outside the city. The boy in the first row, he hails from a common background. He awakened his talent in the 3rd grade of elementary school, likely possessing a passive cultivation-type talent. Now, like you, Brother Chun, he has already become a second-tier official warrior. The young woman seated by the window in the 2nd row, much like us, has naturally awakened her talents and profession, possessing a slightly stronger cultivation. Classified as a mid-level warrior, with her combat prowess reaching the late stages of warriorhood. Lin Chen scrutinized the pair described by Zhou Hashan, his thoughts swirling. Chenggu. That young man is named Lin Fan, and the young lady goes by the name of Dongfang Hongxiu. They can be considered childhood sweethearts. Having attended elementary school in the eastern part of the city, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washed over Lin Chen, instilling within him an unsettling premonition that he might soon assume the role of an antagonist. Shanzi, our class is truly a treasure trove of talent. Are there any other students we should be wary of? Zhou Hashan continued. There is Li Weijun from the Li family, Wang Ranran from the Wang family, Dongfang Li from the Dongfang family, my cousin Zhou Hemming, and among the commoners, we have Zhao Chongheng, Huang Jing, and Bai Zai. The 7 individuals Zhou Hashan mentioned either possess awakened talents or professions, with their cultivation levels exceeding the 8th layer of martial apprentices, indicating significant potential. It is plausible that once they embark on formal cultivation, they might develop rapidly, with promising futures ahead. Lin Chen, however, harbored few ambitions. He had entrusted Zhou Hashan with gathering this information merely as a precautionary measure, without any ulterior motives. His innate gifts destined him to prioritize the future rather than the present. A temporary setback was inconsequential, for he believed he would inevitably catch up in due time. Greetings, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen. Over the next 3 years, I hope we can enjoy a pleasant journey together. Zhou Xingchen, the homeroom teacher for Class 1, was a 4th-tier martial master, aged 40, with 15 years of teaching experience, recognized as an exceptional educator. On the first day of middle school, the agenda was straightforward. Familiarize the students with one another, distribute textbooks, elect class officers, and understand the various functionalities of the school facilities. Class 1 comprised 30 students, and after each introduced themselves, the election of class officers commenced. Class officers truly enjoyed the benefits accorded by the school. The class leader received a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan, while the deputy class leader earned 7,000 yuan. Subject representatives received 4,000 yuan each month. These class officers acted as assistants to the teachers, helping to manage the class with modest authority. Lin Chen found little interest in these positions, a sentiment echoed by other scions of prominent families. The meager power and paltry funds failed to entice them. Consequently, all class officer positions were filled by students from ordinary backgrounds. Lin Fan became the class leader, Bai Zai the deputy class leader, Huang Jing the representative for liberal arts, Zhao Chongheng the representative for sciences, and Lu Zai the representative for martial studies. During the first month, these 5 would serve a probationary period, and after 1 month, if they performed well, they could retain their positions. If not, new elections would be held. Once the class officers were selected, the homeroom teacher retrieved the textbooks required for the semester from his storage ring, totaling 30 volumes. For liberal arts, there were 12 books covering language, history, politics, and geography. The sciences also comprised 12 volumes, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Lastly, the martial studies included 6 texts: the 1986 edition of Body Refinement Techniques, the Fire and Meditation Method, the 42nd edition of Blood Essence Refinement Techniques, Basic Fist Techniques, Basic Movement Techniques, and Basic Weapon Techniques. Compared to elementary school, the curriculum in middle school is considerably more extensive, particularly with the addition of martial arts studies, which significantly amplifies the academic pressure. In the realm of humanities, future paths may lead to governance or commerce, while in the sciences, one might pursue research or business. The martial arts track, however, is not confined to any specific direction, offering a plethora of future options and the broadest prospects. Those qualified to embark on the martial arts path would seldom opt for humanities or sciences, given their inherent limitations. In a world governed by martial prowess, strength ultimately prevails. As the first day of school commenced, after attending to various trivial matters, the institution declared an immediate holiday, with formal classes commencing the following day. On the subsequent morning, Lin Chen and Zhou Hashan arrived at their classroom, where Lin Chen discovered a steaming breakfast awaiting him at his desk. This complimentary meal, rich in nutrition and valued at 100 yuan, had been meticulously prepared by the school's culinary experts, tailored specifically for middle school students. While the meal was commendable, Lin Chen had already partaken in a more nutritionally beneficial breakfast at home, suitable for his digestion, rendering him unable to consume it. "Shanzi, what should we do with this breakfast?" he inquired. "Let us offer it to our classmates. It's a customary practice in Class 1, with 30 students in the class, comprising 15 scions of noble families and 15 from humble origins. This arrangement carried a deeper significance. The scions were indifferent to the ordinary benefits provided by the school, allowing these advantages to fall to their less privileged peers. For instance, the complimentary breakfast and the benefits associated with class leadership positions were not contested by the noble offspring, thus enabling the school to allocate more resources towards nurturing the common students. Martial artists typically require substantial nourishment, and consuming 2 breakfasts was hardly an issue. At that moment, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu entered the classroom, with Dongfang immediately placing the breakfast on Lin Fan's desk. He expressed a quiet word of thanks, proceeding to eat without concern for his surroundings. Dongfang returned to her seat, her spirits lifted as she read, occasionally glancing at Lin Fan with a sparkle in her eyes. It was evident to the observant that there was a budding story between them. "Brother Chun, which classmate do you intend to gift your breakfast to?" "Shanzi, I leave it to your discretion. I have no preference." "Very well, I shall manage it accordingly." Zhou Hashan took the 2 breakfasts and distributed them to a pair of twin brothers in class. Both had awakened their talents, possessing the cultivation of martial apprentices at the 7th level, yet their family's circumstances were modest, providing little support for their endeavors. Other noble students followed suit, offering their breakfasts to their less privileged classmates, creating a system of mutual support. The previous day, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, had already engaged in discussions with the 15 common students, ensuring they would not decline the offered breakfasts out of pride. One should not allow pride to forfeit tangible benefits. Moreover, this practice did not impinge upon one's dignity, as it had become a customary norm. The scions of noble families have suffered no losses, while the commoners have reaped tangible benefits, thereby dissolving some of the barriers that once separated them. At the very least, this has enabled students to recognize that the institution stands in solidarity with the common folk, advocating for their interests without favoring the elite. Such guidance and ethos is the true aim of the school's educational mission. The minor favors from the privileged class can easily sway the lower strata of society. Chapter 6. Cultivation. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, entered the classroom punctually. "Classmates, we shall commence our lesson. Please rise from your seats and enter the cultivation mode." Zhou Xingchen, an instructor of martial sciences, was teaching the 42nd version of the blood qi refinement technique. This foundational martial art is designed to extract and condense one's vital energy. After returning home yesterday, I trust you all attempted to practice the 6 methods of martial sciences and have gained some understanding of them. Today, in our first lesson, we will learn and master the 42nd version of blood qi refinement. When one is well fed, it is the optimal moment for the body's vital energy to flourish and be refined. As Zhou Xingchen spoke, he rearranged the classroom. The desks and benches sank into the ground, transforming the room into a spacious arena reminiscent of a dance studio. The 42nd version of blood qi refinement requires initial guidance to condense the first drop of vital energy. Until the age of 12, humans possess the potential for vital energy, though it is not yet manifest in a usable form. Even Lin Chun, who has reached the 2nd tier of martial artists, possesses only a physical constitution and total vital energy commensurate with that tier, colloquially referred to as sheer brute strength, and still has not condensed tangible vital energy. The ability to materialize vital energy is the most formidable asset for a martial artist. Mastering vital energy is the hallmark of a true martial practitioner. Otherwise, one is merely a brawny figure with significant limitations. Students, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and empty your minds. Zhou Xingchen's words seemed to possess a certain magic. Under his guidance, Lin Shen settled into a cross-legged position, gradually emptying his mind and dissipating distracting thoughts. After a few minutes, observing that all students had entered a state of mental clarity, Zhou Xingchen discreetly activated the blood qi condensation array inscribed within the classroom. Once the array was engaged, an invisible pressure enveloped the 30 students. Under this intangible weight, the latent vital energy within the students began to resist manifestation, slowly compressing into a sphere, ultimately settling into the dantian area and opening a space therein. The students' vital energy seemed to find an outlet, surging into the dantian space, materializing as a vibrant red vital force. For Lin Chun, this sensation was extraordinary. Suddenly, he felt as if he bore an immense burden. the pressure threatening to bring him to his knees, yet an internal force resisted, contending against the weight. Amid this struggle, he perceived a space being unveiled. As this space expanded, the pressure intensified, and the resisting force was compressed within, transforming into a visible red energy. This radiant red energy was mesmerizing, captivating his mind and immersing him deeply within its allure. The resounding chime of the bell abruptly roused Lin Chun from his reverie. As his thoughts returned to reality, beads of sweat formed upon his brow. Students, you have now acquired your first drop of vital energy, with a value of 1. Henceforth, diligently practice the 42nd edition of the Vital Energy Refinement Technique, striving to elevate your energy to 100 and thus become formal warriors. For those of you already recognized as warriors, your objective is to refine even more vital energy, aiming to reach the current maximum limit, so that you may continue to ascend in your future realms. After encouraging his students, Zhou Xingqian commenced the formal instruction on how to cultivate the 42nd edition of the Vital Energy Refinement Technique. The Vital Energy Refinement Technique is a form of meditation that requires a tranquil environment to enter a state of focus. Through the stimulation of spiritual energy, one can manifest the vital energy residing within, guiding it into the dantian to solidify into tangible vitality. The human race has developed martial arts for hundreds of thousands of years, accumulating countless experiences within each martial realm. The Human Federation has consolidated this knowledge, ultimately forming the present martial arts system, creating methods most suitable for human cultivation. As long as one belongs to the human race and follows the prescribed training regimen, even those of average talent can become second-tier formal warriors, achieving the capability to externalize their vital energy without great difficulty. Once Lin Chun entered a meditative state, the advantages of being a transmigrator became evident. His soul was innately robust, granting him a greater initial reserve of spiritual energy, making it easier to stimulate the manifestation of vital energy and draw more into his dantian. After 10 minutes of meditation, Lin Chun, utilizing his spiritual power, stimulated a substantial amount of vital energy hidden within his body and guided it into his dantian through a blend of spiritual and vital energy. Yet again, the bell tolled, forcing Lin Chun out of his meditative state. An hour and a half had passed. He felt mentally fatigued, and the vital energy he had previously manifested receded into silence. Merging back within him, with only 2 droplets of energy in his dantian remaining unaffected, steadfast in their place. Remember, practice should be balanced with relaxation. Now, take a 10-minute break. The second class will be meditation, taught by Teacher Wu, Zhou Xingqian reminded before dismissing the class and leaving the room. Brother Chun, I'm so exhausted. I feel as if I'm about to perish. How come you don't seem tired at all? You look quite spirited. Perhaps my spiritual power is robust, which makes my fatigue less apparent. I envy you. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Most of the classmates, like Zhou Hashan, exhibited similar states of fatigue. The depletion of their spiritual energy left them dazed, and they collapsed onto the floor, drifting into deep slumber. 10 minutes passed before Teacher Wu entered the classroom punctually. Students, wake up and prepare for meditation class. Her gentle voice, imbued with spiritual energy, roused those still asleep. The meditation class focused on the cultivation of spiritual energy. In his elementary years, Lin Chun had slightly enhanced his spiritual power and strengthened his soul through reading and acquiring knowledge. The only drawback was the slow pace of improvement. The kindling meditation method is a fundamental technique of the Federation, centering on visualizing and condensing the flame of vitality. Students, seated cross-legged, observe the tome of flames, forging their spirits through the sacred fire, thereby unlocking the spiritual realm of the Mud Pill Palace. Lin Chun, with an inherently powerful soul, found himself irresistibly drawn into the essence of the flames upon merely casting a glance at the suspended tome. A flicker of fire ascended, gradually transforming into an overwhelming blaze. The searing flames surged towards Lin Chun, leaving him no choice but to succumb to their engulfing embrace. As the flames enveloped him, a crisp sound resonated within his heart, heralding the emergence of a new space, a sanctuary for the spiritual energy anchored in his soul. With a start, Lin Chun regained consciousness, the fear from the fiery engulfment still flickering in his eyes. Congratulations, Lin Chun, on unlocking the Mud Pill Palace and embarking upon the path of the spirit. Came the gentle voice of Teacher Wu, soothing the trepidation within him and restoring his composure. In a state of deep focus, he meditated, envisioning the flames within the mud pill palace, coalescing their essence. Following teacher Wu's guidance, Lin Chen gradually entered a meditative state, conjuring the nascent form of the flames in his mind, pouring his spiritual energy into this manifestation. Remarkably, the energy did not diminish. Instead, it was amplified, as the nascent flames exhaled a purer essence in return. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the flame meditation technique. The chime of a bell echoed, signaling Lin Chun's return from meditation. His spiritual energy had not only replenished, but also enhanced in both quantity and quality. Do not be disheartened if you have yet to unlock the Mud Pill Palace. With perseverance in meditation, your spiritual energy will naturally lead you to this milestone on the path of the spirit, the teacher reassured them. As the class concluded, Teacher Wu announced a 3-minute early dismissal, devoid of any lingering. Once the teacher departed, Lin Chun relaxed, reveling in the exhilaration of genuine cultivation, feeling a palpable increase in his strength. The opening of his Dantian and Mud Pill Palace signified his formal entry into the extraordinary path. Indeed, diligence would yield its rewards. When the final bell rang, Lin Chun and Zhou Hashan opted not to venture to the school cafeteria, as their families had arranged for drivers and caretakers to deliver meals, sparing them the hustle of crowded dining halls. However, even the affluent faced their own dilemmas, missing out on the simple pleasure of communal dining. After lunch, Lin Chun indulged in an hour's rest within his mobile home, truly enjoying the privileges of his status. At 2 o'clock, he prepared for 4 cultural classes, 2 in the humanities, language and history, to be rotated the next day with politics and geography, and 2 in the sciences, mathematics and physics, to be rotated the following day with chemistry and biology. Each class lasted 50 minutes, interspersed with 10-minute breaks, continuing until 6 in the evening. The pace of the cultural instructors was brisk, covering a third of the textbook in a single session, completing an entire book in 2 weeks, and finishing all 7th grade content within a month. Devote 1 month to consolidating the knowledge acquired in the first semester of the first year, followed by a month dedicated to imparting the curriculum of the second semester. And finally, a month for reinforcing the knowledge from the second semester. According to the plan, completing the junior high school curriculum will take merely a year and a half. The remaining year and a half will witness a significant reduction in cultural classes, diminishing to 1 session per week, while the remainder of the time will be allocated to physical training. In reality, any student with ambition would have already begun studying the first-year textbooks during the summer break of the 6th grade. Lin Chun, possessing such ambition, has progressed to the curriculum of the first semester of the second year. The junior high school cultural courses are relatively straightforward and can largely be mastered through self-study. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, the evolution of the Federation's human race has prioritized the pursuit of wisdom, provided that a youth possesses normal intelligence. They can easily grasp the cultural curriculum established by the Federation within a year and a half. Similarly, in that time frame, one can also complete the high school syllabus. Ambitious students, during their 3 years in junior high, can self-study and master the knowledge required for both junior and senior high school within the span of 6 years, sufficient for those who choose the path of physical training. If, upon entering high school, one intends to pursue the humanities or sciences, the required knowledge expands significantly. But this matter is of little concern to Lin Chun, who is destined to embark on the path of physical training, for he is the future martial deity. Chapter 7. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, school is dismissed. Chenggu, junior high requires evening study sessions. I'm still somewhat unaccustomed to it. You will gradually adapt. Evening study can indeed be exhausting. The physical training is truly daunting for someone as lazy as I am. The 1986 version of the physical training technique comprises 9 sets of 81 movements. I attempted it last night and could barely complete 3 sets. The 4th set is simply inhumane, placing an overwhelming burden on the body. You managed that? I could only just manage to finish the 3rd set. After having dinner, Lin Chun and Zhou Hashan engaged in conversation, relishing a brief moment of leisure. Due to the multitude of subjects junior high students are required to study, evening study sessions emerged as a necessity. The 2-hour evening course consists solely of physical training. The instructor for this session is a burly bald man named Teacher Tang. He treats all students equally and will not show leniency simply because one is a girl struggling with the physicality of the training. The 1986 version of the physical training technique ensures that each set of movements provides a strengthening effect, with each subsequent set being more effective than the last. Each set consists of 9 movements. each to be sustained for 1 minute before transitioning to the next, thus completing a set in 9 minutes. To achieve success in physical training, one must practice at least 9 times a day, which stimulates the body's potential and allows for greater absorption of vital energy. The body, vital energy, and spirit, colloquially referred to as the 3 treasures of the human form, are all of paramount importance and influence one another. A robust physique can accommodate a potent vitality and spirit. In turn, a strong vital energy can reciprocally affect the physique and spirit. A powerful spirit can govern both the physique and vitality. While these 3 elements may not be perfectly balanced, the disparities between them should not be excessive. Otherwise, stagnation is merely the least of the dangers. Losing one's soul, intellect, and balance are the true horrors. Lost in spirit, possessing formidable mental strength, yet a frail body. The soul escapes the confines of the flesh, transforming into a spiritual entity. In contrast, when one is mentally diminished, with a robust physique yet feeble intellect, the soul fails to govern the body or exhausts all its vigor in doing so, inevitably leading to the debilitating effects of dementia and reduced cognitive ability. A state of imbalance arises when vital energy is abundant, overpowering both body and mind. The sheer force of this energy compresses them, rendering the practitioner a volatile entity, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lin Chun, now 14 years old, is in the 2nd semester of his 3rd year of junior high, merely half a year away from high school. On the first day of the new semester, a standardized test is administered. Dongfang Hongxiu exhibits a strength of 25 tons, a speed of 32 meters per second, and a vital energy of 2,500, placing her at the initial stage of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Lin Fan showcases a strength of 2,336 tons, a speed of 33 meters per second, and vital energy of 2,336, also at the initial stage of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Lin Chun possesses a strength of 1,888 tons, a speed of 28 meters per second, and vital energy of 1,888, again at the initial stage of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Zhou Hashan demonstrates a strength of 989 tons, a speed of 20 meters per second, and vital energy of 989, positioned at the late stage of a 2nd-tier martial artist. A year has elapsed, and Lin Chun has made substantial progress, as have his classmates. Among the 30 students in Class 1, even the least accomplished has attained the mid-level of martial artists, with a vital energy reaching 500 points. The most accomplished, Dongfang Hongxiu, boasts a vital energy of 2,500 points. Lin Chun ranks 3rd in his class, unable to compete with the extraordinary Lin Fan and the dual-awakened Dongfang Hongxiu. In the overall grade standings, Lin Chun is placed 7th. The top student, hailing from a humble background, possesses dual awakenings in talent and profession. With a vital energy exceeding 8,000 points, situated at the late stage of a 3rd-tier martial artist, capable of contending against ordinary early-stage 4th-tier martial artists. One must acknowledge that heroes are as plentiful as fish in the river. In the small town of Fengcheng, where the highest level of strength caps at the 7th tier, Lin Chun's standing among the top ranks is largely due to his lineage. However, in broader territories or across the entire federation, Lin Chun would appear quite ordinary, a figure among many. Fortunately, Lin Chun maintains a commendable attitude. His talent serves as his greatest assurance. Though he may lag behind now, he is confident in his ability to catch up in the future. Throughout the year, Lin Chun has adopted a modest and tranquil demeanor, interacting with others without arrogance or obsequiousness. Aside from his close friend Zhou Hashan, he has cultivated amicable relationships with his classmates. "Brother Chen, have you heard about the training camp? What is the situation?" "Tell me," inquired Zhou Hashan, as nearby classmates gathered, eager to glean any insider information. "The Nirvana training camp. Our cohort is fortunate to have the opportunity. A few years ago, a fragment of a continent-type dimension descended, and this year it has been fully conquered, leading to the establishment of a new city in its central region. This new city is founded upon a precious artifact, rumored to assist martial artists in refining higher quality vital energy and shortening their training time below the 4th tier." As the crowd absorbed the news from Zhou Hashan, the significance of this training camp became evident. For warriors of the first 3 tiers, merely refining their vital energy sufficed to break through their boundaries. Only upon reaching the 4th tier, the martial master level, were additional conditions required. The quality of one's vital energy and mastery of a martial stance were imperative, alongside the indispensable factors of comprehension and resources, should the cultivation time for the lower 3 tiers be shortened. The majority of students present would have the opportunity to ascend to the 4th tier martial master level by the time of the college entrance examination, thereby ensuring their acceptance into prestigious universities. Those like Lin Xun, who had already transcended to the 3rd tier martial artist level, harbored even greater hopes of swiftly advancing beyond this tier to enter the 4th tier. Shanzi, are you aware of how many slots we have for the 3rd year? The slots are quite ample. Our school has dispatched numerous teachers to assist in establishing the new city, and Fengcheng has also made significant sacrifices for this endeavor. Upon hearing of the generous allocation of slots, the common students in the class breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had a chance to enter the training camp. The scions of noble families did not vie for ordinary resources, yet they would never relinquish benefits as effective as those offered by the training camp. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, entered the classroom and promptly announced the details of the Nirvana training camp, revealing that there were 100 slots for the 3rd year. The good news was that all 30 students from Class 1 made the list. The bad news was that competition was exceedingly fierce. In Fengcheng alone, 3,000 students were set to participate in the training camp in the new city. Surrounding the Blood City were 12 cities, each contributing 3,000 students, culminating in 36,000 candidates, while locally, an additional 20,000 students would also attend, 50,000 students, with cultivations ranging from the early 2nd tier to the peak of the 4th tier martial master level, represented an immense force anywhere. The treasure of Blood City, known as the Blood Source Throne, could accommodate up to 50,000 users at its peak capacity. Currently, the stored energy could sustain operations for a month. Thus, the training camp would last for 1 month. Centered around the Blood Source Throne, its power radiated outward, affecting a radius of 1,000 meters. For every 100 meters away, the efficacy diminished by 10%. Within the core circle of 100 meters, it significantly enhanced even 5th-tier warriors, while the outermost 10 circles, despite the reduction in effectiveness, still provided noticeable benefits to 2nd-tier warriors. The following morning, at the Lin family villa, Chenair, your 3rd uncle is stationed in Blood City and will be leading troops to guard the vicinity of the training camp. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, make your way to the military camp and seek out your 3rd uncle. Grandfather, I understand. For this month, you will reside and dine at the training camp. I have arranged for our family chef to prepare a month's worth of meals stored in your storage ring. Do not let yourself go hungry out there. Grandmother, you are so kind. I won't let myself go hungry. This marked Lin Chen's first excursion beyond Fengcheng, and both Lin Yuan and Luo Ziyuan harbored some concerns. Having nurtured him since childhood, the prospect of him traveling alone, even if only to a neighboring city, stirred their apprehensions, fearing he might not take proper care of himself. Lin Chen took a vehicle to school, where they would all board a spaceship to Blood City. Although Blood City lies adjacent to Feng City, the actual distance between the two is quite considerable, spanning a full 2,000 kilometers. Due to the constant capture of dimensional fragments by Blue Star, the surface of Blue Star may unexpectedly reveal an unknown territory at any moment. As a result, there are few roads connecting cities, and most individuals prefer to travel between cities via aerial vessels, while land routes largely serve as mere ornaments, functioning as a precautionary measure. On board the vessel, Dongfang Hongxiu proactively approached Lin Xun with a question. Lin Xun, has your family arranged for you a position close to the inner ring? Not at all. Why? Has your family secured a spot in the inner ring for you? Not at all. It seems this training camp will not entertain any backdoor dealings. The inner ring positions have not been pre-allocated. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Did Dongfang Hongxiu perceive him as one who would resort to underhanded tactics? My apologies. But among the 12 nearby cities, your family's influence is the strongest. If you were to engage in backdoor dealings, it would imply that many families would follow suit for the benefit of their descendants. Your absence of such dealings signifies the fairness of this training camp. Dongfang Hongxiu was indeed correct. If even Lin Chun had not resorted to underhanded tactics to secure a core position, other families, lacking the strength of the Lin family, would hardly dare to do so. The current Lin family is markedly different from before, with support from the main household. Grandfather Lin Yuan has successfully broken through to the 7th tier, and grandmother Luo Ziyuan has also ascended to the 6th tier. The 3 uncles and 3 aunts have all attained the 5th tier, and their positions have reached their utmost potential. Any breakthrough in strength would consequently lead to a shift in their roles. The influence of the Lin family has expanded beyond Feng City, establishing a presence in several neighboring cities, and the swift establishment of Blood City owes much to their significant efforts. Chapter 8. The turmoil of the Nirvana training camp. 4 hours slipped by in the anticipation and excitement of the crowd as the vessel landed steadily at Blood City Airport. Gazing out through the ship's windows, one could see 3 vessels already stationed at the airport, including the one that arrived from Feng City. Students from 4 cities had gradually reached Blood City. At this moment, the buses arranged by Blood City were already lined up neatly at the edge of the airport. Each bus was spacious and comfortable, capable of easily accommodating 50 passengers. Teacher Zhou Xingchen methodically led 100 students from Nirvana Martial High's 3rd year to 2 waiting buses. These buses would take them directly to the training camp. With a mere half-hour journey from the airport to the camp, when the training camp was initially constructed, it was designed with the capacity to accommodate a staggering 100,000 individuals. Thus, the arrangement for 50,000 students and an additional 50,000 staff members to maintain the camp was meticulously calculated, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly without any oversight. The scale of the entire training camp is truly monumental, covering an area of 5 square kilometers. At this stage, 1/3 of Blood City's main area is occupied by this training camp. The training camp is meticulously divided into 14 sections, with the mysterious blood source thrown at its heart, surrounded by a core area spanning 1 kilometer. Within this core area stand 300 independent training rooms, each occupying 40 square meters and thoughtfully equipped with private bathrooms. The zones designated for warriors of the 2nd tier, encompassing rings 8 to 10, house 30,000 independent training rooms. The 5th to 7th rings cater to 3rd tier warriors, containing 20,000 training rooms. The 2nd to 4th rings are reserved for 4th tier warriors, featuring 3,000 independent training rooms. The most central 1st ring area is exclusively for 5th tier warriors, with a mere 300 independent training rooms. Beyond the core area lies a mid-ring zone, extending 1 kilometer wide, where various fully functional buildings have been erected, along with a bustling commercial street. This commercial avenue offers a plethora of goods, catering to students' diverse needs. The outermost 3-kilometer circular zone is evenly divided into 12 sections, filled with numerous residential buildings. Half of these serve as student dormitories, while the other half accommodates staff. The student dormitories provide single rooms, granting students a relatively private space. Lin Chen's dormitory is located in Building 9 of Fengcheng, room 1111, alongside his classmates, who also reside in Building 9, spanning from the 11th to the 15th floors, with 20 rooms on each level. After Lin Shun inspected his dormitory and tidied up a bit, he ventured out in search of Zhou Hashan. Upon finding Zhou Hashan, Lin Shun discovered him amiably mingling with Lin Fan, enthusiastically preparing to organize a group outing to the mid-ring area for a meal. After all, this was the first time they had left Fengcheng, arriving in such an unfamiliar and intriguing place, naturally igniting a desire to explore and savor the local delicacies. It must be said that Zhou Hashan is indeed well-versed in insider information, despite everyone being newcomers to the training camp. He navigated the surroundings with the familiarity of a local, efficiently arranging the group and considering every detail. Compared to Lin Fan, Zhou Hashan resembled a charismatic class leader, rallying his peers. However, in that moment, everyone was immersed in novelty and excitement, paying little heed to such details. Gathered around the dining table, the group relished the unique culinary offerings of Blood City. The distinct flavors burst upon their palates, captivating them as they savored this extraordinary cuisine for the first time, leaving many enchanted by its delightful taste. After the meal, the students began to disperse in small groups, eager to explore the mid-ring area and discover this fascinating locale. Lin Shun, preferring tranquility and less inclined to wander about aimlessly, opted for a tastefully decorated beverage shop, ordered a cold drink, and leisurely awaited Zhou Hashan's return after his reconnaissance. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Hashan finally returned. However, he was not alone. Classmates such as Dongfang Hongxiu, Lin Fan, Wang Ranran, Li Weijun, Dongfang Li, and Zhou Heming also entered the beverage shop together. Lin Shun noticed the somber expressions on their faces and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has transpired?" Zhou Hashan, bearing a serious demeanor, replied, "Chenggu, we have just uncovered some insider information. Someone has leveraged connections to reserve positions in the inner circle. What? This revelation struck Lin Chun like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhou Hashan continued. It appears that those responsible are not from our vicinity, but from a distant city. The specifics have been tightly sealed, and despite our efforts, we cannot ascertain further details. Lin Chun pressed on. Approximately how many positions have been taken? Zhou Hashan's brow furrowed as he responded. It is said that 1,000 positions have been reserved. Lin Chun had anticipated a mere handful of spots at most, so the sheer number was both shocking and somewhat inappropriate. I shall consult my grandfather to discern the situation. Meanwhile, you all should reach out to your elders to determine how this matter will be addressed. Lin Chun made a swift decision. The group nodded in agreement and began contacting their families, eager to uncover the truth behind the situation. In Fengcheng, strict adherence to rules had always been upheld, without resorting to connections for the sake of their descendants. However, if individuals from other cities brazenly violated the rules to seize resources, such behavior was utterly intolerable. The establishment of Blood City had required significant contributions from the 12 surrounding cities, thus creating a training camp centered around the Blood Source throne. With each city allotted 3,000 participation slots. Now was the time for these contributions to yield returns. And it was unacceptable for cities that had not participated to send representatives to claim benefits, especially through rule-breaking means. Grandfather, I have arrived at the training camp and have just gathered some intelligence. It is reported that 1,000 slots in the inner circle have been reserved. Please investigate whether this is true, Lin Chun conveyed to his grandfather, who also appeared troubled by the news. Chenair, I have not closely followed matters concerning the training camp. I will consult your third uncle for further investigation. You children must exercise caution, Lin Yuan replied. Understood, grandfather. We are aware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Chun affirmed, feeling a sense of reassurance as the communication ended. The saying where there's smoke, there's fire resonated with him. The fact that Zhou Hashan had managed to uncover this information indicated that there was likely a substantial issue at hand. The elders from the other 4 families were also in the dark about the situation, but pledged to investigate and would update them on the truth. Those present were descendants of the 3rd and 4th generations of their families, poised to eventually manage a portion of the family enterprises. Hence their training was tailored to meet the expectations of future heirs. They possessed varying degrees of influence within their families, and while their families would conduct investigations, they too would not remain idle, viewing this as a test of their resolve. Uncovering the truth behind this matter would undoubtedly lead to personal growth for those involved. Consequently, the assembly began to take action. Zhou Hashan and Zhou Heping reached out to their acquaintances, probing into the extent of the issue's dissemination. Dongfang Hongxiu and Dongfang Li contacted the manager of the Dongfang auction house in Blood City to ascertain whether any pertinent information could be gleaned from there. Wang Ranran connected with her cousin, who holds a significant position within the educational system at the City Lord's mansion, hoping she might possess unexpected insights related to the training camp. Li Weijun chose not to seek connections within Blood City. Instead, he reached out to his uncle serving in the city guard of Qingshan City, a nearby municipality that had refrained from aiding Blood City, known for its less than stellar reputation of greed and opportunism. Similarly, Lin Chun mirrored Li Weijun's approach by contacting his second uncle, who is expanding business interests in Ice City, another city that had not provided assistance to Blood City. Ice City, situated not far from Blood City, is home to a prominent 7th-tier family, whose influence is considerable, albeit tinged with the attitude of nouveau riche. Upon establishing contact, they elucidated the current circumstances. The stakes involved in this matter were substantial. Most second-generation leaders of families possessed cultivation levels of only the 4th or 5th tier, which meant that the Blood Source throne could still exert influence over them. With 3,000 positions available at the 4th tier and 300 at the 5th tier, none of the 12 cities, led by Feng City, had entertained any dubious intentions. All positions were open to students. Should the reserved spots belong to non-students, it could incite considerable unrest, potentially even leading to fatal consequences. Chapter 9. Turmoil at the Nirvana training camp. Gathering information takes time. The group settled into a beverage shop, patiently awaiting news. It was not solely Lin Chun and his companions who had discerned the underlying issues. Many well-informed students had also recognized the situation. Among the 50,000 students, 1/10 were scions of noble families, scattered across the 13 cities, rendering the matter impossible to conceal. Ironically, it was not the middle schoolers like Lin Chun who were most anxious, but rather the high school seniors facing imminent college entrance examinations. These students, with cultivation levels ranging from the lowest third tier to the highest fourth tier, comprise the main contenders for positions within the inner circle. The encroachment upon these coveted spots primarily affected the seniors, as students from other grades could still participate in the next training camp. However, such incidents of encroachment must be nipped in the bud. If allowed to fester, they could lead to further transgressions. It is imperative to address and discipline those who violate the rules. Otherwise, the future training camps would no longer belong to the 13 cities, but rather to the entire federation. In that scenario, the camps would be filled with well-connected individuals, with the foremost families from each city sending their descendants to reap the benefits, essentially engaging in an effortless act of plucking ripe fruit. A more severe consequence is that the children of commoners find themselves unable to even enter the gates, which completely contradicts the original intent of establishing the Nirvana training camp and represents a profound disrespect to the contributions made by the 12 cities. Legally, the Nirvana training camp is a collaborative project built by the 13 cities, intended for the citizens of all 13 cities. Thus, the descendants of these citizens are entitled to partake in the opportunities offered by the camp. It is a universally acknowledged principle that one must contribute in order to reap the rewards. One cannot merely appear when the benefits are available, as such behavior is utterly unethical and lacks legitimacy. It is precisely because the construction of new cities yields returns that whenever dimensional fragments emerge, nearby cities actively send representatives to strategize and, under federal guidance, contribute to the development of these new cities. Should it become commonplace for those cities or individuals who do not invest to simply reap the rewards after each new city is established, the resulting culture would lead to consequences that could not be easily rectified. Qingshan City serves as a poignant example. After a century of development, it remains stagnant, or even regressive, while Funching, established merely 60 years ago, has surpassed it in prosperity, even ranking higher than many others. This statement is purely fictional and bears no implications on any individual. Consider it a safeguard. 2 hours passed with no specific information forthcoming. Lin Shun and his companions decided to cease waiting and return to their dormitory to prepare for rest. Tomorrow, they would participate in the ranking competition, vying for higher positions to secure superior independent training chambers. Within each tier, the training chambers ranked higher offer increasingly better results in the same realm. No one considers themselves inferior to others, and even facing opponents of a higher tier is a common occurrence. One's realm cannot solely define their strength. The superficial realm serves merely as a reference. To truly gauge one's prowess, a genuine contest of skill must ensue. The federal government boasts remarkably advanced virtual reality technology. The virtual divine realm, a digital world crafted by the Blue Star human race using the collective strength of their entire civilization, achieves a remarkable similarity to reality, reaching 99.999. For any member of the human race, upon reaching the age of 12, they may register a virtual divine account and access this realm through specific devices. For the protection of students, those under 18 have limited functionalities available to them. They can access only 3 features: the Civilization Library, the Simulation Training Ground, and the latter ranking competition for ages 12 to 18. The Civilization Library houses all written works from the Blue Star human race throughout history, encompassing boundless knowledge. As long as one is willing to learn, there is an inexhaustible wealth of information to be gained. The Simulation Training Ground offers customizable modes, allowing users to recreate various combat scenarios and opponents, containing information on all enemies encountered by humanity. The latter ranking competition for ages 12 to 18, as the name implies, is a contest where young individuals within this age group battle for rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the potential, and the broader the future prospects. Currently, Lin Chen's ranking lies within the range of 8 billion to 9 billion. Among a total population of 9,000 trillion, 9 followed by 23 zeros, of the Blue Star human race, with those aged 12 to 18 constituting 15% of this total. In our country, the proportion of individuals in this age group is merely around 8%, indicating a somewhat skewed structure. Lin Chen's ranking is already quite commendable, placing him within the top tier, among the 1,350 trillion youths of the human race. He has at least secured a spot within the top 10 billion. The following morning, Lin Chen awoke from his meditation, and several messages popped up on his wristwatch. Originating from his grandfather Lin Yuan, his second uncle Lin He, Zhou Hashan, and Dongfang Hongxiu. It was evident that the matter concerning the predetermined quotas had reached a conclusion. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Shun grasped the circumstances surrounding the incident and felt quite satisfied with the outcome. The incident was instigated by traitors within Blood City, a faction that did not belong to the 12 cities. This faction, operating in secrecy from the Blood City Lord's mansion and the supervisory forces of the 12 cities, sold off 1,000 internal ring quotas. The resources acquired from this sale were pocketed by the traitorous faction, which was aware that such actions would inevitably be exposed. Yet they remained hopeful, intending to delay until the training camp commenced. They aimed to solidify their gains once the 1,000 quota purchasers arrived, thereby transforming raw intentions into reality. At that point, the forces backing these purchasers would undoubtedly unite to challenge the cooperative training camp established by the 13 cities. The side that had invested resources for the predetermined quotas naturally sought to obtain them, while the 13 cities, having gained nothing and suffered tangible losses, would not simply let the matter rest. As for the traitorous faction, their consequence would merely be dismissal and exile. However, the resources acquired from selling the quotas would have already been secured in their pockets, sufficient to elevate the entire faction by 1 rank on average. Subsequently, the 13 cities officially formed an alliance, centered around the Nirvana training camp, establishing a loosely knit organization to watch over one another and promote mutual development. Ultimately, the forces behind the 1,000 quota purchasers were diverse and unreliable. Even if they shared a common stance, their scattered divisions could not contend with the united and vigilant 13 cities alliance. Within a mere night, the traitorous faction was completely apprehended and dealt with severely, with the resources obtained from selling the quotas fully recovered. 80% of these resources were returned to the factions that had purchased the quotas, while the remaining 20% was allocated to the training camp for student development. Naturally, the purchasing factions were unwilling to accept this, but the 13 cities alliance was resolute. They could either accept the returned resources or remain in a stalemate, as the urgency was not on the side of the 13 cities alliance. The Nirvana training camp would not allow those 1,000 individuals to enter, leaving the purchasers with no recourse. Any pressure exerted would prove ineffective, as the situation was entirely unjustifiable, and no high-ranking figures or significant powers in the Federation were willing to endorse such unethical actions. Ultimately, they had no choice but to accept the return of resources, considering the loss of 20% as a lesson learned. The specific intricacies of the situation were not disclosed to Lin Chun and the other youths, but the general process unfolded as described. Culminating in a favorable outcome, the Nirvana training camp preserved its integrity and, henceforth, was legally regarded as a shared entity of the 13 cities, with the quotas belonging collectively to them. With the matter of the predetermined quotas concluded, the training camp officially commenced its operations. On the first day, the ranking challenge began. The training camp assigns each student a cultivation room number based on their level of mastery. Lin Shun, at the initial stage of a third-tier martial artist, is initially assigned to cultivation room 1020 of the 6th ring. The ranking challenge consists of 2 phases, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The intra-ring challenge allows students to compete only against others within the same ring. During this phase, Lin Chun can challenge the 1-0-19 students ranked above him in the 6th ring. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., the inter-ring challenge permits students to challenge those in inner rings. In this phase, Lin Chun is eligible to challenge students occupying rooms in the 5th ring and above. If successful, he may exchange room numbers. After having breakfast, Lin Chun returns to his dormitory. At 7:30 a.m., he wastes no time and enters the virtual realm through his wristwatch. In the virtual realm, within the Nirvana training camp area, each student possesses a designated preparation space, but may also request to join a class preparation space. The preparation space for Class 1 of the 3rd year at the Nirvana Martial Arts High School, composed of 30 students, gradually fills as they await the official start of the challenge at 8 a.m. Classmates, act according to your abilities. The primary goal is to maintain your current position, and if you have the capacity, challenge those ranked above you to achieve a better standing, advises their homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, before the challenges commence, ready to console any student who might be successfully challenged. He has numerous responsibilities today, including arranging suitable opponents for each student based on internal information, thereby enhancing their rankings and securing a better cultivation environment for them. As a homeroom teacher, his role encompasses much more than merely monitoring academic performance. He must also consider the mental well-being of his students, guiding them appropriately while fostering their resilience and honing their martial spirit. This is the first time his students participate in a city-level competition, where youths aged 12 to 18 from across 13 cities converge to establish rankings through contests. This process is, to some extent, ruthless. Local talents may find themselves average in a broader context. It is during such times that Zhou Xingqin's role becomes evident. Accepting one's mediocrity while striving forward is far more challenging than merely accepting oneself as a genius. Chapter 10. Ranking Competition and Cultivation. As the clock strikes 8. The 30 students of Class 1 do not choose to passively await challenges, but instead target the opponents listed by their homeroom teacher. Simultaneously, Lin Chen selects 10 challengers whose rankings are between 500 and 800 in the 6th ring, hoping for a stroke of luck to secure a match. A second later, it is clear that fortune is not on Lin Chen's side. All his chosen targets are already engaged in challenges, and he himself has been selected by numerous others as a target, resulting in an automatic match. His challenger is from room 1520 in the 6th ring. Greetings, Senior. I am Nangong Shan from the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Blood City, Class 3 of the 2nd year. Hello, Junior. I am Lin Chen from Fengqing Nirvana Martial Arts High School, Class 1 of the 3rd year. The two opponents exchanged names, a rather uncommon maneuver, typically. Encounters commence with a zero-frame initiation, wherein each party unleashes their signature moves, relying solely on reflexes. Following their naming, both still initiated with 0 frames. Lin Chen employed mental shock, while Nangong Shan utilized fearless charge. Lin Chen's naming served to assess the strength of his opponent's mental prowess, while Nangong Shan's was intended to gather energy for a formal assault, neither being of the mundane realm. Ultimately, Lin Chen proved to be the more formidable. As a mental adept invariably surpasses a martial artist of the same tier, it is customary to confront adversaries one rank above. A first-tier mental adept equates to a second-tier martial artist, and Lin Chen, being a late-stage second-tier mental adept, was comparable to a late-stage third-tier martial artist. With a singular application of mental shock, Lin Chen forcefully interrupted Nangong Shan's charge, incapacitating him with a state of dizziness, before dispatching him with a flurry of flying knives aimed at his heart, head, throat, and other vulnerable areas. As Nangong Shan was declared deceased, Lin Chen emerged victorious, securing his position and returning to the preparation space, where he was granted a minute of respite from combat. Zhou Xingqin had been closely observing Lin Chen. Through a swift and decisive battle, he surmised that Lin Chen possessed the capability to contend within the upper echelons of the 5th tier and the rear ranks of the 4th tier. Thus, he felt emboldened in arranging Lin Chen's opponents. During the minute of invulnerability, Lin Chen could not be challenged but could extend challenges to others. He simultaneously issued challenges to 20 individuals. Upon initiating the challenges, he successfully matched with number 435 of the 6th tier, Su Xingnan. Su Xingnan commenced with a 0-frame attack, unleashing a colossal blade of wind that sliced through the air and reached Lin Chen in an instant. Anticipating the 0-frame initiation from others, Lin Chen promptly conjured a shield of mental energy and a blood vitality barrier, successfully blocking the wind blade. His offensive mental shock also nullified Su Xingnan's follow-up, leaving her dazed, and the subsequent flying knives claimed her life. Only mental adepts can contend with other mental adepts, or martial artists 2 ranks higher. One must either vanquish magic with magic or overpower with sheer force. Within the 6th tier, there were numerous mental adepts akin to Lin Chen, who were quite aware. Unless there were no suitable targets, they would abstain from challenging fellow mental adepts, opting instead to prey upon martial artists. Over the course of an hour, Lin Chen issued 7 challenges and faced 9, emerging victorious each time, solidifying his rank at 74 in the 6th tier. Among the 73 individuals ahead of him, 2/3 were mental adepts, while the remainder consisted of late-stage, 3rd-tier martial artists possessing unique skills to withstand mental adepts. As another challenge commenced, Lin Chen found himself on the receiving end. Number 195 of the 6th tier, Jiang Yan, appeared on the arena. The moment Lin Chen beheld Jiang Yan, he was obliterated, eliminated in an instant, scarcely comprehending the nature of his opponent's assault. What transpired, old classmate? Jiang Yan just annihilated me. The combination of a unique talent with a specialized profession culminated in a method of instant elimination. With a probability of 3, Lin Chen, you were rather unfortunate. Encountering this very probability, Lin Chen found himself in a predicament, confronting a peculiar mechanism and, unfortunately, triggering an adverse situation. His defeat was hardly unjust. After all, he was merely an ordinary martial artist and mentalist. Encountering a mechanism creature and failing was a rather typical outcome. Undeterred by his initial defeat, Lin Shan chose to continue challenging himself, gradually improving his ranking. Within the top 100 of the 6th ring, every contender possessed unique skills. Lin Shan experienced both victories and losses, yet overall, he triumphed more often than not, securing his position at the 32nd spot in the 6th ring. Although his progress had begun to slow, the 31 competitors ahead of him each had their own distinctive attributes, and despite Lin Shan's utmost efforts, he found himself losing more than winning. By the end of the morning's ranking matches, Lin Shan had ascended to the 28th position in the 6th ring, with the 27 competitors before him demonstrating superiority. Many of them were exceptional talents capable of excelling in the inner rings of the 4th and 3rd. In his class, there were 2 individuals ranked higher than Lin Shan: Dongfang Hongxiu, who held the 2nd position in the 6th ring, and Lin Fan, who was 5th. Both were formidable. Dongfang Hongxiu's profession and innate talent granted her combat prowess comparable to that of a 4th-tier warrior, while Lin Fan employed various mechanisms as if he were endowed with special abilities. Although Lin Shan had not faced either of them in battle, their performances indicated that he would be unable to overcome them, at best managing to resist for a few minutes. The top position in the 6th ring belonged to Jiang Yan, who possessed a lethal mechanism capable of instantaneous kills. In lower tiers, this ability was overwhelmingly dominant, rendering even the likes of Dongfang Hongxiu and Lin Fan vulnerable to defeat. After a 2-hour intermission for meals and rest, the afternoon's cross-ring ranking matches commenced. Following Zhou Xingchen's strategy, Lin Shan first challenged the lower-ranked students in the 5th ring, methodically aiming to enhance his ranking while solidifying his position there. He intended to challenge those in the 4th ring during the final half-hour, hoping to sneak into that realm. Success would be splendid. Failure would merely be due to unfortunate circumstances, as long as he maintained a safety net. Lin Shan was not alone in this strategy. Other capable students aiming for the 4th ring had similar intentions, leading to a relatively low frequency of challenges in the early stages as they awaited the final moments to seize opportunities. Time swiftly passed, and 3.5 hours had elapsed. Lin Shan's ranking stabilized at 888 in the 5th ring, while Dongfang Hongxiu held steady at 126. And Lin Fan exhibited remarkable prowess, securing the 33rd position. The disparity among them widened, showcasing the brilliance of talent and profession. Lin Shan, akin to a blank slate, had achieved much, with his lineage playing a significant role. The final half-hour of competition was fiercely contested, with Lin Shan repeatedly challenging the lower-ranked students in the 4th ring, only to face numerous setbacks. Ultimately, he succeeded in entering the 4th ring, securing his rank at 1498, with only 2 positions above him before he would fall back to the 5th ring. It was a narrow escape, as he nearly plummeted back down. Brother Chun, you possess a certain prowess, stepping into the 4th ring without relying on talent or profession to contend with a host of 4th-tier high school students. I can hardly imagine how formidable you will become in the future. Hishan, your praise seems a touch exaggerated. Ha ha ha. Chenggu, you are indeed impressive. Most of the students in Class 1 have achieved their desired ranks, with only a few being unfortunate and falling behind. In 2 weeks, there will be another ranking challenge. This competition serves both to solidify the progress of the students through combat and to provide those ranked lower with a chance to surpass their peers. As the night passed quietly, at 6 a.m., 50,000 students emerged from their dormitories, converging into the core area. Lin Shan, Dongfang Hongxiu, and Lin Fan are among the 3 students from the Nirvana Martial Arts Middle School who have obtained the coveted 4-ring numbers, so they walk together. Upon entering the 4-ring zone, the trio separates. Lin Shan holds the number plate 1498 and enters the training room designated for him. Dongfang Hongxiu and Lin Fan rank higher, positioned within the 800 to 900 range. Thus, they must continue further into the area. The 4-ring training room 1498 offers significant assistance to early-stage 4th-tier martial artists, and Lin Shan, being an early-stage 3rd tier, will undoubtedly benefit greatly from it. The room spans 40 square meters and is equipped with an independent bathroom and a small bedroom. For the next half-month, Lin Shan will reside in this training room, fully prepared with food and various extraordinary resources stored in his storage ring, sufficient to support his extensive training. The retreat begins. Lin Shan sets the training room to closed-door mode. For half a month, unless an urgent matter arises, he will not step outside the training room. From 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., he practices the 86th edition of Blood Essence Refinement. From 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., he takes a meal and rests. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., he engages in the 42nd edition of Body Tempering Technique. From 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., he has dinner. From 6:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., he focuses on martial arts techniques to enhance his combat prowess. From 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. the following day, he practices the Fire and Ashes meditation method. From 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., he has breakfast and relaxes his body. Lin Chun has devised his training plan, and with a conducive environment, he aims to refine at least 2,000 points of blood essence and increase his mental strength by over 200 points. Stepping into the realm of a third-tier mentalist, let the endeavor commence with determination. Chapter 11. Conclusion of the training camp and improvement of qualifications. Half a month swiftly passed, and Lin Chun emerged from his retreat. Taking a deep breath, he felt a slight disorientation from such an extended period of continuous training. Opening the door to the training room, he gazed at the sky, now adorned with 2 bright moons, and felt as though he were hallucinating. He had been in retreat for half a month, not several epochs. He distinctly remembered the sky originally hosting only 1 moon, now transformed into 2. Reaching for the book of Lao Deng, Lin Shan began to check the group chat messages from the past 15 days of his retreat. Since acquiring the book of Lao Deng, Lin Chun has found it immensely useful. He typically remains a silent observer in the group chat, checking every few days to gather information shared within, quietly observing the occurrences in this world. After reviewing the group chat messages from the past 15 days, Lin Chun uncovered the truth behind the emergence of the second bright moon in the sky. 13 days ago, the ancestral figure of the Shen family, the moon god, took a pivotal step, transforming into the luminous moon, thus becoming the second bright moon illuminating the territories of humanity. The appearance of this second bright moon has had a profound impact on practitioners of the lunar path, enhancing their strength and potential by an impressive 30 to 100%. The coming millennia will mark a period of dominance for practitioners of the lunar path, heralded as the children of the Virgin. In addition to the lunar practitioners, those of the nocturnal path have also significantly benefited, followed thereafter by practitioners from other paths who will reap the rewards brought forth by the second bright moon. The most immediate advantage for Lin Chun from this celestial phenomenon is a 30% increase in the concentration of heavenly energy, resulting in an improved overall cultivation environment and a 5% reduction in the difficulty of breaking through realms. Should Lin Chun ascend to become a transcendent of the lunar path in the future, the benefits he can enjoy will only continue to amplify. Returning to the matter at hand, the future remains uncertain. After a fortnight apart, the classmates gathered for a meal before returning to their dormitories to rest. The 15 days of closed-door cultivation had left everyone somewhat fatigued, their mental energies overstretched. While meditation can serve as a substitute for sleep, it ultimately fails to provide the restorative benefits of deep slumber. The night passed quietly, and the following morning heralded the commencement of a new round of ranking challenge matches. During the morning session, Lin Chun diligently pursued his goals, stabilizing his rank at 788 in the 4th ring, after which he encountered challenges that hindered further progress. In the afternoon, he focused solely on maintaining his current ranking, determined not to fall back into the 5th ring. Thanks to his fortnight of closed-door cultivation, Lin Chun advanced to the early stage of a third-tier mentalist, achieving a mental power value of 1125 points. His martial arts realm broke through to the early stage of a martial artist, with a vitality value reaching 4,286 points, resulting in a significant overall enhancement of his strength. While he progressed, so did others. However, Lin Chun's advancement was comparatively more substantial. The resources he expended over these 15 days were valued at over 10 million. Giving him a distinct advantage over his peers who either utilized little to no resources, relying solely on their innate talents and the surrounding environment for cultivation. Wealth indeed has the power to facilitate advancement, and Lin Chun happens to be among the affluent, indeed, one of the wealthiest. After another 15 days of seclusion, his progress remained commendably balanced, mirroring the substantial gains he achieved during his previous period of closed-door cultivation. Name: Lin Chun. Age: 14 and a half. Gender: male. Cultivation: mid-level 3rd stage martial master, 6595. Spirit: 3rd stage spirit master, 1588, techniques. 1986, blood refinement technique. 1942, body forging technique. Ember meditation method, martial skills. Basic fist technique. Basic movement technique. Basic weapon strike. Mountain crushing fist, low-level profound. Ethereal body technique, low-level profound. Withered wood blade technique, mid-level profound. Spirit techniques, spirit shockwave, high-level profound. Blade control technique, high-level profound. Spirit shield, high-level profound. Spirit impact, mid-level profound. Items, high-level profound crimson flame blade, high-level profound circular light armor. This is not a natural attribute panel. It is derived from the functional page of the Old Deng's book, serving as a concise summary for ease of viewing. Lin Chun returned to the dormitory, tidying his belongings as the month-long training camp came to a close, and it was time for him to return to Feng City. Tomorrow, the camp would officially conclude, and they would depart. Having not seen his grandparents for a month, he felt a tinge of longing. Lin Chun sought out Zhou Heshan, only to find that Zhou appeared as gaunt as a deer, his vitality considerably diminished. "Brother Chun, I've lost weight. I can see that. After a month of diligent training, you have indeed become a bit lean. It's merely a side effect of excessive body forging. Are you short on resources? Not at all. It's a consequence of the technique. The leaner one becomes, the greater their mastery of the technique. Once my weight rebounds, my strength will surge, and the body forging will bear fruit." All right, such a miraculous technique. Lin Chun found himself unable to comment on this method. He was still practicing the techniques released by the Federation. To cultivate the core foundational techniques of the Xiankong Mountain Lin family, one must reach the 4th stage. Similarly, the meditation method and body forging technique require one to attain the level of 4th stage spirit master to begin their practice. Once again, the class gathered for a meal, enjoying a delightful evening filled with food and laughter. Lin Chun packed a considerable amount of blood-related delicacies to take home for his grandparents, and his classmates followed suit, also packing food to share with their families. A night passed without incident. The following day, everyone boarded the spaceship home, sailing smoothly and safely back to Feng City. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." Upon entering the Lin family villa, Lin Chun called out eagerly. Lin Yuan and Luo Ziyuan had already settled on the living room sofa, waiting for Lin Chun's return. After a month apart, the elderly couple missed him dearly. Lin Chun recounted all his experiences at the training camp, sharing his growth and emphasizing the battles he had lost, seeking comfort from his elders. Finally, Lin Chun presented the packed blood-related delicacies for the two elders to taste. Naturally, they were delighted, feeling proud of Lin Chun's maturity and satisfied with his filial piety. Time flowed like a river, and soon Lin Chun turned 15. Having graduated from middle school, he was ready to enter high school. Following the conclusion of his 15th birthday banquet, Lin Chun eagerly conducted a comprehensive physical examination for himself. A qualification testing machine valued at 100 million stood in the corner of Lin Chun's bedroom, purchased when he was merely 12 years old, and only now has it become useful. Among the Blue Star inhabitants, natural potential ceases to develop entirely upon reaching the age of 15, at which point one can utilize resources to enhance their acquired abilities. Prior to the age of 15, it is indeed possible to employ resources to augment one's potential. However, it ultimately affects the growth of innate qualities, the extent of which is a topic of much debate. Over time, it has become customary and accepted that enhancing acquired abilities after the age of 15 is the norm, and few dare to wager on the specific impact of enhancing acquired potential before this age on the growth of innate qualities. Human understanding recognizes 7 innate qualities. 1. Physical strength, the upper limit of bodily capability. 2. Soul strength, the maximum potential of mental fortitude. 3. Elemental strength, the quality threshold of elemental energy. 4. Elemental resistance, the upper limit of resistance to elemental energy. 5. Comprehension, the perception of abstract concepts such as knowledge, rules, and the universe. 6. Root bone, the rate of absorption of extraordinary resources. 7. Spirituality, the perception of abstract notions such as cognition, memes, pollution, and assimilation. Innate quality analysis report. Physical strength, 62. Soul strength, 116. Elemental strength, 88. Elemental resistance, 51. Comprehension, 53. Root bone, 56. Spirituality, 78. The higher the values of these 7 innate qualities, the broader the path to the extraordinary. For ordinary individuals, the values remain constant at 1, where 1 point signifies the potential to become a first-tier life form. For every subsequent increase of 2 points, the life tier ascends by 1. Lin Chen's innate qualities are quite commendable, all exceeding 5 points. Theoretically sufficient to support his progression to the 3rd tier, beyond which he may struggle. His spiritual aptitude is particularly strong, enabling him to advance to the 5th tier before encountering limitations. Innate qualities cease to grow at the age of 15. Thereafter, any growth pertains solely to acquired qualities. Acquired Quality Analysis Report. Physical Strength, 08, 124. The number in brackets indicates the growth limit. Soul Strength, 25, 232. Elemental Strength, 03, 176. Elemental Resistance, 01, 102. Comprehension, 06, 106. Root Bone, 09, 112. Spirituality, 13, 156. Lin Chen had not previously utilized resources to enhance his qualities, resulting in modest values for his acquired potential, which have grown naturally through daily life. Under conventional methods, the upper limit for the growth of acquired qualities is twice that of innate qualities. Once this limit is reached, the acquired qualities stabilize. Unless divine-grade items can be used to elevate innate qualities, the growth of acquired potential remains constrained by innate qualities, rendering further enhancement impossible. Lin Chen's acquired qualities possess considerable room for growth, albeit the resources required for such enhancement are immense. In the range of 0 to 5 points for acquired qualities, an average of 100 million federal coins in resources is needed for each point of increase. In the range of 5 to 10 points, each increment of 1 point requires an average consumption of 500 million federal coins in resources. In the interval from 10 to 15 points, every additional point necessitates an average expenditure of 3 billion federal coins. Beyond the 15-point mark, each subsequent increase demands a resource consumption equivalent to double that of the preceding point's growth. To elevate from 14 to 15 points requires 5 billion federal coins. Thus, advancing to 16 points will necessitate a staggering 7 billion federal coins. The enhancement of one's innate talents is an endeavor that is profoundly costly, making it a pursuit only feasible for those of substantial wealth. It is my aspiration that by the age of 20, my innate capabilities will reach their zenith. Even if perfection eludes me, I hope to surpass 10 points, thereby maximizing the effects of my talents when activated. Lin Chen has set himself a lofty goal, one that demands considerable financial resources. Given his current financial standing, he can only afford the growth in the initial 0 to 5 point range. Chapter 12. Enhancing Talents and Accumulating Wealth. Upon reaching the age of 15, young humans often become consumed by a desire for wealth, as no amount of money seems sufficient. Daily cultivation requires funding, and improving one's innate talents similarly demands financial investment. Everything necessitates monetary support. At this stage, regardless of one's innate capabilities, all individuals yearn for riches. Those endowed with superior innate talents aspire to amplify their abilities, accelerating their cultivation in a snowball effect, progressing swiftly. Conversely, individuals with lesser innate talents strive to enhance their acquired skills, accumulating points to keep pace with their more gifted peers, unwilling to be distanced further by their brilliance. The higher one's innate talent score, the faster one can cultivate in the corresponding direction. For instance, a score of 10 allows for markedly quicker advancement than a score of 9. Excluding external factors like resources, the cultivation speed of a 10-point talent surpasses that of a 9-point talent by approximately 20, a significant disparity indeed. Lin Chen finds himself in a mediocre position regarding his innate talents, a rather uncomfortable predicament. Fortunately, he possesses the means to generate wealth. At the age of 10, his family's status elevated him to level 10, providing an annual cultivation budget of 1 billion. Now, 5 years later, he has yet to utilize this total of 5 billion for development, making it an opportune moment to invest in enhancing his innate talents. Furthermore, Lin Chen is not lacking in the resources necessary for daily cultivation, as his family allocates an annual support fund of 5 million. The family business, established from his parents' inheritance, has flourished, yielding annual dividends of 50 million. Additionally, the third branch of the family contributes a yearly profit ranging from 120 to 130 million. Excluding the 1 billion annual cultivation budget from the family's level 10 status, Lin Chen has approximately 170 to 180 million available each year for resource acquisition. Over the past 5 years, he has utilized less than 200 million for his personal development, leaving him with 1 billion untouched. Consequently, Lin Chun now has access to a total of 1 billion, requiring only 5 billion to elevate his 7 acquired talents from 0 to 5 points. This leaves him with a surplus of 6 billion, sufficient to raise 1 talent to a score of 10. Lin Chun found himself at a loss regarding the optimal way to utilize the sum of money in his possession to achieve the greatest effect. Trusting in his family, he turned once again to his grandparents, hoping to glean some inspiration and prior experience from them. "Grandfather, I seek your counsel," he said. "Ah, Chun, is it regarding the enhancement of your acquired talents?" his grandfather inquired. "Yes, grandfather. I would be grateful for any suggestions you might have. This matter is not particularly difficult. Our human race has developed over several 100,000 years, and especially during the 3 millennia of the Federation's growth, we have established a comprehensive process for enhancing acquired talents." As he spoke, Lin Yuan retrieved a technological device resembling a tablet from his storage ring. "Chun, input your innate and acquired talent test results into this device. The highly advanced mechanical intelligence from the ancestral grounds of the floating mountain will provide you with the most suitable enhancement plan, capable of projecting your talents up to a maximum of 30 points. "Understood, grandfather." Following the guidance, Lin Chun entered his acquired talent test results into the tablet. Within moments, a series of messages appeared on the screen. Based on Lin Chun's specific circumstances, it was deduced that enhancing 7 aspects of his acquired talents to a level of 5 points would require an expenditure of 3 billion Federation coins. Furthermore, he could immediately place an order to purchase the necessary resources from the floating mountain's treasury for the same amount. This was a small benefit afforded by their large family. As long as the funds were sufficient, one could acquire the required resources from the family, limited to those for talent enhancement, in the range of 5 to 10 points. The cost for enhancing the 7 aspects varied. The expenses were as follows: physical strength at 1 billion, soul strength at 8 billion, elemental strength at 2 billion, elemental resistance at 9 billion, insight at 5 billion, root bone at 7 billion, and spirituality at 3 billion, summing up to a total of 2 billion Federation coins. For the range of 10 to 15 points, the costs were physical strength at 2 billion, soul strength at 8 billion, elemental strength at 3 billion, elemental resistance at 2 billion, insight at 8 billion, root bone at 3 billion, and spirituality at 35 billion, resulting in a total expenditure of 1 billion Federation coins. In the range of 15 to 20 points, the costs were soul strength at 145 billion, elemental strength at 9 billion, and spirituality at 9 billion, amounting to 209 billion Federation coins. For the range of 20 to 25 points, only soul strength remained, requiring 170 billion Federation coins. Given that several of Lin Chun's acquired talents could not be enhanced beyond 15 points, the expenses in the 10 to 15 points range were not excessive. However, the upper limits for his soul strength were 232, elemental strength 176, and spirituality 156. The enhancement of just these 3 aspects of acquired talent would necessitate an investment of 479 billion Federation coins. In total, Lin Chun would require resources amounting to 483.5 billion Federation coins to fully realize his acquired talents. "Grandfather, grandmother, is this expenditure normal?" "Chun, this expense is relatively reasonable. Your talents surpass ours. In the past, I invested over 300 billion federal coins to elevate various qualifications to their maximum potential, while your grandmother, spending somewhat less, allocated over 270 billion federal coins. Indeed, a staggering total of 483 billion federal coins. I ponder how many years it would take to earn such an amount. Patience is essential. There is no need for haste. In 2 days, my qualifications will rise to 5 points. Combined with my innate abilities, I will face no obstacles before reaching the 5th tier. Once I attain that stage, earning will become significantly simpler." "Grandfather, I understand." Lin Chun promptly placed an order on the platform, deducting 23 billion federal coins, followed by spending an additional 28 billion to acquire the resources necessary to elevate his soul strength from 5 to 10 points. 51 billion federal coins were deducted, and the platform indicated that the resources would be dispatched from the suspended mountain to the Lin family's villa in Fengsheng within 3 days. Chinner, your talent ensures that haste is unnecessary. Steady and measured progress is key. The future holds your glorious moments. You are still young and should not bear excessive pressure. Grandmother, I understand. It is merely a habitual urgency. We have all traversed this path. Adjust your mindset and gradually adapt. Understood, grandmother. I shall not disturb you any longer. Good night. Good night, Chinner. After bidding good night to his grandparents, Lin Chin returned to his room with his tablet. It was his birthday, and he decided to forego training for the evening, opting instead to rest and enjoy a good night's sleep. 3 days later, Lin Shun received the resources required to enhance his qualifications, a total of 35 items. Following the instructions, he could elevate all his acquired qualifications to 5 points and his soul strength to 10 points within a month. A month swiftly passed. Lin Chen's qualifications saw a remarkable enhancement. Physical strength, 625, 112, soul strength, 11, 610, 216, elemental strength, 885, 138, elemental resistance, 515, 101, comprehension, 535, 103, root bone, 565, 106, spirituality, 785, 128 at this juncture. All of Lin Chen's qualifications exceeded 10 points, paving a smooth path towards the extraordinary before reaching the 5th tier. With mere resource accumulation, his cultivation could naturally ascend to the 5th tier. His soul strength surpassed 20 points, reaching the pinnacle of the mental discipline at the 10th tier. It appears he is more suited to pursue the path of a mentalist. Once his acquired qualifications are fully developed and his soul strength exceeds 30 points, his qualification ceiling will ascend to a divine level. Of course, reaching the qualification limit does not preclude further breakthroughs. However, the growth of cultivation becomes gradual. Each increment in cultivation requires an immense amount of resources, and whether in minor or major realms, bottlenecks will inevitably arise. The KJing phenomenon is the most common predicament encountered after reaching the qualification limit. Although the human population is vast, the majority remains below the 4th tier, with those above the 4th tier comprising less than 1/10,000th. The issue of qualifications is particularly severe. Not everyone possesses the wealth to enhance their acquired qualifications. Even to elevate a single acquired qualification from 0 to 5 requires 500 million federal coins, a sum beyond the reach of most. When the time comes to possess such wealth, one will inevitably be advanced in age, likely with a family and children, necessitating the allocation of funds towards their upbringing and development. Thus, this cycle continues, with only a select few steadfastly enhancing their inherent capabilities in hopes of traversing further along the extraordinary path. Indeed, possessing high aptitude is advantageous. I could swiftly ascend to the 4th tier martial master realm, yet alas, I find myself lacking in financial resources, uncertain of how to acquire wealth. Lin Chen sighed, his mind consumed solely with the notion of amassing money. Chapter 13. The martial artist's life is precious. Yet one must possess the courage to strive relentlessly upon entering high school. Lin Chen's outward routine bore little distinction from that of his middle school days. However, the essence of his spirit had transformed entirely. In middle school, he harbored no intense aspirations, merely focusing on his cultivation without the burdens of financial resources, living a carefree existence. High school, however, presented a different reality. The expenses associated with enhancing one's postnatal aptitude loomed over him like a colossal mountain, compounded by the urgency of only 3 years remaining until the college entrance examination. At Nirvana Martial High, within the first class of the martial science track, the same cohort remained intact. Lin Shun and his classmates advanced directly, all opting for the martial science path, solidifying their position in Class 1. For martial students, cultural subjects account for merely 10 of the college entrance examination, and as long as one diligently studies the cultural knowledge from middle to high school, that 10 is guaranteed. The curriculum for martial students is significantly altered. One cultural class per week serves as a reprieve, while all other courses focus on martial arts. Classes in vitality, meditation, physical conditioning, and practical combat fill their days, with 4 sessions daily over a 5-day week, establishing a consistent template. Now, with less than a month since the school year commenced, Lin Chen observed a profound shift in the class's atmosphere, as well as in himself. Brother Chun, I am so impoverished. You're poor. And I am too. The deficit of several billion federal coins is utterly insurmountable. Sai, how can we possibly acquire funds? Your connections are extensive. Surely you have some solutions? Brother Chun, you overestimate me. I can muster 1 or 2 million, but 20 billion is beyond my reach. There must be a way. Lin Shin was not alone in his financial struggles to enhance his aptitude. Most 15-year-olds found themselves in a similar predicament. They lacked significant sums, yet possessed small amounts. The sole advantage of the scions of affluent families lies in their ability to advance slightly faster within the aptitude range of 0 to 5. Yet beyond that, their potential mirrors that of ordinary individuals. Ambitious heirs, such as Zhou Hashan and Dongfang Hongxiu, have managed to elevate 1 or 2 aspects of their postnatal aptitude to 5 points, only to subsequently find themselves ensnared in the same financial quandary as Lin Chun. Family resources cannot be monopolized by a single individual. Among 3 generations of youth, securing any support is commendable, and to obtain more, one must prove their worth or earn it independently. In this regard, students from humble backgrounds can swiftly adapt to the pressures and disparities. They start with nothing. Harboring low expectations, any form of advancement is perceived as a gain. Without funds, one must strive to earn, accumulating wealth gradually while meticulously managing resources. In doing so, one can enhance innate qualities over time, thereby bolstering personal advantages. In Hashan, how do other high school students amass wealth? What methods lead to substantial earnings? Lin Chun finds himself somewhat uninformed on this matter. He envisions perilous endeavors such as exploring stargates, given that they are all martial artists with formidable individual combat prowess. His understanding remains limited, for he had never lacked for money or resources, thus the concept of earning was foreign to him. I can elucidate this for you. At this moment, Lin Fan deftly interjected, as the class's prodigious commoner, lacking in lineage but rich in talent. Since the first year of junior high, he had been devising ways to generate income with notable success. Without the school's provided resources, even with his innate talent, he could not have achieved his current near 4th rank martial sovereign level and maintained a combat capability in the mid-4th rank. Class monitor, please share your insights. Lin Chun, coming to realize that a peer of such caliber existed within their ranks, felt he had a reliable path to follow. As martial artists with significant individual strength, the path to earning was clear, provided they could overcome the fear of confronting hostile entities such as wild beasts in the wilderness. Exploring stargates, venturing into the wild to hunt beasts, gathering resources, and delving into dimensional fragments are all lucrative pursuits. Lin Fan spoke with confidence. In this domain, he could be considered a seasoned veteran. With 3 years of experience exploring the wilderness, stargates, and subterranean realms, he was far more knowledgeable than many seasoned individuals. As for dimensional fragments, he recognized his current inadequacy and unworthiness to participate, yet he remained patient, knowing opportunities would arise in due time. Class monitor, take me along. Lin Shin sensed the aura of strength emanating from Lin Fan's words, a promise of thrilling adventures. If you do not seek me out, I shall seek you. Recently, Hong Xiu and I discovered an underground ruin within a 4th rank cavern. I estimate that if we successfully conquer it, we could reap treasures worth over 1 billion. Divided among the 3 of us, each would gain 300 to 400 million. Class monitor, please provide further details. Certainly, I will send you the specifics shortly. If you agree to join me in exploring the ruin, we can set off the day after tomorrow. It should take us a day or 2 to conquer the site. Agreed. Upon concluding their discussion, Lin Chun and Lin Fan noticed their classmates eagerly gazing at Lin Fan, hoping he would include them in his plans. They dared not aspire to the ruins themselves. Only Lin Fan, Dongfang Hongxiu, and Lin Chun were deemed worthy of a 4th rank cavern. The rest, lacking the requisite combat strength, would only serve to complicate matters and invite danger. One must act within their means and avoid unrealistic ambitions. The price of overreaching is often one's life. My fellow classmates, I shall not be selective. I have compiled information regarding the 3rd rank caverns and stargates within Fengcheng. You may choose to form teams for exploration. On the occasion of our inaugural expedition, it is advisable to enlist the steadfast team comprised of our senior year classmates, allowing the seasoned upperclassmen to guide us through several exploratory ventures. They possess a comprehensive understanding of the subterranean realms and the requisite precautions for traversing the stargates, ensuring we are well prepared. The wilderness presents an intricate tapestry of challenges, and within a 500-kilometer radius of Fengcheng, the high-value beasts and resources have largely been appropriated by predecessors. Not only are the dangers considerable, but the potential rewards are also minimal, making such an undertaking ill-advised. As Lin Fan articulated these thoughts, he simultaneously disseminated the information he had gathered to the class group, recommending 5 reputable and principled senior teams. "Thank you, class monitor," echoed the voices of his classmates. Unbeknownst to them, their homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, had quietly entered the classroom, observing the proceedings with a sense of satisfaction. With Lin Fan, a class monitor of considerable experience, at the helm, many tasks were alleviated, and his frequent excursions into the subterranean and Stargate domains rendered him more knowledgeable than Zhou, who had been out of the loop for quite some time. "Lin Fan, you shall lead today's lesson, sharing your experiences regarding the perils of the subterranean, stargates, and wilderness with your classmates," Zhou Xingchen stated, providing Lin Fan with a platform to speak. Lin Fan took a moment to gather his thoughts and began recounting the dangers he had encountered during his explorations over the years. Listening intently, Lin Shun was particularly apprehensive about mortality and valued his life greatly. The wisdom imparted by Lin Fan was broadly applicable and offered significant insights for Lin Chen. The uncharted subterranean realms and stargates lie beyond the dominion of humanity, governed not by laws, but by the primal law of survival of the fittest. In the wild, the greatest threats often come from one's own kind. If there exists even one individual among 100 who harbors ill intentions, then vigilance must be exercised against all, as malevolence does not announce itself. This reality is fundamentally inescapable. One can only proceed with caution and readiness for any eventuality. As Lin Fan recounted tales of deceit, betrayal, and the fratricidal struggles for resources, Lin Shun felt a growing unease, diminishing his desire to explore ruins or venture into the subterranean and stargates. In truth, there was no need for such recklessness. Remaining securely within the city and allowing decades to pass would naturally lead to personal growth, rendering the urgency to compete in the present unnecessary. Unlike others, his innate talent afforded him the luxury of caution. The absence of immediate profit was inconsequential, merely resulting in a slower pace of cultivation. Lin Chen's mind incessantly sought justifications for his retreat, each one reasonable and aligned with his circumstances. However, he resolved that he must take this crucial step forward and not falter. Otherwise, his future would remain bleak, even if he possessed formidable potential, an ephemeral illusion, easily shattered. Thus, Lin Chen steeled himself, understanding that stagnation in martial arts equates to regression. He must forge his own martial spirit. It is only human to fear death and cherish life. Yet as a warrior, one must possess the courage to fight with all one's might, embracing the resolve to confront the abyss and emerge anew. Today, take a step back. Tomorrow, take another step back. Eventually, one may find themselves in a position where retreat is no longer an option. At such a moment, having grown accustomed to retreat, one might betray everything merely to survive. One leads to another. Habitual retreat is a detrimental habit that will inevitably accompany one throughout life. I possess a life-preserving trump card. My grandparents bestow upon me annually a jade token imbued with their utmost strength, yet harboring fears and anxieties is somewhat pitiable. However, how perilous can a fourth-tier cavern or an unknown relic truly be? Can it surpass divine blessings and bring about my demise? Let us proceed. Chapter 14, The Withered Forest. Exploration of the relic in the dead of night. Lin Chen attentively examined the information regarding the cavern and relic sent by class leader Lin Fan. The fourth-tier cavern, numbered 40856 and dubbed the Withered Forest, was established in the 25th year of Feng City. The Withered Forest has a developmental history of 21 years, covering an area of 70 square kilometers, with a high level of development and moderate danger. The most formidable life forms within are at the late stage of the fourth tier. Over the span of 21 years, no fifth-tier life forms have been discovered in the Withered Forest. According to the Federation's Cavern Military Reconnaissance, it can accommodate initial-stage fifth-tier life forms, though it cannot be ruled out that fifth-tier beings may be dormant within the Earth. The Withered Forest spans over 500,000 square kilometers and presents itself as a desolate ancient forest primarily inhabited by undead life forms, including skeletal beasts, spiritual beasts, and ghostly plants. Its unique resources include essence of bone, heart of the spirit, and materials from ghostly plants. With a uniform distribution across the first to fourth tiers and a moderate acquisition difficulty, The purchasing prices for ordinary materials of various tiers in the Federation remain quite stable, while rare materials typically command a price premium of 1 to 10 times. The purchasing price for first-tier materials ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 Federation coins. For second-tier, it is 150,000 to 500,000 Federation coins. Third-tier materials fetch between 700,000 and 3 million Federation coins. Fourth-tier materials are priced at 4 million to 10 million Federation coins, and fifth-tier materials range from 13 million to 40 million Federation coins. Materials of the sixth tier and above generally exceed a value of 50 million Federation coins. Classified as regulated materials that do not circulate in the market and can typically only be purchased under specific conditions. After reviewing the detailed information regarding the Withered Forest Cavern, Lin Chen felt a sense of reassurance. It is a rather ordinary fourth-tier cavern, lacking significant danger. With Lin Chen's mid-level third-tier spiritual master and late-stage third-tier martial artist prowess, traversing the cavern should pose little challenge. The intelligence regarding the unknown relic discovered by Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu is sparse, yet its danger level is not particularly high. The relic, based on architectural dating, is believed to date back to the era of the Human Empire, approximately 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. Given the entry requirements for the relic, it appears to be a legacy-type site, necessitating a minimum of 3 individuals to unlock it and requiring a team for exploration. According to the Withered Forest Cavern's capacity, the relic established within can only support the power of initial-stage fifth-tier beings, thus its danger truly remains minimal. One can follow Lin Fan and his companion to explore the ruins, where my safety is well assured. I merely hope not to be led astray by Lin Fan, who seems to be the protagonist. Thus, Lin Chen contacted Lin Fan to confirm his participation in the expedition to the ruins. The day after tomorrow, Friday, everyone is to gather at the Snow City Milk Tea Shop before the entrance to the Withered Forest Cave. At this juncture, Lin Chen sought Lin Fan's advice on the supplies that might be needed in the cave. He needed to prepare an array of practical small tools, as he was unaware of the specifics and functions of these items since he had never ventured into a cave before. Lin Chen presently had 1 billion federal credits resting in his bank account, so he lacked neither the funds for procuring supplies nor small tools. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools to achieve greatness. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise after all preparations are made, it would simply be fate's cruel jest, as if the heavens conspired against him. Time swiftly passed to the weekend. The classmates of Class 1 had been industriously gathering information about the caves and stargates, forming teams with those they were close to, and jointly financing the hiring of senior teams. The first descent into the caves and through the Stargate is a novel experience for anyone, especially for students who seldom leave the campus to witness the vast world beyond. Lin Chen arrived early at the Snow City Milk Tea Shop, situated before the entrance to the Withered Forest Cave. After waiting for only a few minutes, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu entered hand in hand. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they quickly released their hands, feeling somewhat awkward as they met his gaze. "I saw nothing," Lin Chen remarked, a statement that only served to deepen the blush on Dongfang Hongxiu and Lin Fan's faces. Although everyone tacitly acknowledged their relationship, the absence of concrete evidence meant they neither confirmed nor denied it. Being caught in the act was undeniably embarrassing. "Lin Chen, are you prepared?" "I am ready. I have packed 2 sets of everything you mentioned in my storage ring. From now on, I will follow your lead." "Very well. Let us proceed to line up for entry into the cave. Once inside, we shall change into our combat suits." "No problem. When it comes to professional matters, Lin Fan is quite reliable." In their trio, Lin Fan serves as the captain, responsible for managing various matters within the team, and he possesses the most experience. Dongfang Hongxiu joined Lin Fan in exploring the caves and stargates only after completing the Nirvana training camp in the 2nd semester of her 3rd year. Thus, she has over 6 months more experience than Lin Chen, were it not for the requirement that 3 individuals are needed to activate the ruins. This young couple would not have included Lin Chen as a third wheel. After waiting in line for half an hour, the trio passed through the spatial gate and entered the cave space. As soon as they landed, they promptly drew their weapons and donned their combat suits, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Lin Chen's combat suit is a 4th-tier nano suit, which fits snugly while also providing commendable defense. He can additionally equip a full-body armor type to enhance his protection. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu's setups are quite similar to Lin Chen's. When it comes to safeguarding their lives, all choices align. For the moment, the surrounding environment appears safe. Lin Shun, unleash your mental power to probe the surrounding environment, ensuring that you can swiftly detect and mark any approaching enemies. Hong Xiao and I will prepare for battle. Once Lin Shun identifies the foes, we shall eliminate them with utmost speed. We are free to hunt. Our objective is to reach the ruins. Understood. At once, Lin Fan issued the command. And neither Lin Shun nor Dong Fong Hongxiu objected, for the directive was entirely reasonable. Lin Shun extended his mental power to envelop a radius of 500 meters. Perceiving life forms of third and fourth tier intensity within his range, continually updating Lin Fan and the others via their earpieces. Upon entering the cavern, their landing point was uncertain. Typically, they would find themselves at the cavern's edge. After traversing a short distance, they could behold the cavern barriers, resembling sheer cliffs, which held some exploratory value, albeit minimal compared to the cavern's expansive interior. This time, fortune favored Lin Fan and his companions, as their landing site was a mere 300 kilometers from the hidden ruins buried deep underground. Lin Fan led the way, with Lin Shun positioned centrally, scanning the environment with his mental power, while Dongfang Hongxiu safeguarded their rear against any potential threats. All three possessed fourth-tier combat capabilities, and in the withered forest, as long as they remained cautious, they faced little opposition. After 4 hours, the trio covered the 300 kilometers and arrived above the ruins. Throughout their journey, they encountered minimal danger. The most perilous moment arose when they faced a blockade formed by 2 fourth-tier soul spirits, 53rd-tier soul spirits, and a throng of 1 and 2-tier soul spirits. Ultimately, the soul spirit tribe was annihilated, leaving the trio with only slight soil stains on their attire. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu swiftly confronted the 4th-tier soul spirits, dispatching them effortlessly in under a minute. Meanwhile, Lin Shun obliterated 90% of the remaining soul spirits with a mental shockwave, while the final 10% fell to his controlled flying daggers, each dispatched with precision. As prodigies of the human race, their effortless extermination of instinct-driven soul spirits was but a routine affair. This singular encounter yielded materials valued at 25 million federal coins, netting each individual over 8 million coins. The more formidable the warrior, the quicker they amassed wealth. However, expenditure matched their earnings, leaving little in actual savings and a constrained cash flow. Let us commence the teleportation. Lin Shun, Hong Xiu, grasp my hand tightly, Lin Fan instructed. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Shun seized Lin Fan's left wrist. On the other side, the two held hands firmly, gazing into each other's eyes, brimming with affection. Alas, the singletons lamented their lack of rights. Lin Fan and the others chose to ignore the remark. After a brief bout of dizziness, the trio vanished from the surface, descending into the vast cavity of the ruins located 5 kilometers below ground. Lin Shun shook his head, the disorientation subsiding. Captain, you are truly remarkable. You were able to locate ruins hidden so deep underground. It was merely a stroke of luck, came the humble reply. Lin Fan chose not to dwell further on the subject, and Lin Shun refrained from asking more questions. He noticed several peculiarities about Lin Fan, particularly the ability to teleport, which could not simply be explained by talent. The ruins were protected by a barrier resembling glass, through which ancient structures, rich with imperial style, were visible, an architectural hallmark of the imperial era. The three of them clasped hands and approached the barrier, which did not impede their entry. It was as if they passed through a delicate membrane, instantaneously entering a new realm. Upon detecting the presence of non-royal descendants, a lethal array was activated. However, the unique environment prompted the array to limit its activation to the initial stage of the 5th tier. Insufficient energy led to the failure of the activation. As the system crashed, the self-destruction mechanism was triggered, but it lacked essential components and thus also failed. The three exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The ruins of the imperial era had such a notorious reputation. Everything was geared towards serving the royal lineage, and non-royal descendants entering the ruins were often met with annihilation or self-destruction. Given the age of the ruins, many functions had long since ceased to operate. The awakening of the ruins program forced the activation of certain functions, ultimately resulting in a system failure and the collapse of its remaining protective measures. This, however, turned out to be fortuitous for them. Chapter 15. Confirmed, I am a side character with the ruins program in disarray. It entered an ungoverned state, significantly reducing its danger. This was both good and bad news. The good news was the absence of peril. The bad news was that the potential rewards were greatly diminished. Many treasures safeguarded by the ruins program might be lost to the collapse, particularly the knowledge contained within. Lin Shen, will you explore the ruins with us or venture alone? If we explore together, the spoils will be shared equally. If you choose to go solo, the outcome will depend on fortune, they proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shen resolved to explore the ruins alone. He felt it prudent not to intrude upon the budding romance of the couple. Unafraid of danger, he welcomed the freedom to utilize the Book of Old Deng, employing its identification skills to assess the ruins, confident that his discoveries would be substantial. The expanse of the ruins stretched over 30 kilometers, a dense cluster of structures that echoed their former glory. Before Lin Shen lay two divergent paths. The left path led towards several towering edifices, densely packed, while the right path meandered into a sparser area, adorned with hints of verdant foliage. Since there are two of us, we shall benefit somewhat. You may choose your direction first, while we explore in the opposite path, they suggested. That sounds fair. I opt for the right path, Lin Shen replied. Very well, we shall take the left. Parting ways, Lin Shen found himself traversing the path alone. Casting a glance back at Lin Fan and his companion, who were receding into the distance, a pang of regret stirring within him. His innate unease surged from the depths of his heart. Alone, a subtle sense of fear enveloped me. My mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts, predominantly envisioning Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu as villains, each conspiracy theory surging forth in succession. Lin Shen, you are capable. There is nothing to fear. Do not overthink it. It is merely a relic. It cannot consume you. Forge ahead boldly. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu are not malevolent beings. They harbor no motive to harm me. Nor do I hold any animosity towards them. This is simply the normal exploration of a relic. It is no issue that they prefer not to have me. An unwelcome presence, accompany them. Encouraging myself, I subdued the chaotic thoughts swirling within my heart. In no time, I traversed a mere few hundred meters and arrived at the terminus of the path. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu had already entered the cluster of buildings. While I stood before the architectural ensemble, passing through the portal inscribed with Eastern Courtyard, I pressed onward. Soon realizing I had arrived in what appeared to be a residential area filled with courtyards. Each courtyard was safeguarded by a barrier, with pathways diverging in multiple directions, many leading into other clusters of buildings. As for the unknown barriers, I refrained from acting impulsively. Summoning the Book of Old Deng, I activated its innate identification technique, and swiftly, results emerged. Information regarding the barriers and this very relic was unveiled. This relic has existed for over 47,000 years. Constructed during the latter part of the imperial era by a royal prince, intended for the training of royal descendants, akin to the Nirvana training camp I had previously experienced. The relic was lost upon the demise of that royal prince, which occurred 45,000 years ago, indicating that the relic had functioned for 2 millennia. The entire relic is divided into 3 sections: the core area, the functional area, and the courtyard area. The courtyard area, where I currently found myself, served as the residence for royal descendants and the personnel maintaining the relic. Each courtyard was of considerable expense, inscribed with formations, providing an exceptional environment for cultivation to those living within, with occasional delightful surprises hidden among them, accessible only to the fortunate inhabitants. The functional area houses various training facilities. Structures such as the Gravity Tower, the Celestial Tower, Virtual Technology, the Ancient Book Spirit Tower, and the Comprehension Tower possess extraordinary functions, capable of honing the abilities of royal descendants from every angle. The core area, concealed beneath the second underground level, requires a special token for entry. The sole function of the core area is the refinement of bloodlines. With a decisive click, I, guided by the identification results from the Book of Old Deng, opened the courtyard barrier as if I were its original master, stepping inside. Holding the Book of Old Deng, I merely needed to channel my mental energy into it. Treasures within a radius of 100 meters would reveal themselves, each meticulously marked by the tome. Ah, this is what it means to have an advantage. I am the one endowed with fortune. How splendid. A single courtyard spans merely 100 meters. Whatever treasures lie within would be disclosed with a mere sweep of the Book of Old Deng. In the courtyard area, there are 200 independent courtyards inhabited by royal descendants, while 4 rows of townhouses, totaling 1,000 rooms, are designated for servants. Over time, Only 8 courtyards have seen their protective barriers lose efficacy. The remaining barriers are intact, and the treasures within are remarkably well preserved. In stark contrast, all the townhouses lie in a state of collapse and ruin, devoid of any treasures. As servants are not entitled to personal possessions, a fact that aligns with the historical narrative of the imperial era. Without pause, Lin Chun devoted a full 10 hours to collecting all the treasures from the courtyard area. This extensive endeavor was primarily due to the deep concealment of certain treasures, necessitating the dismantling of courtyard structures to retrieve them, thus consuming significant time. From the 192 courtyards, Lin Chun extracted 113 relatively complete sets of 7th-tier array components and a total of 802 scattered treasures, ranging from the lowest Tier 3 to the highest Tier 8. Specifically, there were 360 Tier 3 treasures, 306 Tier 4 treasures, 90 Tier 5 treasures, 40 Tier 6 treasures, 5 Tier 7 treasures, and 1 Tier 8 treasure, with a total value exceeding 2 billion federal coins. Had Lin Chun not possessed the Book of Old Deng, he would have undoubtedly overlooked many treasures, yielding no more than a mere tenth of his current haul. The Book of Old Deng is akin to a cheat code. In this instance, I am thoroughly satisfied, although I wonder how Lin Fan and the others fared. They have yet to seek me out after such a long time, suggesting they are still exploring the functional area. I am curious about their findings. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chun departed from the courtyard area and entered the functional zone. He had lost contact with Lin Fan and the others, making it somewhat challenging to locate them amidst the towering structures of the functional area. Fortunately, the three had previously agreed to reconvene at the entrance after one day, regardless of their haul. In contrast to Lin Chen's opportunistic scavenging approach, Lin Fan and his companions' exploration of the ruins was notably more methodical. They initially headed to the 4 towering structures in the functional area. After 10 hours had passed, they were engaged in exploring the last of these towers. The ancient Book Spirit Tower. This tower, among the 4, was the only one still operational, and within it, the spirit of the ancient books was awakened by the duo. Having endured the passage of time, the ancient book spirit had long since freed itself from imperial control and now possessed its own consciousness, though the core directive preventing harm to humans remained intact. Consequently, the fortuitous Lin Fan formed a bond with the ancient book spirit, gaining control over the entire ruin and qualifying for access to the core area. His companion, Dongfang Hongxiu, also received the pinnacle of royal heritage, coincidentally linked to a branch of the imperial family that bore the surname Dongfang. During her acceptance of the heritage, her ancestral bloodline was activated, returning to its roots. In comparison to Lin Fan and his companion, Lin Chun appeared merely as a supporting character, seemingly achieving great success, yet having missed the most significant opportunity. For he lacked the aura of a protagonist and did not possess the fortune that favored them. Upon entering the functional area, Lin Chun did not hastily search for Lin Fan and the others. Instead, he continued to scour for all valuable items according to the markings of the Book of Old Deng, employing his opportunistic approach. He was in dire need of money, and with the opportunity to pick up cash before him, he would certainly not let it slip away. Who knew how long it would be until such a safe chance to gather money presented itself again? It must be noted that he had also benefited from the fortuitous circumstances surrounding Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu. As 10 hours passed, Lin Chun transformed into a demolition team leader, dismantling all structures in the functional area except for the 4 towering edifices, collecting all valuable items hidden within those buildings. It seemed that the 2 individuals inside the towers were, following the typical narrative arc of novels, likely receiving a legacy within the ancient Book Spirit Tower, as the other 3 towers did not appear to be towers of inheritance. Just as Lin Chun prepared to approach the gravity tower, intending to excavate the buried 9th-level gravity stones according to the strategy outlined in the Book of Old Deng, he witnessed the 4 towers suddenly shrink and fall into Lin Fan's hands as he descended from above. At that moment, Lin Fan, cradling the enchanting Dongfang Hongxiu in his left arm while his right hand floated for glimmering towers, exuded an air of superiority that was both striking and charming. In stark contrast, Lin Chun appeared as nothing more than a mere laborer. His face was smeared with dust, embodying the look of a construction worker. The disparity was glaringly evident. Alas, he was too late. Seeing this, Lin Chun could only resign himself to fate. The 4 towers were clearly part of a coordinated structure, inscribed with ever-changing runes. With his current strength, he had no means to dismantle them. As for competing with Lin Fan, he felt he had not yet exhausted his life. To establish enmity with a being likely to be the protagonist was tantamount to courting death for someone in his supporting role. He dismissed any greedy thoughts, recognizing that both gain and loss were simply matters of fate. Chapter 16. Bloodline Refinement and the Surge of Talent Enhancement Funds. Lin Fan stowed away the small towers in the air and landed before Lin Chun, still holding Dongfang Hongxiu. There was a hint of inscrutable meaning in his gaze. The atmosphere among the three grew somewhat tense. You two children of fortune, please do not regard me with such looks. I suffer from social anxiety, Lin Chun interjected, asserting his stance with the mention of children of fortune. Children of fortune appeared periodically among the human race of Blue Star, with the most notable example being the figure who marked the end of the Empire era and ushered in the Federal era. Such individuals were, in essence, instruments of epochal change. Befriending a child of fortune could elevate one to unimaginable heights, while opposing them was akin to lighting a lamp in a cesspit, only to invite one's own demise. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They comprehended Lin Chun's intent, and naturally, the topic of fortune was glossed over. Neither Lin Fan spoke up, nor did Lin Chun inquire further. Ha ha ha, Brother Chun. Your current appearance is rather unflattering. It is a far cry from your usual aloof and godly demeanor. Lin Fan eventually broke the stagnant atmosphere, to which Lin Chun shot back with a frown. Dongfang, if you wish to laugh, do not hold back, and Lin Fan, please refrain from laughing. It sounds quite unpleasant. The atmosphere among the three gradually returned to normal, and their relationships grew increasingly intimate. Lin Fan's secrets were now known to Lin Chun, who naturally gravitated closer to the two. Lin Fan's address of Chun Gu signified his stance. After all, they were in the wilderness, and all three had reaped their own rewards. In the face of interests, even brothers could turn against one another. All right, I shall tidy up, Lin Chun said, stepping behind a building to afford Lin Fan and the other some privacy. 10 minutes later, a cleaned-up Lin Chun emerged. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu had already prepared food and commenced their cooking. Lin Chun seamlessly joined their efforts, and together they crafted a simple yet delightful meal, dissipating the last remnants of doubt among them. After the meal, Lin Chun spoke first. Xiao Fanzi, Dongfang, there remains one final area here. Do you two possess any means of entry? Chun Gu, we lack the tokens and cannot open the portal to the core area, they replied. Following the meal, Lin Chun's manner of address shifted, and both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, akin to Zhou Heshan, began to refer to him as Chun Gu. In truth, Lin Chun was merely a few months younger than the two, yet the title had taken root in their hearts, and they uttered it with ease. I have a way to bypass the detection portal and enter the core area, but I can only go in. There's no way to exit on my own. Xiao Fanzi, can you lead us out? Chun Gu, Hongxiu can open the great door from within. As long as we can enter the core area, exiting will not be an issue. Let us not delay, we must proceed. Lin Chun did not inquire how Dongfang Hongxiu could open the door from the inside, nor did Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu question how Lin Chun had acquired such knowledge. They shared an unspoken understanding. Upon reaching the entrance to the core area, Lin Chun cautiously extended his mental energy to examine the ground near the portal. He soon discovered a weak point, and with a mental strike, he tore open a fissure large enough for the three to enter. Go. Lin Chun grasped Lin Fan's arm, while Lin Fan held tightly to Dongfang Hongxiu's hand. The trio traversed the spatial rift and entered the core area. The core area was a unique space, containing but a single structure known as the Bloodline Refinement Pool. Above the pool floated 3 stone platforms, each capable of refining the bloodline for 3 individuals at once. However, the blood pool now contained only a shallow layer, rendering it incapable of repeated use. Lin Chun produced the Book of Old Deng, which effortlessly revealed the state of the blood pool and the method to activate the bloodline refinement. The energy remaining in this bloodline refinement pool is scant, sufficient for us 3 to use once. There are 3 positions, let each of us choose one. As he spoke, he leaped onto one of the floating stone platforms. Without suspicion, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu followed suit, jumping onto their respective platforms. The spirit of the ancient tome within Lin Fan confirmed the truth of Lin Chun's words. As for the method to activate the blood pool, the spirit possessed that knowledge too, yet Lin Fan found himself too drained of energy to initiate the process. He felt a sense of relief for having brought Lin Chun into the ruins. Otherwise, he would have missed this fortuitous opportunity. He may have missed an opportunity, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that if Dongfang Hongxiu were to forfeit her chance, the complete awakening of the imperial bloodline in the external world would be deemed impossible and wholly impermissible. The devastation wrought upon humanity during the imperial era was so profound that even the imperial bloodline has been entirely sealed, forbidden from manifesting in the present, for fear of the empire's resurrection. Nonetheless, should Dongfang Hongxiu fully awaken her imperial bloodline, the ramifications would be minimal. Her future would simply bar her from serving in the federal parliament or entering the highest echelons of decision-making. Lin Fan and Lin Chen's endeavor to refine their bloodlines draws them closer to their ancestral heritage, with the ultimate purity achievable being that of divine blood. This divine blood represents the essence of the gods. The inhabitants of Blue Star, in varying degrees, have ancestral ties to such divine lineage. Each human can trace their bloodline back to a source that ultimately leads to divine blood. Lin Chen's bloodline undoubtedly originates from divine blood, as each generation of the Lin family from the Floating Mountain has been blessed with divine beings, a veritable testament to their godly lineage. As for Lin Fan, it remains uncertain whether his bloodline is connected to the Floating Mountain. However, 1/3 of the Lin clan shares ties to it, while the remaining 2/3 possess intricate connections as well. The closer one's bloodline is to divine blood, the stronger their innate qualifications become. Bloodline refinement, aside from the use of divine-grade materials, is the singular method for enhancing innate capabilities. Although bloodline refinement holds great promise, it is strictly prohibited by the Federation and scorned by all of humanity, as the materials required for such refinement are derived from human soul blood. To accumulate enough materials for bloodline refinement, one must gather 1,000,000 portions of soul blood, with each portion representing the life of a first-tier human. Only through the sacrifice of a first-tier individual can one extract a single portion of soul blood. The height of bloodline refinement occurred during the imperial era, where the imperial royalty wielded absolute power, sustaining their dominion and strength through the lives of countless lower-class individuals. To elevate a bloodline from the ordinary to the divine level, a minimum of 3 refinements is necessary, with an average of 5 refinements required. Due to the inherently malevolent nature of bloodline refinement, which fundamentally undermines the foundation of humanity, the Federation has outlawed it, and any violations are met with serious repercussions. Fortunately, Lin Chun and his companions find themselves in a fortuitous position. Their current bloodline refinement does not contravene the Federation's prohibitions, as they employ the blood pool from the imperial era for their process. Though it still involves the consumption of lives, this is an established circumstance beyond alteration, and they must utilize what resources they have. As long as the 3 do not publicly proclaim their bloodline refinement activities, they are unlikely to encounter any trouble, with the utmost requirement being a record filed with the Federal Parliament's Archive Bureau. With a focused mind, I shall now activate the blood pool. Understood, I am prepared. Following the method outlined in the Book of Old Deng, Lin Chun triggered the various protrusions of the blood pool using his mental energy, initiating the process and activating the soul blood that had settled at the bottom. Through the formation, it was transformed into pure bloodline power. After 4 hours, the final portion of soul blood was expended, transmuting into pure bloodline energy that flowed into the 3 individuals via the floating stone platform, thus concluding the bloodline refinement. The process of bloodline refinement is not one of torment. Rather, it resembles a return to the comforting embrace of one's mother, entering a primordial state of chaos and ignorance, hinting at a sort of retrogression to a more innocent beginning. Among the trio, Dongfang Hongxiu reaps the greatest rewards, as her imperial bloodline awakens completely. The imperial bloodline, a unique form of divine essence, carries with it a natural aura of royal fortune, which constitutes a part of the fate of humanity. However, the era of the Federation has long since extinguished the existence of emperors, sealing their fortunes deep within the collective fate of humankind, inaccessible to anyone. The royal fortune that Dongfang Hongxiu now possesses appears to be a remnant of humanity's lost legacy, reclaiming its rightful place and making her the true child of fortune, even surpassing Lin Fan in nobility. Lin Chun and Lin Fan, on the other hand, experience similar gains. A single bloodline refinement is insufficient for them to reclaim their ancestral divine blood, requiring at least 2 more refinements to achieve such a transformation. Both of their innate qualities have been elevated by 2 points, and the upper limit of their acquired qualities has increased by 4 points, broadening their future paths significantly. It is somewhat disheartening. They initially sought to amass wealth, but while the profits were meager, The increase in their potential has inexplicably ballooned by at least 500 billion Federation coins, intensifying their burden. Lin Chun is caught in a bittersweet predicament. The enhancements are tangible, yet the soaring figures of their augmented potential weigh heavily on his mind. Lin Fan, too, finds himself in a similar situation. His innate qualities are superior. And with a naturally high upper limit for acquired qualities, he realizes that fulfilling the task of maximizing his potential would require tens of billions of Federation coins. As the three depart from the floating stone platform, they each possess a clear understanding of their personal advancements, albeit with a hint of inner conflict. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Chapter 17. Homecoming. The final opportunity within the ruins has been shared among the trio, bringing their exploration to a successful conclusion, with each individual reaping significant benefits. Dongfang, do you think you can open the portal? Chenggu, it might take a moment. I can no longer suppress my realm and need to break through here. Lin Xin finds himself at a loss for words. This is the treatment reserved for protagonists. Concluding the exploration of the ruins with a summation scene, while he has merely been scavenging, ultimately left to witness the others' closing scenes. That's all right. A realm breakthrough is paramount. I will dismantle this blood pool in the meantime. At the very least, it is composed of high-grade materials worth a considerable sum. If we divide it among the three of us, each will receive 100 billion Federation coins. Upon hearing the mention of 100 billion Federation coins, both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu's eyes gleam with excitement, taking on a form reminiscent of money. Chenggu, I can still suppress my breakthrough. Let Xiaofan and me assist you in the dismantling. Brother, you are my dear brother. Please feel free to command me. I shall handle all the dirty and laborious tasks. Lin Shun, with an expression of exasperation, firmly insists that they move aside so as not to disrupt his work. Dongfang, hurry and break through. This task requires technical skill, and your involvement may hinder rather than help. Thank you. Chenggu, I will go and protect Hongxiu. Quickly now, do not be a nuisance here. I will keep the noise to a minimum. You need not worry about affecting me. Xiaofan has set up a soundproof array. Very well. In a peculiar space. Lin Shun meticulously dismantled the blood pool according to the detailed steps outlined in the Book of the Old Master, gathering valuable components piece by piece. After 3 hours of diligent work, Lin Shun completely disassembled the blood pool. Despite his efforts, Dongfang Hongxiu had yet to achieve a successful breakthrough, indicating that transcending to the 4th level of martial arts was far from a simple task, and there must be deeper transformations at play. Observing Dongfang Hongxiu, her aura steadily intensified until it reached a critical threshold. Without the slightest delay, the boundary was breached, and her cultivation smoothly ascended to the 4th level without any unforeseen incidents. At this moment, Dongfang Hongxiu remained unconscious, her eyes tightly shut and her brow slightly furrowed, as though enduring some form of tribulation. An hour passed, and Dongfang Hongxiu slowly opened her eyes. Her originally black irises had transformed into a golden hue, and a formidable imperial aura surged from her being, indiscriminately exerting pressure upon Lin Shen and Lin Fan. They both felt an overwhelming weight enveloping them, a profound sense of oppression causing their strength to wane by 10%, even instilling a sense of fear towards Dongfang Hongxiu. Fortunately, both men possessed resolute spirits. As their blood surged, they managed to isolate the oppressive force, returning to their normal state. Brother Chun, Xiaofan, I apologize for momentarily losing control of my bloodline pressure. Dongfang Hongxiu said. Lin Chun and Lin Fan waved their hands dismissively, indicating that all was well. Thus, the exploration of the ruins approached its conclusion. Dongfang Hongxiu opened the portal to the outside world, with her imperial bloodline serving as the ultimate pass. The trio returned to the surface ruins, and Lin Fan subsequently led them back to the subterranean space. As for the ruins, they would remain buried deep within the earth, awaiting the next wave of discovery. Entering the underground required passing through the subterranean portal, and leaving it also necessitated the same passage. Upon returning to the underground space, Lin Fan quickly located the position of the subterranean portal, only to find it was quite distant, necessitating a traverse across the entire underground area, covering a straight-line distance of 600 kilometers. However, this posed no challenge, for they were no ordinary individuals. Within the withered forest, while 5th-level threats loomed, the three of them felt no fear, particularly with the newly empowered Dongfang Hongxiu, whose strength was likely that of an invincible 4th level. Lin Fan concealed numerous capabilities, likely placing him at the late 4th level of combat prowess. while Lin Chun appeared to be the weakest, barely managing to unleash the strength of a late 4th-level warrior. After 7 hours, the trio advanced relentlessly, spanning 600 kilometers, and now only 10 kilometers remained to the subterranean portal. Caution! 5 4th-level life forms, human in nature, are concealed behind the large tree ahead, likely with ill intentions, came the alert. Understood. Lin Chun maintained a vigilant awareness through his mental perception, ensuring that any life forms within a kilometer radius, unless exceptionally adept at concealment, would not escape his detection. On their journey, they encountered several human teams, yet all instinctively adjusted their paths to avoid confrontation. In the exploration of the underground, encountering others of their kind necessitated avoidance when possible, if unavoidable. It was essential to exhibit a formidable demeanor to instill caution in the opposing party. After all, the cavern is a lawless realm, where unscrupulous individuals resort to murder and plunder to gain wealth effortlessly. Clearly, Lin Chun and his companions have encountered such nefarious characters. Among the 3 students, 2 males and 1 female, the girl possesses an exceptional aura. Preparing for battle, their resolve is to strike decisively and swiftly while the iron is hot. It is the leader who remains vigilant. The 5 members of the Sand Pigeon Squad, all at the 4th tier, are masters of disguise, often operating in the 4th tier cavern, engaging in heinous acts of murder and theft. The leader of the Sand Pigeon Squad is ruthless. Once a target is chosen, there will be no survivors. Even if the target is a woman, as the aftermath can always be exploited. Upon overhearing the conversation among the 5, Lin Chun's expression darkened. The mere utterance of "while it's hot among kin" reveals the depths of their depravity and the countless atrocities they must have committed in the past. The 5 prepared to carry out their murderous intentions, aiming to strike first. Upon hearing Lin Chun's warning, the more seasoned Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were already poised for action. As the Sand Pigeon Squad sensed Lin Chun and his companions approaching the large tree, a mere 20 meters away, they surged forth from behind the tree. Before the attackers could make their move, Lin Chun and his companions unleashed their full might with powerful techniques: mental shock, Lin Chun; frost baptism, Dongfang Hongxiu; and dimensional chaos, Lin Fan. The Sand Pigeon Squad had indeed kicked a steel plate this time. Lin Chun's mental shock intercepted the squad's attack, while 15 flying daggers swiftly shot forth, piercing the vulnerable points of the 5. Dongfang Hongxiu's assault nearly synchronized with the daggers, enveloping the 5 in a chilling embrace, the terrifying force of ice exploding upon their bodies. Finally, Lin Fan's strike was silent and lethal, severing the 5 members of the Sand Pigeon Squad in half. In his first act of killing, Lin Chun felt no particular emotion. The 5 frost-laden corpses lay strewn upon the ground, and Lin Chun maintained an expression of calm. He retracted the flying daggers and employed his mental prowess to extract 5 storage devices, drawing them towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan promptly stowed the 5 devices into his waist pack. This was not the time for counting spoils. The rewards from defeating monsters in the cavern were collected by Lin Chun through his mental abilities and entrusted to Lin Fan for safekeeping, in accordance with their pre-established code of conduct before entering the cavern. With the final distance traversed, the 3 encountered no further anomalies, and they passed through the portal, returning to Blue Star. Upon returning, Lin Chun felt a sense of relief. Blue Star is indeed preferable. The oppressive environment of the cavern was stifling. Brother Chun, I will handle the spoils from the cavern. Your share will be transferred to you tomorrow at school. Xiao Fan, you manage it. I will find a buyer for the blood pool, but it may take some time before I can distribute the profits to you. However, I assure you, at the very least, we will each receive 1 billion federal coins. Brother Chun, both Hongxiu and I trust you. We await our share. All right, let us all return to our respective homes. The 3 did not linger outside the cavern, and each returned home. Although this expedition to the underground ruins posed no imminent danger, the trio remained on high alert, yearning to return home for a restorative slumber. Upon arriving home, Lin Chun first reassured his grandparents of his safety, recounting the general events of the journey while discreetly omitting Lin Fan's discoveries. The 4 towering structures, each corresponding to the 9th rank, represented Lin Fan's fortune. It was prudent to keep his grandparents uninformed of the details. The child of destiny is an enigma, and it is wise to exercise caution, for the esteemed families often find themselves at odds with such individuals. As for the matter of imperial lineage, there is little to conceal. The Dongfang family shares a close relationship with the Lin family, and their connection to the imperial lineage is no secret among the elite circles. Chen Er, There is an 80% likelihood that Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu are children of destiny. It is essential for you to cultivate a good rapport with them. Your innate talent assures that your future will not pale in comparison to theirs. However, talent requires time to manifest, and while you remain in your formative years, the children of destiny could offer you refuge. Ultimately, your collaboration with them will yield mutual benefits, his grandfather advised. Grandpa and Grandma, I understand your intentions, and I have been mindful of them, Lin Shen replied. Your insights have always been remarkably astute, so we old folks need not worry excessively, his grandparents reassured him. Come now, you are not old at all. Lin Shen chuckled. Ha ha ha, yet we cannot deny the passage of time. Lin Shun entrusted the treasures and the blood pool acquired from the ruins to his grandfather Lin Yuan, who would seek potential buyers. The blood pool would inevitably be acquired by the main family. Its origins from the imperial era imbue it with significant research value, capable of propelling advancements in bloodline refinement. In the early days of the Federation, a substantial number of blood pools from the imperial era were destroyed, leading to a scarcity of those that remained undiscovered. Now, 3 millennia later, all easily accessible blood pools have been located, with only 1 or 2 occasionally surfacing, and intact specimens are exceedingly rare. Consequently, each blood pool commands a base price of 500 billion Federation coins. If there is no rush to sell, it could fetch 6 or 700 billion. Though the method of bloodline refinement is publicly prohibited, both the Federation and noble families clandestinely pursue research, gradually making improvements. The only stipulation is that while research is permissible, practical application is strictly forbidden. Violations could lead to severe repercussions, including the annihilation of entire families, with death sometimes being viewed as a merciful release. Currently, various factions within the Federation are engaged in research, and as long as they can substitute the activation materials with soul blood from other races, even a significant increase in the required quantity of raw materials would not pose a challenge. In due course, bloodline refinement could emerge as a groundbreaking invention, embodying the essence of humanity and serving as a vital means to enhance human martial prowess. Chapter 18. Dividing Wealth and Enhancing Qualifications Upon Awakening from a Deep Slumber. Lin Shen discovered it was already the following morning. After enjoying breakfast, he noticed his grandfather hurriedly entering the living room. The blood pool has been acquired by the family, due to its intact condition and a previous activation trace, which enhances its value. The family has invested 600 billion Federation coins for the acquisition, along with a reward of 10 points of family merit. For the remaining several hundred treasures and materials, a fair purchase price of 435 billion Federation coins has also been offered. The Federation coins have now been credited, and shortly, you will be able to share the wealth with your 2 companions. Lin Shun was quite taken aback. He did not anticipate his grandfather's efficiency in liquidating the assets overnight. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Ah, Shunner, it is no matter. The Federation coins have been credited, and do remember to collect your share. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lin Yuan replied, appearing quite occupied. He informed Lin Shun about the successful liquidation of the blood pool and hastily departed, evidently with important affairs to manage. Lin Shen activated his wristwatch and beheld the credited sum of 1,035 billion Federation coins, feeling elated. Among this, 400 billion Federation coins were designated for Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, leaving him with 635 billion for his own use. He retrieved a tablet connected to the formidable mechanical intellect of the Void Mountain ancestral land, investing 134 billion Federation coins to procure the necessary resources to elevate his innate aptitude from 5 points to 10. With 501 billion Federation coins remaining, Lin Shen did not hesitate to place another order for the resources required to maximize his physical strength, deducting 400 billion coins, which left him with a mere 101 billion coins in his account. He merely needed to wait 3 days for the ordered resources to arrive. As a result of Lin Shen's 7 innate attributes being elevated by 2 points each, his acquired attribute ceiling increased by 4 points. Beyond 10 points, the cost in Federation coins for further enhancement surged dramatically. Specifically, to maximize his physical strength ceiling of 164, 400 billion Federation coins were needed. Enhancing his soul strength ceiling to 272 required 810 billion coins, a staggering expenditure nearing 500 billion coins for just this attribute. The ceiling for elemental strength reached 216, necessitating 385 billion coins for its enhancement. The elemental resistance ceiling of 142 required 350 billion coins, while the comprehension ceiling of 146 demanded 210 billion coins. The bone structure ceiling of 152 called for 408 billion coins, and the spiritual ceiling of 196 required 1,900 billion coins to reach its maximum. The cumulative cost for enhancing the 7 acquired attributes amounted to a staggering 1,513 billion Federation coins. Alas, there remains a funding deficit of 1,473 billion coins. Selling myself wouldn't suffice. Lin Chen mused, staring at the tablet displaying the new training plan and financial demands, feeling the weight of decades of mortgage debt upon his shoulders. The pressure was immense. For now, I shall focus on maximizing my physical strength. That leaves 6 acquired attributes still requiring effort. The figures sound somewhat less daunting, he concluded, putting away the tablet and regaining his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strive diligently. Difficulties are but temporary, and the data remains unchanged. One day, it is certain that we shall accumulate over 10 trillion federal coins, elevating our innate potential to its fullest. Lin Chen entered the classroom, observing that his classmates were in high spirits, though a few bore bandages, clearly indicating injuries. Fortunately, all 30 were present, and no lives were lost. Xiao Fanzi, Dongfang. The blood pool has already been sold for 600 billion. We each received 200 billion. I will transfer the funds to you now. Lin Chen called Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu out of the classroom, speaking as he operated his wristwatch to initiate the transfer. The transaction, amounting to billions, was rather cumbersome, taking Lin Chen 10 minutes to successfully complete. Brother Chen, you are truly like a sibling to me. Please, take us along with you. Without your guidance, we would have undoubtedly missed the lucrative opportunity presented by the blood pool. We must learn from you, Brother Chen, for without your insight, we would never have extracted and sold it. Lin Fan gazed at the 200 billion federal coins in his account, astonished by the sum. Having previously toiled for mere millions, he felt immensely grateful to have explored the ruins alongside Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would have been limited to acquiring only 4 towers and gaining the spirits of ancient tomes, with none of the treasures or opportunities, let alone this 200 billion. Such matters are trivial. Should you two discover any more ruins or anything else, do include me, for I am quite impoverished. Brother Chen, you are indeed a reincarnated treasure seeker. 200 billion federal coins, in light of the trillions required for their innate potential enhancement, seemed but a drop in the ocean. However, this was not a fair comparison, for Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu lacked the annual benefit of 10 billion federal coins provided by their families. Thus, their inherent potential had scarcely improved. With the arrival of 200 billion, they could elevate one aspect of their innate potential to 10 points, extending their strengths. Consequently, in the coming period, their cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Later, Lin Fan transferred the earnings from Lin Chen's share of the cavern spoils. A modest sum of around 80 million, merely a small amount to procure resources necessary for cultivation. Even among close brothers, clarity in financial matters is essential. And given that the 3 were merely friends, it was prudent to ensure transparency regarding finances to avoid straining their relationship. Upon returning to his seat, Zhou Hashan animatedly recounted his weekend experiences to Lin Chen. He had convened with several other signs from the class, and they opted to explore the 3rd-tier Stargate, encountering little danger and reaping commendable rewards, each netting over 20 million federal coins. This was the standard yield from a proper exploration. With a fully equipped team venturing into relatively safe areas, security was ensured, and the gains could be deemed average. Although the rewards were modest, they accumulated over time, and the federal coins earned from several explorations could eventually be sufficient to purchase resources that enhance innate potential. Consuming resources leads to an enhancement of innate qualities, accelerating the pace of cultivation in a snowball effect, promising a bright future. Time slips away unnoticed. 2 months have swiftly passed without any significant events. During this period, Lin Chen refrained from exploring the subterranean caverns or the stargates, choosing instead to devote himself to refining the resources acquired at the expense of over 500 billion federal coins while diligently practicing at school. Similarly, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu made the same choice. With newfound wealth, they prioritized transforming their riches into foundational strength and capabilities, deferring thoughts of wealth acquisition until funds were depleted. As the last resource was refined, Lin Chen's aptitude reached its current limit. he would soon need to devise a way to amass more wealth. Physical strength: 82, 164, 246 spiritual strength, 13, 610, 236 elemental strength, 10, 810, 208 elemental resistance, 7, 110, 171 perception, 7, 310, 173 root bone, 7, 610, 176 spirituality, 9, 810, 198. All 7 of Lin Shen's aptitude values surpassed 17 points, ensuring that regardless of the extraordinary path he chose, his realm would peak at the 8th tier. Until he reached the 8th tier, Lin Shen need not worry about his aptitude. The future lay before him like a smooth road. The advantages of enhanced aptitude extended beyond the promising future. They significantly impacted the present, doubling his cultivation speed. In just a matter of days, Lin Shen was poised to break through to the 4th stage martial master realm. With his spiritual strength exceeding 20 points, his mentalist realm was also advancing rapidly, likely to soon match his martial prowess. Another week passed, and Lin Shen successfully broke through to the 4th stage martial master realm, with his mental realm nearing the 4th stage as well. Overall, his strength had surged tenfold compared to 2 months prior. Name: Lin Shen. Age: 15 and a half. Gender: male. Cultivation: early 4th stage martial master, 10. 853. Spirit: 3rd stage mentalist, 8. 856. Cultivation techniques: 86 edition blood refinement technique, 42 edition body forging technique, ember meditation method. Martial skills: basic fist technique, basic body technique, basic weapon combat, mountain opening fist, low-grade profound, ethereal body technique, low-grade profound, withered wood blade technique, medium-grade profound, mental techniques, mental shockwave, high-grade profound, blade control technique, high-grade profound, mental shield, high-grade profound, mental impact, medium-grade profound, items, high-grade profound red flame blade, high-grade profound circular light armor. Comprehensive combat power, dominating late 4th stage, small invincibility at 4th stage. Truly, I am worthy of my potential. The future is promising. Lin Shen felt the power coursing through his body, a profound sense of security enveloping him, where all unease stemmed from insufficient firepower. Chapter 19. The Stargate and Alien Races. Xiao Fan. Have you discovered any worthwhile places lately? I'm in need of funds, substantial funds. Brother Chun, I've been keeping an eye out. Currently, there are few places suitable for us, but the most promising is a newly discovered Stargate world. However, we must await official news, as entry restrictions are still in place. Very well, please continue to monitor the situation closely. News has arrived, and I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Places like the unknown ruins are indeed rare treasures, encountered by chance rather than sought after. Lin Fan's discovery of an unknown ruin, yielding remarkable rewards, is entirely attributed to his exceptional fortune. It is unlikely that another ruin will be found in such a short span of time. Lin Shen is acutely aware of his mediocre luck and realizes that he must accompany Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu to seize some opportunities. The fortunate one reaps the rewards, while Lin Shen picks up scraps, yet he can still amass considerable wealth. The deficit of over 10 trillion federal coins is a cause of great concern. When will it ever be resolved? The stagnation of his potential has left Lin Shen perpetually uneasy, constantly ruminating over this issue. It is akin to encountering a red dot in a game, an incessant urge to dismiss it. The endeavor to enhance his potential resembles an unremitting task of eliminating that red dot. Though it bears no significant impact, its prominence is too compelling, prompting an irresistible urge to complete the task and eradicate the annoyance. 2 weeks have elapsed, and with merely a month remaining before the winter break, Lin Fan finally brings Lin Shen good news. 3 months prior, outside Fengcheng, a new Stargate emerged, establishing a connection between an alien planet and Blue Star, leading to a tense standoff. A region spanning 500 kilometers around Fengcheng has been engulfed by the Stargate, becoming part of the Stargate world. The Stargate serves as a platform for communication among various races within the universe. Each Stargate's inception requires the 2 connected planets to sacrifice a portion of land infused with a trace of their planetary essence, which, over time, catalyzes the formation of diverse Stargate worlds. In a month's time, the Stargate has taken shape. Classified as a 4th-tier entity capable of accommodating life forms of the 4th tier and below. Now, 2 months have passed, and Fengcheng's authorities have conducted preliminary explorations. uncovering the fundamental conditions of this Stargate world. It has been named the Goblin Ruins, classified as fourth tier, with an expanse of 4 million square kilometers, characterized by the aftermath of a technological war. Within this civilization's ruins, a traditional type of goblin creature thrives, widely dispersed throughout the 4 million square kilometers of dilapidated structures. These goblin beings feed on organic matter, consuming all living animals and plants, making their homes in the ruinous caves, engaging in chaotic skirmishes amongst themselves. The goblin creatures themselves are not perilous. Rather, the true danger lies with the hostile alien race at the opposite end of the world. The human race identifies this adversarial extraterrestrial species as a formidable foe, at least an intelligent race, with deities among their ranks. The alien race connected to Blue Star through the Goblin Ruins is known as the Carter, a blue-skinned, multi-armed humanoid life form, whose juvenile stage bears a striking resemblance to human children. During their development into adulthood, they grow an additional arm, and upon the arm's maturation, they naturally attain peak first-tier strength. The Carter race consists of 3-armed individuals at the first tier, 4-armed at the second tier, 5-armed at the third tier, and so forth, with 2 arms subtracted from the total indicating their power tier. In the realm of Goblin Ruins, the most formidable among them is the 6-armed Carter clan. The ordinary 6-armed Carters are comparable to the common 4th-tier humans, while the noble Carters are akin to the human prodigies, and the royal Carters stand as equals to the human elites. The Carter clan is far from weak, possessing 10 deities, and has engaged in numerous wars with humanity across various Stargate worlds, resulting in a record of 32 defeats and only a half victory. Within the Goblin Ruins, the Carter clan persistently dispatches 3rd and 4th tier warriors, hoping to engage the humans in battle once more in this Stargate world. The Carter clan has enslaved a multitude of goblins, driving them to assault our human encampments. The official defense is under considerable strain, prompting the lifting of restrictions to rally civilian warriors and family factions to counter the Carter clan. Chingu, let us venture into the Goblin Ruins to eradicate the Carter clan's minions. A single first-tier Carter is worth 100,000 federal coins, while a 4th-tier Carter is valued at 8 million federal coins. This is our opportunity to amass wealth. Upon hearing that a 4th-tier Carter is worth 8 million federal coins, Lin Shin could no longer suppress his desire for riches. The 3 of them are undeniably strong among the 4th tier, rivaling the royal Carters. Considering the typical behavior of the Carter clan, it is unlikely that the royal members would appear on lower-tier battlefields. If they did, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Thus, the chances of encountering a significant threat to the trio are minimal, provided they avoid being surrounded and overwhelmed by formations. Then let us proceed. First, we shall request leave from our homeroom teacher, and thereafter, we will hunt the Carter clan's minions, using their corpses as currency. Without wasting a moment, Lin Chun and his companions sought out Zhou Xingchen to request leave. The 3 entered the Stargate world, knowing they would not return for a while. With a 4th-tier Carter worth 8 million federal coins, slaying 100 would yield 800 million federal coins, and each of them aimed to slay at least 1,000, thus earning 8 billion federal coins, making a return to Blue Star unthinkable. Zhou Xingchen did not impede their venture, having a clear understanding of Lin Chun and his companions' capabilities. He himself was at the 4th-tier level, yet he recognized that in a one-on-one scenario against any of the 3, he would not stand a chance. In the 4th-tier Stargate world, for 4th-tier prodigies, it is as if they tread upon solid ground, facing only foes who can be dispatched with a single strike. The human elites are indeed exceptionally powerful. Not only did Lin Chun and his companions choose to enter the Goblin Ruins to hunt the Carter clan, but all students who had attained the 3rd or 4th tier also opted to enter the Stargate world to hone their skills. High school students frequently traverse low-tier caves and Stargates. During their first year, they might remain at school to systematically acquire knowledge, but by the 2nd and 3rd years, engaging in exploration of caves or Stargates to earn money becomes the priority. All the classmates sought leave from Zhou Xingchen. Ultimately, he submitted a report to the school, formally requesting that, in the name of the institution, he lead a group of 30 students from Class 1 as the first batch to enter the Goblin Ruins. And he also requested a designated rest area for his students at the encampment to secure them certain privileges. Students, act within your means. Do not venture too deeply into the Goblin Ruins to avoid falling into the Carter clan's ambushes. The Carters are an intelligent race, capable of employing schemes and deceptions just as we humans do, possessing emotions and desires. Zhou Xingchen finds himself limited in his capabilities, compelled to repeatedly advise his students to act within their means and to restrain their avarice, emphasizing that between wealth and life, one must invariably choose existence. At this juncture, the Carter clan is still probing, testing the strength of the Fengqing encampment with the lives of goblins, marking human prodigies while setting traps within the ruins. Seeking to eliminate these talents and continually diminish the high-end combat power of Fengqing. Brother Chun, our trio possesses adequate strength, yet the Carter clan is notoriously cunning. For our initial strike, let us not venture too far from the camp to avoid being surrounded and annihilated by them. Xiao Fanzi, as the captain, you shall direct our actions. I shall heed your guidance. Lin Chun refrains from voicing his opinions on tactical arrangements, trusting Lin Fan's judgment, believing that perhaps through Lin Fan's fortuitous aura, they may encounter unexpected gains. Dongfang Hongxiu, too, has grown accustomed to following Lin Fan's directives, their synergy seamless. Within the goblin ruins, the sheer number of goblins is staggering, with millions surging towards the Fengqing encampment. Goblins, regardless of their rank from 1 to 4, hold little value. Only their discarded corpses can be repurposed for fodder and fertilizer, rendering them worthless in all other respects. The siege of millions of goblins poses little real threat. The encampment's walls are fortified with advanced technological weaponry, operating at full capacity, capable of dispatching countless foes. Low-tier flesh and blood creatures are mere targets against human technological marvels. A barrage of firepower transforms the air into a haze of charred flesh. Lin Chun and his companions need not annihilate the tide of goblins to exit the camp. The balance of human technology and the extraordinary is well established, with spatial teleportation technology being notably advanced. To depart the encampment, one need only pay 10,000 federal coins to utilize the spatial teleportation device, transporting them to a location 30 kilometers away, completely avoiding contact with the goblin onslaught. Upon arrival, Lin Chun, with alacrity, activates his mental perception, enveloping a 500-meter radius. Although Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu are not mentalist practitioners, their mental acuity is commendable, providing them their own means of awareness. Within just 500 meters, they detect hundreds of goblins, alongside 7 gathered 4th-tier beings, whose life force is notably robust. Evidently ambushers from the Carter clan, Lin Chun marks the intelligence of the detected adversaries on the internal map, and without a word, the trio moves in unison towards the location of the Carter clan's ambush. They suppress their own presence, silently advancing towards the ambush point. Even with merely 7 4th-tier Carter clan members, the trio executes their tactical maneuvers with utmost caution, eschewing any semblance of arrogance. Prudence remains the most fundamental virtue of a warrior. Chapter 20. Slaughter and treasure hunting. The 7 4th-tier members of the Carter clan have set a small trap, luring with an item that appears to be a 4th-tier material originating from the goblin ruins. At the heart of the trap lies a bait, surrounded by 7 members of the Carter tribe. Once prey enters the designated area, they will undoubtedly employ the most ruthless tactics to seize the life of their quarry. However, the identities of hunter and hunted have now reversed. The trio silently marked their targets on the internal map. Lin Chun was assigned 3, while Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu evenly divided the remaining 4. Lin Chun adeptly maneuvered his throwing knives, silently navigating the ruins, and struck the temples of 3 6-armed Carters, ending their lives in an instant. As humanoid beings, their heads remained the most vulnerable points. Lin Fan and his companion also employed the most subtle techniques to effortlessly eliminate the last 4 6-armed Carters, gathering at the bait set by the Carter tribe. The 3 convened with the bodies of their slain foes, and Lin Fan dutifully stored them in a designated storage device for corpses. Merely slaying the Carters would yield merit for the camp, but transporting the bodies back to the camp for sale would earn them 8 million federal coins. Having just landed, they had already amassed 56 million federal coins. It was evident that slaying alien beings was the path to wealth. Regrettably, these aliens bore little of value aside from a rudimentary storage ring, typical cannon fodder, no doubt leaving their treasures behind at home before entering the Stargate. Lin Chun activated the identification technique inherent to the Book of Old Deng, examining the 7 corpses and their respective storage devices. Unfortunately, they were all mere fodder, devoid of any highly valuable treasures. The goblin ruins themselves held a certain potential for exploration, as buried within the wreckage lay the remnants of a lost civilization as treasures. Or perhaps, over time, rare resources birthed from the ruins. Yet, the complexity of the environment posed significant challenges. Without precise detection devices or treasures akin to the Book of Old Deng, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover the hidden riches within the ruins. The identification technique of the book could determine the scope based on the amount of mental energy Lin Shan inputted. By supplying 1/3 of his mental energy, he expanded the identification's reach to a 20-kilometer radius. In an instant, a three-dimensional map encompassing that distance was etched into Lin Shan's memory, revealing 53 luminous points scattered throughout, all representing Tier 4 items. Without uttering a word, Lin Shan marked the information from the three-dimensional map onto their internal map. Xiaofan, Dongfang, here are the precise coordinates and excavation methods for all the treasures within a 20-kilometer radius. Let us proceed separately, while we hunt for treasures. We will also eliminate the ambushing Carter tribe. The trio's strength was sufficient for this strategy, allowing them to maximize their gains, and within the 20 kilometers. Their internal voice signals would remain intact, permitting them to regroup whenever necessary. 2 hours later, they reconvened. Lin Shan unearthed 23 treasures and vanquished 43 Carters. Lin Fan discovered 19 treasures and eliminated 55 Carters. Dongfang Hongxiu excavated 11 treasures while dispatching 93 Carters. All the gathered spoils were entrusted to Lin Fan, who quickly calculated their collective earnings. The total number of bodies from the Carter clan amounts to 191, valued at 528 billion federal coins. There are 53 treasures, all of the 4th rank, along with 50 ordinary treasures and 3 rare items. The average value of each ordinary treasure is approximately 8 million federal coins, while the rare items command a premium of about 5 times, bringing their total value to around 500 million federal coins. Brother Chun, our gains are quite substantial. However, the method of distribution cannot continue to be equal. You should take 40%, while Oriental and I will each take 30%. The information about these treasures was provided by you, and we merely executed the labor of unearthing them. Should we further split the profits equally? Neither Oriental nor I would accept it, and you would be at a disadvantage as well. Lin Shan did not decline and accepted the 40% share. He indeed contributed significantly. As a psychic master, he was responsible for sensing enemy movements and ensuring the team would not fall into traps, in addition to locating the treasures. Under such circumstances, Lin Shan receiving 40% of the profits is entirely reasonable. This arrangement benefits all 3 parties, ensuring that disputes over financial matters will not arise in the future. Thus, the trio continued their journey. After advancing 20 kilometers, Lin Shan halted to employ the appraisal technique from the Book of Old Deng, channeling 1/3 of his mental energy to investigate and assess treasures within a 20-kilometer radius. Following the same approach, the 3 split up to search for treasures while vanquishing the alien foes. After repeating this process 5 times, they were compelled to abandon treasure hunting due to the relentless pursuit of a large alien force, focusing instead on exterminating their adversaries. Over the course of 7 hours, Lin Shan and his companions discovered more than 400 treasures and eliminated 205 4th-rank Carter clan bodies, effectively annihilating an area of aliens, with profits exceeding 13 billion. This drew the attention of the alien forces. Over 3,000 4th-rank aliens united, organizing themselves into groups of 100 to encircle Lin Shan and his companions, displaying reckless abandon in their attempts to capture them. Whenever one group of aliens spotted the trio, they charged forward, sacrificing their lives to delay the escape of Lin Shan and his companions, buying time for other teams to arrive. The Carter clan is a militaristic race. In their quest for victory and survival, they disregard their own lives. The lower-tier ordinary members of the Carter clan are merely cannon fodder. Their deaths are inconsequential. And the ruling elite of the Carter clan remains indifferent, as do their fellow ordinary clan members. Xiao Fanzi, you can now teleport people. But there are quite a few adversaries, and their numbers are increasing. If we continue to linger, we will inevitably be trapped. We can teleport, but there is no need to rush our departure. Our forces are also on their way. If we can hold out for another half hour, the tables will turn, and it will be our turn to hunt them down. I'll follow your lead. Let's endure for another half hour, and if we still see no opportunity, you may take us away. Brother Chun, trust my judgment. Lin Shan was not afraid of being surrounded. Even if the 3 were trapped in one location, they could fight fiercely for 2 hours, as he instinctively sought an escape route. After confirming that Lin Fan could still transport people, he felt no concern, only a fervent desire to annihilate the Carter clan. The trio could eliminate a 100-strong Carter team in less than a minute, their combat prowess extraordinary, and still have a few seconds to collect the corpses. The bodies represented wealth. The three fought tenaciously against their foes, driven by the need to gather corpses for monetary gain. Otherwise, with their speed, they would have long vanished without a trace. 15 minutes later, as the trio's survival space became increasingly constricted, they had eradicated 400-member Carter teams, but were now surrounded by 500 members of the Carter clan. Among these 5 teams were 7 or 8 Carter nobles, formidable in strength, capable of engaging Lin Fan and his companions for at least 2 exchanges. Far from being mere one-hit victims. Brother Chun, the nearby Carter teams have been blocked. We only face these 500 Carter warriors now, and they lack reinforcements. Then let us show them why our human race is known as the demons of the heavens. With no worries behind them, the Carter teams that had gathered nearby were intercepted by human squads and talented students teleported from the camp, allowing the trio to unleash their full potential. 1,000 blade slash. Lin Fan summoned 1,000 mental daggers that spiraled forth like a tempest, slicing through the bodies of the Carter clan. Any Carter struck in a vital area was invariably felled in a single blow. With this one move, 300 Carter warriors perished, while the rest were left grievously wounded. Of course, this technique was immensely taxing, consuming 3/4 of his mental energy, making it a decisive move reserved for critical moments. For the remaining Carter warriors, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu dispatched them with ease, though they exerted some effort to preserve the integrity of the corpses. The Carter clan's desperate attempts to exchange lives for the human prodigies ultimately failed, resulting in the annihilation of the 14,000 fourth-tier troops they had initially sent forth. As for the absence of goblins in the conflict, it is worth noting their propensity to shy away from the strong. Both humans and the Carter clan were formidable, and the goblins, fearing for their safety, dared not approach to join the fray. Those goblins that did venture forth became mere cannon fodder in the assault on Fengqin camp, ultimately meeting their demise and serving as fodder or fertilizer, contributing to the advancement of the human race and becoming part of it. After collecting the Carter corpses, Lin Fan and his companions chose not to continue their slaughter or treasure hunting, but instead returned to the camp for rest. Lin Chun, in particular, had expended considerable mental energy from repeatedly using appraisal techniques and maintaining mental perception, compounded by the final powerful move that had drained him excessively, making recovery a challenge. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Fan diligently began sorting the spoils, while Dongfang Hongxiu assisted him. Lin Shen opted to rest and recuperate his depleted mental energy, feeling it inappropriate to intrude upon the little couple as they sought to learn together. In truth, he rather enjoys solitude. Were it not for the need to harness fortune and ensure his own safety, he would undoubtedly choose the path of the lone wolf, engaging minimally with others. Chapter 21. The Green Frenzy and the Frantic Carter clan. An hour later, Lin Fan and his companion returned to the resting area of their class, bearing packed provisions. Before dining, Lin Fan transferred Lin Chen's share of the earnings to him. The sale of the Carter clan's corpses and the treasures unearthed amounted to a staggering 18.6 billion federal coins, with Lin Chun entitled to 40, resulting in a deposit of 7.44 billion federal coins. Earning 7.4 billion federal coins in a single day left Lin Chun immensely satisfied. Their situation was a fortunate anomaly. Typically, a fourth-tier martial artist could only earn around 50 million federal coins daily, a figure considered quite favorable given the finite resources of any given region. The camp's food was not particularly appetizing, yet Lin Chun relished every bite. The mere thought of earning such an amount in a day ignited a fervor within him. He yearned to delve deeper into the ruins, catching the Carter clan off guard once more to secure an additional 7 billion. Amidst the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, Lin Chun found himself unable to sleep, even struggling to enter a meditative state. He was still unaccustomed to the cacophonous environment. On the camp's walls, various technological weapons were in active status, unleashing beams of laser and supersonic missiles, while bullets rained down into the encroaching darkness beyond. Within that obscurity lay numerous goblins. Countless goblins crossed the perimeter, only to be shredded by the barrage of ammunition, their green blood staining the earth, their dismembered bodies forming a horrific landscape reminiscent of a dike. Ascending the battlements, Lin Chun gazed into the darkness, managing to discern the grim tableau of death unfolding. Instead of fear, he felt a sense of reassurance. With the goblins perishing, his own life was spared. A fallen enemy was a good enemy. At the edge of the wall, Lin Chun observed an automatic targeting system, which unleashed hundreds of bullets per second from its 10-barrel machine gun. His spirits surged, further preventing him from succumbing to sleep. Fatigue was non-existent. The aesthetic of technological weaponry was strikingly simple yet profound. Large, coarse, swift, an extreme display of violence birthed in exquisite beauty. "Brother Chun, are you unable to sleep?" Lin Fan queried. Not acclimated to the noise, came the reply. "You'll need specialized training for that. After we graduate, we will be required to serve 2 years in the military, where sleeping and meditating on the battlefield will become commonplace." "Indeed, that is my shortcoming." Lin Fan, too, was wide awake, appearing beside Lin Chun like a specter. The two continued to observe the machine gun's relentless fire, watching as goblins were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies becoming part of the terrifying scenery, eliciting a certain thrill within them. In the era of the Federation, humanity exhibited an inherent indifference toward other races. Those who are not of our kind must possess a different heart. Those who are not of our kind must be ground to dust. Those who are not of our kind must have their skin flayed and bones extracted. This was a widely acknowledged truth among the human race in the Federation era. Except for a few who held pacifist views, the majority adopted a hawkish stance towards foreign races. Lin Chun is undoubtedly a hawkish figure. Upon returning to the rest area, he swiftly entered a state of meditation, his spirit growing with every rhythmic breath amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. Although he could not find solace in sleep with the tumult surrounding him, he could indeed cultivate his meditation in such noise. As the night transitioned seamlessly into day, akin to a frame in a stop-motion animation, the moon's shadow was supplanted by the sun's radiance, heralding daylight in the realm of the Stargate. This world, however, was not a complete entity and lacked the natural phenomena of day and night. The transition was instantaneous, with the sun, moon, and stars merely projections of the cosmos. After breakfast, Lin Chun and his companions once again utilized the teleportation device to depart the camp and venture into the ruins. Their objective for the day was to eliminate any encountered members of the Carter tribe and to seek treasures concealed within the debris. The Carter tribe appeared to be orchestrating some nefarious plot, yet after 5 hours of exploration, Lin Chun had employed the appraising technique from Old Deng's book 7 times, but encountered not a single Carter tribesman, only sporadic assaults from goblins. Despite the absence of the Carter tribe, the trio still managed to reap rewards. They unearthed a total of 502 fourth-grade treasures from the ruins, valued at 5 billion, allowing each of them to claim over 1 billion. Compared to the previous day, this was a significant decrease in earnings, as the absence of the Carter tribe meant they could only benefit from the spoils of exploration. The goblin ruins spanned an immense expanse, measuring 2,000 kilometers in both length and width. After such a prolonged exploration, they had only traversed a mere fraction of the area, leaving vast regions yet to be discovered. However, time was of the essence today, as the Carter tribe's conspiracy was beginning to unfold. "Brother Chun, we must flee," one exclaimed. "What has transpired?" Lin Chun inquired, sensing a disturbance 10 kilometers away, where countless life forms, ranging from levels 1 to 4, surged towards the camp like a tidal wave. They extended for dozens of kilometers and moved with remarkable speed, covering a kilometer in less than half a minute. Lin Chun remained silent, gripping Lin Fan's wrist, while Dongfang Hongxiu had already taken hold of Lin Fan's hand as he spoke. Without further ado, Lin Fan initiated the teleportation process. He had left behind a disposable spatial anchor point in the rest area, sufficient for a single long-distance teleportation. This was the final escape route for the squad. Upon returning to the camp, they discovered that alarms had already been raised, with numerous aircraft ascending to rescue those unable to evacuate in time from the ruins. Not everyone had the means to return directly to the camp. Most needed to make their way back to a point 30 kilometers away before awaiting the camp's spatial pull. This pull required half a minute for positioning and energizing. Ordinarily, this duration would be inconsequential, but in such a critical moment, it felt interminable. Within the rest area, Lin Chun and his companions were the first to return. Minutes passed, and soon, classmates from their team began to arrive in succession, all returning safely without anyone left stranded outside the city. "Hey Sean, have you seen the surging tide of green?" "What green tide?" I hastily returned after receiving the emergency evacuation order from the camp, completely unaware of what was happening. The situation was similar for my classmates. Upon receiving the urgent retreat directive, they all retreated without hesitation. They were equally in the dark about the specifics, awaiting the official announcement from the camp. Lin Shun had entirely projected his circumstances onto his classmates, yet in reality, they dared not stray far from the camp, exploring only within the vicinity, never exceeding 50 kilometers from it. The trio of Lin Shun explored the ruins with a clear purpose, never lingering in one area for long, always advancing, which led them far from the camp. The location where Lin Fan sensed the green tide was a full 130 kilometers away from the camp. Lin Shun, what green tide? Zhou Hashan's question indeed caught Lin Shun off guard, compelling him to glance at Lin Fan, the first to notice the anomaly. Lin Fan was also unclear. He could only vaguely perceive countless life forms amassed together, forming a tide-like special congregation, but the specifics eluded him. 5 minutes later, the camp officially released the latest announcement, elucidating the situation's cause and effect. The Carter clan had become somewhat deranged. The taint of the evil god. Should we flee? The fourth tier is helpless against the corruption of the evil god. Damn the Carter clan. They are truly despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics when they cannot defeat us. They are the minions of the evil god, unafraid of contamination, and we, the human race, are the ones who suffer. Voices of condemnation arose, uniformly denouncing the Carter clan. The Carter clan was acutely aware that, with their strength, they could not defeat the human race and seize the goblin ruins, this gateway to another world. Thus, they resorted to treachery. They constructed an altar to the evil god and offered sacrifices to the green ancestor, with the offerings comprising the goblins ubiquitous in the goblin ruins. The green ancestor took a liking to the goblins as sacrifices, with their green skin, green flesh, green blood, and even green souls. Consequently, the green ancestor cast a glance upon them, immediately transforming the goblin clan into minions of the evil god. The green ancestor is one of the antagonistic deities of humanity, having suffered defeats at their hands multiple times. As the goblins transformed into minions of the evil god, they sensed the green ancestor's resentment towards humanity. Without hesitation, they merged into a green tide, charging directly toward the camp. The green ancestor's power had already eroded the goblin ruins, and as time progressed, the corruption of the evil god would completely transform this realm into a polluted wasteland. The Carter clan's strategy was one of mutually assured destruction. They were unwilling to suffer alone and sought to ensure that humanity endured the same fate. They learned the essence of a zero-sum game. Alas, just when an opportunity for significant gain arose, the cursed Carter clan. Once I rise again, I shall make you soar. Lin Shin pondered bitterly. Despite reaping less than 100 billion federal coins, the goblin ruins had lost all value. The human race had also suffered the loss of 500 kilometers of land, ultimately gaining little in return, incurring significant losses. In a fourth-tier world, the limitations were simply too profound, rendering any effective means to combat and eradicate the corruption of the evil gods utterly ineffective. In a fifth-tier world, such malevolent deities could never act so brazenly. Damn, the evil gods deserve to perish. Lin Shin made a note of this grudge against the evil gods in his heart, vowing to seek revenge for the obstruction he faced today. Chapter 22. A new dawn after the darkness. Lin Shun had already prepared for retreat. The corruption brought forth by the evil god, the green ancestor, was dreadfully potent. Any entity or being embodying the concept of green would be sensed by the green ancestor. The human race was fragile, vulnerable to the taint of any evil deity. Yet, the human race also possessed formidable strength within their own territories. The corruption could only manifest on an individual level, unable to spread into the external environment, with any infectious pollution being suppressed by the human race's fortune, albeit only within their domain. The goblin ruins were a Stargate world, and due to the unsealed Stargate of the Carter clan, the fortune of the human race had not extended there. Consequently, the green ancestors' pollution spread unchecked. Any human presence within the goblin ruins had already been eroded by the green ancestors' corruption. However, due to the weak presence of human fortune in the encampment, the pollution was significantly weakened and unable to manifest. The Stargate had been forcibly locked by the Carter clan, and without destroying their Stargate, escape was impossible. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. With the impending arrival of the green ancestors' pollution, the Carter clan initiated a Stargate duel, severing the escape routes for everyone in the encampment. The Stargate duel was a brutal contest where one side had to destroy the other's Stargate and annihilate all their members. To initiate this duel, the Carter clan dispatched 100,000 fourth-tier warriors and 1 million third-tier fodder to the goblin ruins. Of these, 1 million third-tier fodder were to be sacrificed, forming the battleground for the Stargate duel, while the remaining 100,000 fourth-tier warriors would directly embrace the Green Ancestor, becoming the minions of the evil god. The Carter clan considered this a worthy investment. They anticipated Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu as unparalleled prodigies of the human race, along with a significant number of first- and second-tier human talents present in the Goblin ruins. Thus, sacrificing 1 million fodder to eliminate these human prodigies was deemed entirely justifiable. Furthermore, the Alien Alliance offered corresponding rewards for the demise of human prodigies, should the Carter clan succeed in this endeavor. Exterminating both the prodigies and a multitude of talented individuals, the rewards from the Alliance would more than compensate for their losses, potentially even nurturing more royal prodigies. Lin Shun gazed at Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, feeling that this was the tribulation that a protagonist ought to endure, while he, merely a side character, was merely a bystander in the grand narrative of the protagonist's ascension, a spectator to their heroic deeds. Brother Chun, don't look at me like that. I am merely a fourth tier myself, unable to even resist the corruption of the evil gods, let alone obliterate the source of that corruption and eliminate all the members of the Carter clan to resolve the deadlock of the Stargate duel. Lin Fan hastily defended himself, asserting that he truly lacked the ability. Lin Chun then turned his gaze towards Dongfang Hongxiu. Brother Chun, I genuinely cannot be the savior. Is there a possibility that you, Brother Chun, are the chosen one? Dongfang Hongxiu astonishingly declared, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chun quickly refuted the notion. How could he possibly be the chosen one? He was merely a supporting character and had no desire to assume such a burden. The three exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. They had never considered that if one among them were to suddenly unleash their potential and resolve their predicament, it would be an extraordinary occurrence. Rather, they found it to be a matter of course. It seemed as if the three had already adopted the notion of salvation as their ideal, believing that if they possessed the capability to rise and thwart calamity, it would be their inherent duty to save all beings. A barrier of formation rose from the camp, temporarily isolating them from external influences, though it would not withstand for long. A verdant tide composed of countless goblins and over 100,000 members of the Carter tribe advanced towards the camp at a speed of 1 kilometer every 30 seconds. Within half an hour, this green deluge would reach the camp, and at that point, the pollution from the Green Ancestor would inevitably peak, rendering even the feeble remnants of human fortune within the camp ineffective. Fear lingered in the hearts of all present in the camp. The current tranquility was merely a result of everyone understanding that chaos would yield no benefit. Only through unity could they hope for survival. As Lin Chun became aware of the encroaching pollution, he sought aid in the group chat of the Old Deng Alliance. The call for assistance proved fruitful, as many from the Alliance had means to breach the Stargate of the dual arena and reconnect the pathway between Blue Star and the Goblin Abyss. However, this would require some time, at least an hour. The Stargate is a product of cosmic rules, though there are loopholes. Exploiting them requires beings of at least lower divine status. Within the Old Deng Alliance, there existed such beings, and at this critical juncture, one happened to be available. This deity commenced the struggle against the rules of the Stargate, anticipating the opening of the passage in 57 minutes. Teacher Zhou, please contact the leaders of the camp and inform them that in 57 minutes, a divine being from our kin will open the passage for our escape. We must endure for 57 minutes to have a chance at survival. Upon hearing this encouraging news, Zhou Xingchen immediately reached out to the upper echelons of the camp. A minute later, an announcement was made. They needed to endure for just 1 hour to be rescued. This was undeniably good news. Although surviving for an hour would be arduous, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. With collective determination, they could secure their lives. Even if they were infected by the pollution of the Green Ancestor, returning to Blue Star would result in healing. And they might even gain unforeseen rewards in the realm of research. Brother Chun, you must be the chosen one. I am not. Such a notion is unfounded. Do not slander me. Lin Chun vehemently denied it 3 times, content to remain a supporting character. However, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were unconvinced. If Lin Chun were not the chosen one, how could he summon divine assistance in their moment of peril? The two of them lacked divine backing. And this disparity becomes immediately apparent. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. We should focus on how to endure this hour. For the corruption of the malevolent deity is not easily dealt with. In truth, the 3 of them fear not the taint of the dark god. However, the others in the camp lack their fortuitous circumstances, facing the corruption with a sense of resignation. The classmates, listening to the grandiloquent discourse of the three prominent figures, feel no jealousy, but rather an exhilarating sense of survival against the odds. As their peers, they enjoy an inherent advantage in survival. For the protection of fate is a tangible boon. "Brother Chen, let me cling to your leg," Zhou Hashan exclaimed candidly, refusing to release Lin Chen's thigh. He understood well that the three of them were embodiments of fortune, favored by the destiny of humanity. The only question was the degree of favor they enjoyed. But without exception, they were all more fortunate than he. Clinging to a powerful ally is not disgraceful. It is only shameful to cling to the wrong one. "Hashan, I never knew you had this side to you, but you've latched onto the wrong person. These two beside me are the true children of fate. Brother Chen, how could I not feel close to you? I simply enjoy clinging to your leg." Zhou Hashan felt that this moment was a significant milestone in his life. Time does not pause for anyone. After half an hour, the green tide arrived as anticipated. On the city wall, Lin Chun gazed at the approaching green wave, now discernible in detail, and felt his reason tested. Countless goblins, a verdant version of the Carter clan, intertwined in a grotesque tapestry, each entwined with the others by a viscous green slime, sometimes separating, sometimes merging. This sight challenged Lin Chen's psychological endurance. Having witnessed too little, this was his first encounter with such a repulsive spectacle, evoking a visceral discomfort. In fact, this was a manifestation of mental pollution. Those with stronger mental fortitude possess greater resistance to it. The fourth-tier combatants had gathered on the city walls, relying on the fortifications to withstand the green tide. For those below fourth tier, confronting the tide head-on would be tantamount to seeking death, thus relegating them to support roles. As the green tide approached within a kilometer of the camp, the technological weaponry on the city walls automatically locked onto the enemy, unleashing a barrage of powerful ammunition that erupted into a series of fiery explosions. The green tide, composed of organic matter, belongs to the flesh and wood categories, inherently vulnerable to the transcendent and unyielding technological weapons. Light, heat, and shock are the nemesis of the flesh and wood. Yet, the pollution from the green ancestor does not end there. As long as the bodies are not completely reduced to ash or shattered into fragments, they retain vitality, capable of forming new entities or even mutating to gain certain resistances to attacks. Therefore, the only way to effectively counter the green tide is to utterly annihilate it into ashes, ensuring no trace of green matter remains. Presently, the Fengcheng camp evidently lacks the capability to obliterate the green tide and can only strive to resist and endure for half an hour without succumbing. Half an hour may seem like a brief span, yet in the throes of battle, it stretches into an eternity. Lin Shen gazed upon the approaching tide of green with an unsettling sense of foreboding. The pollution of the green ancestor had arrived as anticipated. Within the encampment, many individuals were visibly succumbing to this green affliction. Some even had their eyes transformed to an emerald hue, while others began to melt away, morphing into mobile sources of contamination. The troops stationed within the city could only strive to contain these moving pollutants, preventing them from inflicting further devastation. Those exhibiting pronounced signs of contamination instinctively isolated themselves, while others, perhaps unconsciously, aided in their self-segregation. Most terrifying of all were those whose pollution was insidiously imperceptible, accumulating silently within them, shrouding their awareness. Once the contamination reached a critical threshold, it would erupt, unleashing indiscriminate pollution upon all living and inanimate beings within a 100-meter radius. This peril was second only to a direct encounter with an eldritch deity. Such a scenario was nearly impossible to guard against. In a camp housing tens of thousands, the occurrence of even a single case of this nature would shatter the delicate trust among individuals. Chapter 23. The tragic blood barrier in the face of calamity. All beings stand equal. On the city walls, a select few fourth-tier warriors began to reveal signs of contamination. Among them was one near Lin Chun, whose mental perception abruptly detected the pollution manifesting without any preceding warning. The green ancestor's pollution could be sensed by mental energy. Once detected, it found a pathway to infiltrate and corrode the soul. However, today, this pollution encountered an insurmountable barrier, as it attempted to invade Lin Chen's soul through his mental energy. It was swiftly expelled by the Book of Old Deng, leaving no trace behind. "Brother Chen, you are glowing." Lin Chun, bewildered, was taken aback by the notion of glowing. What an obscure term. Unbeknownst to him, The green ancestor's pollution had triggered the passive defense mechanism of the Book of Old Deng, causing his body to radiate light, which effectively shielded him from pollution within a 10-meter radius, creating an absolute divine protective zone. The fourth-tier warrior who had already exhibited signs of pollution found the affliction receding, yet he was left significantly weakened. The forceful dispelling of pollution was evidently not without its costs. It appeared that the green ancestor had previously been struck by someone from the Old Deng alliance. A mere glance from it incited the green tide to stir restlessly, now fixating on Lin Chun as its primary target. Above the green wave, threads of green manifested, piercing through the encampment's protective formations with imperceptible speed, directly aimed at Lin Chun, whose eyes glimmered with light. Countless green threads were halted at the boundary of golden light, which Lin Chun could not see, yet over 10 individuals enveloped in its glow could witness the clash and dissolution between the golden light and the green threads. The golden radiance maintained a consistent 10-meter radius, neither increasing nor decreasing. Externally, the tangible green threads of pollution appeared to multiply rather than diminish, as even more emerged from the four corners of the earth, joining the assault on Lin Chun. As the pollution in Lin Chun's vicinity increased, the levels in other areas diminished significantly. This was vividly illustrated within the camp, where only a small fraction of individuals were entirely tainted, exhibiting deep-rooted characteristics of pollution, while the others had their contamination extracted, transformed into tangible green threads. Brother Chun, you are the savior. Lin Chun wore a grim expression, even in such a dire situation. It was best to refrain from discussing such a disheartening topic. He felt rather helpless. He had not anticipated that the Book of Old Deng would prove so formidable, essentially serving as a specialized weapon against the malevolent deity. Yet, in a certain sense, it also attracted the very source of the evil. The overwhelming majority of pollution manifested as green threads, enveloping the area where Lin Chun stood and creating a restricted zone of 100 meters. The others atop the city walls retreated further, as the dead matter within the 100-meter zone began to distort, creating a breach in the once impenetrable defense system. The green tide identified the weak points in their firepower, relentlessly advancing closer to the city walls. 800 meters, 700 meters, almost every 10 seconds. The green tide drew nearer to the camp's walls by 100 meters. They surged forward, undeterred by cannon fire, their singular target being the 100-meter restricted zone cloaked in countless green threads. Perseverance is victory. The green tide was about to reach the city walls. The brave warrior who had captured the attention of the malevolent deity had absorbed the majority of the pollution, and we could not betray his noble intentions. If we could withstand the green tide for just 25 more minutes, we would survive. On the city walls, fourth-tier warriors unleashed their vitality, intertwining their life force under the guidance of the city defense soldiers, forming a blood-red iron wall, poised to await the green tide's assault. Ultimately, the technological weaponry atop the walls was too scarce to significantly impede the green tide's advance. They could only slow its pace. 2 minutes slipped by unnoticed. The green tide collided with the protective barrier surrounding the camp, causing the entire area to tremble. The formation materialized, now only 30 meters from the city walls. This proximity was sufficient for the warriors atop the walls to launch a fierce offensive. Even those unskilled in ranged attacks could employ various martial techniques from this distance, adhering to the formation's barrier while continuously assaulting the encroaching green tide. Waves of martial techniques struck against the green tide, creating voids. Yet the speed at which the green tide proliferated was astonishing. Countless green creatures clung together, swiftly filling the gaps and forming an even thicker green barrier. The semi-spherical formation enveloping the camp was completely overrun by the green tide in a mere 5 minutes. Countless green creatures frantically secreted slime, corroding the energy-based barrier, while the warriors on the walls found their attacks against the seemingly endless green tide to be futile. Within the camp, at the core of the formation, the energy sustaining the barrier was rapidly depleting, with the pool of energy liquid visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy of the barrier has reached its limit. Given the current rate of energy consumption, the barrier can sustain itself for no more than 10 minutes. Relying on the barrier for an optimistic 10 minutes is still uncertain, as it may not last that long. In the core conference room of the camp, everyone is acutely aware that the barrier can only hold for a maximum of 10 minutes. After that, they must endure for an additional 10 to 15 minutes to await reinforcements and the descent of the divine. being trapped in the realm of the Stargate. Isolated and helpless is the norm. Their situation, where hope remains and salvation is possible through perseverance, is a rare exception. The Assembly could not afford silence. They must devise a means to withstand for another 10 to 15 minutes before the barrier shatters. Activate the blood barrier. The camp's commanding officer, Lu Wenlong, spoke with great difficulty, his deep voice resonating within the conference room. The blood barrier, an absolute defensive formation developed by the Federal City Defense Army over countless years of evolution, is constituted by a battalion of 1,000 soldiers. This blood barrier can form an absolute defensive stronghold with a diameter of 500 meters, capable of withstanding the assault of lower deities for up to 15 minutes. The blood barrier, an embodiment of absolute defense, is a truth inscribed in the fate of humanity. However, the cost of this formidable barrier is the lives of the soldiers who constitute it. Their bodies will turn to ashes, their souls will plummet into oblivion. Their true essence is shattered, with no chance of reincarnation, an irrevocable death. The blood barrier is a miracle. Reproducing a miracle demands a heavy toll, which is only fair. The green tide may appear formidable, yet when compared to the attacks of lower deities, they exist on entirely different scales. The blood barrier can undoubtedly withstand the green tide to its utmost limit, which amounts to a single day. Let us cast our votes. Lu Wenlong's voice rang out once more as he cast the first affirmative vote, while the other 5 silently opted for abstentions. 1 vote in favor. 5 abstentions. The resolution is passed. Lu Wenlong spoke to himself, tears streaming down his face, fully aware of the gravity of his actions. Sacrificing the lives of a few for the many is a commonplace operation, yet when faced with its execution, one cannot fathom the inner turmoil that precedes such decisions. Everyone, prepare to gather the crowd. Our time is limited. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Wenlong turned and exited the conference room, his steps steady, though his trembling left hand betrayed his inner turmoil. As he made his way to the central square of the camp, he awakened the military intelligence unit implanted in his left arm, linking his thoughts to the deepest file within, the blood barrier application. Lu Wenlong inscribed his name upon the application. The applicant must lead the formation of the blood barrier. While there are many scenarios in which the blood barrier could be employed, the grim reality is that often, there is no opportunity to utilize it before the entire army is annihilated. The Fengqing camp is indeed fortunate. Its formation barrier is complete and has effectively withstood the onslaught of the green tide. Thus, the conditions for the emergence of the blood barrier have been met. Old Lu, it seems that standing firm is no longer an option. We cannot return this time. Let us proceed. Our families and children will be well taken care of by the Federation. I have yet to hear of anyone who dares to bully the descendants of the blood camp. Throughout the camp, the city defense soldiers gazed at the blood-red patterns that materialized on their watches, patterns they had memorized repeatedly since joining the military. They understood the significance of the blood-red emblem's appearance. Without hesitation, they rushed from various parts of the camp toward the central square, instinctively taking their positions at the designated points as practiced in the past. Once one becomes a soldier in the city defense, one must embrace this consciousness. The Fengqing 3rd Regiment, 2nd Battalion, was supposed to have 1,058 personnel, and all 1,058 were present for inspection. On the platform, Lu Wenlong's countenance was grim as he surveyed his comrades forming the battle array below, his heart heavy with the weight of the moment. The time has come for us to dedicate ourselves to the Federation. I ask you, are you afraid? No. The city defense soldiers shouted in unison, their voices rising to dispel the fears within. To fear death is human. Those who face it calmly are always few. Yet it is the fearful who often demonstrate the least fear. You are all exemplary. The Federation will honor our families and children after our sacrifice, granting them a broader future. You have 3 final minutes left. Leave a thought for your loved ones. The over 1,000 soldiers below the platform utilized their last moments to express words unspoken in daily life, then faced death with composure. Surrounding the square, more than 20,000 spectators stood in silence, paying their highest respects to the soldiers, not daring to disturb their final moments. The green barrier shimmered ominously, the anguished cries of countless monsters echoing the dire situation. The barrier could shatter at any instant, and a horde of creatures might descend from above, marking the countdown of their lives. These soldiers are constructing an impregnable stronghold with their lives. How could one not feel respect for them? Those who sacrifice themselves for others are the true heroes. Chapter 24. salvation, and burden. The final 3 minutes allotted to the soldiers have come to an end. At this moment, there are less than 4 minutes remaining until the barrier breaks, potentially as little as 3. The crowd encircling the square began to swiftly move amongst the soldiers, wordlessly, driven by urgency, for time was fleeting. In just 3 minutes, the last individual stepped into the formation created by the soldiers. At this point, cracks had begun to appear in the formation barrier, from which tendrils of green slime seeped through, dripping into the camp. Lu Wenlong descended from the platform and soared above the crowd. Everyone, prepare the formation. With the command given, beams of light, born from the burning essence of life, soared into the heavens, among which the radiance emanating from Lu Wenlong was particularly resplendent. The 1059 beams gradually expanded, ultimately coalescing into a crimson barrier, with the 1059 soldiers serving as its pillars, until they were reduced to ashes. No assault would breach this formidable defense. The formation of the blood-red barrier was remarkably swift. The moment the beams ascended, the array was complete, and the lives of those constituting the barrier began their countdown. Half a minute later, the array collapsed. Countless green monstrosities descended from the sky, landing in the deserted encampment. Upon touching the ground, they all turned their gaze toward the crimson barrier at the center of the camp. The hemispherical blood-red barrier, with a diameter of 500 meters, was impenetrable, obscuring any view of the interior through the deep crimson essence, save for the lingering breath of the living within. The green tide attempted to corrode the barrier through the means of eroding the array, yet they had misjudged their opponent, no matter their efforts. They could not inflict any damage upon the blood-red barrier, which possessed absolute defensive attributes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Shun and his companions remained ensnared by countless green threads, unable to move, confined atop the city walls. Apart from Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, there were 7 fourth-tier martial artists from the civilian sector, unable to escape due to the golden light enveloping them, as they were too close to Lin Chun. Brother Chun, how much longer can we hold out? I do not know. We must leave it to fate. Faced with Lin Fan's inquiry, Lin Chun felt equally uncertain. The Book of Old Deng did not possess an energy progress bar, rendering him incapable of predicting how much longer it could withstand the pollution from the green ancestor. Hearing Lin Chun's words, the others grew anxious, praying that the golden light emanating from Lin Chun would endure until aid arrived. Otherwise, they feared they would not survive a moment under the green ancestor's corruption. Time passed slowly, and the onslaught of green threads remained relentless. The group could not ascertain the situation outside, but it was evident that the encampment's array had shattered. They could only speculate on how the soldiers within would respond to the green tide. Lin Chun and his companions were too young, lacking knowledge and experience, while the civilian martial artists, to varying degrees, understood how the encampment would confront the green tide. At that moment, in the chat group of the Book of Old Deng, many lurkers emerged to discuss the situation based on the messages Lin Chun had shared. Old Deng Chat Group 1853, Evil Godslayer, Divine Tier Old Deng, that green abomination is truly shameless. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall pay a visit to its lair. Charming Demon Taoist, Deng Divine Tier Old Deng, count me in. The 4th tier Divine Gate world really is given that green nuisance too much face. Are we, the human race, unable to wield our blades? September, Divine Tier Old Deng, you lot, stop your incessant chatter. If you're so idle, come help me combat the Divine Gate rules. Hurry and open the passage to rescue our little Old Deng. In the realm of celestial beginnings, a figure known as Elder Deng spoke. Sister, I am striving. As a mere insignificant being, I can hardly alleviate much of your burden. The rules of the Star Gate are rather tyrannical. Lin Chun, an elder of the 4th Order, responded. September, esteemed one, please assist me. September, a divine elder, replied. Lin Chun, hold on for just 7 more minutes. I promise to extract you without fail. Grateful. Lin Chun expressed his thanks, acknowledging the esteemed one's greatness. As he continued to monitor the situation, he noticed September's message and felt a sense of calm wash over him. The Red Line Sovereign, another elder of the Divine Order, jested. Lin Chun, I recall that September is quite a beautiful lady. Perhaps you ought to offer yourself in gratitude. September retorted sharply. Red Line Sovereign, you scoundrel. Should I catch you, may you remain forever trapped in the bitter prison. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The Starry Taoist, also a divine elder, chimed in. Red Line Sovereign, can you guess where I am? Get it right, and I shall reward you with your favorite treat. Red Line Sovereign replied. Starry Taoist, you haven't come to the bitter prison, have you? We are not friends. I have already hidden myself here, and you still manage to find me. Is it truly worth holding a grudge over a few disparaging words spoken before Miss Han Shuang? Han Shuang interjected, Redline Sovereign. You scoundrel. I have also arrived at the bitter prison. For seasons Dodo, another divine elder, added, Redline Sovereign. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. I shall join the festivities shortly. The atmosphere within the group chat remained lighthearted, as the divine elders exchanged banter. Lin Chun, as long as he was not fated for misfortune, had no cause for concern about his survival. Consequently, Redline Sovereign's comments sparked a cascade of playful accusations, revealing his less-than-noble character. 7 minutes passed swiftly. In the chat, September shared a photograph. Against the backdrop of a starry sky, a portal adorned with chains stood ajar, revealing a tumultuous sea of green within. In that verdant ocean, two small dots were nestled closely together, one a deep green, the other a rich crimson. Meanwhile, within the goblin abyss, the green threads encircling Lin Chun dissipated in an instant. Brother Chun, look quickly, Lin Fan urged, gesturing for Lin Chun to raise his gaze. Upon doing so, Lin Chun beheld a colossal hand radiating silver light descending from the heavens. Countless silver beams cascaded upon the earth, dissolving all green matter beneath them. Though the hand appeared to descend slowly, its speed was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, it seized the entire Feng City camp and whisked it away into the clouds, vanishing within the goblin abyss. Annihilation, echoed a divine voice, and the entire goblin abyss crumbled, all hidden monstrosities reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the void. We are saved. As the golden light surrounding Lin Chun faded, the group tumbled onto the decaying remnants of the city walls, a cloud of dust erupting around them. What is that? Salvation is an inevitable occurrence. However, after being saved, Lin Chun found himself drawn to something profoundly different. In the distance, a massive crimson edifice loomed amidst the ruins of the camp. The collective joy of the crowd was abruptly stifled. That was the blood barrier, a resounding anthem of human courage. Lin Chun and his companions were somewhat perplexed, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. Upon hearing the term blood barrier, they fell into silence. It was evident that the camp had ultimately opted to sacrifice a few to save the many. The lives of 1,000 city guards forged the blood barrier, safeguarding countless souls. Little Lao Deng, although rescued, was not entirely elated. I'm not unhappy, merely a bit unsettled, he stated. Lin Chun was not being overly sentimental. He fully understood the significance and cost of the blood barrier. He had believed that the blood barrier was something distant, merely a legendary event he would never witness. Yet the reality unfolded before his very eyes. At some point, Lin Chun found himself transported to the starry expanse, still reeling from his daze. He instinctively responded to the inquiries of the esteemed September. Little Lao Deng appeared somewhat cheered, realizing that due to Lin Chun, many lives had been preserved. Thank you for your life-saving grace. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Lin Chun quickly expressed his gratitude. However, September imposed a physical silence upon him. Little Lao Deng, do not repay kindness with malice. I am but 18 years old, with ample time to enjoy my single life. Reject sycophancy and vengeful gratitude. If you truly wish to thank me, a favor will suffice. Lin Chun wore a look of consternation. He had no such intentions and was merely contemplating his current inability to repay. Little Lao Deng, go entertain yourself, he suggested. In a moment of disorientation, he returned to the throng, where the people around him remained unresponsive, clearly unaware of his brief conversation with the deity. At this juncture, the decayed remains of Fengshan Camp fell just outside the borders of Blue Star Fengshan. Any formidable individual of the 6th tier or above within the city immediately soared from the city walls to the ruins of Fengshan Camp. Perhaps sensing their return to Blue Star and their presence in a safe zone, the blood barrier began to show signs of disintegration. However, a glimmer of silver light flickered, halting the disintegration process. Ultimately, the benevolent September left behind a decree of rules. The effect of this decree was straightforward. It could temporarily suspend the collapse of the blood barrier, granting the soldiers who formed it a final opportunity to meet with their families. Upon witnessing this, the Lord of Fengshan promptly organized the families of the city guards to bid farewell to the warriors. All other matters were postponed. As for those who had been sheltered, they were not averse to a brief delay, eagerly wishing for their protectors to have one last encounter with their loved ones. Chapter 25, this time without mishap. Chinner, are you alright? Lin Yuan immediately spotted Lin Chun standing by the blood barrier and swiftly flew to his side, inquiring with genuine concern. "Grandfather, I am fine. It can be considered a narrow escape," Lin Shen reassured him. "That is good to hear. That is good to hear." Although Lin Yuan understood that even if he encountered difficulties, Lin Shen would remain unscathed, he could not help but feel anxious. Now, witnessing Lin Shen in perfect condition, he finally felt a sense of relief. He promptly captured a photograph of Lin Shen and sent it to Luo Ziyuan, informing her of Lin Shen's safe return. Since the incident at the Stargate had only transpired an hour ago, it felt like an eternity to some, as if they were separated by realms. "Lin Shen, my young friend, might you share the particulars of the events that unfolded within the Stargate?" After making the necessary arrangements, Lord Kong Yang of Fengcheng approached Lin Shen, speaking gently and inquiring about the happenings within the Stargate. He was acutely aware that anyone who could emerge unscathed from the blood-red barrier must have been under the protection of a formidable figure. Among a group of 10, it was evident that Lin Shen was the central figure, and given Lin Shen's background, Lord Kong believed he had unearthed the crux of the matter. Lin Shen recounted in detail his experiences within the world of the Stargate, omitting trivial details, such as his inadvertent triggering of the pollution riot. Subsequently, Lord Kong inquired about Lin Fan and others, piecing together the sequence of events that led to the turmoil in Goblin's ruins from their descriptions. This incident was purely accidental. No one had instigated it deliberately. The Carter clan's reckless actions, trading lives for lives, were unforeseeable, and the ensuing calamity of the Green Ancestor was a catastrophic chain reaction. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, as a divine being intervened to rescue those trapped in the Goblin's ruins. As for the reason for the divine intervention, one could only speculate that it was a fortuitous coincidence. After all, many other worlds within the Stargate had not received such salvation, or the divine being had arrived too late, leaving the human inhabitants lost. Even as humanity entered a more advanced federal era, privileges persisted, an indelible aspect of existence. As long as humanity endured, these privileges would not vanish. The conversation drew to a close. 3 hours passed, and with the last soldier reduced to ashes, their souls descending into the void, the blood-red barrier collapsed entirely. The people safeguarded within it ultimately returned to Blue Star and survived. "Shinner, let us return home." "Very well. Home it is." After bidding farewell to his companions, Lin Shen followed Lin Yuan back home, while the others who had been rescued returned to their respective families with a sense of gratitude for having survived. The Fengcheng incident did not spread widely. Among the hundreds of thousands of cities on Blue Star, Fengcheng was relatively inconspicuous, and the news of the incident garnered little attention, only circulating in a few neighboring cities, igniting a renewed admiration for the city defense forces. When the city fell, the final bastion was the flesh and blood of the city defense forces. As long as they remained unvanquished, the people within the city held onto hope for survival. Time would inevitably heal the scars. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed, and Lin Shen entered his winter vacation, finding a semblance of calm. In the midst of adversity, Lin Shen had shown remarkable bravery. However, in the aftermath, the suppressed fear within him resurfaced. How could he be so courageous when the external world was fraught with peril? Upon embarking on their second venture, they encountered danger once again. Although they narrowly escaped, the essence of danger remained unchanged. With a 50% probability of facing peril, this likelihood was akin to an absolute certainty of encountering danger. "Chun, I have discovered a lucrative cavern, not within our vicinity, but located in Blood City. It is a newly unveiled 4th-tier cavern, and so far, no threats have been identified." "Xiao Fan, are you certain?" "I'm not sure, but it is indeed profitable. A day's worth of mining guarantees a minimum income of 500 million, and should we unearth the spirit of the Orvain, it could be sold for hundreds of billions of federal coins. Please send me the cavern details. I shall review them further." "Chun, please consider it. Hong Xiao and I are definitely going. Let us deliberate." Lin Shen was torn. While the sight that Lin Fan had found promised profit, it was also genuinely perilous. The first venture had been devoid of danger, perhaps merely due to a stroke of luck on their initial outing. On their second expedition, they earned money but also faced threats, nearly losing their lives in the process. As they prepared for this third venture, he silently hoped for no unforeseen calamities. The amount of money earned was inconsequential compared to the paramount importance of avoiding entanglement in grave events. Lin Shen leaned towards participating, yet a profound sense of unease lingered within him, not specifically directed at this situation, but rather a habitual lack of security, approaching everything with skepticism. The newly unveiled fourth-tier cavern was dubbed the Mine, devoid of monsters, showcasing various mines of differing sizes. Some mines sprawled over 200 kilometers at their base and soared several dozen kilometers high, while others were diminutive, protruding from the ground by merely a few meters. Each mine comprised 99% earth, with only 1% at its core potentially housing high purity or the spirit of the ore vein. Being merely a fourth-tier cavern, the highest grade of ore it could yield was also fourth tier. Until excavated, no one could ascertain the grade or value of the ores within. It was akin to gambling with stones. Indeed, there was no immediate danger. A cavern where luck and skill flourished seemed well suited for the three of them, offering both fortune and opportunity. At the eastern part of Blood City, before the teleportation portal to the mine, the trio eagerly paid their entrance fees and stepped into the cavern, commencing their exploration. Chun, lead the way. Whichever mine you choose, we shall excavate. Lin Chun was at a loss for words. Did they truly believe him to be a mere treasure-seeking rodent? They had essentially brought him along to do the hard labor. Can't you discern whether there are treasures within the mines? Both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu shook their heads vigorously, their eyes fixed upon Lin Chun with anticipation for his display of expertise. With no other option, Lin Chun summoned the Book of Old Deng and commenced his usual operations. Upon encountering a mine, he employed his identification skill to ascertain the grade and quantity of treasures concealed within. This is unfeasible. The first tier, or jadeite, has a mere reserve of 500 units, valued at around 50 million. However, the fourth tier, or Longenstone, is promising, boasting a reserve of 7,000 units with a worth of 280 billion federal coins. The mountain is simply too vast. We cannot extract it all in a single day. Let us deliberate further. The trio meandered, taking half a day to identify several viable mining targets. It was not until Lin Chun halted at a medium-sized mine that a smile graced his face. Fourth tier or spirit, let us commence. Without hesitation, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu sprang into action, not even pausing to inquire about the specifics, for the allure of wealth had clouded their minds, compelling them to act. Stop. Dig in the direction I indicate. My mind is muddled. Chenggu, you take the lead. An hour later, they had excavated a tunnel resembling a thief's passage, extending over 3 kilometers into the mountain. One must admit, martial artists possess immense strength, their innate earthly bodies rendering them tireless in labor. As Lin Fan struck the ground with a palm, the earth before him collapsed instantaneously, revealing a cavernous void behind it. In the frost world, Dongfang Hongxiu, swift of hand and keen of eye, unleashed her professional skill upon the void. The initially modest opening transformed into an icy cavern in an instant, encasing the fourth tier or spirit, which had been preparing to flee, in a frozen sculpture. The fourth tier or spirit, with a potential of ninth tier and a value of 800 billion, is a tremendous windfall. We must secure it quickly. Fortune must remain concealed. Upon Lin Chen's conclusion, Lin Fan had already captured the or spirit using an object akin to a pokeball. You speak wisely. Chenggu, let us proceed. The or spirit is an exceedingly precious entity of the earth and sky, capable of revitalizing depleted or veins. The higher its tier, the larger the veins it can restore. And with superior quality, there exists a probability of elevating the or vein S tier, making it an invaluable asset among earthly spirits. Lin Chun felt exasperated. How could their hands be so swift? He had barely glimpsed the or spirit's form before it was whisked away, as if it were a Pokemon. Logically, one would expect such a rare treasure to incite murderous intent and highway robbery. However, all remained tranquil, and nothing untoward occurred. 7 days passed in serene quietude, during which the trio amassed an impressive bounty that led them to suspect the situation was somewhat dubious. Over this span, they excavated 35 mines, yielding over 50,000 units of fourth-tier ore, valued at 220 billion. They captured 7 or spirits, 3 at first tier, 2 at second tier, 1 at third tier, and 2 at fourth tier, with a combined worth of 350 billion, dividing their spoils in a ratio of 4 to 3 to 3. Lin Chun would receive a sum of 280 billion federal coins. Chenggu, Hongxiu, do you think I am being ungrateful? Clearly, we have reaped a bountiful harvest. Yet I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. It seems too serene. I sense an underlying disturbance. You are indeed being ungrateful, replied Dongfang Hongxiu. I share your sentiment. Everything feels surreal, almost dreamlike. Chenggu, let us depart. It is prudent to secure our gains before pursuing further endeavors. You are right. Let us hasten back and divide our earnings. The The three individuals, trembling with trepidation, emerged from the subterranean portal and hastily boarded the spacecraft bound for Fengqing. 3.5 hours later, the vessel landed, and yet, nothing untoward had transpired. Who could have anticipated that Lin Fan's satchel concealed 7 Pokballs, and within his storage ring lay 50,000 units of 4th tier ore, valued at an astounding 570 billion federal credits? Even upon entering the Lin family villa, the atmosphere remained tranquil, as though the previous anxiety had merely been a performance for phantoms. How intriguing. Chapter 26. Normalcy and the Return to the Mine Children. It appears you have been pursued by wolves, in a state of disarray. Lin Chen's grandmother, Luo Ziyuan, descended from the upper floors, sensing the dissipating tension among the trio, speculating that they may have encountered some external disturbance. Good day, grandmother Luo. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu greeted her with endearing politeness. The elderly matriarch nodded at the two, recognizing them as dear friends of her grandson, and kindly instructed the robotic servants to prepare some light snacks and fruits. Grandmother, we are well and encountered no real danger. Though the experience was somewhat unusual and surreal, Lin Chen replied. May I share in your tale? Perhaps I can offer some analysis, she suggested. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, noting their lack of objection, indicating that it was permissible to speak. Thus, Lin Chen recounted their adventures in the mine's cavern to Luo Ziyuan. She admitted her ignorance, marveling at their fortune of returning unscathed with treasures worth 570 billion credits. Such an extraordinary occurrence, where the journey was calm and uneventful, was beyond her experience. My dear children, your unique circumstances are unfamiliar to me, and I cannot provide guidance. However, I can assure you that the Lin family is willing to purchase your findings at a satisfactory price. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were unconcerned, knowing the Lin family would treat them fairly. After all, the favored grandchildren of the Lin family would undoubtedly receive a generous offer for their treasures. Luo Ziyuan engaged the three youths in conversation for a while, cognizant that her topics might not resonate with their youthful spirits. Eventually, she excused herself, seeking to retreat upstairs for a beauty nap, thereby granting the young ones their space. The household's robotic servants took possession of the Pokballs and the storage device containing the 4th tier or from Lin Fan's hands. Once the Lin family's appraisers provided their assessments and valuations, the transactions would proceed seamlessly, ensuring a swift exchange of goods and currency. This process would not take long. Results would be available within the day via expedited channels, a testament to their affluence. Chenggu, grandmother Luo is so gentle. My grandmother is quite the opposite, either in a brawl or on her way to one, Dongfang Hongxiu remarked, a hint of envy in her eyes. Lin Fan also found Luo Ziyuan to be exceptionally kind, a warm and approachable elder. Despite his deep yearning for such familial affection, he maintained an impassive facade, masking his inner turmoil with a calm demeanor. As an orphan raised in a federal orphanage since his earliest memories, the notion of family held little importance for him. Among the three, Lin Fan possessed the most potential. Setting aside various external factors, Lin Fan's innate talent stands unparalleled, presenting the greatest opportunity for ascension. Chenggu, I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Perhaps you might inquire with the esteemed elders to seek a reasonable explanation. I almost overlooked that. Allow me to ask right away. Chenggu, I must express my disdain for the name of your organization. It is utterly nonsensical. I share your sentiment. Following the Stargate incident, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu have learned about the existence of the Old Deng Alliance from Lin Chen. Their emotions are steeped in envy, as they witness the privilege of being guaranteed divine-level talent, supported by numerous formidable allies, truly a destiny chosen from the heavens. Old Deng Chat Group 1853, Lin Chen, 4th tier Old Deng, everyone Lin Chen, 4th tier Old Deng blah blah blah, detailed account of his experiences. Noting that the restrictions of the covenant foster relationships among allies that are even closer than those with parents and family. Hong Xianzun, Divine Tier Old Deng. Xing Chun Daoren, Divine Tier Old Deng. Han Shuang, Divine Tier Old Deng. Jiu Yu, Divine Tier Old Deng. Qian Duo, 9th Tier Old Deng. Gu Su Cheng, Semi-Divine Old Deng. Nan Chu Di Yi Shuai, 4th Tier Old Deng Bro. If you keep playing like this, what is left for me? Your 4th tier is not the same as mine, not the same. A flurry of question marks flooded the screen. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, evoking a sense of naivety. It was only when Nan Chu Di Yi Shuai broke the silence that new discussions emerged. He had initially thought his connection had faltered. Lin Chun, 4th-tier old Deng, have you never encountered such a scenario? Surely not, esteemed elders. Jiu Yu, divine tier old Deng, young old Deng. I happen to be on a business trip in North Continent. Wait a moment. I shall come and give you a loving slap. Who is being sarcastic now? Lin Shun, 4th-tier old Deng, my apologies, great one. Acknowledging my mistake. Hong Xianzun, divine tier old Deng, Lin Shun, young old Deng. When you reach divine tier, I shall give you a good kick in the backside. For your revelation has allowed others to catch up with me. I must take my leave. I am currently under duress. Hong Xianzun, divine tier old Deng, image, Lin Shun, 4th-tier old Deng, amused Lin Shun, 4th-tier old Deng therefore. Is there a distinguished individual who could elucidate whether this situation is normal? I feel quite unsettled. With a playful jest, Lin Shun shifted to serious matters. Recognizing that the elders, being well-versed in the ways of the world, might possess insights into the current circumstances. The respected red line, old Deng of the divine rank, indulge in something delightful. Prepare for a leisurely repose. The most handsome in the southern district, old Deng of the 4th rank, Lin Shun, guide me. I have been stuck at the 4th rank for a century, yearning to transcend my limits. September, old Deng of the divine rank, young old Deng. I am here to examine you. It may be somewhat painful. A serious response is absent, for it is well known that the esteemed September is near Lin Shun, and any issues will be resolved by September. They are merely here for amusement. In the living room of the Lin family villa, Lin Shun felt a chill run down his spine upon reading the remarks from September. In a flash, he found himself amidst the starry sky. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck Lin Shun's rear, propelling him like a firecracker, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground in a spectacular display. Xiao Fan, Dongfang, come help me up. I am paralyzed and cannot rise. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu struggled to suppress their amusement, clearly witnessing a blurred figure deliver a kick to Lin Shun, sending him flying. Their allegiance to Lin Shun could be debated later, for when a deity strikes you, it undoubtedly indicates some fault on your part. Otherwise, why would a deity target you specifically? Covering their mouths, Lin Fan and his companion assisted Lin Shun. Esteemed one, wasn't it said to be a loving slap? Why the change to a kick? I bestow upon you a loving slap as a reward, so it cannot be deemed a benefit for you. You are right. Hee. Young old Deng, you are somewhat peculiar. September stepped back in disdain, yet Lin Shun's lips curled into a smile, his spirits high. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu instinctively took a step back, gazing skyward, indicating their complete unfamiliarity with Lin Shun, wishing to remain uninvolved. Esteemed one, please examine us for any issues. September fell silent, contemplating for some time before responding. You have no problems. You are exemplary of the adage that those who survive great peril will find subsequent fortune. However, your fortune is somewhat excessive. Once it diminishes to a certain extent, the current situation will cease. With this explanation from the esteemed one, the three exhaled in relief. No issues were indeed good news. Esteemed one, can our fortune sustain another peaceful adventure? Absolutely. Begone, detestable children of fortune. September replied, gritting teeth in irritation. They were an eyesore, and the thought of their arrival only brought tears to his eyes. Returning to the living room, the trio exchanged glances, having completely demystified the deity. Deities are, after all, powerful beings, possessing personalities not unlike ordinary folk. Brother Chun, let us return to the mines tomorrow. Indeed, with our fortune flourishing, we must seize this opportunity to amass wealth. Who knows what tribulations await us in the future? Brother Chun speaks wisely. Extremes lead to reversals. After we gather this fortune, we shall retreat for cultivation, venturing nowhere. Dongfang is correct. We should proceed as such. Three individuals deliberated on various details, after which Lin Fan and the others took their leave, agreeing to discuss the division of profits once they emerged from the cavern. By then, with several hundred billion at their disposal, they could spend it as they pleased. Ultimately, Lin Shen shared the promising news of his impending wealth in their group chat, earning himself the dual titles of both Fortune's Chosen and Someone You Must Strike Upon First, earning the nickname Fortune Hound. Within the old group, the so-called children of fortune were few. Most had progressed through diligent effort, ascending only when the time was ripe, embodying the truth that great talents often emerge later in life. At the eastern part of Blood City, before the entrance of the mine's cavern portal, Lin Shun and his companions exchanged glances, resolutely stepping inside, eager not to lag behind. 7 days later, the trio emerged from the portal. Although their appearance was disheveled, their smiles radiated joy. Let us go. My unease is nearly overwhelming, one exclaimed. I share that sentiment. We must flee immediately. My bloodline is warning me, another replied. As they all sensed a certain urgency. 3.5 hours later, their spacecraft touched down in Feng City. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on their wristwatches. The Mine-S cavern collapsed 3 hours ago. Fortunately, there were no casualties, as all adventurers within were teleported out before the collapse. They exchanged relieved glances, grateful that had they been greedy and lingered even a half-hour longer, they might have been entombed within the depths of the cavern. The cavern, known formally as the Underworld, lay deep underground, its discovery facilitated by a portal that connected the subterranean realm to the surface of Blue Star, enabling a flow of resources between both worlds. The distance between the two was vast, and traversing into the cavern from the real world was a feat achievable only by deities. For those below divinity, it was akin to scaling the heavens. Chapter 27. Seclusion and Training Camp. The three returned to the Lin family villa, where Luo Xuan made another appearance, reiterating her previous admonition. This scene had played out just a week prior. Children, this matter can be one or two, but never too good. Moderation is key, she advised. And the trio nodded in earnest agreement, appearing quite obedient. Once Luo Xuan departed, they eagerly began to tally their gains, eagerly awaiting their share of the profits. This time, their bounty surpassed the last. They had acquired 70,000 units of fourth-tier ore, valued at 480 billion, along with 9 spirits of the ore vein, one of the first tier, 3 of the second, 3 of the third, and 2 of the fourth, worth a total of 370 billion. In total, they amassed 850 billion, of which Lin Shun would receive 340 billion, bringing his total to 568 billion when combined with his previous earnings. So much money, one exclaimed. Shun, are you not the reincarnation of a treasure-hunting mouse? Lin Shun was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to such a query. His was a genuine human soul. Any suggestion that he was a mere treasure-hunting rodent was a gross misrepresentation. This bounty would once again be entrusted to the Lin family for management. Lin Shun had great confidence in his family's enterprise, feeling no pressure whatsoever in settling over 10 billion in cash at once. Whether it is the fourth tier or the spirit of the vein, both serve as daily consumables, typically sold within a month, thus avoiding any backlog. Concerning the spirit of the vein, the Lin family's specialized appraisers and evaluation agencies prefer to consign it for auction, ultimately enhancing its value significantly. With at least a 20% premium, a mere delay of 2 weeks can yield greater financial returns, leaving no room for doubt among the three. Moreover, there exists an alternative plan. The Lin family can initially compensate based on market value to facilitate the distribution among the three, with the auction's premium to be allocated to Lin Shun, who will then oversee the internal distribution. This approach ensures that no time is wasted. After all, involving the family's young master in business transactions warrants maximum convenience, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. That afternoon, Lin Chen's account swelled by 568 billion federal coins, reaching a total of 600 billion. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu similarly reaped over 400 billion federal coins in profits. In just half a month, the three amassed such wealth, a testament to the terrifying fortune of the chosen one. Brother Chun, with a month and a half remaining in the winter break, I have decided to seclude myself for rigorous training, distancing myself from worldly affairs. Coincidentally, I have the same intention. Thus, the three resolved to enter seclusion for training. At this moment, they were devoid of any protective fortune, and it was prudent to remain cautious. The outside world was fraught with danger, and it was better to stay hidden. That evening, Lin Shin retrieved his tablet and began a fervent spree of purchases. The 600 billion federal coins flowed like a river, finally filling the void for enhancing his innate qualities to level 45. Of the total, 21 billion was allocated for increasing comprehension, 35 billion for enhancing elemental resistance, 48 billion for improving bone structure, and 190 billion for elevating spirituality. A total expenditure of 286.8 billion elevated the 4 innate attributes to their utmost limits. With 313.2 billion remaining, 175.8 billion was used to bolster soul strength to 20 points, and 128.8 billion was dedicated to increasing elemental strength to 20 points. After this lavish spending, Lin Shin's account still retained 8.6 billion, sufficient only for purchasing resources necessary for daily cultivation, leaving no funds for further quality enhancement. Nevertheless, It was a positive development. The gap of over 10 billion was now down to 252 billion for soul strength and 571 billion for elemental strength. Thus, a remaining deficit of 823 billion still loomed, but with over 4 years ahead, there was no urgency. In his period of introspection, Lin Chun found daily life mundane. With the monotony of practicing and refining resources for quality enhancement, secluding himself, akin to a young lady confined within her chamber. As half a month passed, school resumed, bringing a slight alteration to Lin Chun's routine. However, it was not a significant change. It merely added the aspect of attending school to his daily life. The student life consisted of classes during the week and rest on weekends, while the top achievers worked tirelessly throughout the year, often more vigorously on weekends than weekdays. Naturally, Lin Chun was among these high achievers. It was not until the commencement of the second Nirvana training camp that Lin Chun's daily rhythm was disrupted, requiring him to venture to Blood City for the annual training camp, where he would study for a month. For the past 2.5 months, Lin Chun has primarily engaged in the normal regimen of cultivation, dedicating the remainder of his time to refining resources aimed at enhancing his innate abilities, all in preparation for the upcoming Nirvana training camp. Just as he boarded the spacecraft, he completely refined the last resource that would augment his potential, elevating his capabilities to their utmost limits at this stage. Physical strength, 82, 164, 246, maximum. Spiritual strength, 13, 620, 336. Elemental strength, 10, 820, 308. Elemental resistance, 71, 142, 213. Maximum. Comprehension, 73, 146, 219. Maximum. Root bone, 76, 152, 228. Maximum. Spirituality, 98, 196, 294. Maximum. With all 5 attributes reaching their zenith, and each surpassing 20 points. The path to the 10th tier lies before him. Both his spiritual and elemental strengths exceed 30 points, hinting at the possibility of embarking on the semi-divine path, with a faint chance to ascend the divine ladder. This reflects only his current potential. As he ages, at 20, 30, and even 40, the enhancement of his innate abilities will only become more pronounced, thereby increasing the likelihood of his ascension to divinity, potentially culminating in a century. Even at his present level of aptitude, Lin Chun can be regarded as a rare gem among the masses. However, it must be acknowledged that numerous other prodigies exist, with an overwhelming multitude of aspiring youths, up to 1.5 trillion, of whom 150 billion share similar talents within his generation. Upon discovering this staggering statistic, Lin Chun felt a sense of pressure. Despite his exceptional qualities, he finds himself competing with an astronomical number of peers. The human race of Blue Star is remarkably formidable, standing as one of the most elite groups in the vast cosmos, with such a vast population that a plethora of talents emerges, often outpacing the capacity to cultivate them. Realizing how rare his own gifts are, Lin Chun reflects on the relatively small membership of the Old Deng Alliance, which comprises fewer than 2,000 members, underscoring the scarcity of late-blooming talents. This is indeed rational. Members of the Old Deng Alliance, as long as they remain alive, can attain divinity within 1 to 3 millennia. If viewed through this lens, in 30,000 years, the human race could naturally produce over 1,000 new deities. Consequently, the total number of divine beings amongst humanity would surpass 7,000, not accounting for natural breakthroughs or unexpected fallings from grace during that period. With over 7,000 tangible deities, the strength of human civilization would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, with fortunes flourishing and, in turn, propelling the race towards greater prosperity. Sometimes, the most profound revelations come from seemingly innocuous information. Lin Chun feels as if he has glimpsed the future trajectory of humanity. I know nothing. I am but a minor player, seeking only joy and simplicity in life, he muses, forcibly banishing his earlier thoughts to the recesses of his mind. Returning to his previous state of being. Xiao Fan, you have silently advanced to the late stage of the 4th tier. Your progress is indeed somewhat unusual. Hehe. This is the complete version of my talent. In the past, I lacked the financial means to fully utilize my gifts, but now that I am prosperous, I shall unleash my potential to the fullest. Lin Fan's explanation was somewhat ostentatious, akin to a resource annihilator. Dongfang, have you also advanced in your cultivation? Oh dear. You've seen through me, Chenggu. I have merely benefited from my lineage. After all, it is divine blood, and a faster cultivation speed is only to be expected. Lin Shan remained silent, simply sipping his milk tea. Eventually, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Hashan, who was making an effort to diminish his presence, and posed a pointed question. Hashan, how have you reached the mid-stage of the 4th rank? Shingu, I have employed technology, not traditional martial arts. So a significant leap in strength is quite normal, Zhou Hashan hastily explained, twisting his left hand to reveal a gleaming metallic interface at the severed end, which was blindingly bright. Lin Shan observed that most of his classmates had elevated their ranks by 2 or 3 levels, with the number of 4th rank individuals reaching 19. In contrast, his own cultivation had stagnated during this period. Shingu, we have all engaged in some ruthless training. Our advancements are not purely traditional. Unlike your methodical progression with solid foundations and astonishing combat prowess, Lin Shan felt a sense of relief. Comparing himself to this group of prodigies was indeed a folly. As a late-stage player, it was natural for him to be somewhat weaker in the earlier stages. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Shan decided to let go of his earlier concerns. After all, he had managed to relax for half a day and deserved to enjoy himself. The spaceship landed in Blood City, and everyone returned to the training camp. Last year, Lin Shan ranked at the bottom of the 4th ring. This year, his goal was to break into the 1st ring. After a year of diligent training and with many top competitors eliminated, if he still couldn't make it to the 1st ring, his investment would indeed have been in vain. The enhancement of various aptitudes yielded immediate results. His comprehension of various techniques and martial arts deepened, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the momentum that only 5th-rank generals could understand, resulting in a combat prowess that had multiplied several times since before he ventured into the mining dungeon. In the 4th rank, he was truly invincible. With only a few opponents within the surrounding 13 cities, and his displays of prowess were limited to a confined area to avoid mishaps. Chapter 28. Restraint and Counter-Restraint at the Training Camp. The 1st ranking challenge commenced. Lin Shan was assigned the initial number of 99 in the 3rd ring. After the morning's challenge concluded, his position stabilized at 2nd in the 3rd ring. The 1st in the 3rd ring, Jiang Yin, the mechanism master, was unbeatable. His instantaneous elimination of opponents was too formidable, perfectly countering Lin Shan, a martial arts prodigy devoid of any special means. All students in the 3rd ring were at the 4th rank, and aside from the mechanism master, Lin Shan maintained a solid dominance over the others based on his own strength. In the afternoon, during the cross-ring challenge, Lin Shan chose to challenge the 280th position in the 1st ring. The 1st ring consists of only 300 ranks, and the competition is exceedingly fierce, with students starting at the 5th rank. The 280th rank is a senior from Heart City, possessing early-stage 5th rank cultivation, specializing in martial arts. With a grasp of fist momentum and lacking a specific profession, his talent is not combat-oriented, making him a suitable challenge for Lin Shan. In a pure martial arts contest, Lin Shan did not believe he would be weaker than a 5th rank martial arts genius. The challenge commenced, and a successful match was established. On the arena, neither side initiated an immediate attack. Instead, they exchanged names, adhering to the traditional format of ancient martial arts contests. In the heart of the city, at the esteemed Xinjing Martial Arts Academy, stood Gu Yuan, a student in Class 1 of the senior year, possessing an initial level of the 5th rank. In contrast, from the Nirvana Martial Arts Academy in Fengcheng, Lin Shan, a first-year student from Class 1, held an initial 4th rank. The disparity of 1 rank was of little concern to either combatant. Gu Yuan, however, refrained from underestimating Lin Shan, having witnessed numerous adversaries capable of surpassing rank limitations. Rank meant little in the face of true talent. After exchanging respectful bows, both combatants began their duel without hesitation. Lin Shan chose not to employ his mentalist techniques, reserving this strategy to maintain his ranking. With the preliminary rounds lasting 4 more hours, revealing all his tactics would diminish his competitive edge. After reaching the 4th rank, Lin Shan had diverted his training to the ancestral techniques of the Xian Kong Mountain Lin family, where an array of martial skills awaited mastery. Only when his comprehension and spirit reached their zenith could he glimpse the subtleties within. As their techniques collided, the essence of martial arts surged forth, neither yielding an inch, resulting in a stalemate. With no technique yet fully realized, both swiftly altered their approaches, leading to a series of increasingly fierce clashes. Amidst the exchanges, ethereal shadows of blades and fists emerged behind them, growing denser and more pronounced. Ultimately, the victor would inevitably advance in their martial prowess, while the defeated would gain insight into their shortcomings, fostering growth through dedicated training. In a world rife with talented individuals, no one could maintain an undefeated streak. Thus, the path of invincibility could not be established among humanity. Consequently, the youth of the human race bore no obsession with victory or defeat, and failures did not shatter their resolve or sever their martial paths. Rather, the more they lost, the purer their martial spirit became. Having encountered numerous strong opponents, they faced challenges with courage, growing ever bolder through adversity. With a flourish, Lin Chen executed his intricate ninth style of Tian Yuan, while Gu Yuan steadfastly countered with his steadfast shattering stone fist. Gu Yuan's momentum surged, accumulating an overwhelming force that shattered everything before him. Lin Chen, I possess a technique capable of shattering stone and gold alike. I invite your assessment, Gu Yuan declared. Likewise, I have a technique that devours the heavens and earth. Entombing all, I welcome your evaluation, Lin Chen responded. In unison, they agreed to determine their fates through a single decisive strike. The clash of their mightiest techniques erupted, the Tianyuan burial and the shattering strike. Forces collided, vitality clashed, and blade met fist, creating a triad of impact that filled the arena with explosions and shockwaves. The simulated grassy environment was left in tatters. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood resolutely before Gu Yuan, whose right arm, once poised to strike, had vanished from sight. You have won, Lin Chen. This battle has imparted invaluable lessons upon me. Thank you, Gu Yuan acknowledged graciously. Let us both strive for mutual improvement. No need for thanks, Lin Chen replied. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious as they exchanged virtual friend requests, promising to engage in future sparring sessions to advance their martial arts together. Gu Yuan still possessed the strength for battle. However, he was acutely aware of his defeat, deeming it unnecessary to force a confrontation that would reveal further capabilities. This was merely a challenge match, with the subsequent competitions being of paramount importance. He needed to regain his position within the first tier to secure a better training environment. Once he ascended to the first tier, Lin Chen refrained from further challenges, opting instead to stabilize his ranking and, in the final hour, select opponents he could feasibly defeat to enhance his standing. As the second round commenced, Lin Chen found himself as the challenger without prior knowledge of his opponent's capabilities. Why would you, my friend, bypass the first place to challenge me, a mere defeated foe? Lin Chen mused as he faced Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat unsettled. My apologies, classmate. But among 300 participants, only your metrics fall beneath mine. Hence, I must challenge you. In a moment of silent resignation, Lin Chen was swiftly eliminated. For the third time, last year, he fell victim to a swift defeat. This year, he faced annihilation in the morning, relegating him to second place, only to be vanquished again in the afternoon, plummeting to the rank of first in the third tier. What a vexatious mechanism, he lamented, yet through their prior exchange, he gleaned some insight into Jiang Yan's elimination methodology. Among the 300, only his metrics were inferior to hers. This figure likely stemmed from her innate abilities, which he could not decipher. These innate talents are truly peculiar, with effects that vary immensely. Even with an understanding of Jiang Yan's elimination mechanism, Lin Chen found himself powerless against such a pure system. Within her framework, victory was unattainable. Given Lin Chen's combat prowess in the first tier, no one dared challenge him upon his fall to the third tier, nor did he initiate any challenges, opting to observe instead. The narrative unfolded with dramatic flair. Following the conclusion of Jiang Yan's immunity period, she accepted a challenge and was promptly eliminated, reciprocating the same fate upon another, thus descending to the rank of first in the fourth tier. In the early stages of the fourth tier, she had swiftly defeated Jiang Yan, indicating that her metrics were indeed formidable, though the extent of her strength remained uncertain. Lin Chen now hesitated to engage in further challenges, the higher his rank climbed. The more likely Jiang Yan could eliminate him and seize his position, ultimately crafting a path to elevate her standing at his expense. Jiang Yan, too, ceased her challenges, seemingly fixated on Lin Chen. Her earlier admonition hinted at underlying intentions. Lin Chen resolved to remain passive. As an hour elapsed, neither he nor Jiang Yan made a move, simply biding their time. Ultimately, through connections among instructors, Jiang Yan added Lin Chen's virtual account as a friend. Brother, I apologize, she messaged. What do you mean? Lin Chen replied. In the first tier, You are the only one I can surpass. I implore you to assist me in entering the first tier, she pleaded. What benefit do I gain from aiding you in this endeavor? Lin Chen inquired. Brother Chun, I can craft a one-time equipment imbued with the power of elimination afterward. I will provide you with 3 pieces of one-time equipment that can store this elimination power. Lin Chen quipped. Is this elimination power contingent upon your metrics, or? Jiang Yan. Therefore, Brother Chun, your values shall serve as the standard. During usage, it is based on your values at that moment, possessing a certain degree of growth potential. Lin Chen deal. Jiang Yan. Thank you, brother. Bows in gratitude. What the two of them are doing does not actually contravene any rules. Jiang Yan has adeptly exploited a loophole in the regulations, restraining Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen seeks to improve, he must confront Jiang Yan, who is watching him closely. In the absence of countermeasures, this remains the optimal choice. Having forged a nefarious alliance with Jiang Yan, Lin Chen began to scout for opponents, ultimately selecting 3, numbers 108, 126, and 173 from the first ring. These individuals exhibited formidable prowess, yet Lin Chen was confident in his ability to triumph over them. The other competitors either concealed their true strength, rendering their combat abilities unclear, or engaged in sheer numerical dominance. A small fraction were mechanized anomalies, entirely beyond Lin Chen's capacity to contend with. Thus, Lin Chen initiated a challenge against contestant 173 from the first ring, a rank assigned to Jiang Yan to create the illusion of conflict between them, leading Jiang Yan to pursue Lin Chen aggressively. This approach would somewhat obscure Jiang Yan's FAAD of strength, preventing challenges from those who had fallen to lower ranks, thus masquerading as a powerful contender. On the arena, both sides commenced with 0 frames. With a single strike, Lin Chen reduced his opponent, along with their ultimate move, to ashes. This was the extent of his offensive. Should he fail to obliterate his enemy with that blow, he would be compelled to employ his more potent psychic force, a trump card he preferred to reserve. In the preparation space, Lin Chen signaled Jiang Yan. Consequently, Jiang Yan ascended once more. The fluctuations in their rankings soon captured the attention of teachers from various schools monitoring the live combat and standings, with the threat level of both competitors sharply increasing. Fortunately, they appeared to be at odds, with Jiang Yan relentlessly pursuing Lin Chen. Such clumsy tactics could not be concealed for long. Yet as long as they were not discerned in real time, the aftermath would not see either party regretting their actions. Lin Chen waited for half an hour, and Jiang Yan's position remained stable, unchallenged. Therefore, he commenced a challenge against contestant 126 from the first ring. Upon successful matchmaking, they took to the arena. Neither party had their names revealed, and they began with 0 frames. A single strike determined the victor. Lin Chen emerged triumphant. Returning to the preparation space, Lin Chen glanced at the leaderboard, only to find that Jiang Yan had once again plummeted in rank, this time even more dramatically, descending directly to the 7th ring. Lin Chen, what happened this time? How did you get challenged again? Jiang Yan, brother, that opponent had hacks. They countered me perfectly. I have let you down. Crying, Lin Chen. Chapter 29. Such splendor in the land. Lin Chen chuckled. There are moments when silence prompts laughter. Lin Chen, tell me about the circumstances of your 2 challengers. Jiang Yan. The first was a sheer numerical overpowering. The opponent was genuinely formidable. At the early stages of the 4th tier, their combat prowess rivaling that of a peak 5th tier. Their talent and class were exceedingly strong, seemingly only in their first year of junior high. Jiang Yan. The second was a counter, possessing immunity to instant death attacks and a fixed damage reduction talent, challenging me. A 4th tier with their 3rd tier. Lin Chen. Is your true form so weak? Jiang Yan. Brother, please refrain from scolding me. My aptitude is rather lacking. I only possess a formidable talent. Lin Chen, what shall we do then? You have been challenged twice. The first opponent was ranked 9th in the 1st tier, and although your second challenger has dropped in rank, their mentor is undoubtedly aware of your situation, intent on targeting you just as you are keenly focused on me. Jiang Yan. Brother, I accept my fate. I shall venture into the 2nd tier, where there are many whom I can easily defeat. Lin Chen. It seems we have no alternative. Just be cautious not to resort to any underhanded tactics in the end. Jiang Yan. That is out of the question. Once the training camp concludes, I shall present you with a piece of equipment that guarantees instant victory, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, Brother Chen. Lin Chen. I must decline. One should not accept rewards without merit. Jiang Yan. No, Brother Chen, you truly deserve it. After a brief exchange, Lin Shan ultimately accepted the equipment, for Jiang Yin would have persisted in his insistence for quite some time otherwise. Through their conversation, Lin Shan discerned that Jiang Yin harbored a certain degree of social awkwardness, likely stemming from the perilous nature of his talent, which left him friendless in reality and contributed to a somewhat timid demeanor. Lin Shan himself felt apprehensive, having been defeated 3 times. He bore a lingering psychological shadow from those encounters. By the end of the training camp, he anticipated that he would need to enlist Xiao Fan as a decoy to shield himself. Jiang Yan's extraordinary talent destined him for a solitary path, one fraught with loneliness and few companions willing to walk alongside him. Lin Shan chose not to dwell on this, but instead resolved to continue advancing his rank, seizing every opportunity within the bounds of the rules. Before Lin Shan could challenge higher tiers, he was confronted by a student from the 2nd tier. On the arena, he did not initiate with a zero-frame attack, as his opponent adhered to the rules, and both were in the stage of mutual introduction. Dongshan City, Shanghai Martial High. Class 1, Year 2, Shinzi. Fengcheng, Nirvana Martial High. Class 1, Year 1, Lin Shan. Once the introductions concluded, Shinzi unleashed a powerful attack to signify the seriousness of their duel against Lin Shan, the Crescent Moon Obliteration. Shinzi, a practitioner of lunar martial arts, had awakened as a moonlight knight, a vocation perfectly aligned with her talents and techniques. In this era, she represented the pinnacle of her version. Lin Shan, wary of underestimating his opponent, countered with his own formidable attack, the mental assault. Shinzi concealed a potent mental force, aiming to disrupt Lin Shan's concentration, seeking to exploit any moment of hesitation to claim his life with her ultimate technique. However, her mental assault dissipated without effect, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, and instead, it rebounded upon her, leading Shinzi into a state of mental disarray. Thus, Lin Shan emerged victorious with ease. Had Shinzi engaged Lin Shan in a direct confrontation, the outcome would surely have been more arduous, given the prowess of her lunar abilities and vocation. Regrettably, she unwittingly ventured into Lin Shan's area of expertise. In terms of martial prowess, Lin Shan's mental fortitude surpassed that of his opponent. Having reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, with an estimated combat strength approximately 10-fold that of martial arts, the spiritual practitioners inherently possess a higher rank than the fighters. And Lin Shan, being proficient in the realm of the mind, boasts a combat prowess comparable to that of a late-stage 5th-tier warrior, rendering him no weakling among his peers. Upon returning to the preparation space, Lin Shan reflected on the recent battle. In the lunar profession, no practitioner can be deemed weak, as the lowest rank is classified as rare. The human race categorizes talents into 2 distinct types and 6 tiers, the combat type and the lifestyle type, with ranks classified as ordinary, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, and mythical. In the combat category, examples include Shinzi, the Moonlight Knight of rare rank, and Dongfang Hongxiu, the Frost Mage of mythical rank. In the lifestyle category, one might encounter Zhou Heshan, the Mechanical Engineer of rare rank. Having passed 12 years since the age of 6, Lin Shan still has not awakened a profession. He has relinquished hope, awaiting his 18th birthday when he anticipates the awakening of an ordinary profession, intending to bridge the gap between himself and the prodigies. The awakening of a profession brings the most significant enhancement, providing an additional skill template inherited from predecessors, along with a corresponding increase in strength. The higher the talent rank, the greater the potential and the more extensive the database accompanying the profession, comprising a multitude of skills applicable to various scenarios. Professions represent the crystallization of civilization developed over hundreds of thousands of years by the human race. They are the broad avenues paved by predecessors, pathways that descendants can traverse to swiftly reach their destination and become the new pioneers. Some professions may initially appear weak with low ranks, carrying rudimentary skills of little value. Yet through generations of exploration and innovation, these professions can evolve and improve in rank. As time ticked away, Lin Shan faced numerous challenges, ultimately stabilizing his rank at 89 in the 1st tier, unable to progress further. The finest 50,000 students from 13 cities congregated, brimming with countless talents. The 88 students ranked above Lin Shan possessed unfathomable strength, and only by exerting his utmost could Lin Shan hope to tilt the odds of victory to a 1 in 9 chance. With the tolling of the bell, the inaugural ranking challenge of the 2nd Nirvana training camp concluded, and most participants received training rooms commensurate with their abilities. Following the challenge, the customary gathering for a meal ensued. After more than 3 years of camaraderie, the classmates had formed their own small circles. The trio to which Lin Chun belonged stood at the pinnacle, their strength setting them apart from their peers. Next was the small group led by Zhou Hashan, consisting of scions from prominent families, contrasted by the group of commoners led by Zhao Chongyang. There existed no animosity between the two factions. Rather, they simply engaged in different pastimes and conversations, with minimal intersections. Nonetheless, they were all classmates, coexisting harmoniously in their shared environment. The 30 members of Class 1 arrived at the restaurant, eagerly awaiting their dishes while sharing insights from the day's experiences with their close friends. Although the realm of the virtual gods possesses a collective preparation space, everyone is preoccupied with challenges and being challenged, their time hardly harmonizing. The rare moments of respite are devoted to rest and the restoration of mental vigor. You two are quite impressive, managing to break into the top 10 among a crowd of upperclassmen. Chen Gu, it's merely luck. Lin Fan chuckled, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Dongfang Hongxiu, however, appeared rather shy, ranking 6th in the first tier, making her presence pale in comparison to Lin Fan, who stood at 8th. Perhaps Dongfang Hongxiu practiced some form of concealment technique, rendering her presence minimal. Coupled with her tendency to remain silent, it was easy for Lin Chun to overlook her existence. He could only recall her when mentioning Lin Fan. That concealment technique was indeed remarkable. Chen Gu, you have no idea just how formidable that first-year student, Yu Shu, truly is. Oh, pray tell. In this training camp, there exists a first-year student named Yu Shu, who, at the tender age of 12 and having trained for merely half a year, secured the 4th position in the first tier, surpassing 50,000 students and dominating those from 13 cities, truly a prodigy. Her prowess is peculiar, while her realm is not high and her basic strength aligns with standard levels. Her skill is extraordinary. With a foundational realm of the 3rd tier, she has transcended to comprehend the essence, wielding it to exert pressure. Every ordinary technique in her hands transforms the mundane into the miraculous. Lin Chun had thought that Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were the most gifted individuals he had encountered, only to discover there were greater talents. The ability to grasp the essence typically reserved for those at the 7th tier, while being at the 3rd tier, is nothing short of extraordinary. Her innate understanding must exceed 50 points. Otherwise, how could one comprehend such depths at a lower realm? Truly, there are always those beyond compare. Her talent is striking, reminiscent of a nascent deity, and if she maintains this trajectory, she is likely to become a pillar of support for humanity in the future. Discussions surrounding Yu Shu among the crowd were confined to admiration and reflection on her formidable grace, yet there was little shock. After all, humanity boasts an abundance of prodigies, and any manner of extraordinary being may emerge. There are those even more outrageous than Yu Shu, such as those born as demigods or those who ascend a tier each day. Extraordinary talents who become divine within a century are not uncommon in human history. Thus, the classification of human geniuses incorporates regional limitations. For instance, within the Fengqing region, a genius is akin to someone like Zhou Hashan, while a prodigy resembles Lin Chun in his current state, and a monstrosity is represented by Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu. If Lin Chun and his companions were positioned within a broader domain, they might appear rather ordinary, neither outstanding nor particularly notable, yet they could also shine brightly. Only those geniuses who carve out a reputation within the vast expanse of human territory are truly acknowledged by the populace, regarded as seeds of divinity. Enjoying the support of the Federation, Yu Shu's current brilliance has yet to be fulfilled, and her future potential remains uncertain. She may have the opportunity to become a genius of regional caliber, leading humanity towards progress. Chapter 30. Overview of the territory and concealment techniques. The realm of humanity is vast, broadly divided into 1 star, 3 realms, 100 territories, and myriad districts, along with countless enclaves of varying sizes. 1 star, the ancestral land of the Blue Planet, serves as the seat of the Federal Grand Council and the origin of myriad powers, representing the very genesis of all civilization. The Blue Planet is adorned with 5 continents, 4 seas, and 2 concentric oceans. The continents are named after the cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and central, while the seas bear similar nomenclature. Within the 2 concentric oceans, the inner and outer rings are distinctly designated. The city of Feng, where Lin Chun resides, is situated in the northeastern part of the southern continent. geographically positioned at the confluence of the Phongrang Plain and the Forbidden Mountains. Each of the 5 continents boasts over 100,000 cities of varying sizes and characteristics, some as grand as nations with populations exceeding 100 billion, while others resemble quaint villages with mere hundreds of inhabitants. Due to the overwhelming number of foundational city units, the Federation has divided each continent into 120 administrative sectors for more efficient governance. The administrative divisions are centered around the continent's capital city, sliced into sectors at 3-degree angles. Commencing from true north and progressing clockwise to enumerate each sector, the boundaries of each sector extend to the ocean. Within these sectors, smaller areas expand outward at intervals of 50,000 kilometers. The entire southern continent spans an impressive length of 1,300,000 kilometers from east to west and 1,250,000 kilometers from north to south, with its vast expanse continually increasing. Feng City is specifically located in the 11th ring of the 9th administrative sector of the southern continent, encompassing over 150 cities and boasting a total population exceeding 300 billion. Across the entirety of the Blue Planet, the resident population surpasses 100 trillion, marking it as the region with the least population density among various domains. The 3 realms refer to the Underworld Realm, the Stargate Realm, and the Void Realm. The Underworld Realm consists of countless hidden subterranean worlds beneath the surface of the Blue Planet, with its area approximately 1 million times that of the planet's surface, housing over 800 trillion inhabitants. The Stargate Realm is interspersed throughout the territories of the human race, with a significant portion having been conquered and integrated into human domains, its area exceeding that of the Underworld Realm by more than tenfold, and its population surpassing 1,200 trillion. The Void Realm, established by humanity beyond the cosmos, is composed of numerous fragments of void worlds, roughly equivalent in area to the surface of the Blue Planet, with a population exceeding 200 trillion. The 100 domains represent the cosmic territories radiating from the Blue Planet, forming 100 vast origin star domains, among which are countless life-bearing planets, with a population exceeding 5,000 trillion. The 10,000 domains begin at the boundaries of these origin star domains and continue to expand outward until a new star domain is established, at which point the areas are consolidated. The population within these expedition zones is substantial, reaching 1,500 trillion, with 30% comprising the federal armed forces. The enclaves represent the actual territories controlled by humanity throughout the cosmos, serving as strategic footholds and symbols of prestige, bearing greater symbolic significance than practical utility. The foundational setting of this book serves as the backdrop for all narratives concerning the human race. The vast expanse of human territory is so immense that any individual deemed a genius at the domain level receives unwavering support and cultivation from the governing federation, with the ultimate goal of nurturing deities who can serve as the pillars of their respective regions. The human race's relentless march of exploration has never faltered, as countless expedition zones beyond the 100 domains are in dire need of divine guardians. Territories without such deities are not considered part of the human realm. Within the Old Alliance, all members are implicitly evaluated as domain level, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, achieving divinity is the singular criterion for such a designation. Xiao Fanzi, you were thoroughly defeated by Yushu. Shingu, do not put it that way. It was not a brutal defeat, but rather a matter of a single misstep in strategy, where my martial intent was suppressed. Lin Fan, though he maintained a facade of bravado, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness when he reflected on the battle. The sensation of possessing strength yet being unable to utilize it, constantly constrained and limited, was profoundly uncomfortable, despite the enemy's lack of overwhelming power. Their skillful technique had rendered him utterly powerless. In a fleeting moment, Lin Fan likened himself to a character in a game, with Yushu playing the role of a seasoned soul-type player adept at strategy and maneuvering, inflicting damage with swift precision. Xiao Fanzi, you are merely putting on a brave front. Yushu demonstrates remarkable skill, exhibiting a combat awareness that is entirely unlike our contemporaries. Despite my utmost efforts, I could only hold my ground against her, ultimately falling victim to her relentless pressure without landing a single blow. Dongfang Hongxiu seized the moment to recount her battle with Yushu. Lin Chen could only raise his thumb in admiration. Her prowess was genuinely impressive. With her extraordinary talent, near Dao-like combat experience, and unparalleled control over her physical abilities, she epitomized the pinnacle of skill. Yet, Even such a prodigy ranked only fourth, with three even more formidable entities ahead. Of course, Yushu's relative youth played a role in her current standing. Next year, unless Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu experience transformative breakthroughs, Yushu is poised to secure the top position in the training camp's first tier, leaving the two of them to vie for the second and third places. After a night of silence, early the next morning, Lin Shun made his way to the independent training chamber number 89 of the first tier. For the next 15 days, he would devote himself entirely to training, striving to elevate both his martial and spiritual realms, thereby converting his previous accumulations into tangible combat power. With such a significant enhancement in aptitude, it was indeed time to advance his cultivation and bolster his strength. 15 days swiftly passed, and upon exiting the training chamber, Lin Shun participated in the second ranking challenge. This time, the overall student rankings did not exhibit any radical changes. After all, everyone had been fully engrossed in their training for 15 days. Aside from a few individuals achieving substantial breakthroughs, most had grown stronger in unison, with noticeable disparities in combat prowess still evident. Lin Shen's ranking improved by only 12 places, landing him at number 77 in the first tier. Meanwhile, the individual he had been monitoring, Yushu, had progressed further, defeating the third-ranked contender and entering the top 3. Another 15 days of seclusion and cultivation have come to an end, leaving Lin Shun with a sense of reluctance towards this lavish environment conducive to his training. He is unable to extend the duration of the training camp. Maintaining such an advantageous setting to provide assistance for 50,000 individuals has already reached the limit of the blood source throne. After all, it is merely a 9th-grade treasure with limited prowess. After a month of rigorous practice, Lin Shun has made significant advancements in his cultivation. Name: Lin Shun. Age: 16. Gender: male. Cultivation level: late stage of 4th rank martial sovereign, 75236. Spirit level: late stage of 4th rank mind master, 88561. Techniques: blood refinement technique of suspended air, minor accomplishment. Body forging technique of emptiness, minor accomplishment. Meditation method of the seed of ember, minor accomplishment. Martial skills: 9 styles of celestial abyss, heavenly grade, major accomplishment. 9 shadows of the dark swan, heavenly grade, major accomplishment. Shocking fist, heavenly grade, major accomplishment. Mental techniques: mental illusion, heavenly grade. Divine strike, heavenly grade. Descent of all things, heavenly grade. Mental shockwave, mysterious grade. Blade control technique, mysterious grade. Mental shield, mysterious grade. Items: low-grade earth level clear wind blade. Low-grade earth level sky desolate armor. Special traits: momentum of celestial abyss, minor accomplishment. Overall combat power, overwhelmingly surpassing late stage 5th rank. Small invincible 5th rank. In just a month, Lin Shun has transcended 2 minor realms in his cultivation, aligning his spiritual and martial prowess, even surpassing the latter in progress. Lin Shen's spiritual strength has always exceeded his physical prowess, and he excels in the path of the mind, which will undoubtedly lead him ahead in the near future. On the spaceship returning to Feng City, Lin Shen fixated his gaze on Dongfang Hongxiu. Had it not been for his dual breakthroughs, he might have overlooked the waning presence of Dongfang Hongxiu entirely. "Brother Chun, is there something on my face?" she inquired. "Dongfang, would you be willing to sell me a copy of your concealment technique? I find it immensely appealing." Ever since Lin Shen noticed the diminishing presence of Dongfang Hongxiu, he had often overlooked her, focusing solely on Lin Fan, and the idea of acquiring her concealment technique had taken root in his mind. Yet, each time he entertained this thought, it would fade away as he ceased to pay attention to her. It was only now, after his cultivation had progressed, and he continued to observe Dongfang Hongxiu, that the thought resurfaced. He hastened to voice his desire, lest it slip away once more, leading to yet another round of torment. "I see, Brother Chun. This technique is innate to my bloodline. I'm uncertain whether you would be able to learn it. As for money, there is no need for that. Just take me along to earn some profit in the future," she replied. "Then I shall graciously accept your offer. I appreciate your kindness." Lin Shun did not insist on compensation. It was merely a technique, far less significant than the bond they shared. In human relationships, there must be reciprocity. Mutual indebtedness fosters enduring and pure connections. Today you assist me, and tomorrow I shall return the favor. Hongxiu, please provide me with a copy of the technique as well. Had Brother Chen not mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. I was wondering why you have become increasingly ethereal and imbued with an aura of the divine. I thought it was merely your bloodline's temperament. As Dongfang Hongxiu listened to Lin Fan's words, a flicker of irritation crossed her features. If even Chen Ge could discern the issue, how could those around her remain so oblivious? It was truly exasperating. Lin Shun took the jade scroll of the cultivation method that Dongfang Hongxiu had handed him and promptly retreated to a corner, creating a private space for the two. He understood that Lin Fan was in for a rough time. Dongfang Hongxiu was likely to throw a tantrum, and he was uncertain if Lin Fan could withstand it. Chen Ge, our class has 30 students, right? Why does it feel like we're missing one? He Shanshan inquired. This isn't a problem. Have you not seen Dongfang Hongxiu for quite some time? Ah, indeed. Could it be that something has happened to her? I haven't heard any news, He Shanshan replied. Lin Chen lightly tapped Zhou Hashan, who immediately realized that his intuition was indeed accurate, suggesting that Dongfang Hongxiu must have undergone some change unbeknownst to him, leading to his inability to perceive her presence. No wonder I've often seen you conversing with the class monitor in thin air, only to forget such peculiarities shortly thereafter. I knew something was amiss, he remarked. I feel the same, another student chimed in. It's rather strange, almost as if our perceptions have been altered. It seemed that the classmates had shattered some cognitive barrier, recalling all the previously disharmonious situations only to swiftly forget them again. The lower one's strength, the quicker the forgetfulness. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the resistance. Chapter 31. Lingyin in the Awakening Profession. Chen Ge, what were we just discussing? Why has everyone gathered around? Nothing of importance, go play. I have some pressing matters to attend to. All right, Chen Ge, I'll take my leave. As Lin Shun observed the collective alteration of perceptions and the buried sense of dissonance within, his anticipation for the cultivation method bestowed by Dongfang Hongxiu grew. This technique seemed ideally suited for someone like him, who felt a lack of security. Lin Chun crushed the jade scroll, and an enigmatic flow of information surged into his mind. After a full 10 minutes, he finally began to unravel the intricacies of the technique. The method was titled Lingyin, focusing on the cultivation of spiritual aptitude. The stronger one's spiritual endowment, the easier it was to grasp the technique, and the swifter the progression. There were also some hidden prerequisites, the nature of which Lin Chun could not discern. Even the creator of the method seemed unaware, having stumbled through its creation. Lin Chen's spiritual aptitude was rated at 294, with the threshold for initiating Lingyin set at 25 points. He met the requirement perfectly. The Lingyin technique was divided into 5 stages. Stage 1. Diminish one's presence by 20, subtly affecting the cognitive perception of nearby life forms, prompting them to subconsciously overlook the practitioner's existence. Stage 2. Diminish one's presence by 40, moderately influencing the cognitive awareness of surrounding life forms, slightly affecting the world's focus on the practitioner. Stage 3. Diminish one's presence by 60, significantly impacting the cognitive perception of nearby life forms, and marginally influencing the world's attention towards the practitioner. Stage 4. Diminish one's presence by 80, profoundly affecting the cognitive awareness of surrounding life forms, and moderately influencing the world's scrutiny of the practitioner. In 5 stages, one reduces their presence to a mere 1, achieving a state of conceptual disappearance that significantly diminishes the world's attention on the practitioner. This allows entry into a realm of pseudo-invisibility, where collisions can be disregarded. The technique, known as Lingyin, is remarkably potent. Based on the description of the cultivation method, Lin Shin surmises that Dongfang Hongxiu has advanced to the 2nd stage. If she were to reach the 3rd stage, her presence would remain undetected as long as she refrains from making any sound. The cultivation of Lingyin relies on innate spiritual aptitude for passive refinement, eliminating the need for the practitioner to actively engage in training. It is therefore classified as a passive ability. This method, though referred to as a technique, is essentially an ability inherited through bloodlines, forcibly inscribed to possess practical significance, allowing others to cultivate it. The stronger the spiritual aptitude, the swifter the progression through the method. Lin Shun, having merely initiated the practice, finds no hindrance, and the technique begins to operate passively, transforming into a latent ability. Given Lin Chen's qualifications, it is estimated that he will require 3 months to complete the 1st stage of cultivation, reducing his presence by 20, thereby diminishing his existence and lowering the level of attention directed towards him. The technique permits free modulation of one's presence, akin to activating a cheat. At the 1st stage, one can regulate their presence by 20, maintaining a minimum presence of 80. However, as Lin Chun has only just begun his practice, He can only diminish his presence by a mere 1, which has minimal effect, merely slightly lessening the attention from passersby. Sustaining a low presence is conducive to the cultivation of the technique. Hence, Dongfang Hongxiu consistently maintains a low-profile state, only reverting to normalcy when necessary. After several minutes, Lin Fan brought Dongfang Hongxiu before Lin Chun, and the two resumed their previous sweet demeanor as a couple, having resolved their earlier minor conflict. Chenggu, you've successfully initiated your cultivation. Just barely. My progress is not swift, but this technique suits me perfectly. As long as you can cultivate, that's what matters. However, the conditions for this technique are rather stringent. Aptitude is merely the baseline requirement, while the other prerequisites remain unknown. Upon hearing Dongfang Hongxiu's words, Lin Fan sighed, already envisioning a grim future. Xiao Fanzi, you won't be unable to cultivate, will you? Lin Chun, keenly aware of Lin Fan's change, feigned ignorance. Chenggu, my aptitude meets the standard, but the hidden conditions do not, rendering me incapable of practicing Lingyin. Ha ha ha, Xiao Fanzi, when you venture outdoors, you will undoubtedly be treated like a lunatic, conversing with thin air. It appears rather abnormal. Lin Chen's mind raced, and he immediately envisioned the corresponding scenario. In the future, both he and Dongfang Hongxiu would persist in maintaining a low presence, aspiring to cultivate Lingyin to the 5th stage, thus enabling them to freely adjust their presence to 99. At that point, the three would be aware of each other's existence, yet outsiders would perceive only Lin Fan, a person of remarkable spiritual acuity, while only high-tier martial artists could sense Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu's presence. In such a scenario, Lin Fan would appear to be alone, yet two companions would be silently by his side, undoubtedly adding an element of intrigue to their adventures. Alas, why am I unable to cultivate? If only I could. The three of us would form the Lingyin squad, which would undoubtedly be quite intriguing, and we could traverse the vast world. Then strive earnestly, perhaps in time. You too shall cultivate Lingyin. Such is the way. Lin Fan, with a broad-minded disposition, no longer dwelled upon the matter of Lingyin. Though he lacked the caliber of stealth techniques associated with Lingyin, he possessed sufficiently high-ranking stealth methods, capable of surpassing the 1st and 2nd stages of Lingyin to a certain extent. After more than 2 hours, the spacecraft landed in Fengcheng. The school had a 3-day holiday, allowing everyone to return to their homes, to rest and recuperate from the arduous month of training. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation, a harmonious blend of work and rest. During these 3 days, Lin Chun maintained his usual rest and training regimen, refraining from overexerting himself, granting both body and soul a respite from fatigue. On the night before the school resumed, Lin Chun, in a hazy slumber, awakened to his profession. Becoming a martial artist with both innate talent and profession awakened, finally addressing a significant shortcoming. I have awakened my profession. In the early morning, Lin Chun felt somewhat bewildered. A plethora of information flooded his mind, and he unknowingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th stage in his mental realm, just a step away from the 5th stage. This transformation brought him a measure of delight. Profession, Mirror Master rank, Legendary active skills, Mirror Reflection, Stage 1. Mirror Space, Stage 2. Mirror Teleportation, Stage 3. Mirror Duplication, Stage 4. Passive abilities, Mirror Perception, Stage 1. Metamorphic Mirror, Stage 2. Mirror Body Transformation, Stage 3. Mirror Clone, Stage 4. Enhancements, Mental Power Attribute 100, Spatial Awareness 100, Mirror Resistance 100 in the realm of human professions. The initial awakening grants corresponding active and passive skills based on the awakening rank. These skills, known as initial skills, are most suited for the awakened professional. As Lin Chun is currently at the 4th stage, he possesses 4 active skills and 4 passive skills, with the potential to elevate each skill to the 4th stage. There are no restrictions on the positions of active skills. As long as one possesses mental fortitude, one can learn all attainable skills from the professional skill repository. However, the positions for passive skills are limited. At the 1st stage, only one can be learned, and before ascension to divinity, a professional can possess a maximum of 10 passive skills. Active skills are merely techniques, while passive skills represent the essence, enhancing the effects of active skills based on the nature of the profession. The professional enhancements are quite remarkable, perfectly aligning with Lin Chen's current circumstances, further accelerating his progress along the path of mental cultivation. For every point of mental power he gains, he effectively receives 2 points. Lin Shan first attuned himself to his 4 passive skills. Mirror Perception. Stage 1 can perceive all mirrors within a 1-meter radius of mental power. Metamorphic Mirror. Stage 2 consumes mental power to generate a mirror on any object. Mirror Body Transformation. Stage 3 consumes mental power to forcibly convert non-mirror materials into mirror materials. It seems that the soil has been transformed into a substance with mirror-like properties. The Mirror Clone, 4th order, is inherently endowed with a duplicate of its non-unique attributes. This clone is indistinguishable from the original and may be utilized as a second life. The profession of Mirror Master is truly splendid, perfectly suited to me. Lin Shan focused intently on this passive skill of the Mirror Clone, and without hesitation, summoned his reflection through the faint mirror on the glass window. The clone emerged from the glass, materializing in the bedroom. Lin Shan instinctively acquired the perspective of the clone, observing himself leaning against the headboard, looking rather unkempt. The clone is Lin Shan, requiring no manipulation from him. They are 2 sides of the same coin, inseparable. The existence of the clone is contingent upon Lin Shan. Should the original cease to exist, the clone will also vanish, thus eliminating the odious scenario of the clone eliminating and usurping the original. The creators of the Mirror Master profession, the pioneers who perfected it, undoubtedly ensured there were no flaws allowing the clone to overshadow the original. Otherwise, the profession would not have attained legendary status. It is time to attend school. Go and test whether Xiao Fan and Dong Fong can discern the difference between you and me. TSK, you command me right after my birth, and clear your thoughts. You truly do not act like a human. Alas, the clone will handle matters, and I shall take my leave. The clone ceased its chatter and exited the bedroom. Lin Shan continued to explore his profession, seeking to understand the effects of his 4 active skills. Mirror Reflection. 1st order, a simple yet unadorned reflection skill that consumes mental energy to create a mirror, reflecting the physical energy attacks of enemies. Mirror Space. 2nd order, consuming mental energy. It creates a space filled with countless mirrors, capable of trapping foes and establishing a home field advantage, allowing for the comprehension of the foundational skill. Mirror Teleportation. 3rd order, a straightforward displacement technique. The greater the mental energy expended, the farther the teleportation distance. Currently capped at 1,000 kilometers. Mirror Duplication. 4th order, consuming mental energy. It can create 4 clones that possess 100 attributes of the enemy. Lin Shan smiled cunningly, gradually revealing his mischievous traits, as the awakening of the Mirror Master profession compensated for certain deficiencies, significantly enhancing his sense of security. Chapter 32. Clones and the Fragment of the Wilderness Dimension. In the bedroom, Lin Shan began to sense the repository of his professional skills. After half a minute, he successfully perceived the existence of the Mirror Master skill repository. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and he found himself in a space filled with countless mirrors, where a mentor composed of reflections stood before him, observing him with an expression devoid of emotion. Greetings, esteemed mentor. I wish to learn skills. The mentor remained silent, merely imparting a spark of inspiration into Lin Shan's mind. Subsequently, an overwhelming amount of professional skill information erupted within Lin Shan's consciousness. It was an immense quantity, taking him a full half-hour to absorb, transforming into rigid knowledge he could claim as his own. The profession of the Mirror Master has existed for an astonishing 380,000 years, with countless practitioners pioneering new paths. Along this journey, innumerable skills have emerged, meticulously recorded in the profession's expansive database. This vast repository of occupational skills encompasses over 100 million distinct abilities, the majority of which are of the lower tiers, while those of the 6th tier and above are scarce, numbering only around 100,000. The Mirror Master profession could be regarded as a minor race's primary extraordinary heritage. However, within humanity, it merely serves as a supplementary means rather than a mainstream vocation. In comparison to warriors and other extraordinary paths, practitioners inevitably face a discernible limit. Initial complacency may lead to a substantial increase in effort required later to compensate for earlier neglect. Currently, the highest-ranked skills within the Mirror Master's skill repository are divine techniques, which are few in number, totaling less than 50. At this juncture, Lin Shan is unable to learn these divine techniques and can only acquire skills of up to the 4th tier. Given his circumstances, he ultimately selects 3 4th-tier skills to address his deficiencies. 1. Mirror Shield. 4th tier, a straightforward defensive technique capable of deflecting enemy attacks. sustained by the expenditure of mental energy. 2. Mirror Shatter, 4th tier, an exquisite offensive technique that applies a mirror-like property to the enemy, subsequently shattering it to achieve a lethal effect. 3. Mirror Soul, 4th tier, a technique that conjures a false mirror soul to absorb soul attacks in place of the original, serving as a life-preserving measure. These 3 skills effectively mitigate Lin Chen's shortcomings in combat prowess. Learning and enhancing skills to the current tier necessitates a significant investment of time. Thus, quality supersedes quantity in skill acquisition. Practitioners need not burden themselves with an excess of skills, which would squander time and impede their cultivation progress. Instead, they should adopt a pragmatic approach, learning skills as needed for various situations. The profession is merely one of the many powers possessed by human warriors, not the sole source of strength. It may evolve, but should not overshadow the essence of martial arts. Otherwise, practitioners might forge an independent, extraordinary path, unbound by martial doctrines. While Lin Chen's original body remains at home, diligently practicing and mastering professional skills, integrating them into his combat system to harmonize various powers and create a more formidable fighting framework, his duplicate attends school. Along the way, aside from 6th-tier warriors and above who may sense a difference, other practitioners are entirely oblivious to the distinction between Lin Chen's duplicate and his original. The Mirror Master is a legendary profession of remarkable rarity, at least at this stage. The total number of Mirror Masters in the entire Federation does not exceed 100,000. Each Mirror Master, in their hometown, is a figure of considerable influence, as their life-preserving capabilities are exceptionally robust, exhibiting balance across various aspects. Balance signifies versatility, and versatility implies resilience, which naturally facilitates the ascendance to higher tiers. Any high-tier warrior, in their youth, possesses the potential to stir the winds of change, inherently embodying a degree of legendary quality. "Chenggu, something seems amiss with you today," remarked the duplicate of Lin Chun as he entered the classroom, behaving as usual. Before long, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu entered the classroom. Their gazes briefly swept over the replicated Lin Chun, sensing something amiss, yet failing to pinpoint the exact anomaly. They merely felt that the replicated Lin Chun appeared somewhat artificial. However, neither his aura nor any other aspect had changed, and being situated within the Blue Star, a realm enveloped by the luck of the human race, the possibility of unforeseen events was virtually eliminated. "Dongfang, could you identify what seems off about me?" The replicated Lin Chun bore no difference from his original self, save for certain unique traits that were irreplaceable, traits that would not manifest or have any effect at lower realms. "Chenggu, you seem a bit unreal. The sense of authenticity about you is rather faint." As the strongest among the trio, Dongfang Hongxiu had fully awakened her bloodline, her power evolving by the day. Her vast lineage allowed her to discern the issues with the replicated Lin Chun, which was entirely reasonable. "Chenggu, you are not the original, are you?" Lin Fan, possessing an extraordinary advantage with the spirit of the ancient tome, gradually regained some of its might over time. With his insight, he was well aware of the doppelganger abilities associated with the Mirror Master profession. "Indeed, I cannot hide this from you. Last night, I awakened as a Mirror Master. This is my doppelganger. Had you two not been so familiar with me, you surely would not have detected the discrepancy. This doppelganger could easily pass for the real thing." The replicated Lin Chun concealed certain information out of habit, not specifically targeting the two. "Congratulations on your awakening. Chenggu, I'm envious. Now among the 3 of us, I am the only one without an awakened profession. How disheartening." Lin Fan suddenly realized how much he had fallen behind, silently overtaken by Lin Chun. With the awakening of the Mirror Master profession, Lin Chen's combat strength would undoubtedly soar, possibly even surpassing Lin Fan's, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Time, after all, was in short supply, slipping away unnoticed. 3 months swiftly passed, and school was out for summer vacation. A third of their high school journey had elapsed, with merely 2 years remaining until the federal martial examination. During these 3 months, the original Lin Chun remained at the Lin family villa, entrusting all schooling and external engagements to his doppelganger, as the two bore little difference. Through rigorous training over the 3 months, Lin Chen's cultivation successfully broke through to the 5th-tier martial general level, and not merely at the initial stage. His mental realm also advanced to the early 5th tier. Moreover, the outcomes of the doppelganger's training would compound upon the original, allowing their combined efforts to yield results far superior to solitary endeavors. with the cultivation of a fifth-tier thought master and a fifth-tier martial general. Alongside the enhancements from the mirror master profession, Lin Chen anticipated he could contend with Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu from 3 months prior, with an even chance of victory. On the first day of summer vacation, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu sought out Lin Chen, eager to embark on a quest to acquire wealth. Half a year had passed, and the billions of federal coins they had previously amassed had been depleted, transformed into their foundational strength and cultivation. Now devoid of funds, they naturally needed to pursue monetary gain. This time, Lin Chen felt no reluctance towards the endeavor of earning money. The clone remarked, "It is neither danger nor death that you fear, thus you resist not. Speak for me." The original replied, "You can be resurrected upon death, while should I perish? We all face ruin. We must choose the lesser of two evils, and besides, venturing forth to earn money may not necessarily entail peril." The clone, Lin Chen, merely complained a bit, yet he was quite eager to embark on an adventure. After all, he feared not death and could revive indefinitely. His reckless heart was already stirring. Lin Chen and his clone were two sides of the same coin. The clone, due to its inherent nature, was more audacious, forming a stark contrast to the conservative original. Much like twins, differences were inevitable, and those familiar could easily discern them. "Brother Chen, let us venture forth to earn some money." "Indeed, Xiao Fan. You must have a destination in mind. Do share the details. You know me well, Brother Chen. This time, I have chosen a newly arrived dimensional fragment. According to the circulating information, this fragment has a maximum tier of 5, with the possibility of a successful breakthrough to tier 6 after its arrival. Tier 6 is indeed a lofty rank, yet the 3 of us are at tier 5. Dealing with a standard tier 6 should pose no issue. Should complications arise, I can use my clone to hold back, thus minimizing the danger." With the presence of the clone, Lin Chen's demeanor was considerably more assertive, and his actions slightly more audacious. However, Tier 5 had begun to look down upon Tier 6. "Brother Chen, let us not delay, we should set out now. The earlier we arrive, the sooner we can earn." "Very well, you go ahead. I shall provide remote support. Here are the mirror coordinates. Should the situation turn dire, I can come to your aid." "Brother Chen, having you is truly a blessing." Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu accepted the mirror coordinates, embedding them in the palm of their left hands. Should they encounter any adverse circumstances, they would activate the coordinates, allowing Lin Chen to teleport them home. As for the clone, it would hold the line, sacrificing itself to ensure their escape. The clone shouted, "Speak for me. Speak for me." Lin Chen disregarded the clone's antics, sending the 3 out of the villa, watching as they boarded an unmanned vehicle bound for the spaceship landing site, heading towards the dimensional fragment situated 50,000 kilometers from Fengcheng. "Chener, your profession aligns perfectly with your talents. The future holds promise. Grandfather and grandmother, I too have been fortunate to awaken a suitable talent, ensuring at least a degree of safety. As long as I do not court danger, I shall not perish." "Well said. As long as one does not court danger, one shall not perish." After conversing with his grandparents for a while, Lin Chen returned to his cultivation chamber to enter a state of practice. The original focused on refining his skills and accumulating foundation, while the clone ventured into the world, broadening its horizons and acquiring resources. The two efforts complemented each other. If he did not succeed, who would? In the future, the original would remain on Blue Star while the clone roamed the vastness of the 3 realms, embodying both caution and courage, developing in parallel without hindrance to one another. This was the path best suited to him. Lin Chen could now indeed call himself a practitioner of the path of survival. Chapter 33. The Divine Ruins of Dimensional Fragments. A day later, the replicated Lin Chen and his companions boarded their spacecraft and arrived at the city of Gu City, which lies closest to the newly descended dimensional fragments. These fragments have settled in the southern region, specifically within the 9th district and the 10th ring, surrounded by 7 cities in proximity to the fragments. Although the exterior of the dimensional fragment appears modest, covering an area of merely 1 million square kilometers, it conceals a vast folded space within, measuring an astounding 100 million square kilometers. As this marked the trio's first departure from Feng City to such a remote location, they were understandably cautious, striving to minimize interactions with others and focusing solely on their designated tasks. Upon landing in Gu City, they did not hastily embark on exploring the dimensional fragments. Instead, they chose to separately gather information about the fragments, as a wealth of knowledge would ensure both greater rewards and enhanced personal safety. Understanding oneself and the enemy is key to achieving victory in every battle. 3 hours later, Lin Chun and his companions reconvened at their predetermined location to analyze the information they had collected. The data was abundant, yet the trio was already aware of its critical points. The dimensional fragments had been designated by the Federation as the Divine Ruins. Typically, locations with such a suffix indicate environments laden with remnants, lacking organized resistance, inhabited only by creatures born from the ruins, along with the inherent dangers of the ruins themselves. The Divine Ruins are not merely remnants of a divine realm. Rather, they represent a sectarian city devoted to the worship of deities. The reasons behind the decline of this sect remain uncertain, yet traces of divine power linger, giving rise to numerous beings imbued with this essence. These divine creatures are born as Tier 3 entities, mature into Tier 4, and can reach a limit of Tier 5. Due to their divine essence, their combat prowess is notably high, comparable to that of human-level city-class talents, such as Zhou Hashan. Upon the arrival of the Divine Ruins on Blue Star, the constraints of the dimensional realm were lifted, allowing many Tier 5 divine beings to break through their limitations and ascend to Tier 6. The most crucial point emerged. Slaying these divine beings yields divine crystals, while exploring the city ruins can result in treasures of varying grades, or even physical manifestations of divine crystals. Divine crystals are energy crystals imbued with a trace of divine power, with a minimum tier of 3 and a maximum of demigod tier. A Tier 3 divine crystal holds a value of 20 million Federation coins, whereas a Tier 4 crystal is worth 100 million, a Tier 5 crystal commands 500 million, and a Tier 6 crystal is valued at 3 billion coins. To obtain divine crystals, one must explore the city ruins and eliminate divine beings, which typically exist in large groups, numbering from hundreds to thousands. Conversely, solitary divine beings that can thrive independently are generally at least late-stage Tier 5, with many having reached the Tier 6 level. Through a comparative analysis of the data, the trio could ascertain that the threat posed by the Divine Ruins was relatively low. Excluding unforeseen circumstances, the divine beings presented minimal danger, making them viable targets for hunting. As long as 3 individuals refrain from reckless actions and activate the long-sealed core in the ruins of the city, releasing the unknown entities within, they may traverse freely in the divine wasteland. However, once the trio confirms the presence of an unknown entity in the central area of the city ruins, it becomes merely a matter of time before the entity escapes its confinement. Their restraint does not guarantee that others will act similarly. The 3 are but one of the countless expedition teams venturing to the divine wasteland, with many such teams in existence. It is entirely possible that among them are the fated ones, the destined individuals, the unfortunate, or the catalysts of events. The essence of an accident lies in its unpredictability. Plans often fall short in the face of unforeseen changes, a common occurrence. The divine wasteland lies a mere 700 kilometers from Valley City. The 3 opt to travel by spaceship. After an hour and a half, the spacecraft lands, and they arrive at a temporary camp, registering their identities as adventurers and entering their information. This is of utmost necessity, as the wristbands issued by the camp possess both positioning and basic life detection capabilities. Should the trio meet with misfortune, the camp will receive notification consolidating the news of their demise for their families in Feng City. Naturally, none foresee their own demise. Yet they wear the wristbands diligently, just in case, for accidents are the prevailing theme of this era. Brother Chun, let us first enter the dimensional fragment and then access the divine wasteland through a random portal, as the areas outside the divine wasteland lack exploratory value. Xiaofan, you shall lead the way. Your sensitivity to spatial phenomena may allow you to detect the opening of the random portal in advance. Brother Chun, just watch me. 3 months have elapsed, and the presence of Dongfang Hongxiu has diminished significantly, affecting Lin Chun and Lin Fan's perception, had they not been so familiar with her. Coupled with a mental mark, they would undoubtedly have subconsciously overlooked her existence, believing this expedition involved only the 2 of them. Generally, when making decisions, Dongfang Hongxiu refrains from voicing her opinions, following the lead of the 2, content to follow without thinking, having been spoiled into a Na'vi girl by Lin Fan. Fortuitously, Lin Fan seems to possess a streak of luck. It has been less than 5 minutes since entering the dimensional fragment when a random portal materializes before them. The trio passes through this portal, successfully entering the Divine Wasteland. The Divine Wasteland is a square continent with each side measuring 10,000 kilometers, its layout comprising eastern mountains, southern grasslands, western jungles, northern deserts, and a central area that encompasses a 300-kilometer radius of the ruins of a sect city. Upon landing in the desert region, the map reveals they are still 2,000 kilometers from the ruins, situated deep within the desert, surrounded by numerous sand-based divine beings. Prior to entering the divine wasteland, the trio had deliberated on this situation. Landing in the surrounding area would entail hunting divine beings to acquire divine power crystals, while landing within the ruins would involve scavenging for treasures. Their objective is crystal clear: to amass wealth, and still more wealth. All else pales in comparison. Only the divine power crystals and treasures that can be converted into currency hold any significance. As for the potential legacy concealed within the ruins of the city, it held no significance for them. The three individuals already possessed their own inheritances and had no need to seek further, nor to engage in matters that would lead them astray. Bloodshed remained the perennial theme of their exploration. The beings infused with divine power, whether solitary or in packs, posed no challenge to Lin Chun and his companions. Whenever they appeared, they inevitably transformed into crystallized essence of divine power, becoming trophies for the trio. The desert region spanned over 20 million square kilometers, inhabited by a multitude of divine beings. These entities were not particularly large, resembling the wild fauna of Earth. Limited by their divine power, they could not amass more of it, and thus did not evolve into gigantic forms, instead opting for a path of smaller, more refined groups. This paradoxically facilitated the hunt for Lin Chun and his companions, as the time and energy required to hunt small prey differed vastly from that needed for larger quarry. A single strike would suffice to fell a small creature, while multiple blows were necessary to take down a larger one. Given that both yielded the same returns, it was evidently more advantageous to pursue the smaller prey, allowing for greater efficiency in time and energy, thus enabling increased yields. The desert, though relatively barren, still boasted a considerable density of divine beings. Within half a day, Lin Fan had secured 502 third-tier, 106 fourth-tier, and 7 fifth-tier divine power crystals, with a total worth of approximately 241 billion federal coins. Although the profits paled in comparison to those from mining caverns, the latter was a unique circumstance not easily replicated. The current scenario represented the trio's standard harvest. Help! Two little brothers, save me. I am willing to offer 10 fourth-tier divine power crystals as a reward. The tranquil hunting expedition was ultimately disrupted by an unforeseen event. Just after concluding a hunt of a sand rat colony, Lin Chun and his companions sensed something amiss and turned their gaze towards the distant sand dune. There, they beheld a fifth-tier warrior, drenched in blood, with a series of writhing tracks in the sand behind him, clearly indicating that numerous divine beings were in pursuit. 15 fifth-tier sandworms, the longest measuring 50 meters and the smallest 32, presented a lucrative target, promising 15 fifth-tier divine power crystals. Dongfang, keep an eye on that fifth-tier warrior in case he attempts to lure us into a trap. Chun and I will handle the sandworms. You go ahead. I'll stand guard. Within a mere 10 seconds, the trio made their decision. In under a minute, Lin Chun and Lin Fan jointly dispatched the 15 fifth-tier sandworms, which transformed into divine power crystals that lay upon the sandy ground. Lin Chun faced the bloodied fifth-tier warrior, while Lin Fan collected the spoils and meticulously surveyed the surrounding 30 kilometers to ensure there were no traps. Thank you, my two little brothers, for saving my life. Here are 24th-tier divine power crystals. Please accept this reward, or I shall remain uneasy. It was but a trifling effort, and besides, there is a reward to be had. Lin Chun accepted the 24th-tier divine power crystals, and during this exchange, no further incidents occurred. Following the delivery of the reward, the elder Wang departed promptly. It was only after he vanished from their perception that the trio confirmed this was merely an unexpected occurrence and not a trap. Unexpected gains amounted to a remarkable profit of 9.5 billion federal currency. This was merely a minor episode, not affecting the hunting plans of the trio. One divine creature after another fell before them, the crisp sound of divine crystals dropping into their packs, spurring their fervor for the hunt. Wealth was their desire. As 3 days swiftly passed, they encountered various situations, a nefarious fishing team, genuine teams in need of assistance, and fleeting encounters with others. Regardless, the trio steadfastly maintained their hunting agenda, undeterred by the distractions posed by outsiders. As time progressed, the population of divine creatures in the desert dwindled. Some were insufficient for the trio to pursue, while an increasing number of pioneering teams surged into the divine ruins, resulting in an absurd scenario of many hunters and few beasts. Fortunately, the trio continued their journey, shifting towards the western forest region. The returns from the desert were modest, prompting a change of locale. The forest region boasted a superior ecological environment and abundant energy, resulting in a more robust population of divine creatures and solitary wolves than those in the desert. This, however, did not hinder the hunting plans of Lin Shun and his companions. Rather, it promised greater yields. As Lin Shun and his companions commenced their hunt in the forest, a transformation was underway in the ruined city. An unknown entity, hidden beneath the ruins, was awakening. After millennia of slumber, it proclaimed, "I shall return. The times have changed, and I am the victor." Simultaneously, a team of 5 discovered an entrance to the underground space and excitedly ventured in, anticipating a lucrative adventure. All 5 members were at the 5th tier of cultivation, ranking among the top 5 students in their senior year at Goose City, inherently blessed with fortune, including one who had begun to manifest as a child of destiny. Through a narrow tunnel, the team from Goose City entered a vast underground expanse. "Captain, I feel a sense of unease," one member remarked. "Everyone, be cautious. Lu Meng's intuition has warned us. Stay alert and be prepared to retreat." The configuration of the Goose City team was exceptionally well thought out. Captain Wang Yuan and Vice Captain Zhou Ji served as the primary offensive force, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Team member Lu Meng, a natural mentalist, possessed extraordinary intuition, granting him an exceptional awareness of danger, akin to a logistical overseer. Team member Lin Linglong, a space-oriented martial artist, ensured their escape routes and acted as the team's medic. Team member Wan Shan, with astonishing defensive capabilities, could maintain an absolute defense field for 3 seconds. The 5 members of Wang Yuan's team remained vigilant. The darkness of the underground space did not impede their vision. At the heart of the expansive area stood an altar adorned with a towering gray statue. The statue bore a visage that was half grotesque and half compassionate. Its 4 heads and 8 arms bound by black chains, which extended into the altar's depths. Lin Linglong assessed the spatial integrity and determined if we can safely teleport out. "Captain, the spatial intensity is normal. I am prepared to transport everyone to the previously established teleportation point at any moment. Mengzi, be vigilant of the most perilous areas." "Captain, that statue exudes danger. It gives me an eerie sensation as if a corpse is stirring back to life." "Shanzi, be ready to activate the domain to ensure a secure environment for Linglong's transportation." "Captain, understood. Xiaoji, you and I will lead the way, advancing towards the statue to ascertain its nature." "Acknowledged." Wang Yuan, displaying caution rather than recklessness, inquired about the safety of our retreat before devising a tactical arrangement. The 5 approached the altar steps and stood before the gray statue, which remained unchanged by their presence. "Captain, this chain is made of devouring iron, a 10th order precious ore." The devouring iron is still effective, indicating that the gray statue is alive. Within the team, Lin Linglong and Lin Shen share a similar background, both hailing from the Lin family of the Floating Mountain. The head of the Goose City Lin family is an 8th order powerhouse, ranking 2 tiers above the original Lin family of Feng City. Lin Linglong, well-versed and insightful, immediately recognized that the chains binding the statue were composed of devouring iron and deduced that its effects were still in play. Devouring iron possesses a formidable binding and devouring effect solely on living entities, clearly indicating that the gray statue is indeed a living being. "We must retreat. The presence bound by 10th order devouring iron is beyond our current capabilities." Wang Yuan's caution has been instrumental in guiding the team this far, allowing them to evade numerous lethal crises. Unexpected events are the essence of exploration, and only through prudence can we navigate such uncertainties. Wan Shan activated absolute defense at the first opportunity, while Lin Linglong began to channel spatial energy, applying it to each member of the team for ultra-long distance teleportation. "Human child, do not flee, stay with me. Human child, hurry and leave. This place is ominous." The gray statue opened its eyes, and the compassionate head and the sinister head spoke in unison, their voices echoing through the subterranean expanse in an ancient tongue. "You hinder our chance of escape." The sinister head glared fiercely at the compassionate head. The compassionate head, with a benevolent demeanor, remained unperturbed and spoke calmly. "This place can also provide refuge. Our existence is not meant to reach the outside world, but to suppress this domain." The dialogue between the two heads was crystal clear to Wang Yuan and his companions. Yet they listened without curiosity, merely wishing to flee. The gray statue evidently possessed an exceedingly high life rank, even though it was suppressed by the devouring iron. The mere pressure emanating from its awakened form was beyond their capacity to confront. 3 seconds later, Wang Yuan's team vanished from the underground space. You cannot suppress me. O compassionate one, all beings suffer, and compassion proves futile. Compassion guides all beings, and all beings extol compassion. The compassionate one replied before closing its eyes, forcibly inducing the sinister one into a state of slumber. Just before succumbing to sleep, the sinister one let out a furious roar. 4 verses of compassion. Soon my Lord shall return to bring suffering to the world, for suffering is eternal. Wang Yuan and his companions remain oblivious to the subsequent events unfolding in the underground realm, yet they comprehend that this matter must be entrusted to professionals. As mere lackeys, they take their place on the sidelines, merely exclaiming in admiration. At the teleportation point, Wang Yuan and his companions exchanged glances, all opting to depart from the divine ruins and report this matter to the external camp. Entering the divine ruins posed no restrictions, yet to exit, they must traverse 4 teleportation portals located at the corners of the world. The group moved swiftly, covering thousands of kilometers, with an estimated journey time of merely 1 hour. Provided they encountered no divine beings obstructing their path, which would further expedite their travel. Upon their return to Blue Star, once they reported the situation, powerful beings of at least the 8th tier would undoubtedly enter the divine ruins to investigate the dangers within, effectively eliminating threats exceeding the 6th tier. The dimensional fragments below the demigod tier primarily serve as training grounds for humanity, designed to hone individuals across various ranks and provide resources for their ascension. Truly perilous dimensional fragments typically exhibit overt divine power, with complexities so profound that even gods risk their demise within. As Wang Yuan and his companions fled, a new band of adventurers arrived in the underground realm beneath Ruined City. A team of 7 ordinary martial artists inadvertently entered through an alternate passage. This quartet of 4th-tier warriors, lacking experience and fortitude, were evidently misfortunate. Upon encountering the gray statue, an overwhelming desire surged within them as they gazed upon the chains, instinctively aware of their value as 10th-tier devouring iron. Unbeknownst to them, they approached the altar, collectively grasping a chain of devouring iron, attempting to extract it from the depths below. Their greed had consumed them. This was merely the passive allure of a malevolent force, yet still, it constituted a devastating blow to these ordinary 4th-tier warriors. The compassionate one endeavored to awaken the 7, but the ancient being suppressed deeper below began to stir, fiercely resisting the compassionate one's attempts. The two forces clashed. The compassionate one's power was firmly contained within the statue, barely managing to restrain the unknown presence. Unable to exert influence beyond. Compassionate one, you have been defeated. The power of time reigns supreme, murmured the malevolent force. Its 4 eyes fixated on the entranced 7 4th-tier warriors, bestowing upon them a boon that would ignite their blood and souls, unleashing sufficient strength to challenge the devouring iron. Should the 7 manage to extricate even a fraction of the devouring iron from the earth, a glimmer of suffering could be released, gradually dismantling the hold of the devouring iron and the compassionate one, thereby granting them freedom. At this moment, our protagonists remain engrossed in their own pursuits. In the forested region, Lin Chun and his 2 companions annihilate one divine beast horde after another, collecting shards of divine energy, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. In the arid expanse of the desert, 3 individuals amassed divine energy crystals valued at over 60 billion, a feat made possible by the region's relative desolation. In stark contrast, the resource-abundant forest region, prior to the significant decline of divine biological populations, would have allowed these 3 to gather crystals worth no less than 100 billion. For those endowed with strength, perilous locales often yield the most substantial rewards. Typically, 5th and 6th-tier warriors can earn sufficient federal currency through daring exploits to enhance their innate qualities to their utmost potential. Lin Chen's grandfather, Lin Yuan, ventured into Feng City during the 5th tier and quickly garnered enough federal currency within a year to elevate both his and his wife's innate qualities to their zenith. Once innate qualities reach their limit, further enhancement cannot be achieved solely through federal currency. The currency earned thereafter is better utilized to improve one's cultivation environment and acquire rare resources to elevate one's prowess, transforming potential into strength. The foundation lies in innate qualities. While cultivation represents the essence, their harmonious integration is the true path. Chapter 35. The Aura of Suffering. Divine anomaly merely focusing on enhancing one's cultivation, regardless of the resources expended, entails a finite consumption of resources. Each tier requires a specific amount of energy. With resources worth 1 billion federal currency, an ordinary individual can reach the 4th tier. 10 billion can elevate one to the late 5th tier, while 100 billion suffices for a late 6th tier warrior. A staggering 1 trillion can easily yield a 7th tier warrior, provided that innate qualities are not constrained. Wealth facilitates the cultivation process, and in resource-rich circumstances, aspiring to ascend to higher tiers is predominantly limited by one's innate qualities, rendering resources secondary. The Federation is home to numerous warriors stagnating at the 5th and 6th tiers. They possess considerable wealth, yet are hindered by the limitations of their innate qualities, preventing them from breaking through to the next realm despite decades or even centuries of resource expenditure. Most of these warriors establish families, striving to bear children to fortify their lineage, all in hopes of nurturing a divine seed. Should a family successfully cultivate a divine being, they would not only ascend to become a prestigious divine family, but also witness a refinement of their bloodline, drawing closer to divine heritage. Thus, procreation is a fervent pursuit among Federation citizens, with 3 children being the norm and families with 10 or 20 children not uncommon. Lin Chun, however, is an only child, for his parents, having been too young, passed away before they could enter a phase of childbearing, leaving him without siblings. Returning to the core narrative, Lin Chun is untroubled by the constraints of innate qualities or resources. He possesses an innate prowess befitting a formidable being. If all proceeds smoothly, he expects to elevate his innate qualities to their limit within a year, with a remaining deficit of 800 billion federal currency. His combat prowess at the 5th tier pinnacle allowed him to effortlessly harvest dozens of billions of federal coins daily while exploring dimensional shards. With a stroke of good fortune, he could even amass hundreds of billions. Within a mere 6 months, he would fulfill the task of enhancing his qualifications, entering a stable period of cultivation until reaching the limits of his potential. Chenggu, Xiaofanzi, my bloodline is signaling an alarm. Oriental, what alarm? Do we need to flee? Lin Chen's first instinct was to escape. Though he was a mere clone, he had no desire for death, as it was a rather unpleasant experience. A sense of discomfort enveloped him. The environment around him felt altered, marked by numerous dissonances that he could not pinpoint. Retreat. We must escape. Both Lin Chen and Lin Fan immediately thought of fleeing, driven by their instinctive understanding. They deemed it prudent to vacate the area when faced with such a significant issue that even the divine blood could not detect. Suddenly, Dongfang Hongxiu unleashed her bloodline pressure, indiscriminately enveloping a kilometer radius. As her oppressive force spread, the once lush forest rapidly transformed into a decayed wasteland, where indistinct figures roamed, emitting anguished wails. The cacophony of tormented cries assaulted the eardrums of the trio, while tendrils of suffering attempted to infiltrate their beings. Each of them had their own methods to combat this agonizing essence. The Book of Old Deng manifested around Lin Chun, repelling the invasive despair surrounding Lin Fan. For small towers arranged in the formation of the 4 symbols continuously refined the essence of suffering. Meanwhile, the pressure emanating from Dongfang Hongxiu diminished the agonizing aura, drawing sustenance from the torment itself. While each displayed their unique abilities, Lin Chen lagged behind, managing only to defend himself without reaping any benefits from the essence of suffering. He took the initiative to protect his companions, but as time went on, the atmosphere thickened with despair, and more shadowy figures emerged from the distance. Interspersed with anguished members of human exploration teams, countless gray shadows moved toward the ruined city, passing by the trio, either repelled or refined, but this did not hinder their advance. They instinctively avoided the area. What a grand spectacle! Should we join in the fray, or hastily retreat? Lin Chen left the decision to Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, feeling indifferent as a mere clone, equally willing to take risks or withdraw. Evidently, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu had derived significant advantages from the essence of suffering, prompting their decision to pursue the gray shadows toward the ruined city, convinced that great rewards awaited them there. As they journeyed onward, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu intermittently extracted and stored the suffering essence from the afflicted human exploration teams, rescuing one after another. Lin Shun utilized mirrored teleportation to transport these teams to the portals located at the corners of the world. The art of mirror transportation has been elevated by Lin Shun to the 4th tier, boasting an ultimate transmission range of 10,000 kilometers, sufficient for utilization within the Divine Ruins. However, without proper preparation, traversing the barriers of the Divine Ruins for internal and external transmission remains unattainable. Each salvaged pioneering team has left behind a varying amount of divine power crystals, with some valued at billions and others at over 10 billion. The notion of rescuing others for compensation is widely accepted. Lin Shun and his companions act out of benevolence and empathy for their kin, while the rescued teams offer remuneration in accordance with societal virtues. An hour later, the trio beheld the ruined city from a distance. Now shrouded in a gray aura of suffering, enveloped in a state of fog. Within the Divine Ruins, Lin Shun and his companions were not the only ones unaffected. Numerous teams had withstood the onslaught of the miasma of suffering and, when able, endeavored to rescue other squads. In the face of calamity, humanity instinctively unites. Through countless years of evolution, this collective resilience against external threats has become an innate tradition. As long as one belongs to the human race, they will willingly contribute their strength in times of disaster. What a profound notion this is, and thankfully, it has endured, unaltered by the chaos of the early days of the end of law era prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. During that dark time, humanity faced near extinction, characterized by fragmented ideologies, lost morals, distorted laws, gender conflicts, the indifference of the elite, and the despair of the masses. Fortunately, the revival of spiritual energy ushered forth a group of idealists who rose to establish a new ruling class, extending life to humanity and restoring the moral legacies harmed by the trials of time. Outside the ruined city, all alert teams refrained from recklessly entering the miasma of suffering, instead opting to assist those pioneering squads outside the city that had been corrupted by the malevolent aura. The affected squads, though conscious, were inexplicably engulfed in sorrow, repeatedly recalling the hardships of their lives and the tribulations of the era. Without intervention, they risked succumbing to their memories, devolving into mere shadows of anguish, losing their identities and everything they held dear, save for their suffering. Lin Shun and his companions exhibited remarkable efficiency in their rescue efforts. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu dispelled and absorbed the miasma of suffering, while Lin Shun activated the mirror transportation, facilitating the safe passage of numerous pioneering teams. The portals at the 4 corners of the Divine Ruins remained functional, untouched by the miasma, as the aura of suffering could not taint the portals imbued with the essence of human fortune. At that moment, before the portals, various military formations stood guard, shielding them from the encroaching miasma. The military tasked with maintaining order and suppressing dimensional fragments was known as the Boundary Defense Army. This faction was solely responsible for the dimensional shards. The commander described this entity as resembling a divine aberration, one that had initially broken free from its seal and recklessly altered the world. Fortunately, it was merely a divine aberration, not a divine error. The divine aberration, a foe to all worlds and races, is universally condemned, even by the most malevolent of tribes. The wicked are but miscreants, while the divine aberration embodies folly. One operates within the confines of rules, where neither victory nor defeat obliterates the structure. Rather, it merely alters its framework. The other seeks to dismantle these rules, possessing an instinctual drive to annihilate and assimilate all in its path. The application for the aberration pearl is underway, where a singular divine aberration serves as the foundation for a new city, ensuring its prosperous development. I shall proceed with the application. The aide promptly submitted the request to the Federal Institute of Divine Aberrations. Just as the application was filed, a small hand tore through the fabric of space, and a young boy clad in a white lab coat emerged. "Where is the divine aberration? Lead me to it." "Dr. Jean, please follow me," the aide responded, filled with excitement. While the aberration pearl holds great promise, the endeavor to eradicate the divine aberration and establish containment ultimately demands a cost. For the aberration will not passively await its demise. The involvement of a doctor from the Divine Aberration Institute brings assurance. This diminutive aberration should pose little challenge. Despite his youth, Dr. Jean is a formidable entity, having ascended the 9th step towards divinity, allowing him to tear through space from the central continent to the southern continent. Within the Divine Ruins, as the final squad was teleported away by Lin Shun, only 5 squads remained outside the ruins. In addition to Lin Chen's team and Wang Yuan's team, 3 other squads were present, 2 from the federal ranks and 1 from the civilian sector. The federal teams included 1 from the administrative department and another from the Boundary Defense Forces, both being elite 7-member exploration squads capable of addressing most challenges. The civilian team consisted of 9 peak-level 5th-tier warriors, equipped luxuriously and thoroughly prepared, seeking treasures that could enhance their innate potential during the venture into the dimensional fragments. Chapter 36. Dr. Jean and the aberrant breath. The world is vast, and unexpected circumstances often arise. Certain extraordinary locales can influence the innate qualities of humanity. However, such opportunities are rare and elusive, akin to legendary events that common folk may only hear of but never witness. The divine aberration generates aberrant breath in the areas it inhabits. This aberrant breath, a treasure that barely reaches divine tier, can positively affect human innate qualities but must be utilized correctly, otherwise it becomes a potent poison. The 5 squads congregated, and the 5 captains deliberated whether to enter the ruined city. Uncertainty clouded their decision as they weighed the risks of entering such perilous territory. After Wang Yuan's team reported back to the camp, 3 7th-tier and 1 8th-tier warriors ventured into the divine ruins, leading to the current state of affairs. 15 minutes had passed since 4 powerful warriors entered the ruined city, yet the mists of suffering showed no signs of disturbance or sound. With the group comprised of 5th-tier warriors, the risks of entering this realm were alarmingly high. Soon, the dilemma would resolve itself. Before them, a small hand tore through the fabric of space, and its owner, Dr. Jean, stepped forth. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his gaze lingering on Dongfang Hongxiu for an extended moment, with Lin Chun and Lin Fan merely peripheral observations. Sensing an unusual tension, Lin Chun and Lin Fan instinctively stepped forward to shield Dongfang Hongxiu. Observing this, Dr. Jean withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention to the ruins of the city shrouded in a veil of suffering. As a researcher, he possessed an innate curiosity for all things peculiar. While his primary focus was on divine anomalies, the discovery of the lost bloodline of an imperial clan piqued his interest, though he noted it for later consideration. Prioritizing his present duties, with a mere wave of his hand, Dr. Jean dispelled the suffocating mist enveloping the ruins, causing it to dissipate like fragile bubbles, revealing the true visage of the desolate city. Before anyone could react, he vanished from sight, descending into the underground realm. A formidable presence expressed interest in Dongfang, perhaps deducing her identity as a researcher from a federal-level institute, or even a doctoral candidate. Should we make our escape? Rest assured, my bloodline has already been reported to the Federation, and research upon it is strictly prohibited. That researcher would not dare contravene the Federation's edicts, Lin Chen reassured. That's a relief. What shall we do now? Can you both sense where the opportunity lies? Given the presence of outsiders, the trio communicated subtly, retreating to the shadows to converse telepathically. I can vaguely sense it. Chun, Hongxiu, are you willing to pursue it? Yes. Then let us proceed. Both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu agreed, and Lin Chun, adhering to their consensus, decided to accompany them in hopes of gleaning some advantage. 5 small teams simultaneously ventured into the ruins, with Lin Chen's group and Wang Yuan's team heading in the same direction. They exchanged glances but refrained from conflict, silently making their way toward their destination. The remaining 3 teams, observing the path taken by the 2 groups of students, instinctively altered their course to follow in their wake, eager to seize any potential fortune. Students, the most promising cohort of the Federation, often embody the children of destiny, consistently encountering unexpected opportunities. Wang Yuan's team was the first to enter the underground passage, closely followed by Lin Chen's group. The other 3 teams, having delayed only a few moments, also entered the passage. A minute later, Lin Chun and Wang Yuan's teams together stepped into the underground space. The area was brightly illuminated, with a luminous orb floating in the sky, casting light throughout the expanse. At the center of the space, on an altar, Dr. Jean was dismantling the devouring iron chains. While the surrounding area remained entirely sealed off, the barrier extending to the location where the divine anomaly was imprisoned. Even with the chains removed, the anomaly and the 4 compassionate sovereigns could not escape. Everything lay firmly within Dr. Jin's control. Young friend, please vanquish him. I have become one with him, and I shall hold him back, providing you with the opportunity to eliminate him. Neither of you shall perish. The divine anomaly bound to faith, along with the divine offspring, presents invaluable research material. How could one let it go to waste? Dr. Jean casually remarked, continuing with his tasks. His work of dismantling the chains was now down to the final step. Once the devouring iron chains were removed, both the divine abomination and the four-headed compassionate one would be liberated from their binds. Young friend, do not cling to your delusions. It is far too perilous. The only viable choice is annihilation. The four-headed compassionate one persisted in trying to persuade Dr. Jean. However, as a fervent researcher, how could he possibly destroy such rare materials? Protecting them was his utmost priority. The onlookers halted at the entrance of the underground space, refraining from approaching the altar. They silently observed Dr. Jin's actions, understanding that it was best to remain passive during such critical moments. Another minute passed, and with a flick of his wrist, Dr. Jean summoned over a dozen devouring iron chains that shot up from the ground, all the chains that had ensnared the four-headed compassionate one falling away. Dr. Jean retracted the chains and, without hesitation, sealed away the four-headed compassionate one, who had just begun to regain consciousness, releasing its aura with reckless abandon, intent on assimilating the suffering of the world. In its state of confusion, it was swiftly grasped by a small hand and pulled from the ground by its core. The entity could barely utter a sound before being sealed away. Who says researchers are weak? Dr. Jean was far from feeble. The mere lesser divine abomination stood no chance against him. With both the divine abomination and the four-headed compassionate one sealed, the most dangerous elements within the divine ruins had been neutralized. As time passed, the aura of suffering would dissipate, transforming into nourishment for the divine ruins and evolving into unique entities of suffering. Young lady, could you spare a drop of your blood? I shall offer you a trace of the abominable essence in exchange. Senior, my bloodline is prohibited from being researched by the Federation. I am not conducting research. I merely require it to concoct a potion that will unlock a relic from the Empire era, containing sealed divine abominations. Senior, may our transaction be fruitful. With this explanation from Dr. Jean, the Eastern Red Sleeve no longer mentioned the Federation's restrictions. A drop of royal blood in exchange for a portion of the abominable essence that Dr. Jean had no use for was a substantial gain, potentially leading to the acquisition of an ancient divine abomination. Dr. Jean had struck a remarkable deal. Little fellow, you really ought to be ashamed, always seizing opportunities. After concluding the transaction with Eastern Red Sleeve, Dr. Jean approached Lin Shun and immediately used jargon from the Old Alliance for professional exchange. Oh, you are the one from the group. You look rather diminutive. Lin Shun, feeling emboldened by the constraints of the Old Alliance, no longer feared Dr. Jean, understanding that the most he could do was deliver a beating, much like the elder from September. Whack! How dare you speak so disrespectfully? When you ascend, I shall ensure you regret calling me small. Dr. Jean playfully patted Lin Shun on the head, causing him to clutch his head and roll on the ground in pain. Since we've met, as your senior, I must lend a hand to you, little one. Once Lin Shun rose from the ground, Dr. Jean casually summoned 3 bracelets, distributing them to the 3 individuals present. This bracelet, a divine anomaly simulator of my own design, contains records of humanity's discovery of numerous divine anomalies. You can immerse yourselves within it to comprehend and combat these anomalies, thereby enhancing your own resistance to their assimilation. Furthermore, each individual may utilize up to 3 units of anomaly essence, with each unit augmenting 1's innate aptitude by a single point. I have already processed the essence, so you may consume it with confidence. Additionally, I have left behind 31 units of anomaly essence in the subterranean space. You may divide it among yourselves. You 3 shall partake in the bounty, while others may have a taste of the broth. Dr. Jean concluded with a final admonition before tearing through the fabric of space to depart. Thank you, esteemed elder. The dialogue between the 3 and Dr. Jean went unnoticed by the others in the underground space, as it was merely a simple alteration of perception. My friends, let us further explore this subterranean realm. Perhaps that formidable being has left behind resources that he deemed unworthy. Wang Yuan's suggestion received unanimous agreement. Within the layers sealing the divine anomalies, the 31 processed units of anomaly essence floated in the air. Upon entry, the essence automatically drifted before each individual, 1 unit per person. They understood the situation and securely stowed away the essence before them, harboring no ill thoughts towards the essence acquired by others. The powerful being, observing their diligent efforts, felt a tinge of sympathy and thus left behind a gift. Equal sharing, devoid of competition, is the fundamental principle. Thus, the most precious resources within the divine ruins have been claimed by all. Currently, The divine ruins are permeated with an aura of suffering, rendering exploration unwise. The initial venture has concluded, and the focus shifts to monumental events such as the establishment of cities by the Federation and the eradication of the suffering aura. With no desire for participation from the group, the 5 teams, having shared both trials and fortunes, exchanged virtual friend requests, solidifying their camaraderie. In the future, there may be opportunities for collaboration, and they could share insights on their cultivation journeys, fostering mutual advancement. Ultimately, they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. The adventure within the divine ruins has reached a temporary conclusion. The preceding areas shall await further exploration once updates are available. Chapter 37. The Surge in Aptitude Enhancement and the Tranquility of the Second Year aboard the spaceship returning to Feng City. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu had already consumed the anomaly essence, resulting in a 3-point increase in their innate aptitude. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, having received the essence transmitted from his duplicate, consumed it without hesitation. Utilizing 3 units simultaneously yielded astonishing results, elevating his innate aptitude by 3 points in just an hour. The anomaly essence is remarkably effective, acting swiftly, and is undoubtedly the most suitable treasure for humanity to enhance their innate aptitudes, possessing a certain degree of productivity. The Federal Divine Anomaly Research Institute delivers approximately 30,000 units of anomaly essence annually to the Federation. This essence is awarded to soldiers who have rendered meritorious service to the Federation or to exceptionally talented individuals of territorial caliber. The higher the level, the greater the exposure to remarkable treasures. However, with increased status comes a decrease in the quantity of valuable resources available for use. Those 30,000 units of anomaly essence can only satisfy the needs of about 10,000 individuals seeking to enhance their innate aptitudes, which is somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the Federation is home to various divine treasures capable of enhancing innate qualities. Each region possesses its own unique specialty, albeit in limited quantities, barely sustaining a meager supply. Once the essence was exhausted, Lin Xin began to examine the divine aberration simulator gifted by the esteemed Dr. Jean. He activated the wristband with a mere thought, and his consciousness was instantly transported into an alternate realm. Level 1. Greed. Lin Xin stepped through the portal marked with the inscription of the first level, and as he entered, he found himself besieged by an overwhelming aura of greed. Thoughts of avarice surged within him, greed for wealth, for exquisite delicacies, for beauty, for cultivation, and for all the splendid treasures of the world. These insatiable desires clouded his mind, ensnaring him in an inescapable snare. Challenge failed. Just as Lin Xin felt himself on the brink of being consumed, the wristband instinctively ejected his consciousness and purified his tainted awareness. Phew. So this is the divine aberration? Had I not possessed the Book of Old Tongue beforehand, I would have undoubtedly succumbed to the tormenting essence. Even if I had not lost my way, my spirit would have been tarnished, and my soul would have suffered. Lin Chun pondered the sensations he had just experienced, gradually gaining insight into the function of the wristband. This device is truly remarkable. Even in defeat, it granted his soul an increased resistance to greed, akin to donning an additional layer of protective armor. The divine aberration simulator may only be used once a week. Although it is a simulation, the consciousness is genuinely permeated by the divine aberration, necessitating a period for the soul to recuperate. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Lin Chen's clone engaged in casual conversation with Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu to alleviate the tedium of their journey. Brother Chun, why does it seem that the enhancement of our qualities knows no bounds? It feels endless, Lin Fan remarked. Indeed, a 3-point innate quality translates to a 6-point acquired quality. I now have an additional 20 trillion in funding deficit. I must earn another 28 trillion Federation coins. Alas, I find myself with a 40 trillion funding gap. It's quite overwhelming, Lin Fan replied. Dongfang Hongxiu remained silent, but, upon reflection, deduced that reaching the pinnacle of acquired qualities would demand an additional 70 trillion Federation coins. Among the trio, the strongest innate quality belonged to Dongfang Hongxiu, followed by Lin Fan, with Lin Chun trailing behind. Xiao Fanzi, could you calculate our earnings from this expedition and how much we each stand to gain? Lin Chun inquired. Brother Chun, Hongxiu, a rough estimate suggests we have amassed 470 billion. You will receive 188 billion, while Hongxiu and I will each take 141 billion. It's a decent haul. This will alleviate some financial strain. It appears that in the coming years, we will be engaged in quests continuously. Or else our funds will be utterly insufficient, Lin Chun remarked. The three fell into a contemplative silence. The higher their qualities, the broader their future prospects. Yet the initial phases were indeed challenging, burdened by immense financial pressure, causing them to feel somewhat stooped. The journey remained uneventful, and the spaceship landed safely in Fengcheng without incident. In the Federation's passenger transport system, a million-level transport incurs a non-fatal mishap only once, a rarity indeed. The trio was fortunate to avoid such an unlikely occurrence. Upon returning home, Lin Chun immediately sought out his grandfather, Lin Yuan, presenting him with a portion of the malevolent essence obtained from the sealing site, omitting any mention of monetary matters. Discussing finances when it comes to gifts for family would indeed dampen the spirit. Although Lin Yuan had received support from the main lineage, his cultivation advancement had been rather sluggish, currently only achieving the mid-stage of the 7th tier, constrained by his innate aptitude. The portion of malevolent essence would sufficiently elevate Lin Yuan's potential, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed and shortening the time required to break through to the 8th tier, with a faint possibility of transcending to a demigod status in the future. Lin Yuan accepted the malevolent essence with equanimity, promptly transferring 10 trillion federal coins to Lin Chun from his private account. The market value of a portion of malevolent essence stood at 8 trillion federal coins. Yet due to its rarity, auctions often saw prices skyrocketing by dozens of times. Numerous high-tier powerhouses, stuck at their realms, possess wealth yet lack avenues for expenditure. Thus, any item that could enhance innate qualities invariably sees its price inflated. Acquiring a portion of malevolent essence for 10 trillion coins was a tremendous bargain for Lin Yuan, especially as it was a gift from his devoted grandson. The gesture of Lin Chun presenting the essence to him upon returning home was profoundly filial, making Lin Yuan's generous offer seem somewhat parsimonious in comparison. However, Lin Yuan's modest treasury held only this amount. He had reserved several billion federal coins for enhancing his acquired aptitude, leaving little beyond that. Had Lin Yuan's private funds been more ample, he would have undoubtedly treated Lin Chun with greater generosity. Had Lin Chun chosen to auction the malevolent essence, he could have secured a guaranteed sum of 100 trillion federal coins, thus elevating his acquired aptitude to its utmost limits in one fell swoop. Yet, Lin Chun refrained from such actions, for such treasures were meant to be kept within the family. Money could be earned again, but treasures of this caliber are truly rare and cannot be sought after. Despite Lin Chun having twice elevated his innate aptitude, the majority of individuals will never encounter opportunities or treasures capable of enhancing their innate qualities throughout their lifetimes. Lin Yuan, having lived over 70 years, encountered his first treasure that could augment innate aptitude, the very malevolent essence gifted by Lin Chun. The other two, in possession of surplus malevolent essence, had their own means of utilization. Dongfang Hongxiu bestowed hers upon her mother, while Lin Fan offered his to the spirit of his ancient tome, restoring its status and further enhancing his own foundation. None of the three opted to sell their treasures, recognizing that doing so would be a gross misallocation of resources, as money is easily regained. As time passed, a week elapsed, and the 1 to 2 trillion federal coins in their possession could only sustain them for a brief period. Their acquired aptitudes saw only a modest increase of 1 or 2 points, barely sufficient. The trio convened once more, preparing to venture out in pursuit of wealth. This time, they again chose not to enter the Stargate, for despite the lucrative prospects of the Stargate realms, they were somewhat apprehensive. The prior adventure had left them with significant psychological scars, necessitating a period of recuperation. The trio's destination this time is a 5th-tier resource-rich cavern, posing minimal danger for them, primarily a venture to amass wealth. Each individual could potentially yield 50 billion in a single day. Although this may seem modest, the accumulation of such sums can lead to substantial profits. The surrounding areas, conducive to their endeavors, offer few opportunities for significant earnings, compelling them to revert to the usual grind of monster slaying and resource mining. Lin Chen's true self remains at home, engaged in cultivation, while his clone accompanies his companions into the cavern. With a clear division of labor, his true self focusing on internal growth and his clone attending to external ventures, they adeptly balance resource acquisition with personal development. This arrangement incites a degree of envy in Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, who lack such duplication abilities and must choose between two paths. unable to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Time slips by unnoticeably. As summer vacation wanes, the trio returns to school. The sophomore curriculum is virtually non-existent. They merely check in before taking extended leave to pursue resource gathering. This is a common occurrence, as students with a modicum of strength in their second and third years find it challenging to acquire substantial wealth within school confines, often only managing to secure resources sufficient for their cultivation needs. However, at this stage, the enhancement of their qualifications stands as the primary objective, as it directly influences their future potential. Those with aspirations would never forsake this pursuit. Consequently, few students remain on campus. The wild, stargates, caverns, and dimensional fragments are their active domains. Throughout their sophomore year, Lin Chun and his companions spend half their time adventuring and earning money, while the other half is devoted to home-based seclusion and resource refinement, enhancing their qualifications while simultaneously improving their cultivation. Lin Chun, however, is more diligent. His true self remains at home for the most part, venturing out only occasionally for meals and gatherings with Lin Fan and their classmates, sharing updates on their progress. His clone, on the other hand, is perpetually absent from home, exploring more perilous yet lucrative regions alone whenever Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu retreat to contemplate. Since the clone can be resurrected, it embarks on daring explorations in hazardous areas, earning wealth typically inaccessible to others. As for the sophomore year's Nirvana training camp, the three undoubtedly participate. Yet, the camp's benefits for them have diminished. All three possess late-stage fifth-tier cultivation, and the training rooms can at most enhance their cultivation speed by a mere 10%. Among them, Dongfang Hongxiu ranks second, Lin Fan third, and Lin Chen fourth. Lin Chen's prowess is not significantly inferior to the others. In a desperate confrontation, he would prevail, while in a conventional setting, they would likely be evenly matched. The undisputed top contender of this training camp is the extraordinary young girl, Yu Shu, whose cultivation has already reached the late fourth tier, wielding a refined martial intent that overwhelms Lin Chun and his companions. The martial intent, a comprehension reserved for seventh-tier martial artists, is beyond their current capacity to contend with. Nevertheless, as they engage with this intent, the trio's own momentum grows rapidly, proving beneficial for their future understanding of martial concepts. Chapter 38. Data Organization and Ancient Relics. During this year, the trio has reaped considerable rewards. Perhaps due to a lack of fortune, they did not encounter significant opportunities, leading to a rather mundane experience. The solitary benefit was their safety. They were spared from the corruption of malevolent deities and other extraordinary phenomena. In terms of overall gains, Lin Chun amassed 17 trillion federal coins, while both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu each earned over 9 trillion federal coins. The few thousand billion federal coins that Lin Chen earned beyond them were primarily obtained through the explorations of his clones, which somewhat sparked envy in the two. They became somewhat obsessed with the idea of his duplication ability. In their eyes, Lin Chen's situation was indeed enviable. His main body remained at home, while his clones ventured forth to gather resources to support it, allowing him to cultivate and amass wealth simultaneously. At this moment, Lin Chen's aptitude in cultivation had grown significantly compared to a year ago, with the martial examination a year hence. Achieving admission to a top-tier martial university was undoubtedly within reach. He estimated that his combat power could reach an unparalleled level of 6th rank, with a 1-for-1 exchange beyond that tier. Name: Lin Chen. Age: 17. Gender: male. Cultivation: late-stage 5th rank martial general, 925, 364. Spirit: late-stage 5th rank mind master, 988, 563. Techniques: mastery in air blood refinement technique, great accomplishment. Empty clarity body forging technique, great accomplishment. Seed of flame meditation method, great accomplishment. Spirit concealment, stage 3. 48. Martial skills: 9 styles of the abyss, heavenly rank, perfected. 9 shadows of the dark phoenix, heavenly rank, perfected. Shockwave fist, heavenly rank, perfected. Mental techniques: mental illusion, heavenly rank. Divine strike, heavenly rank. Cosmic fall, heavenly rank. Mental shockwave, Xian rank. Blade control technique, Xian rank. Mental shield, Xian rank. Items: low-grade earth rank Qing Phone blade. Low-grade earth rank Tianhuang armor traits. Might of the abyss, perfected. Talent: late bloomer, one time. Profession: mirror master, legendary. Comprehensive combat power, dominates mid 6th rank. Pure 6th rank late-stage combat power in the span of a year, Lin Chen's martial and mental mastery ascended an entire realm, showcasing remarkable progress as he delved deeper into various offensive techniques. His profession also rose to the 5th rank alongside his cultivation, granting him a 5th passive skill and increasing the ranks of active skills he could learn to the 5th, thus broadening the array of techniques at his disposal. Mirror God, 5th rank, creates a mirror image that can sacrifice itself once, with a cooldown of 1 month. This passive skill of the 5th rank Mirror Master is a straightforward yet invaluable life-saving ability. Essentially, professions of epic rank and above tend to possess some form of life-saving passive skill. Those who forge and pioneer careers are acutely aware of the fragility of life. There is only one life, and to be slain is to perish. Therefore, regardless of circumstances, life-saving techniques are always prioritized for development. Physical strength, 1122243336. Limit, soul strength, 166324886. Elemental strength, 138276414. Limit, elemental resistance, 101202303. Limit, enlightenment, 103206309. Limit, root bone, 106212318. Limit, spirituality, 128256384. Limit, the enhancement of innate qualities has totaled 27 trillion federal coins, successfully elevating 6 innate attributes to their limits. Only the soul strength remains to be maximized, requiring an additional 12 points, necessitating over 1,000 billion federal coins to reach its zenith. A mere outing could suffice to elevate all his acquired qualities to their utmost potential. At that juncture, he would have completed a significant milestone and could afford a period of respite. Presently, Lin Chen's 7 innate attributes have all surpassed 30 points, establishing a stable semi-divine form. Once the soul strength is maximized to a value of 498 points, he would be on the brink of divine ascendance. 30 points denote the threshold for semi-divinity. 50 points mark the threshold for divine ascension. 100 points signify the threshold for godhood. Lin Chen's current limit is a mere 2 points shy of the divine ascension threshold, a somewhat awkward position, yet it is only temporary. Even should he encounter no further opportunities for enhancing innate qualities, he will still await the activation of his talents upon reaching 20 years of age, which will grant him an increase of 10 points. At that time, with the soul strength bolstered to 498 points, the value will undoubtedly exceed 50 points, fully crossing the threshold for divine ascension, with the path to spiritual enlightenment unobstructed. How exhausting! Brother Chun, Hongxiu, do either of you have any insights? On the first day of their holiday, the trio convened for their customary meal to discuss future plans and determine where to earn money. It is solely due to unavoidable circumstances that we feel this fatigue. We are all weary, so please endure a little longer. Lin Chen felt somewhat detached, standing in comfort while speaking. Xiao Fan, Dongfang, I bring you good news. I am merely over 1,000 billion federal coins away from completing my attribute enhancement task. Following this, Lin Chen astounded them all with a bombshell revelation. No way. I am still short by 70 trillion federal coins. I have an even greater deficit, falling short by 90 trillion. Lin Fan boasts an innate quality with a maximum of 22 points and a minimum of 15 points. Dongfang Hongxiu's highest innate quality reaches 28 points, with a minimum of 13 points. Hence, despite earning several trillion federal coins, their resources remain insufficient, with a shortfall of 80 to 90 trillion, significantly more daunting than Lin Chen's situation. The tribulations of geniuses are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Spending a few billion to elevate acquired qualities to their limits merely allows one to reach the values of others' innate attributes. The disparity in potential is glaring. The two possessing the semblance of divine beings, in voicing such sentiments, exhibit a certain air of superiority. Brother Chun, will you still bring us along once you complete your task? Xiao Fan, what nonsense are you talking? Who would ever complain about having too much money? I am merely approaching the completion of my task. Should fortune smile upon me later, and my innate talents improve, I will undoubtedly require a substantial amount of federal coins. Indeed, there will be ample opportunities to utilize funds in the future. So it is settled. Prior to the martial examination, let us strive diligently. And you all should reserve the final 3 months for rigorous training, striving for superior results. Gu, you are right. Let us continue to persevere. Lin Fan has been intermittently acting out, a sign of his weariness with the current frenetic pace of life. The old adage of moving mountains holds true. perseverance will lead to success. However, the hardships endured in this journey remain unyielding. It is precisely the awareness of eventual success that breeds a greater disdain for the process, wishing to hasten to the conclusion with a mere push of a button. Xiaofan, have you discovered any promising destinations recently? Our abilities should now suffice to explore areas previously inaccessible. Chenggu, there is indeed an intriguing locale, albeit with considerable danger. Oh, where might that be? Among our trio? Lin Fan is the most well-informed, while Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu act merely as ornaments, following Lin Fan's lead. Especially since Dongfang Hongxiu has cultivated the Ling Yin technique to the 4th stage, her presence is increasingly overlooked. Often, they assume the team consists solely of the two of them. Chenggu, in the 9th district, 13th ring area, there lies a newly surfaced relic, one of ancient origin, likely dating back to the era before the Empire, during the Starry Epoch. Furthermore, entry is restricted by both cultivation level and age. One must be under the age of 18 and possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage. This relic, evaluated by many prominent figures, is not deemed a mere inheritance site. The relic's master is likely a great ancient cultivator, thus posing a high probability of encountering lingering souls or the risk of divine or demonic entities breaking free from their seals. Currently, the relic remains closed, possibly as the authorities deliberate on whether to make it accessible to students, considering the inherent dangers it presents to them. Lin Fan briefly outlined the relic and its potential hazards. In truth, these dangers do not pertain to Lin Chen at all. He harbors no fear. Should a clone venture forth, any lingering soul would likely target Lin Fan, leaving him and Dongfang Hongxiu largely unaffected. Xiaofan, do you possess any means to counter soul possession? Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Lin Fan quickly grasped his intent, feeling that this world had turned against him. Out of the three, he alone seemed to attract misfortune when they ventured out. With the elusive Dongfang Hongxiu and the cautious Lin Chen, it fell upon him to lead the charge, confronting all dangers head-on. Only in his world did injury manifest. Yes, a mere lingering soul cannot claim my life. Then let us set forth directly to the relic's exterior. Even if we ultimately find nothing, we can seek other lucrative opportunities within the 13th district. Onward. The trio embarked on their journey aboard a spaceship destined for the 13th ring, landing at Lake Heart City after a 9-hour voyage. The heart of the Lake City, a remarkable urban establishment situated on an island at the center of a vast lake, stands as a rare lakeside city in the southern region of District 9. Within the depths of this lake, ancient ruins lie concealed, located less than 100 kilometers from the heart of the Lake City. The origin of these ruins carries a hint of humor. A group of disgruntled Air Force anglers, frustrated by their lack of success in fishing, inadvertently summoned the ruins from the void instead. These anglers seem capable of catching everything but fish. At present, the ruins are sealed, and both the regional city and the heart of the Lake City have dispatched prominent figures to investigate the specifics of the ruins, employing various means to assess their difficulty and the dangers they harbor. Blue Star, the ancestral land of humanity, is a sanctuary where any large-scale perilous events are nipped in the bud, serving solely as a nurturing ground for the younger generation of humanity. Thus, whether it be stargates, subterranean caverns, dimensional fragments, or relics, they only materialize before the public after being certified by esteemed authorities. Yet, it is the unexpected that reigns supreme, as evidenced by the incident at the Fengqing Stargate. Chapter 39. The Three Trials of the Ruins. The true map isn't that Yushu? She has also arrived, and it appears she is alone. Xiaofan, go ahead and invite her into our team. There may be unforeseen rewards. Lin Fan took action, and within a short while, he brought the exquisitely delicate Yushu, whose skin resembled the finest jade and seemed as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale, before Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu. Hello, Brother Chun, Sister Hongxiu. Hello, little Yushu. Although Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu passively activated their spiritual concealment techniques to diminish their presence, such concealment proved futile in the presence of Yushu, who could easily detect their existence. Without hesitation, Yushu agreed to join Lin Chun and the others in exploring the ruins. She felt an inexplicable calling to be here. Otherwise, given her age, she would not have felt the need to venture out at such a young age. This was her first foray into exploring ruins, and now, encountering three relatively familiar and seemingly experienced older siblings who were willing to accompany her on this exploration, she had no reason to decline. The four of them waited merely 3 days. The authorities then issued a notice, opening the ancient ruins to students who met the entry requirements. The quartet successfully passed through the portal and entered the interior of the ruins. After nearly half a year of cultivation, Yushu, who had initially been at the late 4th tier, had successfully broken through to the 5th tier, thus satisfying the criteria for entering the ruins. Upon entering the ruins, the four did not separate. Instead, they were transported into a spacious hall. Here, all the students who had entered the ruins gathered. The youngest was 14, while the oldest was on the brink of 18, with the lowest cultivation at the early 5th tier and the highest at the mid-6th tier. This relic essentially congregated the 5th tier prodigies under 18 from District 9 and the neighboring Districts 8 and 10. Should any mishap occur, it would take several years for the 3 regions to recover, leading to a significant talent gap with far-reaching consequences. Thus, the southern continent city dispatched a formidable figure of the 3rd tier of ascendants, ever ready to obliterate the ruins and rescue the prodigies from the 3 neighboring regions who had ventured into the relics. As time unfolded, an increasing number of teams materialized within the Grand Hall. Only when the count reached 1,000 did the hall undergo a transformation. A colossal portal manifested upon the once blank wall, from which emerged an extraordinary mechanical entity. Esteemed guests, welcome to the realm of my master, the revered Yinchuan. You are to undertake 3 trials to attain the legacy and inheritance of my master. In his lifetime, he was an entity of ascendant tier, and his inheritance is remarkably intact, encompassing divine legacies, as he amassed a plethora of resources to transcend into divinity. The assembly remained largely unmoved by the mechanical being's proclamation. Prior to entering the ruins, officials had already apprised them that there was a 66 probability of encountering a soul possession scenario, a 30 chance of facing a seal for an evil entity, with only a mere 4 likelihood of a genuine inheritance site. The mechanical being's words significantly amplified the likelihood of a soul possession scenario, and its overly verbose nature suggested a strong directive intent. The mechanical entity, somewhat rigid in its programmed execution, found that the current generation of federated youth was not easily swayed by such rhetoric. Esteemed participants, the first trial is the comprehension trial. Please enter the portal. Each of you will be transported to an independent chamber housing a stone tablet. You have 1 day's time to comprehend the tablet. Those who grasp the techniques inscribed therein will advance to the second trial. Upon concluding its announcement, the mechanical entity stepped aside, revealing the portal that radiated a gentle glow, leaving all in attendance unaware of what lay beyond. The students courageous enough to enter the ruins were undeniably bold and skilled. Without hesitation, a group of them stepped into the portal, vanishing into the luminescence. Lin Chun and his trio of companions followed suit, merging with the throng as they entered the portal. The moment Lin Chun crossed the threshold, darkness enveloped him, and when clarity returned, he found himself before a towering stone tablet, 3 meters high, inscribed with the ancient character for Marshall. With but a single glance, Lin Chun experienced a flash of understanding. His aptitude for comprehension reached an impressive 309, placing him at a semi-divine caliber. Thus, the first trial posed little challenge and was not the focal point of assessment. In merely half an hour, Lin Chun unraveled a semi-divine fist technique, an ancient method that paled in comparison to his current practice, merely of moderate merit. The stone tablet appeared to possess some form of detection capability. The moment Lin Chun grasped the technique, he was transported back to the Grand Hall, where Lin Fan and the others awaited him. It seemed evident that among the 4, his understanding was the least. As time passed steadily, a full day elapsed, marking the conclusion of the first trial, which ultimately eliminated 200 participants, leaving 800 in the initial hall. Congratulations to you all for successfully passing the first trial. The second trial is the combat trial. You may proceed through the portal to enter the combat arena. Only by defeating your opponents can you advance in the assessment. Upon the completion of the introduction to the rules by the mechanical entity, it withdrew to a corner, succumbing to a state of silence, appearing indifferent to external affairs. Even when subjected to attacks, it merely engaged in passive resistance without retaliating. In light of this situation, the individuals present were compelled to proceed through the portal, entering the second round of assessments. In the combat arena, Lin Chun faced his replicated adversary head-on, eager to ascertain the extent of abilities this copy could emulate. The creation of the replica by the ancient figure, Ying Chuan, had endowed it with approximately 60% of Lin Chun's capabilities. However, it lacked the ability to replicate vocational skills or utilize the techniques of a mirror master. Thus, in this round, the awakened warriors held a distinct advantage. The era of Yingchuan was marked by a limited understanding of professions, resulting in inherent flaws within the replicas he designed. Lin Shen effortlessly vanquished his replica using his vocational skills, emerging victorious and returning to the hall. He was the first to reappear, while the other three were still engaged in their challenges. Within half an hour, Lin Fan and the others gradually returned to the hall space. Each of their replicas exhibiting certain deficiencies. The unique traits of each individual could not simply be replicated by a mere 10th-tier mirror artifact. The pass rate for the combat assessment was notably low. 2 hours later, only 300 remained. Congratulations, everyone, on passing the second round. The third round is the Heart's Inquiry. The mechanical entity remained as impassive as ever. Brother Chun, I suspect this Heart's Inquiry is the final trap. After all, when one is introspective, they are at their most vulnerable. If Yingchuan were to employ some trickery, the Heart's Inquiry could easily transform into a possession test. Little Fan, you must exercise caution. Brother Chun, I shall be vigilant. Meanwhile, Dongfang Hongxiu conveyed some vital information to Yushu, advising her to remain cautious. Should any issues arise, seal your heart and await rescue. Yushu, having heard this convoluted advice, nodded earnestly, assuring that she would protect herself and wait for assistance if trouble arose. The quartet once again stepped into the transmission portal. Due to being a replica, Lin Shen possessed no substantial soul. Thus, he was able to pierce through the illusion of the Heart's Inquiry and enter the authentic map. Concurrently, Dongfang Hongxiu and Yushu also materialized by his side, confirming their identities as not being mere phantoms conjured by the illusion. The genuine map resembled a fragmented secret realm. Its overall expanse was diminutive and desolate, save for a central area housing a courtyard structure. Before this edifice, the mechanical entity was engaged in manipulating various screens, meticulously selecting suitable candidates based on certain criteria. The trio restrained their auras, as the mechanical entity remained oblivious to the outside world, engrossed in its operations. After waiting for a few minutes, Lin Fan had yet to appear. He was either ensnared by the Heart's Inquiry or had encountered Yingchuan. The trio held no concern for Lin Fan. If an ancient relic could usurp Lin Fan, then all his myriad opportunities would have been in vain, utterly worthless. Ultimately, Lin Shun and his companions circumvented the mechanical entity, scaling the outer wall from behind to enter the courtyard. Surely, the inhabitants of Yingchuan are not destitute. We may end up empty-handed. This is highly plausible, as most resources, once eroded by the passage of time, would disintegrate into decayed ashes, with only a select few possessing the resilience to endure the trials of time and undergo transformation. I doubt that the denizens of Yingchuan possess an abundance of such resources. Since we have arrived, we might as well scour the area. Perhaps it will yield some assistance for Lin Fan. While Lin Shen quietly conspired with Dongfang Hongxiu, he summoned the Book of Old Deng, preparing to scan the entire architectural layout of the courtyard. Yushu stood obediently to the side, suddenly sensing the summoning. Brother Chun, Sister Hongxiu, I sense something calling to me. Should I go? Yes. Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu exchanged glances, unanimously deciding to proceed, as they currently lacked a specific objective. Before departing, Lin Chun activated the appraisal technique contained within the Book of Old Deng, conducting a thorough scan of the courtyard structures to identify the hidden treasures within. Keeping a mental tally, to his delight, he discovered dozens of valuable items, each of high grade, surpassing the 8th tier. It appeared they would not return empty-handed this time. Lin Shun was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest, and Dongfang Hongxiu was equally elated. If they could secure this haul of treasures, it would yield considerable rewards. Yushu felt a bit bewildered but soon regained her composure and joined in the laughter. As for the mechanical entity, it posed no threat to the trio. Lin Shun had already discerned its secrets through the Book of Old Deng. While formidable, it could be defeated by targeting its weaknesses, which were, quite literally, laid bare. Avoiding the destruction of the mechanical entity was crucial to prevent disrupting the Heart of Inquiry, which could alert the lingering souls to potential peril, forcing a premature termination of the usurpation process and thrusting everyone into confrontation with the remnants of the divine ascension. After all, the lingering souls of the Yingchuan inhabitants would forsake their advantages in pursuit of usurpation. Once they relinquished that ambition, it would necessitate a collective effort to confront a daunting adversary. Chapter 40. The Lost Soul Jade, an expected usurpation due to the unresolved situation with the mechanical entity. Lin Shun and his companions proceeded with caution, refraining from demolishing structures in search of treasures concealed within. Instead, they allowed Yushu to lead the way to discover the source of her summoning. This was Yushu's opportunity, and perhaps they might glean some fortune from it. Even if they could not partake in her fortune, they would gain valuable insights and broaden their horizons, making it a worthwhile endeavor regardless. The trio advanced carefully, navigating through corridors until they arrived at the central chamber of the courtyard. The sensation of being summoned has intensified. Whatever it is resides within, Yushu remarked. Lin Shun remained silent, meticulously examining the various treasures hidden within the room using the appraisal technique from the Book of Old Deng, ultimately identifying a singular artifact of interest. Item: Lost Soul Jade Grade. Weak Divine Function. A product used by reincarnated cultivators to anchor their past life's soul. Capable of attracting current souls to draw upon the blessings of their former existence. Current state: dust-covered. Value: varies by individual. Upon reading the description of the treasure, Lin Shun cast a peculiar glance at Yushu, realizing that she was, after all, the present embodiment of a reincarnated cultivator from many millennia ago, though he pondered how many times she had been reincarnated. Shu, why not attempt to reverse summon the object that called to you? This room is fortified with a barrier, and we lack the proper means to open it. Brother Chun, let me give it a try. Among the entire courtyard, only this room was protected by a barrier. Although Lin Shun possessed a method to dismantle the barrier, the commotion it would create would undoubtedly draw the attention of the mechanical beings stationed at the entrance. Thus, he opted to let Yushu experiment with this approach to acquire the lost soul jade. Uncertain of how to reverse summon, Yushu followed her intuition, believing that her efforts would bear fruit, and proceeded accordingly. The results proved her successful. She extended her hand, and a jade pendant soared from within the room, effortlessly traversing the barrier and landing in her grasp. In the next moment, the pendant merged with her body. Yushu immediately fell into a trance, enveloped by a red energy shield that protected her, as if she had entered a state of incubation. In light of this situation, Lin Shun and Dongfang Hongxiu could only silently stand guard and protect her. Simultaneously, Lin Fan, as anticipated, was chosen by Master Ingchuan as the target for possession. Among the 300 prodigies who entered the Heart's inquiry, there were those equally gifted as Lin Fan, yet Master Ingchuan felt a unique affinity toward him, fervently wishing to inhabit Lin Fan's body and relive a new life. Thus, Master Ingchuan followed the call of his heart. As Lin Fan sank into the illusion of the Heart's inquiry, the remnants of Master Ingchuan's soul began to stir, introducing some elements into the illusion and personally orchestrating the plot of the Heart's inquiry. Upon entering the Heart's inquiry gate, Lin Fan was engulfed in darkness. When he awakened once more, he found himself in a hospital, his head pounding excruciatingly, and he could only lie back and gaze at the white ceiling, taking a long time to regain his composure. Wasn't I exploring ruins? How did I suddenly end up in a hospital? Xiao Fan, had it not been for a powerful figure saving you, you would have been successfully possessed. As it stands, your soul has suffered some damage. But with a month of rest, you shall recover. Hongxiu, it seems I was somewhat unfortunate, overly confident in my abilities. One learns from their missteps. It's no matter. Lin Fan, trusting Dongfang Hongxiu implicitly, unconsciously overlooked many inconsistencies in the situation. As a month gradually passed, Lin Fan's soul injury healed. During this time, Lin Shun and Dongfang Hongxiu visited him frequently, although he began to sense that something was amiss with the two. It seemed that in the past, Chen always referred to Dongfang as such, yet now he had also begun calling her Hongxiu. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts. Having known the two for several years, he was well aware of Chun's character. Subsequently, the trio embarked on adventures together, their bonds deepening as they collectively gained admission to the prestigious Wu University, setting forth into the cosmos to witness its vastness and the myriad of enigmatic beings it harbored. Until that fateful day, when Lin Fan resolved to ascend the divine stairway and embark on the path to divinity. He was met with betrayal from those closest to him. Dongfang Hongxiu, who had already achieved a divine rank, shattered his chances of ascension and crippled his cultivation. Hongxiu, why have you done this? Lin Fan lamented. Despair etched upon his face as he lay upon the ground, fixated on Dongfang Hongxiu. Lin Fan, how foolish you are. Did you know that I have long envied you? While I barely stand as a demigod, you are poised to ascend the divine stairway. Your fortunes abound, while I have received so little, hence my resentment. At this moment, Lin Shen appeared, exuding an air of triumph. There is another matter. Hongxiu and I have already pledged ourselves to one another for life. Only the Lin family of the Floating Mountain can safeguard the sole remaining bloodline of the imperial clan, which is why we are united. As Lin Fan lay there, observing the affectionate exchange between Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu, memories of their shared past flooded his mind, revealing the betrayal he had suffered, a truth he had been too naive to perceive. Wretched pair, I shall haunt you even in death. You won't have the chance to haunt anyone. You are a prodigy, and I cannot allow your true spirit to persist. Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu unleashed their full might, attempting to obliterate Lin Fan's soul and true spirit. In reality, the adept of Yingchuan was breaching Lin Fan's psychological defenses, seeking to replace him entirely through integration. All that had transpired was merely a ploy by the adept of Yingchuan to make Lin Fan believe his soul was being extinguished due to the onslaught from Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu. Hongxiu, you must eliminate him. I know you harbor feelings for him, so sever this attachment and become my divine partner henceforth. Brother Chun, I shall do as you ask. Dongfang Hongxiu approached Lin Fan, effortlessly erecting a barrier to isolate them from the outside world. She leaned closer to Lin Chun, whispering softly, Little Fan, you may rest easy. I do not love him. It is simply that you cannot protect me. I wish to live, thus I must proceed in this manner. Her final words and kiss utterly shattered Lin Fan's defenses. Success is within reach. This splendid body, infused with unparalleled potential, and this soul are now mine. The adept of Yingchuan reveled in his triumph, as Lin Fan's resistance waned to an imperceptible level, allowing him to effortlessly seize Lin Fan's soul and commence its consumption. No, this is an illusion. How could I possibly fall into a mirage? The remnants of the adept of Yingchuan emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Upon merely tasting Lin Fan's soul, he detected an anomaly. Not only had he gained no substantial soul energy, but his own was rapidly depleting. Fool, you have finally fallen into my trap. What absurd narrative have you concocted? Lin Chun and Hongxiu betray me. It is truly laughable. Perhaps it is I who will betray them, selling them out for divine opportunities. They ultimately achieve divinity one by one, yet my own path to godhood remains shrouded in uncertainty, a rather ludicrous narrative I have long discerned. The figure of Yingchuan gazed upon the emerging soul of Lin Fan, as the surrounding environment had irrevocably transformed into Lin Fan's ethereal abode, where every element was under his dominion. For towering spires suppressed the cardinal directions, their overwhelming force rendering Yingchuan's lingering soul incapable of lifting its head. With every passing moment, his spiritual essence was siphoned by the towers, rendering him increasingly feeble, on the brink of death. Junior, you have triumphed. Perhaps my intuition sensed that usurping your essence was the most prudent choice. And indeed, you laid this bait, the elder conceded, his demeanor resembling that of a defeated hound. The youth is formidable. I, an old man, do not begrudge my loss. Yingchuan accepted his fate, acknowledging that a single misstep had led to his utter downfall. Before long, Yingchuan's essence was completely drained, with all his memories being catalogued by the spirit of the ancient tome into the spirit tower. Allowing Lin Fan to access Yingchuan's recollections at will, the spirit tower, more than merely a repository of knowledge, served a greater purpose, to inquire into the mundane world and refine one's heart through its tribulations. Countless memories were preserved within its confines, constructed during the Epic of Empires. The spirit tower was not a righteous artifact. Rather, it functioned as a tool for the imperial royalty, designed to subjugate all spirits. With Yingchuan's memories now archived, a legacy remained, one that could be experienced firsthand. Lin Fan was able to keep pace with the illustrious Dongfang Hongxiu, owing much to the 4 spirit towers he discovered during his initial exploration of the ruins. Otherwise, relying solely on his innate talent and spatial gifts would have placed him at a disadvantage against the exceptionally gifted Dongfang Hongxiu, at best able to contend with the resource-laden Lin Chun. As Yingchuan perished, Lin Fan transcended the predetermined trial of self-reflection, entering the authentic realm and directly confronting the mechanical entity before him. Master, you have succeeded. Afu, I have succeeded. Lin Fan seamlessly disguised himself as Yingchuan, leaving no trace of his ruse. Although he had not personally experienced Yingchuan's memories, the spirit of the tome could extract the necessary recollections for Lin Fan, ensuring he faced the mechanical entity named Afu without issue. Afu, provide each of those who passed the trial with a modest artifact and a fragment of semi-divine heritage. Then escort them out. Yes, esteemed master. Lin Fan dismissed Afu, who was busy executing his earlier command, and proceeded directly into the courtyard, heading towards the central treasure chamber. Upon entering, he sensed a familiar aura in the vicinity he was approaching, accompanied by 3 distinct presences, evidently awaiting his arrival. Indeed, I am the most formidable of them all. Chapter 41. The ruins conclude, each returns to their own abode. Xiao Fanzi, that old retching Chuan did not trouble you, did he? Lin Chen spotted Lin Fan and promptly sent a mental message inquiring about his well-being. To be candid, Lin Fan felt somewhat uneasy towards Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu, primarily due to the rather disconcerting narrative crafted by the master of Yingchuan. Not only was he the unfortunate protagonist, but he had also been overshadowed by his close friend. Fortunately, Lin Fan managed to recalibrate his mindset, firmly believing that in reality, Chun and Hongxiu harbored no ill intentions towards him. Lin Chun, a late-blooming individual endowed with remarkable talent, was a divine being destined with a 99 probability of greatness, poised to become a formidable force that would guide civilization's progress. Dongfang Hongxiu, the sole bearer of imperial blood in contemporary times, was the embodiment of imperial fortune, a true prodigy of her realm, with the attainment of divinity being virtually assured. Conversely, Lin Fan considered himself rather ordinary. His talent was merely adequate, making the ascent to divinity manageable, yet the actual achievement of godhood was fraught with challenges and trials. In the Federation of Humanity, while the number of those who could ascend to divinity reached hundreds of thousands, the actual divine beings numbered merely 5,000, revealing the arduous path to godhood. Having immersed himself in the narrative, Lin Fan had banished the master of Yingchuan, leaving him utterly vanquished. However, there was a segment of the story that required their attention. It would be unfair for Lin Fan to be the only one to endure the discomfort. With the intent of sharing the burden of discomfort, Lin Fan projected the narrative crafted by the master of Yingchuan before his companions. What foul material is this? Is this something a human can conceive? Upon witnessing the disturbing scene, Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu experienced a degree of physiological unease. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief, since they all found it unsettling. No one was left to suffer alone. The trio swiftly bypassed the topic, as there was little to discuss. A deep-seated trust existed among them, ensuring that such trivial matters would not lead to betrayal. Their journey together had been devoid of conflicts over interests, and even regarding the choices in their extraordinary paths, they had not encountered any discord. In fact, one among them had taken the initiative to step forward, greatly benefiting the others. Xiao Fanzi, now that you have inherited the legacy of the master of Yingchuan, can you manipulate this secret realm? I can indeed. Once I refine the core of this secret realm, I shall be able to carry it with me wherever I go. Lin Xin remarked, you seem to have an element of fortunate destiny, akin to the protagonists in novels who, after enduring trials, invariably reap rewards. He reflected on his own lack of perilous encounters, yet also lamented the absence of such opportunities. Both the initial 4 spirit towers and the current secret realm were invaluable treasures that he had missed twice. Fate will inevitably yield its rewards in due time. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Chun, let us refrain from such talk. I envy your state of being. Simplicity is indeed the essence of life. Humans often covet what others possess while undervaluing their own blessings. Chun, Hongxiu, the legacy of the master of Yingchuan is plentiful, much of which we cannot utilize. When the time comes, we shall sell it, and the profits will be equally divided among the 4 of us. Xiao Fanzi, you are at a disadvantage in this arrangement. How about this? You take 40%, and the 3 of us shall each receive 20%. After all, this secret realm is now considered your inheritance. Upon hearing Lin Fan's proposal, Lin Chen immediately waved his hand, indicating that such an arrangement was unacceptable, a sentiment echoed by Dongfang Hongxiu. Brother Chun, I do not feel disadvantaged at all. You 3 had already entered before me, and had it not been for waiting on my account, with your capabilities, I fear you would have long since emptied the treasures from the courtyard. Thus, a fair division of the spoils would actually benefit me. As I have secured the inheritance and the secret realm, these are the truly invaluable assets. Lin Fan argued persuasively. After a brief tug-of-war, they ultimately decided to split the profits evenly. Even if one were to remain idle and contribute little, the substantial rewards from the Jade Book would still entitle them to a quarter of the gains. Once a team is formed, fairness must prevail. Equity is the foundation of collaboration, and it is this principle that sustains a team's existence. Following this, Lin Fan began the process of refining the core of the secret realm to fully grasp the inheritance of the Yingchuan sage. Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu stood guard, encased in a protective barrier of red energy, while the Jade Book remained unchanged. They could only wait by its side for the energy shield to dissipate on its own. As moments passed, other talented individuals participating in the hard examination were rewarded with artifacts not exceeding the 7th tier and a semi-divine level technique, before being teleported away. Those who did not pass were simply sent away. Ultimately, only 28 talents succeeded in the hard examination and received rewards. The rest merely accompanied them, gaining little more than a basic understanding of the techniques from the first stage. 3 days later, Lin Fan successfully refined the core of the secret realm and began to command the secret world. Brother Chun, this is a treasure that can be sold, valued at approximately 100 trillion. It is up to you to facilitate the sale and maximize our profits. Certainly, leave it to me, Lin Chun replied. Taking the storage device containing the treasure, he activated the mirror teleportation to transfer it to his main body for subsequent sales processes. The main body would not need to venture out and face danger, but would naturally have to take on some logistical responsibilities. Regarding the Jade Book, I consulted the higher-ups in our alliance, and there are no issues. It simply requires 10 days to half a month to accept the legacies of its past life. There is no need for us to remain here. We can take it out, and the Guardians will ensure it reaches a safe location. Then let us depart first. I will retract the secret realm and anchor the spatial entrance to myself. The three exited the secret realm, returning to Blue Star. At this point, the ruins were devoid of any lingering presence, save for a powerful figure and the Guardians of the Four, who concealed themselves in the sky, awaiting their appearance. The Guardian of the Jade Book promptly revealed herself, focusing on the Jade Book in its special state. She possessed some knowledge and understood its significance. Dear young friends, I will take the Jade Book for now. Once she awakens, I will ensure she contacts you. Please proceed as you see fit, Senior. Subsequently, Lin Fan retracted the hidden secret realm into the void, employing a method akin to the minuscule grasp of a sesame seed, securing it within a ring on his left hand. Thus, the expedition into the ruins reached a temporary conclusion. Time, unnoticed, slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the living room of the Lin family villa, Lin Chun was hosting Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, whom he had summoned, while his clone lay motionless on the sofa, resembling a lifeless form. Over the course of the week, I had successfully sold all our acquisitions, yielding a staggering profit of 112 billion federal coins, with each person entitled to 28 billion federal coins. I have already transferred your share to you, and for Yushu, I have utilized a special channel to ensure she receives her portion once she awakens. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were instantly invigorated. A profit of 28 billion federal coins was sufficient to sustain them for quite some time. Considering the resources required for enhancing their qualifications also demanded time for refinement. They estimated that it would take them approximately 6 months to exhaust the resources purchased with their 28 billion federal coins. By that time, only a little over 2 months would remain until the martial arts examination, necessitating ample time for profound cultivation to elevate their prowess and combat strength as much as possible. Chenggu, I have decided to enter seclusion for the time being. My adventures outside have come to a halt. Chenggu, I too require some time to consolidate. Lin Chen regarded their choices as entirely reasonable. The purpose of venturing into the world was to amass wealth, and wealth was a means to build a foundation, enhance strength, and ultimately gain admission to prestigious martial arts academies for a superior cultivation environment, all in pursuit of the pinnacle. With a substantial sum of federal coins now at their disposal, sufficient for the martial examination, the focus would naturally shift to preparations for it. With all efforts directed toward the impending challenge, I share the same sentiment. With 8 months until the martial arts examination, our cultivation is not particularly outstanding. We must at least attain mid to late stage 6th rank, ideally comprehending intent, to secure a stable entry into the top 10 martial arts academies. Let us strive together for the top 10 martial arts academies. We shall meet at the pinnacle. The three were filled with fervor, while the clone remained inert. He was acutely aware that idleness was not an option. He would inevitably venture out to earn some resources, however meager they might be. After bidding farewell to his companions, Lin Chun regarded the clone in the living room, contemplating briefly. Instead of allowing him to venture outside, he decided to have him remain at home for shared cultivation. His true self would focus on elevating his cultivation. Martial arts prowess, along with the mastery of mental realms, requires the gradual accumulation of vitality and mental strength. Only through the diligent stacking of values can one lay the foundational conditions for breaking through to the next realm, a process that unfolds over time. Meanwhile, the clone would be tasked with enhancing combat capabilities, martial skills, mental techniques, vocational skills, the momentum of martial arts, and the essence of martial arts all necessitate practice for mastery and require time for refinement. The two endeavors, one aimed at foundational enhancement and the other at honing protective techniques, complemented each other harmoniously. Progressing on two legs is undeniably swifter than on one. With clear divisions of labor, they set forth to toil diligently. Chapter 42. The martial arts examination approaches. As the martial arts examination draws near, Lin Shun, before entering seclusion for rigorous training, expended over 1 trillion Federation coins to enhance his soul strength to its pinnacle within just 1 week. He achieved the following exceptional metrics: physical strength, 112, 224, 336, limit; soul strength, 166, 332, 498, limit; elemental strength, 138, 276, 414, limit; elemental resistance, 101, 202, 303, limit; comprehension, 103, 206, 309, limit; root bone, 106, 212, 318, limit; spirituality, 128, 256, 384, limit. At long last, he completed a significant task. For the foreseeable future, his innate abilities would remain unchanged, allowing him to focus on advancing his cultivation and transmuting his talents into corresponding levels of mastery. Filled with confidence, Lin Shun commenced his seclusion for meditation. Time, however, is relentless. 7 months swiftly passed, and only a little over a month remained before the martial arts examination, precisely 34 days. Name: Lin Shun. Age: 18. Gender: male. Cultivation: mid-level 6th stage martial general, 456, 2586. Spirit: mid-level 6th stage mind master, 526, 9632. Techniques: ethereal blood refinement technique, perfected; void body forging technique, perfected; ember seed meditation method, perfected; spirit concealment, phase 4. 78. Martial skills: 9 styles of the abyss, heavenly grade, limit breaking; 9 shadows of the celestial phoenix, heavenly grade, limit breaking; shockwave fist, heavenly grade, limit breaking; mental techniques: spiritual illusion, heavenly grade; divine strike, heavenly grade; universal collapse, heavenly grade; mental resonance, mystical grade; blade control technique, mystical grade; mental shield, mystical grade. Items: earth grade low tier Qing foam blade, earth grade low tier Tianhuang armor. Attributes: abyssal might, perfected; abyssal intent, minor achievement; talent, late blooming genius; once, profession, mirror master, legendary; overall combat power, dominates 6th stage. Mid-level 7th stage combat power. Both Lin Shun's original and replicated cells exerted immense effort, resulting in a dramatic transformation in his cultivation and combat prowess. His exceptional talents allowed his training to progress with remarkable momentum. In merely 7 months, he ascended 2 minor realms, with his cultivation speed not merely sustained but accelerated. At the Nirvana Martial High School, in Class 1 of the 3rd year, Lin Shun arrived today to register for the martial arts examination. The registration period coincides with the tour of enrollment mentors from the Martial Arts University, a prime opportunity to secure a place among the top 10 martial academies, thereby bypassing the rigorous examination altogether. After all, the examination is fiercely competitive. A momentary lapse in performance or a stroke of bad luck could result in failing to meet the standards set by these prestigious institutions, potentially stalling his development significantly. Chenggu, you've finally shown up. Ah, did I not mention I was in seclusion for training? Ah, is that so? After 7 months of silence, Chenggu, you have finally made an appearance. Had it not been for the lack of news from your family, I would have feared the worst, remarked Zhou Hashan with a look of astonishment directed at Lin Shun, leaving Lin Shun somewhat speechless. However, it soon dawned on him that it was due to his cultivation technique, which had reached the 4th stage. By continuously activating this technique, his presence had diminished significantly, causing those below the 6th stage of martial arts to subconsciously block any awareness of him. Today, upon arriving at school and deactivating his technique, many who laid eyes on him had their perceptions shattered and recalled all memories associated with him. Dongfang Hongxiu was similarly affected, while Lin Fan remained radiant and captivating. "Chenggu, you exude a rather perilous aura," remarked Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu as they approached Lin Shun, their longing evident after 7 months apart. However, as they drew near, their instincts warned them to steer clear of this seemingly dangerous presence. "Though my retreat has yielded some insights, they are hardly noteworthy. You both seem to have progressed as well, and I sense a similar danger emanating from you," he responded. Each party could perceive a threat from the other, indicating formidable strength. A confrontation would not be a swift victory. Instead, it would evolve into a protracted battle, growing increasingly brutal until the final breath determined the victor. Before any further pleasantries could be exchanged, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Xingchen, entered the classroom to commence the day's agenda. "Students, please fill out the martial arts examination registration forms. I will input the information into the system to confirm your eligibility," he instructed. "Do not shy away from honesty, nor should you fabricate details. Provide accurate information, as it will be compiled, and various martial arts universities may select candidates for special admissions and resource grants." Half an hour later, all 30 students had completed their registration forms and secured their eligibility for the examination, with no one qualifying for special admission. "Students, the topics for this year's martial arts examination remain undisclosed. In recent years, the questions have revolved around battlefield scenarios, including individual military operations, teamwork in combat, and behind-enemy line strategies. Among others, this year is unlikely to be an exception. Please prepare yourselves mentally, as once you enter university and begin military service, it is imperative to plan accordingly and take responsibility for your lives." Zhou Xingchen diligently presented a compilation of the past decade's examination topics, all pertaining to battlefield scenarios. While previous questions may lack relevance, they reflect recent trends. The examination topics are often tied to the current state of the Federation, which has been actively expanding outward over the past few decades, exhibiting a shift from a conservative stance to a more aggressive, offensive posture. Zhou Xingchen earnestly advised his students, having gathered an abundance of information, as he continuously analyzed it to ensure they could all succeed in the martial arts examination and achieve their desired results to enter their preferred martial arts universities. After school, the students gathered for their customary feast. Upon entering the final year of high school, it is rare for individuals to find themselves in such a complete state of camaraderie, perfectly timed for a gathering to nurture relationships and unwind. "Chenggu, which esteemed martial arts academy do you aspire to attend?" "I have yet to make a decision. The top 10 institutions are all quite comparable, and choosing any of them would not differ significantly for me. What about you? Do you have a particular academy in mind?" Lin Shun is indifferent, as he considers himself a late-blooming hero, believing that the subtle distinctions in the earlier stages have minimal impact. The Federation boasts numerous martial arts universities, categorized into 4 tiers. The first tier consists of urban universities, such as Fengqing Martial Arts University and Fengqing Institute of Technology. These institutions, named after cities, primarily cater to local students of average qualifications who lack opportunities to study elsewhere. There are many such universities, with each human city housing anywhere from 3 to over a dozen. The second tier includes regional universities, like Southern Continent Martial University, Southern Continent Research Institute, and Southern Continent Vocational College. These universities, which encompass a large number of cities and are named accordingly, serve the next tier of talent, focusing on the cultivation of moderate geniuses within a region. While fewer in number than the first tier, they still number in the millions and will likely proliferate as human administrative divisions increase. The third tier comprises stellar region universities, such as Blue Star Martial University, Qinglong Martial University, and Baihu Martial University. These institutions, named after their respective stellar regions, serve a vast area, concentrating on the cultivation of geniuses born within the star domain. They are primarily responsible for maintaining order within their regions and instilling a love for humanity and the Federation in the youth, thereby fulfilling an educational role. The number of such universities is considerably lower, totaling no more than 1,000, each representing a testament to human intellect and civilization, and can be viewed as a bastion of human heritage. Finally, there exists the pinnacle tier, consisting of only 10 universities, designated from the 1st to the 10th. Each of these esteemed institutions embodies the entirety of human cultural heritage. As long as these top 10 academies endure, humanity possesses the potential for resurgence. These 10 supreme academies are the founts of human legacy, the very sparks of our civilization. In times of existential threat, these 10 institutions would retreat from this universe. Whether drifting through the void or venturing to other realms, safeguarding the continuity of human heritage. Xiaofan, do you have a university you wish to attend? I aspire to join the Fifth Academy. Its atmosphere resonates with me, often referred to as the Academy of Fortune, where students reminiscent of protagonists in novels abound. This choice seems fitting, aligning perfectly with your character design. And what about you, Dongfang? Will you accompany Xiaofan, or choose a different academy? I prefer not to part ways with Xiaofan, yet the style of the Fifth Academy does not suit me. I wish to attend the Ninth Academy, where the study of bloodlines is profound, aligning with my cultivation needs. Dongfang Hongxiu expressed this sentiment, and Lin Fan displayed little emotional response, evidently indicating that the two had previously discussed and decided on their respective institutions. Parting is merely a precursor to a more meaningful reunion. Each individual must tread their own path. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu each tread their own paths. In the future, they shall meet again at the pinnacle of success. As for the other students in the class, with diligent effort, they may gain admission to second-rate universities, while most will likely attend regional institutions. The disparity is immense. The chasm between them and Lin Xun, along with his two companions, has already widened significantly. Even now, as they sit together, the gap in their respective standings will only grow over the next decade or two. At this moment, Lin Xun is contemplating which prestigious academy he should pursue. The notion of being unqualified for entry into a top-tier institution is utterly unfathomable. His inherent talent alone suffices for admission to any elite academy. Moreover, his current cultivation and combat prowess have already surpassed the admission standards of these esteemed schools. Chapter 43, the Sixth Academy and the Martial Examination Qingge. I believe you should consider the Sixth Academy, suggested Xiao Fanzi. Why do you say that? Lin Shen inquired. When it comes to information gathering, Lin Fan is quite authoritative. He shared his insights regarding 10 elite academies with Lin Xun, who naturally grasped the rationale behind the recommendation for the Sixth Academy. The First Academy emphasizes legislative affairs, predominantly comprising descendants of political families. The atmosphere of socializing and networking there would not suit us. The Second Academy focuses on literary and scientific research, serving as the nexus of federal technology. The Third Academy is affiliated with the military, and its implications are well understood by those in the know. The Fourth Academy specializes in diplomacy, with a considerable number of foreign students, resulting in a somewhat restless atmosphere. The Fifth Academy is dedicated to the study of luck. As its name suggests, the Sixth Academy, known as the Academy of All-Rounders, excels in diverse disciplines without a singular focus, promoting a balanced education and fostering a positive environment. Ideal for lone wolves. The Seventh Academy is centered on the path of the stars, primarily nurturing talents related to celestial heritage. The Eighth Academy, steeped in tradition, attracts students from ancient families who cherish the old ways, often leading to inter-family unions. The Ninth Academy, as its name implies, is focused on bloodlines. Lastly, the 10th Academy is a gathering place for those endowed with remarkable talent in various professions, with martial arts serving as a supplementary pursuit. Upon hearing Lin Fan's elucidation, Lin Shen comprehended the strengths and weaknesses of each institution. For him, the Sixth Academy evidently stands as the most fitting choice. The other academies, to varying degrees, possess specific emphases that do not align with his aspirations. Lin Xun was already aware of this information, though not articulated as succinctly as Lin Fan had presented it. It seems that once we enter university, our team will have to disband. The 10 prestigious academies are too far apart, each governing its own territory, Lin Chen mused. Oh, separation is merely a means to facilitate a better reunion, Qingge. We will certainly rely on you in the future, one of his companions replied. Surely you jest. I shall be the one who depends on you both, Lin Chen countered. The trio engaged in a light-hearted exchange, eliciting astonished expressions from their classmates. Yet, rather than dampening the atmosphere, their camaraderie drew others closer, fostering a sense of unity around them. The bonds of friendship among classmates are indeed a precious sentiment. In the future, classmates sought the company of Lin Xun and his companions, as the bonds of camaraderie served as the most vital link, a bridge connecting them to one another. After the gathering, everyone returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Lin Xun beheld his grandparents, 3 uncles, and 3 aunts seated in the living room, clearly gathered for an important matter. Chinner, with the martial examination just over a month away, what are your plans? Have you reached a conclusion regarding your choice of academy? Lin Yuan inquired first, seeking Lin Chen's thoughts on his application to an educational institution. Grandfather, do you have any recommendations? Lin Shun countered with a question, eager to hear his family's perspectives, for they would not steer him astray. Their advice should align with his circumstances. Chen'er, we hail from the Lin family of the Suspended Mountain. Generally, the younger generation of ordinary families lacks the qualification to consider the top 10 esteemed academies, but you are different. If you wish, you may apply to the 8th Academy, which annually recruits hundreds of descendants from the Suspended Mountain Lin family. In doing so, you may foster connections with the prodigies from the main lineage of our family. In the future, you will undoubtedly be appointed to serve in the ancestral grounds of the Suspended Mountain, and upon graduation, who knows? Perhaps you may even bring back a noble lady from a prominent family as my granddaughter-in-law. Lin Chen felt a sense of reluctance towards these words. While Lin Yuan's perspective was not entirely erroneous, it was rooted in path dependence, merely reflecting the experiences of those who came before. Grandfather, I have a preferred academy. After the martial examination, I intend to apply to the 6th Academy. Upon hearing Lin Chen's statement, the family recognized that he had his own convictions and thus refrained from further discussion on the subject, respecting his thoughts. The Lin Chen of today was no longer the orphaned child of yesteryear, devoid of resources. Setting aside his background and potential, his prowess spoke volumes. With a mid-6th tier cultivation, he ranked 4th within the Lin family of Feng City, his true combat strength only slightly inferior to that of his grandfather, who was at the 7th and approaching 8th tier. All of this substantiated Lin Chen's autonomy in decision-making. His words carried weight, and others were compelled to contemplate his ideas. It was inappropriate to disregard his thoughts merely because he was younger. Consequently, the family gathering concluded on a joyful note, with no one mentioning the 8th Academy again. While entering the 8th Academy would undoubtedly strengthen ties between their small family and the larger clan, Lin Chen was destined to become a formidable figure, allowing his small family to also guide the broader development. Thus, Lin Chen's desires were paramount. The future's anchor would not be easily offended, nor would anyone dare to preach from a position of seniority. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was the day of the martial examination. Lin Chen did not receive an invitation from the top 10 esteemed academies, nor did he receive any special admission letters from other secondary academies. The top 10 esteemed academies seldom extend special admissions. Those with the strength to gain entry need not rely on special invitations, while those lacking the requisite capabilities would only receive such letters if they met the admission criteria. As for the secondary academies, upon reviewing Lin Chen's information, they concluded that he would not be attending their institutions and thus refrained from the futile act of issuing special admission letters. Should Lin Chen sign their special admission letter, it would be a grave error on their part, leading to the misguidance of students. The martial examination at the federal level is certainly not to be conducted in reality. At this time each year, the realm of the ethereal gods enacts a lockdown, designating a vast expanse as the examination grounds for martial candidates. This year, an astounding 458 trillion candidates are participating in the martial examination across the entire federation, comprising approximately 5% of the total population, a figure of monumental scale. To ensure fairness in the examination, candidates are categorized into tiers ranging from 3 to 7 based on their cultivation levels, with each tier assigned distinct examination areas. Within each tiered examination ground, candidates are further divided into zones accommodating 1 million individuals each. Every allocation is entirely random. Luck plays an integral role in the assessment process. The existence of fortune is palpable and can be observed to a certain extent, thereby rendering luck as a component of a candidate's strength. The martial examination for martial science is held separately from the literary examination, which occupies a different assessment space, allowing for no interference between the two. Currently, Lin Chen finds himself within the 6th tier examination ground. The number of participants in the 6th tier is relatively modest, totaling only 850,000, necessitating a single zone for the examination. In contrast, the 3rd tier candidates are the most numerous, reaching 300 trillion, while the 4th tier is not far behind with 83 trillion participants. The 5th tier candidates see a significant decrease, amounting to 3 trillion. However, the numbers for the 6th and 7th tiers dwindle drastically, shifting from trillions to tens of thousands. Achieving the status of a 4th or 5th tier martial artist after 6 years of cultivation is quite common. However, attaining the 6th tier is a formidable challenge. often dictated by innate talent. Many possess resources but lack the requisite aptitude, as long as one's talent is not in question and resources remain abundantly available. Excelling in cultivation is a straightforward endeavor. Before the martial examination commences, martial science students must also undertake a cultural examination, which constitutes 20 of the total score, amounting to 1,000 points. In his solitary assessment chamber, Lin Chen diligently writes, finding the cultural exam for martial students to be rather manageable. With earnest study, one can secure a minimum of 950 points, with the remaining 50 points reserved for cognitive expansion, assessing research acumen, a skill not all possess. Nonetheless, this poses no challenge for Lin Chen, as he confidently anticipates securing the full 1,000 points. The topics for this year's martial examination have yet to be announced. With a total of 4,000 points available, Lin Chen must aim for at least 500 points to distinguish himself among the multitude. The wait is excruciatingly long. During this time, Lin Chen remains calm and composed, dedicating himself to quiet cultivation, ensuring he is in peak condition to embrace the martial examination at any moment. Suddenly, the environment surrounding Lin Chen undergoes a dramatic transformation. He finds himself inside a landing pod of a spacecraft, which has suffered damage to one corner. Violent gusts of air rush through the breach as the pod descends rapidly toward the ground. Private Lin Chen, please safely land on the mechanical star. Regroup with your comrades amidst the relentless assault of countless mechanical beings and establish a stronghold for humanity, ultimately destroying the core of the mechanical star. A cacophony of crackling sounds resonates within the pod. Lin Chen suddenly realized that the martial examination had commenced, and once again, the theme revolved around warfare. Specifically the topic of planetary landings. A damaged landing pod was obliterated by a laser blast, and just before the pod's explosion, Lin Chen enveloped himself in a surge of vitality, swiftly maneuvering his flying blades towards the metallic surface of the mechanical planet. As a sixth-tier martial artist, he possessed a modicum of flight capability, although it could not compare to the effortless liberation from gravitational pull exhibited by seventh-tier practitioners in the current scenario. The ability to fly was undoubtedly the optimal choice. At that moment, Lin Chen was still 10 kilometers above the ground. The gravity of this mechanical planet was immensely formidable, reaching 32 times that of standard gravity. He was drawn downward by this gravitational force, hurtling towards the surface like a meteor. Yet, this level of gravity posed no threat to Lin Chen, who frequently trained under a 100-fold gravitational force. The 32 times gravitational pull merely assisted him in descending more rapidly to the ground. The mechanical beings on this planet were far from defenseless. The planetary defense system incessantly unleashed laser assaults, obliterating landing pods and targeting the candidates exposed in the sky. Remaining airborne rendered one a sitting duck, while descending to the surface merely transformed one into an even more vulnerable target. Due to the gravity, many physical attacks could not reach the skies, even if they could. Their effectiveness was severely diminished. However, once the candidates landed, a plethora of physical attacks became viable and significantly more impactful. This was war, a fight for survival, where the annihilation of the enemy was paramount, employing every means at one's disposal. As Lin Chen touched down, he immediately made a hasty retreat. Barely had he set foot on the ground when he was enveloped by a deluge of artillery fire, with explosive shockwaves erupting from below. The mechanical planet, a sphere of steel governed by mechanical life forms, left Lin Chen utterly disoriented. Apart from knowing the planet's name and that it was inhabited by mechanical beings, he was devoid of any further information. Establishing a stronghold or launching a counteroffensive against the mechanical tribe seemed an insurmountable challenge. Fighting in a foreign land was exceedingly arduous. Regardless of his actions, he was besieged by attacks from all directions, as if the entirety of the planet was orchestrating a concerted effort against him, filled with palpable hostility. This could not continue. He needed to locate others swiftly and join forces to confront the enemy. Relying solely on himself would lead to his inevitable demise at the hands of the mechanical beings. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hastened towards regions where artillery roared, endeavoring to converge with others. The mechanical tribe would not remain passive. Hundreds of thousands of sixth-tier life forms descended from above. The mechanical beings understood that to eliminate a solitary sixth-tier entity, they could not do so without deploying their formidable weaponry. If they allowed the adversaries, the human race, to unite, they could scarcely fathom how to eradicate these singularly potent beings. Consequently, the mechanical tribe dispatched numerous ground combat units, relentlessly hunting down isolated candidates. For the gathered candidates, a temporary laissez-faire approach is adopted. However, once their numbers exceed 10, destructive weapons of formidable potency will be unleashed in a single devastating strike. The mechanical race possesses a maximum destructive capability of the 7th tier, yet such formidable power is scarce. Conventional armaments can only contend with beings of the 4th or 5th tier, while sub-top tier weapons can confront those of the 6th tier. However, due to the abrupt onset of war, the mechanical race has limited reserves of sub-top tier weaponry. Moreover, the resources consumed by space exploration and colonization efforts render large-scale production of sub-top tier weapons a formidable challenge. Lin Shen broke through wave after wave of encirclement, evading numerous attacks, until he finally encountered another individual within the same perimeter. "Are you a candidate as well?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am a candidate from the Azure Dragon Star domain." "And you?" As they exchanged words while fending off the relentless mechanical combat units, despite being strangers, their cooperation was surprisingly harmonious. "I am also a candidate, hailing from the Blue Star." "Ah, I see. A gentleman from the ancestral lands. My apologies for not recognizing you." Lin Shen felt an odd discomfort, sensing a hint of sarcasm from the other candidate, though he could not discern its source. "Your tone suggests you might be inviting a confrontation." "My apologies. It seems you are not a participant in the virtual Divine Realm Youth Forum, where such debates are commonplace." Lin Shen was somewhat at a loss for words, and the two decided to bypass this regional topic to share the information they had gathered thus far. Both candidates started with the same initial information, while any additional insights had to be collected independently. Currently, Lin Shen had gathered very little. He penetrated the ground with his mental energy, confirming that the area extending 5 kilometers beneath the surface of the mechanical planet was filled with metallic constructs. Different specifications of underground passages interconnected, forming a complex labyrinth, with countless mechanical entities traversing the tunnels, and various attack-capable objects continuously transported from below to the surface. Bai Wuyue, on the other hand, provided a crucial piece of information. Upon landing, he encountered attacks capable of annihilating 6th-tier warriors. Such assaults were rare, yet not entirely absent. "Lin Shen, what shall we do next?" "Let us locate more candidates, form a team, and venture underground to penetrate the enemy's lair, thereby dismantling their regeneration capabilities and severing their capacity for warfare. Then let us set forth." Bai Wuyue, possessing a somewhat extroverted and loquacious demeanor, felt remarkably at ease. Having known Lin Shen for barely 2 minutes, he eagerly inquired about everything pertaining to the Blue Star, completely oblivious to their surroundings. This camaraderie was facilitated by their considerable strength. Even when faced with the strikes of sub-top tier mechanical weaponry, they remained unharmed, navigating the hail of gunfire with ease. Within the vastness of the mechanical planet, only top-tier weapons capable of annihilating 7th-tier beings posed any real threat to them, as long as the attacks were not fatal. They harbored no fear. Though the mechanical planet was expansive, the movement speed of 6th-tier warriors was also swift. As long as they were not foolish, they would instinctively seek out allies and act in unison. Indeed, solitary wolves always exist. Some of them have ventured into the underground passages, becoming lost within their depths and encountering even fiercer attacks. Half an hour later, Lin Shen followed the main force into a stronghold of the human race. Not a leader by nature, he instinctively concealed his presence upon joining the group, transforming into an inconspicuous member. Although referred to as a human stronghold, it was essentially a temporary base established by candidates who possessed the necessary skills after demolishing the mechanical race's surface structures. This stronghold served merely as a resting point, lacking significant functionality, even failing to relay gathering information to the surrounding candidates, relying instead on the builders to dispatch individuals to rally others. Lin Shen's sole objective in joining the team was to acquire intelligence unknown to him. In fact, he could have activated his spiritual concealment, diminishing his presence to a mere 28. At such a level, even the technologically advanced mechanical race, equipped with formidable surveillance capabilities, would only be able to detect him with a select few cutting-edge monitoring devices. Conventional methods would be utterly ineffective against him. Upon entering the stronghold, Lin Shen found no familiar faces. In fact, he was the only individual from Blue Star, while the others hailed from the 3 realms or myriad regions. However, this did not impede his quest for information. The human race possesses an array of peculiar talents, and among them, There exists an individual endowed with the ability to unconditionally acquire information. This candidate, upon receiving new intelligence, would promptly disseminate it. His intent was straightforward: to ride the coattails of others' achievements. Should someone utilize his information to make a significant contribution in this war, he, as the provider of intelligence, would also reap the rewards, ensuring a commendable score in the final martial assessment. Everyone understood that this conflict was, in essence, an examination. Given its nature, a standard for evaluation was inherently established. Thus, every action that proved effective in the war would be accounted for as a contribution, ultimately translating into martial assessment scores. Consequently, each individual endeavored to make their mark, providing intelligence, assembling teams, striking key enemy facilities, dismantling vital production structures, and even establishing strongholds for the human race. All these actions contributed towards securing victory in the war, driven by the desire to excel in this examination and attain desired scores. Lin Chun had now gathered the information he sought. The mechanical star was composed entirely of various metals. The beings born within it, known as the mechanical race, were conscious entities. Initially, this race evolved from ordinary metals, as simple metallic blocks gained awareness. Over time, as development progressed, these metallic forms began to merge, resulting in increasingly complex beings. Generation after generation, the mechanical race continuously created new offspring, whose bodies were more advanced, and their consciousness expanded ever further. Confined to the environment of the mechanical star, the mechanical race faces considerable challenges in external expansion, yet it is not entirely impossible. Thus, the mechanical race's attempts at expansion were fortuitously discovered by the human expeditionary forces, who meticulously marked and gathered intelligence about them. Negotiations between the humans and the mechanical race had taken place. Indeed, coexistence and mutual benefit were feasible, as their resource needs were entirely complementary. Regrettably, the mechanical race's rigid mindset, somewhat reminiscent of the purification protocol, led them to believe that the world rightfully belonged to the mechanical beings originating from it, viewing all other life forms as parasites that consumed resources without contributing any. Consequently, the negotiations faltered. The humans, not known for their benevolence, perceived that if the mechanical race rejected the notion of coexistence, the only alternative was annihilation. Allowing them to develop would inevitably lead to conflict with humanity, resulting in troublesome repercussions. Upon receiving this information, Lin Chin began to harbor doubts about his current circumstances. He questioned whether he was truly within the illusory divine realm, deeming such a possibility unlikely. The more plausible scenario was that he remained in the illusory divine realm, but was positioned at the distant borders of the star domain, where the projections of his cohort were manifesting their actions on the mechanical star. It was entirely within the capabilities of the Federal Education Department to subject this cohort of candidates to a genuine battlefield assessment. A real battlefield, rife with unexpected occurrences, may follow a script, yet the unfolding events and outcomes are not fixed. To attain a desired conclusion, the participating candidates must strive and labor for it. Deploying 850 0006th tier candidates to assault a planet with a maximum combat capability of 7th tier is not outlandish. Rather, it reflects an excessive investment of power, considering that these are the pinnacle geniuses of their generation, both formidable in strength and talent. Since this war was selected as the examination subject, it implied that the mechanical star must possess a trump card that could potentially obliterate the 850 0006th tier candidates. As Lin Chin engaged in profound contemplation, he suddenly realized that their time to comprehend the situation was limited. They must swiftly defeat the mechanical race. Otherwise, once the mechanical race acknowledged that their demise was merely a matter of time, their rational and cold nature would undoubtedly lead them to calculate the odds, ultimately opting for mutual destruction. The impulse to drag the enemy down with them is a desperate flourish of consciousness that intelligent beings exhibit when confronting existential peril. Mutual destruction, dust to dust. A dual loss is preferable to a singular victory. Chapter 45. As the sixth, destroy the master of machines Lin Chun. Are you not taking me with you? Lin Chun, perplexed, glanced at Bai Wuyue, who had darted to his side. He had indeed intended to activate the spirit concealment and silently delve deep into the mechanical star to obliterate the known 9 consciousness masters of the machines. His thoughts remained unvoiced, yet Bai Wuyue seemed to possess a foreknowledge of his intentions, which was somewhat unnerving. You know what I plan to do? I do not. But following you may lead to victory and high scores. That is the instinct my intuition conveys. Indeed, one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. Bai Wuyue possessed an exceptional intuition, a trait that had served as his steadfast support throughout his journey. Are you certain you wish to follow me and become a target for absorbing firepower? Lin Chun inquired, activating his spiritual concealment while adjusting his presence. The fourth stage of spiritual concealment offered a formidable cognitive obscuration effect against opponents of the same tier. Even though Bai Wuyue was a prodigy with remarkable intuition, he still lost recognition of Lin Chun, requiring intense focus to vaguely grasp Lin Chun's existence. I can't even pretend to be lazy. Your capabilities are beyond comprehension. I cannot perceive you, and my thoughts fail to clearly acknowledge your presence. How am I to keep up? Bai Wuyue lamented, feeling despondent as the opportunity lay right before him, yet remained just out of reach. Goodbye, Bai. Lin Chun's voice lingered in the air, yet his figure vanished. The recognition of Lin Chun in Bai Wuyue's mind became increasingly hazy until it faded from memory entirely. Perhaps the next time he heard news of Lin Chun, he would recall this brief encounter. Meanwhile, Lin Chun traversed the battlefield of the mechanical beings as if it were an uninhabited realm. At his current stage, he could disregard certain collision volumes, effortlessly passing through lesser mechanical constructs. However, when attempting to burrow into the planet's core, he discovered that the energy level of the mechanical planet was exceedingly high, preventing him from ignoring the collision volume and penetrating the dense metallic surface. Could it be that the mechanical planet had awakened consciousness, transforming into an entity akin to a planetary consciousness? Such speculation was not unfounded. It was quite common for planets to develop awareness, albeit varying in intellectual sophistication. A sentient planetary consciousness ultimately evolves into a merciless cosmic law, treating all beings with indifference while transforming the emotional into the unemotional. Ordinary planetary consciousness, on the other hand, is often a naive existence that recoils from invasive entities, directing all life within the planet to attack intruders. The mechanical beings emerged from blocks of metal that gained awareness. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that a colossal metallic entity like the mechanical planet could indeed develop consciousness. What remained uncertain was whether the consciousness of the mechanical planet mirrored that of the mechanical beings, or if it was merely a vague planetary awareness. The former would be truly terrifying. A mechanical being the size of a planet would undoubtedly possess semi-divine capabilities, especially if it garnered the faith of the mechanical beings, thus embarking on a path to divinity. The latter scenario would be less daunting, even if the mechanical beings were eradicated and the mechanical planet's essence destroyed. The consciousness of the mechanical planet would remain powerless. It likely represented a naive planetary awareness. If it were truly a life form of the mechanical beings, we would not be participants in this war. The Federal Mechanical Research Institute would never overlook such valuable research material. Lin Chun reassured himself and began his search for an entrance to the underground passage. Moments later, he had successfully entered the subterranean corridor. His mental power radiated outward, enveloping a radius of 5 kilometers, dissecting the pathways and determining his course of advancement. In the absence of a viable route, he would not hesitate to breach the metallic walls, carving a path downward. It was not that his mental prowess could only extend 5 kilometers. Rather, this range was a balance between consumption and recovery. However, as Lin Chun delved deeper underground, the expenditure of mental energy increased, for the subterranean environment posed pressures and complexities, compounded by various energy fields that required greater mental acuity to maintain his perceptual range. As time elapsed, Lin Chun had descended 500 kilometers, where no further vertical passages existed, only horizontal conduits connecting the myriad cores of the mechanical race. This 500-kilometer depth marked the mechanical race's current limits. The mechanical overlord and countless consciousnesses of the mechanical race resided within this stratum. Having evolved over countless years, the mechanical race had birthed 9 mechanical overlords, each akin to a 7th-tier entity, commanding innumerable consciousnesses. These 9 overlords held equal status, collectively ruling the mechanical race. Before the emergence of humanity, they harbored conflicts among themselves. But upon humanity's arrival, they united against a common foe, setting aside their differences. The consolidated mechanical race, leveraging conventional forces, temporarily withstood the assaults of human candidates. Factories nestled within the strata were operating at full capacity, churning out batches of conventional weapons, dispatched through subterranean passages to the surface battlefield, serving as fodder to deplete the human candidates. Additionally, various advanced weapons were being hastily constructed, provided the mechanical race could endure for a single day. The introduction of these advanced weapons to the battlefield would undoubtedly halt the human candidates and transition the conflict into a protracted war. However, the human candidates had no inclination for a drawn-out engagement. Candidates like Lin Chun were numerous, exceeding 20,000, with several dozen having ventured 500 kilometers underground. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were among this group, scattered throughout the subterranean depths, diligently searching for the domain of the mechanical overlord. The higher the tier of mechanical consciousness, the more intricate and substantial the mechanical body required for its existence. Conversely, simpler consciousnesses necessitated smaller, more rudimentary constructs. The consciousness born from a mere piece of iron could not possibly rival that which emerged from a sophisticated factory. The design and intricacy of a mechanical body reflected, to some extent, the tier of its corresponding consciousness. A small control node appeared to house numerous mechanical consciousnesses. Its destruction might yield clues leading to the nearest mechanical overlord. As Lin Chun wandered through the strata, he stumbled upon a small cavity, breached the metallic layer, and entered. There, he beheld a heavily guarded mechanical creation, interconnected with countless pipes through which fine strands of energy coursed. The energy lines possessed the remarkable ability to transmit energy while simultaneously receiving and conveying information, exhibiting exceptional resilience. Even when severed, they can restore themselves through the propagation of energy. These energy lines play a significant role and are extensively utilized within the mechanical race, making them particularly suitable for Lin Chen's covert operations of decapitation. The mechanical race, however, is hindered in its use of energy signals for communication and energy transmission due to environmental constraints. The landscape is riddled with an amalgamation of metals, rendering it impossible for any energy signals to traverse the intricate metallic strata without losing vital information. Without hesitation, Lin Chun unleashed a devastating strike with his hand, as if wielding a blade, shattering the colossal mechanical constructs into a myriad of fragments scattered across the ground. He could almost hear the anguished cries of the fallen, yet remained unfazed. A wave of mental impact swept through him, bringing tranquility in its wake. Those who are not of my kin harbor foreign hearts. The enemy remained oblivious to Lin Chen's presence until their last breath, akin to a specter striking without warning, leaving them bewildered. Following the largest conduit, Lin Chen traversed several hundred kilometers before entering a new subterranean chamber. Fortune favored him as he encountered the mechanical sovereign. The chamber was immense, presenting a disc-shaped expanse with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers and a height of 30 kilometers. At its center lay a sci-fi metropolis, with a diameter surpassing 500 kilometers, entirely composed of the mechanical sovereign's constructs. Countless energy lines and conduits transported metallic fragments, while numerous small mechanical entities busily engaged in repairs, ensuring the continuous expansion of the metropolis. With a forceful determination, Lin Chen unleashed his most potent techniques, the spiritual shockwave, mirroring cut, and martial prowess. Comparable to the 7th-tier mechanical sovereign, it warranted his utmost attention and a full display of strength. The mental shockwave was the first to take effect, its intangible force sweeping over the entire metropolis. Aside from a handful of 6th-tier mechanical consciousnesses and the mechanical sovereign, the other constructs disintegrated, transforming into mere gibberish as they succumbed to their demise. The few remaining 6th-tier entities and the sovereign were not entirely unscathed. They experienced a degree of disarray, losing control over their constructs. The most evident manifestation of this chaos was the sudden stillness of the once orderly mechanical creations, plunging the metropolis into an eerie silence, as if it had perished. Subsequently, the professional skill of mirroring cut commenced its effect. The vast mirrored metropolis was cleaved into two, mirroring the real city's smooth, unblemished cut. Following this, his martial skill, the Abyssal Devourer, was unleashed, striking precisely along the line of the mirroring cut, impacting the very core of the sci-fi city. An intangible abyss materialized, consuming the remnants of the sovereign's core consciousness. As the abyss dissipated, the heart of the metropolis vanished. The entire sci-fi city, bereft of its final spark of life, succumbed instantaneously to death. Such a magnificent scene unfolded without an audience, a lamentable oversight. Lin Chun regretted that his impressive display of prowess was not recorded. He single-handedly vanquished the mechanical sovereign with merely 3 strikes, leaving the sovereign unable to even react. Despite the myriad tactics employed by the mechanical sovereign, Lin Shan dispatched it with such swiftness that there was little left to say. Practice makes perfect for the less skilled. Chapter 46. The crumbling surface of the mechanical star. Phase 2. The demise of the first mechanical sovereign was merely the beginning. Over the course of the next hour, while journeying onward, Lin Shan annihilated numerous communication nodes and top-tier weapon manufacturing facilities belonging to the mechanical race. Upon arriving at the location of the next mechanical sovereign, he was met with a desolate landscape littered with debris, the remnants of life still lingering in the air, creating a scene of brutal warfare. In stark contrast to Lin Shan's elegance, the conflict here was chaotic, as the mechanical sovereign attempted to resist, albeit futilely. Observing this scene, Lin Shan realized that the remaining mechanical sovereigns would not pose a challenge for him, prompting him to commence the obliteration of communication nodes and weapon manufacturing sites, thereby severing the mechanical race's capacity for warfare. With the sequential demise of the 9 mechanical sovereigns, the battlefield above underwent a transformation. The mechanical combat units lost their unified command, descending into disarray, while their capacity for reinforcement dwindled. Given this trajectory, the downfall of the mechanical race appeared imminent. As the candidates on the surface regained their composure and surged into the subterranean passages, the mechanical race found itself devoid of any ability to resist. Moreover, the candidates who had initially ventured underground began to exert their strength, leading to the destruction of even more communication nodes and weapon manufacturing facilities, further diminishing the mechanical race's combat capabilities. Ironically, this situation seemed overly simplistic. Where were the mechanical race's contingency plans? Were they truly prepared to face annihilation without taking their enemies down with them? Lin Shan felt a pang of uncertainty, questioning the straightforwardness of the martial examination. Should the assessment conclude in such a manner, the majority of the candidates on the surface would only attain minimal points, given their meager contributions to the war effort. Slaying the mechanical sovereigns, obliterating communication nodes, and dismantling weapon manufacturing facilities constituted the core of substantial war contributions. Yet, the number of candidates capable of achieving such feats was scant, fewer than 10,000, and within that cohort, only a handful reaped the majority of the accolades. Thus, it seemed that the war was only just beginning. Lin Shan's intuition proved correct. Within 10 minutes of the extermination of the 9 mechanical sovereigns, the entire mechanical star trembled. 18 beams of radiant light erupted from the surface, cascading from the depths of the mechanical star, unleashing a surge of energy that was palpable. 9 of these beams emanated from the cavities where the 9 mechanical sovereigns had existed, while the origins and locations of the other 9 remained a mystery. What transpired within the mechanical star was beyond the comprehension of the dispersed candidates, leaving each individual with the singular task of safeguarding themselves as they awaited the upheaval to subside. This was ruthless indeed. Within a minute of the 18 beams soaring skyward, the source erupted without warning. The energy shock waves generated by 18 explosive sources obliterated everything in their vicinity, leaving 18 substantial craters on the mechanical planet. Countless metallic fragments soared into the sky, only to be reclaimed by gravity, crashing down upon the surface with terrifying kinetic force. At that moment, no matter where the examinees found themselves on the mechanical planet, they were compelled to endure the aftermath of the explosions. Lin Shan, who was not far from the epicenter, instinctively sought refuge in the mirror space upon sensing the imminent danger, subsequently teleporting to the original stronghold on the surface. This stronghold had been fortified into a bastion of war, bristling with weaponry. However, at that time, it was devoid of examinees. Following the demise of the mechanical sovereign, the intensity of the battle on the surface diminished significantly, prompting a flood of examinees to surge into the underground passages, some even resorting to reckless destruction of the metal layers to expedite their descent. Then, the mechanical race unleashed their retaliatory measures. The metallic strata, extending 500 kilometers from the surface to the depths, began to disintegrate as a result of the meticulously calculated explosions, transforming into a cataclysm. In the face of such a calamity capable of fracturing a planet, the war bastion resembled a mere tin coffin. Given the extreme peril on the planet's surface, Lin Shan did not hesitate. He repeatedly teleported to seek refuge in the cosmic expanse. Although the gravitational pull of the mechanical planet was formidable, it bore no relevance to his mirror teleportation. He effortlessly transcended the gravitational threshold, standing resolutely amidst the starlit void. as a sixth-tier martial artist. He could survive for 3 days in the vacuum of space. Within that time frame, it was likely the war would conclude. The Federal warships truly represented the battleground. His projection was presumably being observed and documented by the expeditionary forces aboard the ships, potentially leading to an enlistment notification 4 years hence. Lin Chen's thoughts briefly wandered, but he quickly refocused, scrutinizing the situation on the mechanical planet, ever ready to return to the battlefield and confront any unseen foes. Countless examinees, akin to Lin Chen, managed to escape the mechanical planet. Even those unable to flee had means of self-preservation, at worst finding themselves buried beneath metallic debris, needing only to extricate themselves. In this wave, merely tens of thousands of examinees perished, leaving over 700,000 still alive. Even with the mechanical race possessing a second phase, they could scarcely withstand such a multitude of attackers. The vastness of space saw thousands of examinees venture into its depths, yet Lin Chen found himself utterly alone, unable to seek out anyone with whom to analyze the situation. The disintegration of the mechanical planet's surface persisted for 3 hours before it began to subside, though many areas remained in a state of turmoil. As anticipated, the second phase of the mechanical race emerged. The unique collective consciousness of the mechanical race manifested, capable of representing the consciousness of the mechanical planet to some extent. The nascent awareness of the mechanical planet had already been partially corroded by this collective consciousness. A colossal mechanical construct rose from the metallic ruins, reaching skyward. The mechanical construct towers 50 kilometers high, its exterior resembling a metallic triangular prism, exuding a gleaming gray sheen. This mechanical triangle stands resolutely upon a barren landscape of metal debris, momentarily silent. In the vastness of space, Lin Chen aims at the position of the mechanical triangle, utilizing a series of mirroring teleportations to swiftly approach it. Other candidates in space, capable of observing the construct, also employ their unique abilities to draw near. Clearly, this mechanical entity represents the final barrier to victory in the war. Defeating it would ensure triumph and conclude the martial examination. The individual who contributes most significantly to this battle will secure the position of this year's top candidate. As for those buried beneath the metallic wasteland who failed to notice the construct in time, one can only conclude that luck was not on their side, thereby forfeiting their chance for high scores. Lin Chen arrives swiftly, yet there are individuals even faster than him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mechanical triangle, he finds dozens of candidates gathered, not waiting for others, but intently observing the construct, contemplating methods to dismantle it. Lin Chen lands and directly attempts to activate a mirror space above the triangular structure, seeking entry into its interior. His endeavor proves successful. The surface of the mechanical triangle possesses inherent reflective properties, and he merely amplifies this characteristic to a degree that allows passage. Lin Chen vanishes, unnoticed by the surrounding candidates. Employing the spirit concealment technique, as Lin Chen stealthily advances, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu arrive nearby. The duo, collaborating closely, follows Lin Chen into the heart of the mechanical triangle. When it comes to manipulating space, Lin Fan is truly an expert. Though the exterior of the construct appears formidable, it is often easier to dismantle from within. Inside the mechanical triangle, Lin Chen discovers a lack of independent space. Even where such spaces exist, they are minuscule, insufficient to accommodate a single individual. Without activating his spirit concealment technique, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared within the metal, unable to progress without painstakingly dismantling it. Clearly, the mechanical triangle has learned from past encounters, opting to encase itself in superfluous metal components rather than allowing any internal spaces, thus guarding against internal sabotage by candidates. There are indeed others faster than I. Lin Chen extends his mental perception, detecting 2 individuals maneuvering through the metal. They approach the triangle's core with deliberate slowness. The construct, however, is not without its defenses. Countless metal shards compress towards the 2 navigating through the metallic expanse. Within these pressing metallic fragments lies a torrent of data, inundating their spiritual defenses with incessant waves of corrupted information. Subsequently, several more candidates managed to infiltrate the interior of the mechanical triangle through their own means, including Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu. The 2 remain oblivious to Lin Chen's watchful gaze, instead focusing intently as they traverse the narrow interstitial spaces, cautiously advancing towards the core. Meanwhile, the external battle has already commenced. Candidates unable to penetrate the interior of the mechanical triangle must take the initiative. For even if they cannot dismantle the mechanical structure from the outside, they can at least assist those who have entered, thereby earning some measure of contribution. In contrast to the myriad talents displayed within the triangle, the external skirmish is rather unadorned, with countless skills striking the immobile mechanical body, creating a series of depressions upon its surface. Following the assault, the mechanical triangle fully activated, spewing forth a torrent of worthless data from its core, thereby generating a field of refuse data spanning 100 kilometers. Candidates within this domain are subjected to the relentless onslaught of refuse data, compelled to expend their strength in resistance. Otherwise, their very souls would be washed away, along with the memories they harbor. Those inside the mechanical triangle endure the same tribulations, consequently facing intensified pressure as they advance. This is merely the beginning, akin to an 8th-tier mechanical entity. It possesses far more than this singular tactic. This is merely a preliminary maneuver, with the true counterattack yet to unfold. Among all the candidates, only Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu, who have activated their spiritual concealment, remain unaffected by the refuse data. The refuse data fails to recognize their existence, perceiving them as inconsequential, thus sparing them from its influence. While others, to varying degrees, suffer disruptions in their actions. Lin Chun did not squander time. In a world teeming with cunning individuals and extraordinary talents, a slight delay could reduce him to the role of mere support. As he traverses the metallic components, the closer he draws to the core of the mechanical triangle, the more profound the sense of stagnation becomes, necessitating that he might eventually need to forge a path to the core through force. Outside, the mechanical triangle has begun to earnestly engage. The refuse data field encompasses the areas targeted for assault by the mechanical triangle. Countless projectiles and beams of laser energy extend from the metallic walls, rapidly enveloping the entire domain and inflicting devastating blows upon all candidates within. Comparable to an 8th-tier mechanical entity, its offensive capabilities far exceed those of a 7th-tier mechanical lord, and with specialized targeting, it has developed certain advantages against martial artists. A relentless barrage lasting 5 minutes directly eliminated 40 to 50 candidates who reacted too slowly, while others, overconfident, also suffered injuries. Externally, the mechanical triangle unleashed a frenzied assault. Internally, it activated various energy force fields, continually constricting the candidate space for survival. While it may not slay them, it can expel and confine them, rendering them incapable of inflicting any impact upon it. This, however, is only the physical dimension of its counterattack. On a mental level, inheriting a fragment of the consciousness of the mechanical star, the mechanical triangle began to mobilize the entirety of the mechanical star's power, gaining access to the authority to utilize the forces of the cosmos. The candidates, once deeply buried underground and striving to resurface, now find themselves with no chance of escape, crushed beneath an even heavier metallic mass. Should they falter under this oppression, death is merely a matter of time. You wretched parasites of the world, how detestable you are, deserving of obliteration. The mechanical tetrahedron speaks for the first time, its words defining humanity while exuding intense animosity. How could such a race coexist with humankind? Even in the absence of candidates, an expeditionary force would arise. The mechanical race rejects the ideals of humanity, and thus humanity can similarly dismiss theirs. War is inevitable, with only one victor who possesses the power to define. Time is of the essence. This entity is adapting to its power, growing stronger by the moment, and must be eradicated swiftly. Lin Chun senses the mechanical tetrahedron continuously altering its structure, evolving, posing an increasingly grave threat that must be interrupted to sever any potential second phase of the enemy. At this moment, he is still 3 kilometers from the core of the mechanical tetrahedron, finding himself in an impasse surrounded by alloy components of the 6th tier and above. The energy level of such alloys is exceedingly high, making it quite challenging for him to traverse through without sustaining damage. He must rely on his internal vitality to counterbalance the energy and barely make his way through. Other candidates are left to gradually dismantle the alloy components, artificially carving a path. However, such large-scale destruction does not go unchallenged by the mechanical tetrahedron, which naturally retaliates by continuously generating new alloy components to obstruct their passage, constricting the candidate space for survival. Lin Chun's method of advance, however, does not attract the tetrahedron's attention, even if it did. The majority of focus is diverted towards the other candidates, rendering it incapable of concentrating its efforts on him. After 10 arduous minutes, Lin Shan finally reaches the core of the mechanical tetrahedron, which manifests as a metallic sphere over 10 meters in diameter, enveloped in hundreds of layers of 7th-tier alloy armor. These armor layers interlock, forming an impenetrable fortress around the core. Little Fan, you all have arrived quite swiftly. Or perhaps it is you, Brother Chun. Who is the faster one? Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu arrive at the core in succession. Among the three, Lin Shun and Dongfang Hongxiu seem to blend seamlessly with the alloy components, almost as if they do not exist, while Lin Fan occupies a phantasmal interlayer. Not present in the current plane. Do you two have any effective means to breach this alloy armor? Brother Chun. The alloy armor and the core have fused into a single entity, leaving no space whatsoever. Even the surrounding area is distorted. I cannot find a clever way to enter and can only resort to a direct assault. I too have detected no gaps, and passing through is impossible. As Little Fan said, we can only launch a direct attack. Their responses align with Lin Chen's expectations. He too finds no clever approach to approaching the core of the mechanical tetrahedron, leaving them with no choice but to engage in a frontal assault. Then let us proceed with the assault. The environment here is indeed not conducive to battle. It seems we have no other option. The three individuals displayed remarkable synergy, possessing an intimate understanding of each other's techniques. They commenced their assault on the alloy armor with their signature methods. Layer after layer of the alloy armor shattered, inciting a sense of urgency within the mechanical tetrahedron, which attempted to defend itself by unleashing torrents of metallic liquid to mend its fractured armor. Undeterred, the trio pressed on, for their prowess surpassed that of the mechanical entity. The speed of the metallic liquid's repairs could not keep pace with the trio's destructive onslaught. Increasingly, the liquid congealed within the spaces once occupied by the alloy armor, unable to solidify or flow. Lin Fan manipulated the fabric of space, creating a breach in the successive layers of alloy armor, thereby compromising its structural integrity. Dongfang Hongxiu unleashed an extreme chill into the breach, obliterating the material properties of the alloy armor and utilizing physical laws to dismantle it. Lin Shan concluded the assault by rendering the altered alloy armor reflective. With a single strike, he shattered multiple layers of armor in a cataclysmic display. In a mere minute, hundreds of layers of alloy armor were dismantled, leaving behind a 15-meter diameter metallic sphere, the core of the mechanical tetrahedron, housing the collective consciousness of the mechanical race. The extensive resources summoned by the tetrahedron to repair the armor were rendered futile by the trio's relentless assault, inadvertently easing the obstruction against other candidates. Consequently, as the trio breached the alloy armor and confronted the metallic core, other candidates began to reveal their own abilities, traversing the metallic components to arrive at the core shrouded in metallic liquid. Hold on, let me join in, one candidate proposed. Not a chance, given your predicament. Can you even act? Lin Shan silently mused, observing the candidate ensnared by the metallic liquid, rapidly solidifying around him. This fellow is targeting me. How is it that among the four of us, I alone face this? Feng Shueisha lamented, sensing a cavity emerging at the core. Resolute, he traversed directly into the metallic liquid, only to be ensnared by its grasp. The trio remained unaffected, as they existed outside the current spatial layer, impervious to the influence of the metallic liquid, and capable of resisting its corrosive effects through their own energy. The mechanical tetrahedron faced inherent limitations, characterized by a narrow scope of understanding and a lack of viable countermeasures against Lin Chun and his companions, leading to its subjugation. As the spatial vortex, absolute zero, and mirrored distortion converged, the trio did not wait for Feng Shueisha to extricate himself. They immediately unleashed their full might upon the metallic sphere. Dongfang Hongxiu encased the metallic sphere in an extreme icy environment, altering its material properties and freezing the consciousness of the mechanical race within. Lin Shun and Lin Fan's assaults collided, generating a more formidable attack that tore through the now brittle metallic sphere, obliterating the core of the mechanical tetrahedron along with its consciousness. The metallic sphere endured for but 3 seconds before disintegrating into fragments before the overwhelming force, scattering throughout the metallic liquid. Allow me to unleash a technique upon you, wind erosion. At last, the wind swept the sand into action, executing a formidable move that entwined metal shards and molten metal with the power of the wind, obliterating them into mere dust, eradicating all traces of their existence. Phew! I finally managed to contribute. exclaimed one of them, acknowledging the efforts of the others. You all are truly impressive. Lin Chun and his companions exchanged silent glances. Wind erosion had indeed exerted tremendous effort, nearly to the point of sacrificing his vitality for a mere assist. As for the other candidates who lagged behind, they could only gaze at the shattered core with regret, lamenting their tardiness. With the metal sphere annihilated, the entire mechanical tetrahedron began to collapse. Without a master to govern it, the myriad metallic components could no longer sustain their existence, and its collapse was a foregone conclusion. At the moment of the tetrahedron's disintegration, Lin Fan promptly teleported away with Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu. In the external sky, the trio watched in awe as the mechanical tetrahedron succumbed to its demise. It should be over now. It must be over, they mused, convinced that their scores would be commendable. After exchanging a few casual remarks, their vision darkened, and they found themselves back in their individual examination spaces. Congratulations, candidate Lin Chun. You have successfully passed the martial examination. Please hold on for a moment. Your scores will be displayed shortly. The martial examination results were immediate, requiring no adjudicator to evaluate. The subconscious entity of the virtual divine realm constantly monitored the candidate's conditions. Upon leaving the examination arena, a predetermined procedure commenced to calculate their scores. After 4 to 5 minutes, Lin Chen's score materialized on the luminous screen before him, accompanied by a detailed breakdown. Chapter 48. Enrolling in the 6th Academy, still need to earn money. With a score of 4796, it was quite standard, yet sufficient for his needs. Lin Chen's score comprised two components: 1,000 points from cultural subjects, which constituted a foundational score that any high school graduate could achieve. The remaining 3,796 points included 500 points for survival and 600 points for cultivation, both of which were considered bonus points, easily obtainable unless one faced extreme misfortune. In terms of contributions to the war, annihilating a mechanical lord netted 500 points, destroying a mechanical race communication node and weapon manufacturing facility garnered 296 points, and finally, obliterating the core of the mechanical tetrahedron earned him 900 points. The breakdown of points revealed little of interest, primarily reflecting Lin Chen's contributions during the conflict. The greater the contribution, the higher the score. Once he confirmed that his score was accurate, Lin Chen exited the virtual divine realm and returned to reality. Upon returning to the classroom, he realized he was the last to arrive. His classmates, eager to know his results, quickly surrounded him. Lin Chen took the initiative and inquired about Lin Fan's score first. Little Fan, what score did you achieve? Chenggu, I scored 4725. And you? 4,796. Just a few points higher than yours. Hardly a significant difference. Lin Chun then turned to Dongfang Hongxiu, who promptly revealed her score without hesitation. 4,780 points. The scores of the three individuals are quite comparable, which poses no issue. Their behavioral patterns are similar, and their contributions to the war are also marginally different, making similar scores a reasonable outcome. Lin Chun, being impartial, turned his attention to his classmates, particularly inquiring about Zhou Hashan's situation. Hashan, since you are in the 5th-tier examination hall, your questions differ from ours. Excluding the basic and welfare points, you should be able to score several hundred points, with a guaranteed minimum of around 3,000 points, right? Indeed, I scored 3,680 points, being at the mid-stage of the 5th tier. This score is quite commendable and qualifies me for universities in the lower echelons of the star domain, Zhou Hashan replied. His ranking in the class is around 5th or 6th, and such a score could be attributed to a degree of luck. The scores of the others ranged between 3,000 and 3,500 points, creating a significant disparity compared to those of Lin Chun and his companions. Typically, cultural scores range from 800 to 1,000 points, with 500 survival points and 100 cultivation points, accumulating nearly 2,000 points when combined with basic and welfare points. With a stroke of luck during the examination, a favorable birthplace, or some special contribution, scores should not fall too low. Before long, the class teacher, Zhou Xingchen, entered the classroom with a serious demeanor, announcing the unified admission score thresholds for various levels of universities this year. These scores vary by region and specific university. Those scoring below 2,500 points may apply to city-level universities. Scores between 2,500 and 3,500 qualify for provincial-level universities. Scores from 3,500 to 4,200 allow for applications to star domain-level universities, and those exceeding 4,200 points are eligible for the top 10 prestigious institutions. In previous years, a score of 4,500 and above was necessary to apply to the top 10 universities, but this year's examination heavily tested luck and the control of war nodes, resulting in generally low scores for sixth-tier candidates, making it difficult to surpass the 4,500 mark. Consequently, this year's admission threshold was lowered by 300 points. However, this drop in score is beneficial for top-tier fifth-tier candidates, while still being of little consolation for unfortunate sixth-tier candidates. This year's assessment seems overly reliant on luck, indicating that the Federation may be focusing on cultivating those favored by fortune, perhaps in response to a need for such individuals in certain areas. Each year's martial examinations provide insight into the Federation's overarching policy tendencies. Astute individuals can derive benefits from these trends, colloquially referred to as riding the wave. Of course, this holds little relevance for the current batch of candidates. After 4 years of university and 2 years of military service, followed by in-depth training, it will be their turn to ascend through the ranks of the Federation and enjoy the benefits of its policies, which may very well change by that time. In no time, Lin Chun received his acceptance letter from one of the top 10 prestigious institutions, as did Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu. Without hesitation, Lin Chun signed the acceptance letter for the 6th institution, knowing that resource subsidies were consistent across the top 10 universities and would not be excessively extravagant. As for competition for students, that was not a concern. The esteemed top 10 institutions do not rely on students to maintain their status. The strengths or weaknesses of their students have no bearing on their standing. The academic competition among them is minimal, as each has its own focal area of expertise, with other fields being secondary pursuits or avenues for appropriation. Institutions select their students, and students, in turn, have the agency to choose their institutions. Those aspiring to enroll in these prestigious universities are typically on a self-determined path, ensuring that their first-choice institution aligns with their developmental needs. Even if they later decide to change their trajectory, transferring is a relatively uncomplicated matter, as these top 10 universities maintain a seamless exchange and engage in healthy competition. For instance, several centuries ago, a notable figure began their academic journey at the foremost institution in their freshman year, transferred to the 4th institution in their sophomore year, moved to the 10th institution in their junior year, and ultimately concluded their studies at the 8th institution during their senior year, where they also found a spouse. This individual has since become the patriarch of a renowned lineage. Upon receiving news of Lin Chen's decision to enroll, the admissions office of the 6th institution promptly dispatched the nearest esteemed mentor to welcome him. Lin Chen emerged as the top candidate among the 6th-tier examinees, with only a handful of 7th-tier candidates surpassing his score. His enrollment in the 6th institution garnered significant attention. Even Lin Chen himself was unaware of his status as the top scorer, attributing his success to fortunate circumstances. Every step he took during the examination was meticulously calculated, and he contributed substantially to his team's performance. This was Lin Chen's first time achieving the highest rank, surpassing 2 peers who had previously struggled, and his prominence naturally attracted interest. Particularly noteworthy is that among the top 10 candidates of this year's 6th tier, 3 hailed from the small city of Fengcheng, thereby elevating the city's profile and enhancing the visibility of several neighboring municipalities. The birthplace of genius, Fengcheng is naturally blessed with the fortune of exceptional talent, a truth inscribed within the destiny of humanity. Immediately following the conclusion of the martial examination, countless factions flocked to Fengcheng, ushering in unprecedented development for the city. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Fengcheng is poised to experience substantial growth over the next decade, transforming from a small town into a significant urban center, thereby becoming an influential force within the region. This is the advantage that genius brings to a city. As Lin Chun and his companions advance further in their pursuits, Fengcheng will also flourish, creating a virtuous cycle. The better Fengcheng does, the more benefits it can provide for Lin Chun and his peers. Conversely, as Lin Chun and his companions excel, they will generate more opportunities for the city's development. They mutually uplift each other in a shared journey of progress. As the achievements of Lin Chun and his companions come to light, Jiang Yan and Yu Shu also gain public recognition. Jiang Yan, a formidable contender who outshines peers of his level, secured the top position among the 5th-tier candidates with an impressive score of 4,685, eclipsing a multitude of 6th-tier examinees. Yu Shu, a middle school student, possesses strength comparable to the top 10 of the 6th tier, and in 3 years' time, during the next martial examination, Yushu is expected to be even stronger, likely securing the title of champion for that cohort. These two individuals have directly stimulated the development of the southern region, particularly in the city where Yushu resides, which rivals the status of Fengcheng. In terms of future potential, Fengcheng may not compare to the book city where Yushu is located. Chenggu, do you have any plans for the holiday? We should focus on making money, as enrolling in the academy will reward us with a treasure that can enhance our innate talents. Subsequently, we will need to continue improving our acquired abilities, which will create a significant financial gap amounting to trillions of federal credits. Chenggu, I had almost forgotten about this matter. My financial shortfall is considerable, and we must earn money. It's imperative. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu are not like Lin Chun. They have yet to maximize their acquired talents and still face a shortfall of several trillion credits. With the upcoming enrollment in the prestigious academy, which will offer treasures to enhance the innate talents of new students, the financial gap will further escalate. The pressure is immense. Consequently, after a graduation gathering with teachers and classmates, the three embarked on a journey to earn money, combining graduation travel with opportunities to profit in the local specialties. The underground, stargates, and dimensional fragments were their targets, with no limitations. This time, Lin Chen's true self also joined the expedition. Naturally, his true self only indulged in leisure, savoring local delicacies and admiring the scenery, while all money-making endeavors were entrusted to his duplicates. In 2 months, the three traversed all the renowned cities in the southern region, spending 1 to 2 days in each city, half the time for leisure and the other half for earning money. Each person managed to earn 1 to 2 trillion federal credits in each city, totaling over 20 trillion credits from 20 cities, thereby alleviating some of their financial deficits. In the coming months, they would not lack resources for enhancing their acquired talents. Ultimately, the three returned home laden with rewards, leaving only a week before the academy's opening. Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu needed to spend time with their families, as their university life would soon become hectic, leaving little opportunity to return home. Lin Fan, although lacking family, was cheerful and had numerous friends to bid farewell to. In contrast, Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu were somewhat solitary, with few friends, rendering them almost reclusive compared to Lin Fan. Nonetheless, Lin Chun did not perceive this as a disadvantage. He had family and a couple of confidants, which sufficed. Chapter 49, Journey to the 6th Academy, Enlightenment of the Heart. Chenggu, may our futures be as bright as the stars, until we meet at the pinnacle. Prior to the academy's commencement, the three gathered for a small reunion. Words were sparse. They simply drank and gazed at the starry sky, their futures shimmering within its brilliance. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, younger siblings, I will take good care of myself out there. Chenair, the outside world is not as safe as home or Blue Star. You must prioritize your safety. For any dangerous matters, delegate them to your duplicates. Your true self must survive. Grandfather, I am not reckless. I value my life greatly. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Chun followed his academy mentor on the journey to the 6th Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu accompanied their academic mentor on the journey to the esteemed academy. The 6th Academy is located a considerable distance from Blue Star. Aside from the 1st and 3rd Academies, which exert control over Blue Star and the surrounding 3 realms, the remaining 8 academies are dispersed across the celestial frontiers, governing the 8 extremes. If one envisions the territory of humanity as a cube, Blue Star occupies the very core of this cube, radiating outward until it touches the boundaries, encompassing the region known as the 100 domains and 10,000 areas. The 100 domains serve as the internal substance of the cube, while the 10,000 areas represent its 6 faces, with the 8 supreme academies situated at the corners of the cube. These academies are not merely centers of inheritance. They are also the heart of the suppressed regions, serving as beacons for humanity within the surrounding territories. The locations of the academies are not fixed. They shift according to the borders of humanity. Even the 1st and 3rd academies, which suppress Blue Star, are not positioned in safe zones, but rather in the most perilous locations, confronting all threats to humanity. Master Li, how much longer until we reach the academy? We first need to reach the nearby interstellar teleportation array to arrive at Border Star, domain number 12. Then, I will guide you across the starry expanse to the 6th Academy. It will take approximately a week to reach the 6th Academy, 6 days for the teleportation and 1 day for traversing the cosmos. That's quite far. Distance is to be expected. The territory of humanity is vast. It typically takes a week to travel from the ancestral core to the frontiers, which is remarkably swift. Even deities cannot traverse the territory of humanity in a short span of time. Li Yulin, an admissions mentor of the Sixth Academy, possesses a fourth-tier divine cultivation and specializes in swordsmanship. He has returned to Blue Star for a family visit, and upon the conclusion of his holiday, he was assigned to escort the new students back to the academy. Each year at this time, mentors from various academies return home to visit their families, while simultaneously fulfilling the academy's orientation duties, balancing leisure and work. Across Blue Star, a considerable number of students have applied to the Sixth Academy, totaling 525 individuals, encompassing levels 5, 6, and 7, with the fewest at levels 5 and 7. While the 6th level boasts the highest number, Li Yulin is merely one among the admissions mentors. There are 10 divine mentors like him, and discreetly, a deity accompanies them. In contrast to Blue Star, the cosmos harbors genuine peril, particularly within the border star domains, which are rife with hidden dangers, where various enemies of humanity may launch sudden attacks at any moment. The period of new student enrollment coincides with heightened activity from adversaries of humanity. The Academy's standard orientation spacecraft is now lively, with Lin Chun being the first passenger. Li Yulin piloted the vessel along its designated route, passing through one city after another to receive new students. The atmosphere aboard the spacecraft gradually became more animated. "Hello, Lin Chun, I'm Zhuge Shou." "Hello, Zhuge. May I inquire how you know of me?" "You are the top student of our cohort at level 6, a celebrity known for both luck and skill. Your basic information is common knowledge among any student of the 6th Academy." "Ah, I see." In the spaceship's lounge, numerous individuals greeted Lin Chun, forging friendships. Leaving him somewhat overwhelmed, he found himself ill at ease with the life of fame. Thus, he chose to retreat into his true self, dispatching a clone to engage with the incoming acquaintances. The clone, feeling an urge to express frustration, realized that any insult directed at others would ultimately reflect upon himself, creating a sense of discomfort. Once all 525 freshmen from the 6th Academy boarded the welcoming spacecraft, it ascended, breaching the atmosphere of Blue Star and entering the vastness of the cosmos. The nearest interstellar teleportation array was located at the edge of the galaxy, requiring the ship half an hour to reach its vicinity, followed by an additional half hour of queuing and identity verification before utilizing the array. While humanity possesses gate technology, its application is rare, with a preference for teleportation arrays. The construction of these arrays is more discreet, allowing for the incorporation of defensive formations during their establishment, thus offering numerous advantages. The only merit of the star gates lies in their affordability. However, given humanity's considerable wealth, safety takes precedence, rendering the cheaper gates an unappealing option. As the welcoming spacecraft traversed the teleportation array, entering a supertemporal transit passage, Lin Chun experienced a shift in spatial perception, leading to a newfound understanding of spatial techniques. His grasp of mirror spatial skills deepened significantly. Among the freshmen, each a prodigy in their own right, Lin Chun's insights were mirrored by the others, showcasing the innate ability of geniuses to extract the extraordinary from the mundane. During the 6-day journey, Lin Chun secluded himself in his room, meticulously refining his martial arts, mental acuity, and vocational framework, seeking significant breakthroughs in a short span. With less than 2 years remaining until the activation of his innate talent at the age of 20, he aimed to maximize the benefits of this forthcoming gift. Although he professed to focus on the future over the present, an urgency lingered within him, compelling him to prioritize the now. At a mere 20 years of age, untouched by the trials of time, he found his journey thus far remarkably smooth, rendering patience for the future a challenge. Perhaps it would only be when he reached a plateau in his cultivation, unable to progress despite prolonged effort, that he would find the tranquility to cease striving for the present and solely pursue the future. Youth should embody vigor and ambition. Maturity at a tender age often stems from hardship. Lin Chun, possessing profound awareness, felt the need to hasten his steps along his path. For humanity, the period before 30 is deemed the golden age of cultivation, where talents often manifest their potential while the mediocre hit their limits. Post-30, the pace of cultivation typically declines, a phenomenon known as the extraordinary curse afflicting humanity. This curse originates from the very fabric of the world, with each race bearing its unique extraordinary curse based on its evolutionary path. The mightier the race, the more terrifying the effects of their extraordinary curse. The world yearns for beings to surpass their limits, yet simultaneously harbors a fear of such transcendence, presenting a paradox that is both poignant and starkly realistic. The curse holds little sway over Lin Chun, for his innate talent serves to negate its effects. This further substantiates the formidable nature of late-blooming talents. To the extent that the Federation offers exceptional privileges, even permitting such individuals to band together for mutual support. Within the chat group of the Book of Old Deng, discussions often veer towards knowledge that ought not to circulate, and Lin Chun, while eavesdropping, passively absorbs this information, allowing his perspectives to evolve and solidify through this passive acquisition of wisdom. In truth, I am but a fervent seeker, ever yearning for more as I accumulate knowledge. Perpetually discontent, always desiring further attainment. Pausing in my stride, Lin Chun introspects, delving into the depths of his spirit. In reality, he harbors a profound greed. The more he possesses, the greater his desires. The lack of security serves merely as an excuse, a fabrication of his heart in pursuit of greater acquisition. Though the world is fraught with peril, this is not a valid reason for him to cease his relentless pursuit. Rather, he revels in the process and outcome of gaining more. He nurtures himself as one would a child, setting goals and tirelessly striving towards them, accumulating data bit by bit, each fragment a treasure along his journey. He delights in the growth of his cultivation, the strengthening of his abilities, and the elevation of his rank within the human collective. Ultimately, I cannot escape the spiritual legacy of Chinese civilization, though this is not a lamentable fate. Clarity of thought is all that is required. My actions are righteous, and I tread the path of correctness, with a promising future ahead. Lin Chun scrutinizes his essence, for the first time gaining a clear understanding of himself. While he appears unchanged, there is an unmistakable difference. His true self remains in seclusion, refining his being, while his clone embraces the role of a social butterfly, forging friendships with fellow newcomers, exchanging cultivation experiences, and occasionally engaging in sparring, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. After 6 days, the welcoming ship of the Academy departs the transdimensional passage, returning to the reality of the starry expanse. The vessel lands at the designated point of the 6th Academy, situated within the 12th Frontier Star Domain. The mentors do not hasten back to the Academy. Instead, they linger at the landing site, awaiting the arrival of other welcoming ships, intending to set forth together towards the 6th Academy. This cohort comprises 150,000 new students. To ensure their safety, the final leg of the journey back to the Academy necessitates the consolidation of the new students and the concentration of the mentor strength, ready to confront any potential dangers. Moreover, the 6th Academy has dispatched professors of higher divine status to receive the welcoming ships, eliminating the probability of any issues arising for the new students from various angles. Should any problems occur, it would signify a far graver dilemma for the 6th Academy, potentially leading to a purging and a decline in its prestigious standing. Therefore, the 6th Academy must exert its utmost effort to safeguard the new students, ensuring that no significant issues arise within their first year. After this period, the students will have matured and may be assigned to undertake certain perilous tasks that carry a degree of mortality, marking the commencement of their formal training. Chapter 50. The perilous starry sky at the landing point. The newcomers were still prohibited from disembarking the spacecraft, allowed only to observe the external environment through the portholes. Those who had not undergone training in celestial awareness were forbidden direct contact with the starry expanse. Otherwise, they risked being assimilated by the insidious pollution that permeated the cosmos. The starry sky, once alien to humanity many years ago, now belonged to a mere fraction of mankind, while the majority remained perilously untouched. Though the sky appeared vast and empty, it was, in truth, teeming with fearsome creatures, unseen yet ever present. As time trickled by, one ship after another descended, gradually filling the once desolate port with a total of 135 welcoming vessels. Some gleamed as if freshly minted, while others bore the scars of past encounters, evident in their battered exteriors. Peering through the porthole, Lin Chun spotted a war-damaged ship, where several pink masses writhed ominously, soon to be eradicated by the accompanying instructor. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Chun sensed an unknown transformation occurring around him, as an ear-splitting alarm reverberated through the chamber, threatening to shatter his eardrums. "Chun Gu, do you like me?" Lin Chun gazed at Lin Fan, who had appeared in the room clad in a pink robe, striking poses and attempting to approach him, and slowly typed out a question mark. What was this, a Sichuan native? When had he ever indicated a fondness for men? Before Lin Shan could act further, an invisible shockwave swept through the entire vessel, causing Lin Fan before him to disintegrate into ash. He felt as though something within him had been obliterated, a wisp of ash erupting from his nostrils. I merely glanced, and I was ensnared. Lin Chun was bewildered. Was the starry sky truly this treacherous? This was still a territory occupied by humanity. He could scarcely fathom the dangers lurking in realms yet untrodden by humankind. When your days are serene, there are surely those who bear the burdens for you. Conversely, the same holds true. Lin Chun had once enjoyed tranquil days, and now it was his turn to shoulder the weight. Lin Chun, you are incredible. We have all succumbed, yet you remain unscathed. I too have been affected. In the ship's lounge, a scene unfolded that nearly doubled their numbers, akin to a Sichuan opera or a Yuri drama about to erupt. Fortunately, the accompanying instructor acted swiftly, eliminating the influence before the newcomers could even commence their studies, or half of them might have succumbed. Dear classmates, do not gaze carelessly. The starry sky is perilous. Any slight anomaly could cost you your life. This is merely an insignificant fluctuation. The instructor sealed the portholes, completely enclosing the ship. Lin Chun harbored suspicions that the instructor had intentionally orchestrated this to provide the newcomers a visceral experience of the sky's terror, opting for a less harmful pollution to illustrate the experience. What do you suppose this phenomenon is, causing us to perceive a familiar same-sex figure expressing affection towards us? It was likely the entity codenamed 888, who held a profound admiration for same-sex love. The erudite passerby emerged, offering an explanation to the crowd. If only he truly harbored affection for me. During the Federal era, humanity exhibited a remarkable openness. The term Dao companion was not confined to the opposite sex, and historically, it did not exclusively denote heterosexual relationships. This restriction was merely a temporal phase, and we have now returned to a more natural state. However, the acceptance of same-sex love remains somewhat challenging. While physical contact may be permissible, crossing that threshold could lead one into an abyss of complications. The entity designated as Code 888, a malevolent deity, possesses a particular fondness for beings engrossed in same-sex passions. Discussions about malevolent deities are typically scarce among the populace. What little is known about these entities, including their names, is merely codified. They are never directly associated with the deities themselves. The term malevolent deity serves as a collective designation for humanity's adversaries, lacking specificity. Yet, should discussions about these deities proliferate, there exists a possibility that certain malevolent entities may perceive them, though which specific deity might be aware remains a mystery. As a further half-hour elapsed, all the new student ships prepared for takeoff. In a day, 150,000 newcomers would arrive at the 6th Academy, embarking on a rigorous academic journey. Approximately 30 minutes into the flight, the windows of the ships unexpectedly opened, allowing the new students to behold the external panorama. At this juncture, the ships had come to a halt. Over 100 vessels formed a spherical formation, their energies intertwining to create an intricate array. This scenario indicated that the fleet had encountered peril and had to adopt a defensive stance. Children, pay close attention to what you see and hear next. The enemies of humanity are far more numerous and formidable than you might imagine. Those who can rival our kind are not mere trifles, echoed the voice of the accompanying instructor within the ears of all the new students. This voice served not only as a reminder, but also as a protective boon against the dangers of the cosmos. Without the instructor's support to shield them from the celestial threats, these newcomers would be ill-prepared to confront the vastness of space, let alone observe the impending conflict. In the next moment, a previously tranquil expanse of the night sky was pierced by a silent rift, from which emerged a multitude of grotesque life forms. The demonic race, a species documented in your textbooks, yet at the borders and on the front lines of the academy, they represent merely one of many adversaries we must confront. The rift from the demonic realm is the most conventional means of troop deployment for the demons, capable of manifesting anywhere in the cosmic void. Accompanied by an endless tide of lesser demonic beings, colloquially referred to as cannon fodder, the instructor aboard the vessel elucidated the nature of the emerging foes to the newcomers. Through the windows, Lin Shun observed the demonic cannon fodder charging towards the ship with a ferocious disregard for the vacuum of space, eliciting a sense of unease within him. The demonic cannon fodder typically possesses strength ranging from the 3rd to the 6th tier. Their thin aura of demonic energy enables them to endure various harsh environments. Of course, this demonic energy is not omnipotent. Its efficacy lasts only 10 minutes. Yet, once these cannon fodder appear on the battlefield, their lifespan rarely exceeds that brief interval. Countless demon fodder approached the luminous formation created by the ships, inevitably reducing to ash, utterly extinguished. The mere presence of the abyssal rift scarcely warranted such reverence from the Academy's mentors, who felt compelled to link the vessels together to forge a robust stronghold. True peril has always lurked beyond the visible realm. On another plane, 5 deities of the human race engaged in combat with a grotesque, chromatic creature known as the Distorted Color, a name as unadorned as it is fitting. This entity, with its lowest tier being that of a deity, coalesced from the distortion of all colors within a given area, manifesting unnaturally and necessitating a ceremonial birth. Evidently, as the welcoming party of the Sixth Academy advanced, adversaries of humanity invoked a ritual to summon the Distorted Color, aiming to intercept the newcomers and obliterate this year's cohort of fresh students. Upon its emergence, the Distorted Color would remain in situ, imbuing all entities within its birthplace with a chaotic spectrum of hues. An originally black object might transform into white, and a white object would, in turn, be contorted by the shift in color, altering its intrinsic characteristics. This exemplifies the simplest form of color transformation, while more complex objects undergo intricate modifications. Color, in essence, is a manifestation of an object's attributes. Thus, when the hue alters, so too do its other qualities, potentially leading to monumental changes. Were it not for the intervention of the human deities against the Distorted Color, the welcoming party of the Sixth Academy would face the peril of having their colors siphoned away, replaced with a new, disordered palette. The vividly hued humans, collectively referred to as color folk, no longer qualify as human. At the moment of their transformation, their human attributes dissipate. This transition can only be salvaged by the laws of time and space, as all other means lead to annihilation. This is but a glimpse of the myriad dangers lurking in the cosmos, where threats can arise without warning, indiscriminately reaping both the living and the inanimate. The adversaries who birth the Distorted Color are acutely aware that such a tactic alone poses no threat to a fleet protected by deities, hence they possess further contingencies. There exist multiple factions among these foes. The creators of the Abyssal Rift and those who summoned the Distorted Color are not aligned. Even more reckless adversarial forces swarm, seeking to inflict even the slightest harm upon the fleet, aiming to shock the newcomers with the harsh realities of the cosmos. From Lin Chen's perspective, the Abyssal Rift continued to spew forth demon fodder, and from beyond the rift, a menacing gaze scrutinized the fleet, observing each new arrival. Even with the protection of divine mentors accompanying the vessels, the oppressive scrutiny remained unrelenting. Subsequently, various grotesquely contorted cosmic beings materialized, heralding the arrival of bizarre ships that tore through the fabric of space, descending into the starry expanse. Among these adversaries, their ranks vary. The lowest barely reach the 6th tier, sufficient to survive in the vastness of the cosmos, while the highest ascend to the divine echelon. Whenever a foe of divine caliber emerges, a mentor of equal stature appears, skillfully drawing the enemy away to prevent their skirmishes from impacting the fleet. Fear not, dear children, the mentor reassures. Such scenes unfold annually. Our esteemed 6th Academy has stood firm for 30 millennia, having conducted 30,000 martial examinations without a single freshman encountering misfortune before arriving at our hallowed halls. Lin Chen harbored some doubts, likening the mentor to an aged general upon a stage, adorned with flags. Chapter 51, Arrival at the Academy. A hard-hitting welcome ceremony. Ultimately, Lin Chen's concerns proved unfounded. With an overwhelming number of enemies, the 6th Academy dispatched a considerable force in response, engaging in a fierce battle akin to a cosmic war. A being radiating a gentle luminescence tore through the fabric of space, and with a mere gesture, conjured a moon into existence. How impatient the little wretches of the demon realm have become, daring to threaten my beloved juniors. Under the being's command, the moon descended with great force upon the rift of the demon realm, obliterating it into dust. Faintly, a scream echoed from the vanishing rift. Hooray, it's our senior. We are saved. Some jested with an ancient quip, yet it was timely. As the rift dissipated, the demon fodder, though numerous, lacked sustenance, resembling rootless weeds easily dispatched by the approaching frontier defense fleet. On the battlefield, legions of human fleets surged forth, encircling the various monstrosities and engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Even as they faced imminent demise, these entities launched desperate suicide attacks against the welcoming fleet, striving to expend a modicum of the fleet's energy in a futile contribution for those who would follow. Their spirit is commendable, yet ultimately ineffectual. The welcoming vessels, seemingly standard ships, numbered a mere 150 within the entire 6th Academy, each boasting combat capabilities rivaling the 9th tier of divinity. In critical moments, these welcoming ships would join the fray, unleashing their 9th tier might to deliver devastating blows to the enemy. Should you shatter the fleet's energy shield, congratulations, witness the fleet's second phase, whereupon you shall endure the onslaught of over 100 9th tier beings. Should you favor single combat, 1 against 100 displays great bravery. If you prefer a brawl, 100 against 1 also exemplifies courage. Children, this ambush will soon conclude. Observe attentively and inquire little. Once you reach the academy and complete your freshman courses, you will grasp the intricacies of this war. Lin Chen dutifully complied, intently watching the battles unfold across the battlefield, etching the scenes into his memory as if viewing a film, a cinematic experience from a sweeping perspective. As time passed, the various entities assaulting the welcoming fleet were repelled by the relentless firepower and superior combat prowess of the human fleets. On another battlefield, the senior who specializes in obliterating the abyssal rift joined the fray. With formidable strength, she tore apart the distorted colors, collecting the remnants to take away. Everything possesses research value, and the twisted colors birthed by the ritual are no exception. As the human fleet arrived to assist and began to clear the battlefield, the entire fleet of welcoming ships entered a fully enclosed state once more, setting sail toward the 6th Academy. After an 8-hour tranquil voyage, the ship's portholes reopened, indicating their arrival at the destination, the 6th Academy. Through the porthole, Lin Chun was the first to behold a continent shaped like a dome, enveloped by a hemispherical transparent barrier, through which the land and sea of the continent were visible. The ship sped toward the continent, and the scenery rapidly magnified before him until his view was entirely consumed by the world of the continent, at which point the vessel soared into the apex of the hemispherical barrier. Upon entering the world of the continent, the ship began its vertical descent, landing steadily in a valley surrounded by pristine mountains after half a minute. Children, we have arrived at the 6th Academy. Please gather your personal belongings. Disembark in an orderly fashion, follow the guidance, and participate in the welcoming activities, announced the voice of the accompanying instructor as the ship's door opened, allowing a refreshing breeze of nature to rush in, unfiltered and wild, filling the cabin. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Chun concealed his true form within the mirror space, opting to act through a replica, as he harbored doubts about the nature of the welcoming activities mentioned by the instructor. Having some knowledge of the 6th Academy's official residence in the virtual divine realm, he was aware that the information he possessed was rather mundane, utterly inadequate to encapsulate the essence of an institution with a history spanning 30,000 years, especially as the latest information remained classified. Before truly enrolling, Lin Chen's understanding of the 6th Academy was akin to a high school student on Earth who could not fathom the specifics of prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. Following the other newcomers, he disembarked from the ship, and as his feet touched the grassy ground, he sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Which esteemed institution would abandon its students in the wilderness without any senior mentors in sight, with the academy's gates nowhere to be seen? Once all 150,000 new students had disembarked from over 100 ships, the welcoming vessel promptly closed its doors, lifted into the sky, and vanished from sight, leaving a group of bewildered newcomers exchanging glances. Had they not possessed resolute spirits, they might have believed they had been abducted to some remote valley. The welcoming activities could not possibly be such a juvenile trick as to have new students seek out the academy on their own. A particularly imaginative newcomer voiced the thoughts echoing in their minds. Indeed, the more ancient the institution, the simpler its operational mechanisms tend to be. As a supreme academy, the antiquated welcoming activities involved students locating the academy's gates themselves to enter and pursue their studies, followed by some form of ranking. Such a notion seemed entirely plausible. Lin Chun, in which direction do you believe the academy lies? I cannot deduce the answer. Perhaps we should consult a classmate gifted in intelligence. Regarding Zhuge Shou's query, Lin Chun truly remains at a loss, much like when the martial examination commenced, utterly unaware of what lay ahead. Within the small community of Blue Star, there exists a freshman endowed with intelligence-related talents, yet it seems his abilities have been artificially sealed and are currently inaccessible. At present, none of the newcomers have acted rashly. The 150,000 freshmen have been divided into 104 small groups based on their regions of origin, with each group consisting of anywhere from 5 to 600 to 2 to 3,000 individuals. The territory of the human race is vast, and although discrimination among star domains is officially prohibited, it persists in private. The inhabitants of Blue Star look down upon those from the star domains, while the latter reciprocate with disdain for the former. Within the star domains, various factions exist, with the 4 saints opposing the 4 fiends, and auspicious beasts contrasting with malevolent ones. As for the inhabitants of the 3 realms, those from the border regions are somewhat inconspicuous, lacking significant influence, relegated to the bottom of the social hierarchy. Could it be that this is reminiscent of a classic battle royale map? A continent shaped like a flat square, perfectly suited for such a contest. There are always those with wild imaginations who may stumble upon the truth. As the first freshmen departed the valley, the welcoming event commenced without warning. The entire valley trembled unexpectedly, a surge of formidable energy erupting from beneath, indiscriminately engulfing all newcomers. Upon sensing the imminent danger, the freshmen hesitated not, they fled at once. Each newcomer, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, displayed their unique abilities. Among the 150,000 freshmen, at least 1/3 possessed the capacity for teleportation, vacating the valley in an instant. The remaining students swiftly ascended the heights to evade the impending energy surge. Those slower in their escape activated all defensive skills available, transforming themselves into protective shells, knowing that surviving the initial wave of energy would grant them the opportunity to flee. Lin Shun, of course, promptly utilized his mirror teleportation. With a 6th-tier mirror teleportation capacity, achieving a maximum range of 1 million kilometers, he executed it to the fullest. As he materialized in a random location, Lin Shun immediately activated his stealth ability, erasing his presence and rendering himself invisible, choosing to remain still for the time being. Dear newcomers, I extend a warm welcome to you as you join the grand family of the 6th Academy. Rumors abound that the 6th Academy cultivates seasoned veterans, and I hereby declare that it indeed excels at nurturing such talents. Any student who enters the 6th Academy will emerge as a competent veteran after 4 years. As for you, this batch of aspiring veterans, prepare to receive the care and guidance from your seniors. Only the seasoned can endure to the end. You have half an hour to conceal yourselves. After that, your seniors will enter the fray, and we anticipate your confrontations. Remember, the longer you survive, the more substantial the rewards, capped at 10,000 credits. These credits are invaluable, especially since your enrollment only grants you a mere 1,000 credits. A voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, echoed in Lin Shun's ears, yet his expression remained unchanged. He understood that knowing the rules was far better than being entirely oblivious. The confrontation between freshmen and seniors has become a familiar routine, aligning perfectly with Lin Shen's preconceived notions of the martial arts academy. It is unlikely that the academy would descend into madness. At most, they would dispatch second-year seniors to pursue us newcomers. The seniors, who entered a year before, have their cultivation capped at the late 7th tier, with perhaps a handful reaching the 8th tier. Lin Shen mused that, given his capabilities, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to remain hidden until the end. Thus, Lin Shen devoted himself entirely to the practice of the Lingyin technique, gradually sinking into the ground, disregarding the physical obstacles and significantly reducing the energy required for his descent. Half an hour later, he had concealed himself 500 kilometers underground, his vitality and mental fluctuations reining into the core of his being, rendering him perceptually akin to a stone. Hiding underground was the preferred choice for many freshmen. Faced with seniors whose strength surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, remaining on the surface was tantamount to courting death. The perception of high-tier martial artists is exceptionally acute, and the trained seniors possess enhanced abilities in locating individuals and concealing themselves. To prolong their survival, retreating underground was the optimal strategy. The dense earth effectively obstructed the perception of high-tier practitioners, and the intricate subterranean environment provided a buffer, even if discovered by seniors. Every newcomer admitted to the prestigious academy is a prodigy in their hometown. Even within the 6th Academy, Such talents number only in the tens of thousands, remaining exceedingly rare. All freshmen exerted their utmost effort to conceal themselves, striving to endure longer and compete for survival. Driven by the glory of the star domain and the weight of their reputations as geniuses, the martial examination had seen many succumb to defeat, and this time, many were resolute in their desire to emerge victorious. As half an hour elapsed, streaks of light flickered in a valley that had fallen into disarray. A total of 10,000 second-year seniors, all at the 7th tier, were present, with no 8th-tier individuals among them. The academy had indeed left a glimmer of hope for the freshmen. After all, the seniors deployed were merely 7th tier and among the lower ranked, creating a significant gap, yet not one that would plunge the newcomers into despair. A senior, stepping on a piece of wood jutting from the ground, caused it to deform, revealing a peculiar figure beneath. Huang's face was being trodden upon, a look of ecstasy gracing his features. Wow, what a freak. This kid has something. He has immersed himself in the game, transformed into a sycophant. I wish I were in his place. Her barefoot beauty is captivating. Buddy, if you can withstand that foot, you might as well go for it. I won't mock you, truly. Perhaps not. Life is precious, sighed Luo Shilio, her frustration evident as she forcefully pressed Huang deeper into the earth, causing his visage to contort, even fracturing his skull. It was worth it, even if I perish. It is worth it. As Huang's words resonated, the onlooking senior students took 3 steps back in deference. For it had been a long time since they encountered someone of such caliber. Luo Shilio remained silent, exerting herself with unwavering determination. Stunned, Luo Shilio could hardly fathom the existence of such an extraordinary individual. She swiftly shattered the illusory, head hovering above Huang, signifying her elimination of him and her acquisition of 1 academic credit. The vanquished Huang was then teleported away, entering the true 6th academy. With the excitement dissipated, the senior students dispersed, seeking to unearth the concealed first-year students. For each elimination of a newcomer would earn them 1 point. With 10,000 seniors vying to divide the 15,000 newcomers, each could only hope to earn an average of 15 credits, with a few fortunate individuals perhaps amassing a few hundred. The newcomers, however, were not without merit. Their participation in this event was driven by the thrill of the chase. The credits held little significance compared to the sheer joy of exposing the newcomers and eliminating them. Little Heisey has revealed a clue. Do not think that disguising yourself as a dove will prevent me from recognizing you as a newcomer. One senior sees the newcomer masquerading as a dove, swiftly neutralizing them. Meanwhile, more seniors brandished an array of treasures, utilizing their innate perception to capture one hidden newcomer after another lurking beneath the surface. In just half an hour, over 30,000 newcomers had been eliminated, many lamenting their inability to remain concealed. Are you serious? You are at the late stage of the 7th tier. Are you even human? One senior, having encountered one of the only 2 late-stage 7th tier newcomers, found himself rather unfortunate, for he was merely at the mid-stage of the 7th tier. Consequently, this senior suffered greatly, not only being knocked unconscious, but also having his identity temporarily supplanted by the newcomer. I can easily blend into the crowd of seniors now. No one will be able to find me. Acting as the 6th, I, Fong Ling, am truly the strongest. Disguised as a senior, Fong Ling began to navigate through the chaos, feigning the elimination of newcomers while remaining loyal to his own kind. As time ticked away, over 140,000 newcomers had been eliminated, leaving only a few thousand who had managed to hide themselves quite effectively. The seniors, too, were not without losses. Hundreds of them had been bested by newcomers and thus disqualified from the event, while a few identities had been usurped. Among them was another senior named Chen Sheng, who, upon being discovered, unleashed a brutal rampage. He believed that as long as no one remained alive, no one could expose him. It must be said that Chen Sheng's strategy was astute, perfectly aligned with the principles of concealment. Eliminate all witnesses, and naturally, no one would be able to find or eliminate him. The seniors maintained communication. Some continued their search for hidden newcomers, while others banded together to pursue and corner Chen Sheng, forming a righteous mob. Meanwhile, Lin Chen lay undisturbed 500 kilometers underground, lost in thought, akin to a stone, remaining undiscovered even as numerous seniors passed nearby, oblivious to his presence. 2 hours have elapsed, and the event has entered its intense latter half. At this moment, there are still 563 veteran students and 18 newcomers remaining in the arena. Chen Sheng is exceptionally formidable, having single-handedly eliminated over 1,000 veteran students, showcasing a combat prowess undoubtedly at the 8th tier. Were it not for the presence of several 8th tier veterans on their side, it is likely that Chen Sheng could have eliminated all the veteran students by himself. Among the remaining 18 newcomers, 15 have concealed themselves, while 3 have infiltrated the ranks of the veteran students. The trio mingling with the veterans soon faced dire consequences, as the unique communication signals among the veterans are beyond the comprehension of the newcomers. After being unmasked, Feng Ling unleashed a fierce onslaught, vanquishing over 500 veteran students before ultimately being eliminated under the siege of 5 8th-tier veterans. After a prolonged struggle, the remaining 15 hidden newcomers possess remarkable talent, inherently suited for the role of covert operators. Indeed, they are quite adept at remaining undetected. I have passed through this area several times without sensing the presence of individuals hidden deep underground. Had it not been for the advanced trace detection devices, it is likely that one of them would have survived until the end. Lin Chun was discovered. Yet the veterans quickly realized that the figure before them bore no sign of elimination. Thus, it was merely a doppelganger rather than his true self. Aware that hiding underground would eventually lead to discovery, Lin Chun concealed his replica below while his true self engaged in a series of mirror transmissions. Arriving at the barrier node leading to the continent world, he did not linger at the barrier node but gradually traversed it, opting to depart from this continent world. Alas, the true self of this individual may prove even more elusive. Lin Chen's replica simply smiled before dissipating. At this juncture, 7 individuals remain unfound. The surface, underground, and even the distant seas have been thoroughly searched, leaving the skies unexamined. Thousands of veteran students have scoured the heavens, uncovering 6 newcomers hidden above, leaving but 1 newcomer still at large. Lin Chen's information has spread among the veterans. His replicas are already challenging to locate, and correspondingly, his true self will be even more difficult to find. Thousands of veterans have conducted a comprehensive search of the entire world, yet still failed to uncover Lin Chen's whereabouts. At this moment, Lin Chun has transcended the world barrier, mere moments away from departing this realm and touching the stars. Mentor, I must be the last surviving newcomer. If I can reach the stars, those upperclassmen may never find me, Lin Chun mused to himself as he paused in his advance. Congratulations, Lin Chun. You truly belong with us at the 6th Academy, came a voice. Li Mentor, this world barrier is excessively cramped. Let us find a more suitable venue for our conversation. Ha ha ha, let us return to the academy. With a sweeping gesture, Li Yulin and Lin Chun vanished from their location. Simultaneously, the veteran students within the continental world received news of the event's conclusion and were directly transported back to the academy, clearly indicating that the academy deemed their search for Lin Chun futile, thus declaring them unsuccessful. The senior students displayed no extraordinary emotions. Every few years, a naturally cunning individual would appear, skillfully maneuvering the seniors. They remained unfazed, unconcerned about losing face, as their sole desire was for Lin Chun to impart his clever techniques to them. Consequently, Lin Chun earned the title of Old Six, shedding the label of a mere reserve. He gained the recognition of both the seniors and the academy, standing as the most prominent Old Six among the newcomers. The greatest praise the seniors could bestow upon Lin Chun was acknowledging his prowess, as they truly could not outsmart him. Chapter 53. The profound heritage of the 6th Academy. Before the grand entrance of the 6th Academy, Lin Chun, accompanied by Li Yulin, gazed in awe at the towering gates that seemed to reach the heavens. At that moment, only 2 individuals stood before the entrance, which featured a dazzling light curtain in its center. Such a grand portal, accommodating merely 2 people, felt somewhat extravagant. Li Tutor, is it necessary for us to enter through the main gate? Lin Chun inquired. Indeed, it is essential. All first-time entrants to the academy must pass through the main gate. Only by undergoing this verification can one truly be considered a member of the 6th Academy. And what happens if one fails the verification? With so many research institutes within the Federation, there will surely be one that suits your needs. After all, the ability to disguise oneself so convincingly as a human holds significant research value. Let us proceed then. Lin Chun followed Li Tutor, maintaining an impassive expression as they passed through the academy's gates, where no incidents occurred. There was no doubt that Lin Chun was human. He merely awakened memories from a past life and had not taken over another's body. Thus, apart from certain recollections, he was an entirely native human being, and it was entirely normal for him to pass the gate's verification. Lin Chun, my task is complete. Shortly, a senior student will guide you through your enrollment process. Each year, during the enrollment period, many second and third-year students dedicate a day or two to assist new students in fulfilling their credit requirements. Guiding a freshman earns only 10 credits, which is a paltry sum, equivalent to a mere 100 million in federal currency. Yet establishing connections with newcomers is of paramount importance. New students are brimming with potential, and for the seniors, undertaking the task of guiding them is akin to opening a blind box, hoping to discover a golden legend among this year's cohort. Much like Chen Sheng and Feng Ling, both at the late stage of the 7th level, who needed only to complete their freshman courses. They would be sought after by various teams even before the commencement of their sophomore year. Although the 6th Academy is known for producing cunning individuals and lone wolves, a small number of students prefer to form teams to enhance their resilience, as solitary struggles can often prove overwhelming. Li Yuan's form dissipated, revealing him to be a mere projection, while his true self remained hidden elsewhere. Before Lin Shen could make any move, a bespectacled senior, with a scholarly appearance, approached him as if materializing from thin air. "Hello, Lin Shen. I am Wang Tong, currently a second-year student in the Department of Formation. I will assist you in obtaining your student ID and subsequently guide you in exploring the academy and understanding the functions of its various areas." "Greetings, Senior Wang Tong. I appreciate your assistance." "Not at all. It is a small matter. You are the only old 6 among the newcomers, and it is an honor for me to serve as your guide." As Wang Tong spoke, Lin Shen sensed a hint of excessive excitement in his demeanor. However, he dismissed it as mere enthusiasm from a senior. Suddenly, Wang Tong produced a white card, casting it into the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the card and seemingly bestowing upon it a certain power. The card then gently floated down, merging into Lin Shen's body. As the card integrated within him, Lin Shen's mind flooded with an array of information detailing the student card. This white card was indeed his student card, serving as his passport within the 6th Academy and granting him access to its functional edifices, endowed with numerous capabilities. Primarily, the card served 2 functions. Firstly, it stored academic credits and linked to the Academy's internal network. Secondly, it facilitated the recognition of humanity, enabling the wielding of human power. "Junior," Wang Tong explained, "credits are the exclusive currency within our academy system, with an exchange rate of 100 million to the federal currency, and a ratio of 1 with federal merit and military honors. The internal network can be likened to a miniature virtual realm belonging to our 6th Academy, specifically designed to assist our mentors and students. Once you access the internal network, an intelligent system will naturally address all your queries." Wang Tong succinctly elucidated the concepts of credits and the Academy's internal network, which were straightforward enough to grasp. However, a deeper understanding would require Lin Shen to personally experience it. "Senior, what does the power of humanity entail?" Wang Tong anticipated this question from Lin Shen, his expression brimming with excitement as he replied, "The cosmos is fraught with dangers, which I am sure you have encountered on your journey to the Academy." Lin Shen nodded, and without further ado, Wang Tong continued, "Our kind, known as the heavenly demons in the outer realms, can be considered one of the many hazards of the cosmos. Just as other beings pose threats in the vastness of space, so too can we, and perhaps even more fearsomely. The power of humanity is recognized as the heavenly demon power in the cosmos. I cannot elaborate further for now. You will only grasp the true meaning of my words once you establish a genuine defensive cognition and resistance to the cosmos." Wang Tong did not wish to be cryptic, but rather, he recognized that Lin Shen had yet to systematically study the knowledge of the cosmos, possessing no resistance against its threats and lacking the attainment of the power of humanity, the heavenly demon power. Thus, he could only hint at its significance, as elaborating further would only confuse Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood that the power of humanity was a realm he could not yet access. It was a force intertwined with the cosmos, one he could only truly comprehend once he ventured into the vastness of space. Skipping over this topic, Wang Tong began to guide Lin Shen through the various areas of the 6th Academy. At each location, he would introduce Lin Shen to the primary buildings and their functions. After a full day's exploration, Wang Tong finally escorted Lin Shen to his standalone villa-style dormitory within the academy. "Junior, my guiding task has concluded. I kindly request your favorable review. Should you have any questions, feel free to connect with me through your student card. I am more than willing to assist." Indeed, if the junior expresses a desire to form a team after completing their first year, I hope you will consider the Xiang squad. Wang Teng has finally revealed his intentions, though the journey to this revelation was rather lengthy. It was only at the conclusion that he mentioned the Xiang squad, without elaborating on its significance. This, however, piqued Lin Chen's curiosity, prompting him to plan a visit to the Academy's internal network to seek information about the Xiang squad. Senior, I will provide you with a favorable review. I will contemplate your Xiang squad, and I will respond in due course. Junior, I wish you the best of luck. Farewell. Wang Teng's objectives have been met. He holds a positive impression of Lin Chen, yet he remains skeptical about Lin Chen's potential membership in his Xiang squad. Nevertheless, they have established a connection, which will facilitate future interactions and endeavors. The 6th Academy is characterized by its average member being somewhat seasoned, and the ability to create duplicates is standard. When uncertain whether the individual before you is a duplicate, treating them as such is invariably prudent. Much like Wang Teng, who, after bidding farewell to Lin Chen, disintegrated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. His true self remains concealed elsewhere. Lin Chen recognizes the necessity of honing his skills to integrate swiftly into the environment of the 6th Academy. Traveling via duplicates is the norm here, and he has no intention of standing apart from this prevailing culture. The Academy's arrangement of standalone villa dormitories is quite commendable, comprising a 3-story building with a basement. The uppermost floor serves as the living quarters, the second floor houses various laboratories reinforced and expanded in space, the ground floor features a reception area, and the basement is designated for secluded cultivation. After familiarizing himself with his residence, Lin Chen contemplated renovations. However, he has yet to master the formations required for such modifications. Thus, he must await further time to acquire the requisite skills. Currently, he needs to devise a study and cultivation plan for the coming year based on the Academy's practical conditions. The 6th Academy is situated within an independent vast world known as the All-Purpose Realm. The Academy's entrance connects the All-Purpose Realm to the starry expanse, accompanied by 9 smaller gates facilitating the ingress and egress of students and instructors. The All-Purpose Realm, from its consciousness to every flower and tree, is under the complete dominion of the 6th Academy, which wields absolute control over it. The entirety of the All-Purpose Realm is broadly divided into 2 sections. At its heart, extending over 1,000,000 kilometers, lies the main edifice of the Academy, while the surrounding areas are designated as resource zones, cultivated to supply various necessities for students and instructors alike. The resource zones, for now, shall remain unmentioned, as they pertain to the Academy's enterprises and hold little relevance for students, unless one chooses to remain at the Academy in a professional capacity, in which case they might find themselves working within the resource zones. The core area, housing the main structure of the Academy, is further subdivided into 7 distinct sectors. The teaching zone, where instructors impart knowledge to students, encompassing every conceivable educational environment found within the human realm. The dormitory zone, serving as the residences for students and instructors, and the commercial zone, where students or instructors establish shops to vend any imaginable resources, facilitating internal resource exchanges and also serving as the Academy's sole interface with the outside world. The functional zone, the essence of the Academy, serves as a nurturing ground for the diverse abilities of students. Within it lies an abundance of functional edifices, such as the Blood Vitality Tower, Body Refinement Pavilion, Gravity Hall, Ladder of Trials, and Time Chamber, each catering to the various cultivation needs of the students. The Martial Arts Arena serves as a venue for large-scale events organized by the Academy, though its utility is limited, as the 6th Academy is not fond of performance-oriented activities and seldom hosts grand events. The Research District is a hub where eminent scholars gather, yielding countless innovative achievements. The Forbidden Zone, as its name implies, remains unknown to ordinary students. Even if they were aware, they would be bound by oaths to prevent any leaks, for it harbors the ultimate essence of the Academy. The structure of the 6th Academy is such that, even in the event of the human race's extermination, it possesses the means to rebuild humanity. Other supreme academies generally share this layout, each serving as a microcosm of the human race, preserving all knowledge acquired throughout its development and housing every type of resource available to humanity. However, a mere introduction cannot encapsulate the profound essence of the 6th Academy. Such depth is something one can only perceive through daily experiences. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the Academy's profound legacy. The mere presence of over 100 deities signifies its overt depth, while the subtler aspects of its legacy remain obscured beneath the divine radiance, often unnoticed. The formidable formations capable of vanquishing deities, the rituals that can birth gods, the runes that can forge worlds, and the precious materials that continuously generate energy, all constitute its depth. Within the Sixth Academy, these facets are numerous, though under the divine aura, few pay them heed. Even the enemies of humanity find them less compelling than a single deity. One can only say that they are destined to suffer. Chapter 54, Freshman Cultivation Plan, and the Trinity Avatar. The Academy's legacy is something Lin Chun can momentarily partake in. Now, he must determine his elective courses. Beyond his demanding major studies, he must also learn a technical discipline, such as formations or alchemy. Without hesitation, Lin Chun opts for formations. Consequently, his primary departments are the Martial Arts Academy and the Teacher Training Institute, with the subsidiary department being the Formations Academy. This necessitates the creation of an avatar to manage the learning pace across these three disciplines and to keep up with the rigorous demands of freshman year. Fulfilling the academic requirements of the Academy. The Academy has a comprehensive cultivation process for first-year students. Unlike high school, university lacks holidays, especially for freshmen, who attend classes every day of the year, absorbing vast amounts of knowledge and enhancing themselves with various permanent statuses. It is truly a year of hardship, yielding a lifetime of benefits. The cosmos teems with dangers. Even the human race is one of them. Yet this does not hinder humanity from developing various countermeasures against myriad threats. Students from Supreme Academies are destined to chart their futures among the stars, beyond the confines of their own territories, rather than engaging in petty squabbles. In order to enhance student survival rates, the Academy must cultivate the ability of students to confront the threats posed by the cosmic expanse, leading to the establishment of the customary freshman development program. Freshmen are required to accomplish 3 primary objectives and 10 secondary ones within a year. The primary objectives are as follows. First, to consolidate the essence of fate and receive the recognition of humanity. Second, to establish cognitive barriers and acquire the power of truth. Third, to wield the strength of humanity and obtain dominion over the celestial demons. The secondary objectives include, first, to achieve the 7th tier of cultivation. Second, to pass the Academy's combat evaluation. Third, to earn the title of Old Six. Fourth, to master knowledge of the cosmos. Fifth, to understand the classifications of myriad races. Sixth, to possess 3 means of substitution in life. Seventh, to confront divine pressure directly. Eighth, to master a particular skill. Ninth, to become a vessel carrying a fraction of humanity's vast knowledge. 10th, to inherit the power of legacy and transform into a spark of civilization. Upon discovering the academic requirements for his freshman year through the Academy's intranet, Lin Chun was somewhat taken aback. This was no ordinary freshman experience. It was clearly aimed at nurturing the seeds of civilization and cultivating multifaceted prodigies. A freshman who flawlessly completes the academic objectives could be cast into an unfamiliar universe devoid of humanity and still manage to cultivate a branch of humanity at a divine tier. The 9th and 10th secondary objectives encompass the very knowledge necessary for the creation of humanity, thus embodying the potential to become a maternal deity of a new human race, a notion firmly rooted in reality. Moreover, for the past 30 millennia, there have indeed been several individuals from the Academy who, having inadvertently found themselves in other universes, successfully developed branches of humanity, which the Federation subsequently located. The branches of humanity that remain undiscovered are impossible to quantify. Throughout the 30 millennia, numerous individuals from the highest academies have mysteriously vanished. It's not accurate to claim they have perished. They could very well have become lost in other realms. This information remains classified, as each branch of humanity represents a potential refuge for the Federation in times of existential peril. When it comes to foresight in maintaining security, the Federation stands unrivaled. To embody the spark of humanity and potentially become a maternal deity of a new human race is an extraordinary opportunity for self-actualization, truly remarkable. Lin Chun, having traversed this path, sought only immortality. Now, with the foundation of immortality, he has gained an additional motivation. Should he ever find himself in a region far removed from the Federation, he could emerge as the new progenitor of humanity, a divine figure. With an unwavering resolve to learn without limits, Lin Chun, hailing from Huaxia, felt invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm, almost wishing to transform into a beast of burden to till 10 acres of land. Copy. Calm down. Take one step at a time. Should we not create a clone to share our burdens? Lin Chun, you are right. We must indeed create a clone to help alleviate our pressures. One will not suffice. We shall need several. The clone wholeheartedly endorsed Lin Chun's notion, as his original self would undoubtedly remain inactive. The more clones he could create, the easier his tasks would become. The resource subsidies for enrollment in the academy were uniform. 1,000 academic credits, a treasure to enhance innate qualifications, and a right to exchange for techniques related to clones. The resource subsidy had already been credited. Upon arriving at the academy's internal library, Lin Chun began perusing the extensive collection of clone techniques cataloged by the 6th Academy, which could be broadly categorized into two types. The first category emphasized quality, where the clones prioritized substance over quantity, such as the external incarnation and the transformation into 3 pure ones. Techniques of this nature were exceedingly challenging to master and imposed various restrictions on practitioners. The second category focused on quantity, where the weight of the clones was less significant than their number, exemplified by the myriad transformations and the 1,000 souls. While these techniques also presented considerable challenges, they generally required more resources, with the sole advantage being their relatively lower difficulty in cultivation. Was there a technique that balanced both quality and quantity? Currently, none existed. As the creation of techniques must take practical circumstances into account, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Lin Chun's approach to clones was straightforward. He would only consider those that could serve as effective replicas. Thus, he was limited to selecting from the quality-focused category. The Academy's library was remarkably sophisticated, capable of recommending clone techniques based on the student's actual circumstances. Moreover, many top-tier clone techniques had corresponding lower-tier versions, allowing practitioners to start with a lower version and eventually evolve into the higher version once the requisite conditions were met, culminating in the original version. Given Lin Chun's present situation, he could at most cultivate the lower-tier version of a top-tier clone technique. For the external incarnation series, the upper version was the soul spirit incarnation, while the lower version was the primordial spirit body. For the transformation into 3 pure ones series, the upper version was the 3 souls united, and the lower version was the transformation of the 3 essentials. The 5 elements divine body series had the upper version as the 5 elements battle body and the lower version as the 5 elements body. Numerous top-tier clone techniques had corresponding upper and lower versions, and Lin Chun met the cultivation requirements for most of the lower-tier versions. Students admitted to the esteemed academy invariably possessed some degree of aptitude. Thus, even the restricted lower-tier versions were still within reach for cultivation. After careful consideration, Lin Chun selected the transformation into 3 pure ones series, which offered a greater number of clones that could synergize effectively. The reason for not opting for the more numerous and synergistic 5 elements divine body series was simply that the latter was a technique for the affluent. Cultivating a single clone would be akin to retracing one's entire cultivation journey, which would be excessively taxing. The transformation into 3 pure ones series demanded minimal resources, primarily requiring a harmonious balance of the practitioner's 3 essentials to generate incarnations that matched the practitioner's tier. Having finalized his choice of technique, Lin Chun was not in haste to commence his cultivation. Instead, he prepared to consume the treasure designed to enhance innate qualifications, thereby accelerating his progress in mastering the clone technique. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. The treasure provided by the Academy to enhance innate qualifications was known as the Omnipotent Power. The Power of Omnipotence, a unique resource of the 6th Academy, has a usage limit of 1. It can enhance one's innate qualities by 3 points, its effect comparable to that of 3 shares of evil essence. And it can be consumed in conjunction with other treasures without any adverse interactions. After utilizing the power of omnipotence, Lin Chun felt remarkably invigorated. His overall coordination improved significantly, and the already near-balanced essence, energy, and spirit achieved a perfect equilibrium in an instant. This state of balance marked the pinnacle moment for practicing the transformation of the essence, energy, and spirit triad. As if destined by the heavens, Lin Chun effortlessly manifested independent avatars of the triad, 3 embodiments originating from the triad's essence, appearing in the training chamber. Each of the 3 avatars bore resemblance to Lin Chun, yet subtle distinctions were apparent. The avatar of essence appeared more robust and powerful, exuding a hint of a brutish demeanor. The avatar of energy seemed somewhat substantial, with every movement pulsating with energy akin to a humanoid energy attractor. The avatar of spirit appeared ethereal and elusive, standing there evoking a sense of longing, reminiscent of a celestial being. Well, you three are even more handsome than my original self. Truly inheriting the virtues, without a trace of the flaws, Lin Chun remarked. The triad avatars chimed in. Oh, look. The original is envious of his own avatars. How amusing. The clone added, feeling sour, huh? Why am I not handsome? I must establish a unique persona, perhaps something rebellious, akin to those legendary beings. Lin Chun gazed at the clone, his meaning unmistakable. The clone replied, I shall be modest, please spare me. Temporarily avoiding the spotlight. Would you like to have your own names? Perhaps Lin 1 and Lin 2? Lin Chun suggested. The clone responded, declined. The triad avatars echoed, no. Thank you. Lin Chun, somewhat at a loss for names, let the topic slide. They were all Lin Chun, publicly declaring themselves as such, and internally. Everyone knew who was who, rendering names unnecessary. With the successful mastery of the avatar technique, Lin Chun inadvertently imposed a constraint upon himself. He must maintain the balance of the essence, energy, and spirit triad to transcend his current realm. This process would continue until he reached the demigod tier, culminating in the evolution of the avatar technique into the superior version of the three souls in one. However, during his daily cultivation, Lin Chun pursued the balance of essence, energy, and spirit, advancing equally in martial arts and mental mastery, without neglecting the fortification of his physique, which ultimately bore no detrimental effects. In fact, with the presence of the triad avatars, Lin Chun's cultivation progressed more smoothly, allowing for the transformation of essence, energy, and spirit, thereby facilitating his breakthroughs. He possessed neither strengths nor weaknesses, perfectly aligning with the Sixth Academy's philosophy. True omnipotence is anything but ordinary. Chapter 55. The Unadorned Life of a Freshman. I currently hold 11,000 academic credits, equivalent to a value of 11 trillion federal coins. Previously, during the holidays in my senior year, I accrued approximately 40 trillion federal coins. With 50 trillion federal coins, I have ample resources to elevate my acquired qualities to their utmost limits, rendering further resource acquisition unnecessary and preserving my talents for effective utilization in a year and a half. Lin Chun commended his foresight. During the high school years, a staggering 40 trillion Federation coins were amassed, precisely sufficient for utilization in the first year of college when one cannot earn. This fortune ensures that one's innate potential can be fully realized, without any hindrance from qualifications impacting future endeavors. The ultimate qualifications are as follows. Physical strength, 142. 284, 426, maximum. Soul strength, 196, 392, 588, maximum. Elemental strength, 168, 336, 504, maximum. Elemental resistance, 131, 262, 393, maximum. Comprehension, 133, 266, 399, maximum. Root bone, 136, 272, 408, maximum. Spirituality, 158, 316, 474, maximum. Setting aside the issue of qualifications, Lin Chun had no holidays, limited social interactions, and maintained a regular schedule. The rigorous life of a freshman in a demanding academic institution had officially commenced. With Lin Chun's true self, 3 clones, and a replication. There were 5 individuals in total, leaving no room for idleness. 3 primary objectives and 10 secondary objectives needed to be accomplished within a year. A daunting challenge for a freshman unaccustomed to intense study. Each year, a portion of new students fail to meet these requirements, relegating them to complete their tasks in the second year, thereby starting with a disadvantage of 6 months to a year compared to their peers. For the human race, the speed of cultivation diminishes significantly after the age of 30, a curse inherent to humanity. Only a select few can evade its grasp, while the majority succumb to its effects. Thus, time before turning 30 is exceedingly precious. Any excessive waste is a disservice to one's future. This setting has been introduced earlier. The universe desires beings to transcend limits, yet simultaneously, it harbors reservations about such transcendence, an inherent contradiction, akin to the need for talent while being troubled by its abundance, hence the imposition of restrictions. On the following morning, Lin Chun departed from the dormitory. utilizing the teleportation feature of the student card to arrive directly at the classroom for the first lecture of the academic year. Attendance by the student's true self was mandatory for this initial class. The gathering of fortune soul garments, which earn acknowledgement from the collective human spirit, could only be performed by the student's true self. Completion of this course was essential to proceed with subsequent studies. The fortune soul garment serves as the foundation for establishing cognitive barriers and wielding the power of humanity, with the 10 secondary objectives also built upon this foundation. Classroom 0002, adorned with a backdrop of the starry sky, welcomed Lin Shun and the other 49 students. Upon their arrival, the instructor for the session was also present. Greetings, students. I am your class guide, Yuziki, but you may simply refer to me as Teacher Yu. Consider me your homeroom teacher, responsible for all matters concerning Class 2. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. As Teacher Yu spoke, he displayed his university intranet identification, suggesting that students add him as a friend for future correspondence. Subsequently, under his guidance, a class group for Class 2 was established. There were no selections for class officers, distribution of books, or mutual introductions. Teacher Yu took full responsibility for all class affairs, requiring no assistance from class officers. The specific arrangement of major and elective courses is entirely at the discretion of the students. Each department has its curriculum, which is articulated by instructors in public lectures. Except for the research-oriented courses that require direct guidance from teachers, other subjects primarily involve rote memorization, necessitating little comprehension. Students can easily commit the material to memory through the instructor's lectures without the need for hands-on teaching. This is particularly the case for topics related to the cosmos, which pose complexities requiring direct instruction from the mentors to prevent student misunderstandings. Should any issues arise, the instructors are readily available to provide assistance. After completing his duties, Teacher Yu departed, leaving the classroom for the next instructor. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with graying hair appeared at the podium. Students, he began, focus your energies and follow my guidance to attune to your own fortunes, align with your hearts, and coalesce the garments of your fated essence. The old man's teaching commenced, his words imbued with a guiding essence. The students, upon hearing his voice, instinctively concentrated, striving to perceive their own fortunes. No additional efforts were required. As they sensed their fortunes, individual energies manifested as ethereal garments enveloping them, guided by the collective human essence. The ability to manifest these garments was already an acknowledgement by the human fate, merely a matter of how much favor would be bestowed. In Lin Chen's perception, he felt enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of a mother's embrace, an overwhelming sense of security swelling from within. His inherent fortune was quantified at 10, a fixed endowment from the essence of humanity, neither diminishing nor arbitrarily increasing. Conversely, his fluctuating fortune was unpredictable. Today, it stood at 20, subject to consumption or spontaneous growth, devoid of consistency. Clearly, Lin Chun was favored by the essence of humanity. With the arrival of this favor, his fixed fortune surged to 20, allowing him to construct a garment of fate that could shield him from over 90% of cosmic influences. The garments fashioned from his fluctuating fortune could mitigate threats ranging from 1 to 9, limited to those below the divine level. Should he encounter dangers of divine caliber, it would merely indicate a lack of foresight, as fate had deemed him worthy of such trials, beyond the aid of human essence. As all students formed their own garments of fate, they naturally earned recognition from the essence of humanity, solidifying their status as true members of the human race, heirs of its legacy, and the future of the Federation. When Lin Chen regained his senses, he found that the wise elder who had guided them had vanished, and alarmingly, his memories of the elder were rapidly fading. Ultimately, he could not recall how he had formed his garment of fate, nor could he sense his fortune. It had become a passive ability, triggered only involuntarily, an intrinsic part of him. Teacher Yu reappeared, announcing the conclusion of the class. The next session on establishing cognitive barriers was scheduled for 3 months hence, by which time the first-year students would have acquired some knowledge of the cosmos. During that period, it was imperative to establish cognitive barriers, further isolating oneself from the toxicity of the starry skies. Lin Chun had already constructed the foundational fortune soul attire for the cultivation plan, and the 3 treasures avatars and duplicates had found their purpose under the protection of the shared fortune soul attire. The duplicates attended classes related to the cosmos, deeply comprehending the categories of dangers within the starry expanse, discerning the characteristics of myriad races, and understanding the relationship between humanity and the various entities. Meanwhile, the three treasures avatars pursued both core and elective courses. The Essence avatar enrolled in martial arts academy courses, absorbing advanced martial philosophies and delving into the essence of martial arts. The Spirit avatar attended the Mentalist Academy, grasping the nature of spiritual power and touching upon the core of the soul. The Energy avatar engaged in formation court courses, mastering the intricacies of formation techniques. Each of the avatars and duplicates had their respective tasks, while Lin Chen's true self remained diligently occupied with responsibilities of even greater significance. He needed to cultivate, transforming his innate potential into tangible prowess. Everything could be disregarded in light of this foundational cultivation. Not all races in the cosmos were equally formidable or fortunate. For those of humanity, with such a comprehensive cultivation process for resisting the starry void, true strength was paramount for delving deeper into the cosmos. A 7th-tier cultivation level barely allowed for departure from the planet. The 8th tier enabled exploration near newly formed galaxies, confronting minor dangers, while the 9th tier permitted simple cosmic voyages. Expanding the realm of exploration provided fortune favored the brave. The initial steps taken by humanity into the cosmos were similarly incremental. The barefoot ancestors toiled tirelessly to ensure that descendants like Lin Chen could don shoes and avoid traversing barefoot. To return to the main point, Lin Chen's life had entered a phase of regularity. He still possessed over 1,000 academic credits, ample enough to utilize the various functional facilities of the academy, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to the 7th tier before the conclusion of his first year, thus alleviating concerns regarding resources. The academy provided enrollment subsidies, recognizing that first-year students lack channels to earn resources, necessitating the support of the institution. The orientation activities at the start of the semester served to offer credit subsidies to 7th-tier newcomers. 1,000 credits were insufficient for a 7th-tier student to last an entire year, so, under the pretext of the orientation, each 7th-tier newcomer received a minimum of 5,000 credits in subsidies. Gifted individuals exhibit a remarkably high resource utilization rate. The resources represented by 5,000 credits are sufficient for late 7th-tier students to break through to the 8th tier, and ample for early to mid-7th-tier students to cultivate effectively. As students, until they step into society, their cultivation journeys are meticulously arranged by the Federation and the Martial Arts Academy, with various subsidies ensured to support their training without hindrance. Everything is the result of careful calculation. The architects of the Federation still walk among us, residing at the pinnacle of society, their ideals remaining the foundation of the Federation. Thus, the Federation continues to thrive, and humanity remains in an upward trajectory. Alas, ordinary people are exceedingly fragile. When one perishes, the political structure collapses. Chapter 56. The End of the First Year. Intense learning truly can drive one to the brink of madness. When immersed in study, time invariably flies. 3 months have swiftly passed. In Classroom 000. After a hiatus of 3 months, the 50 students of Class 2 once again gathered in this space. Throughout this interval of learning, all students, including Lin Chen, have transcended the naivety of their high school days, acquiring a certain gravitas unique to university scholars. The torment inflicted by knowledge, the relentless strengthening of their intellect, has inevitably imbued them with a profound sense of maturity. The knowledge they have acquired has permeated their souls, minds, and bodies, inadvertently. They have become acutely aware of the weight of knowledge and the formidable power it wields. In just 3 months of studying the mysteries of the cosmos, Lin Chen and his peers have encountered no fewer than 10 perilous situations. Unforeseen distortions, inexplicable consciousness annihilation, and uncontrollable descents into chaos could erupt at any moment. Even though these lessons are being absorbed by Lin Chen's doppelganger, his true self remains susceptible to various influences. Fortunately, whenever troubles arise, experienced mentors swiftly intervene, adeptly resolving issues and ensuring the safety of their students. Over the span of 30,000 years, the institution has amassed a wealth of experience. Having witnessed all manner of occurrences, relying solely on the protective aura of fate is far from sufficient. One must further enhance their resilience against the cosmos to truly grasp its depth and secrets, thereby enabling a future of unimpeded exploration of celestial realms. The instructor for the course on establishing cognitive barriers was not the usual mentor, Yuzuki, but rather a gentle, nurturing female teacher. This course would continue until all students successfully constructed their cognitive barriers, typically requiring between 5 to 15 days. Dear students, center your minds and immerse your consciousness in the sea of awareness. Follow my guidance, connect with the aura of fate, and distill the patterns of knowledge. With these patterns as your foundation, establish your cognitive barriers. The mentors of the Sixth Academy are generally reticent about sharing their names. A name serves as a designation, a code for an individual in this realm, applicable in myriad contexts. While there are legitimate uses, there are also nefarious ones. Methods of using names to inflict harm are numerous, and the underlying mechanisms are intricately complex, defying simple explanation. Thus, any existence with a cultivation level above the 10th tier instinctively conceals their true name, introducing themselves instead with an alias or title. Even when revealing their genuine names, they impose various restrictions on dissemination, ensuring it does not become a vulnerability for adversaries, often incorporating cognitive interference to render the name simultaneously known and unknown. The instructor wasted no words. Once the students were settled and the teaching environment was secured, the lesson commenced directly. The students were to follow the mentor's guidance without extraneous thoughts, merely to act. Under the instructor's direction, the 50 students' consciousnesses sank into the sea of awareness, re-establishing their connection with the aura of fate. Through this aura, they transformed their previously learned knowledge into tangible forms and extracted the essential patterns needed to construct their cognitive barriers. For 30 millennia, the Academy has perfected the process of constructing cognitive barriers to an extraordinary degree. By merely distilling 10 strands of knowledge, one can erect the simplest of cognitive barriers. These barriers are particularly designed to confront the cosmic calamities associated with outer gods, enabling a correct understanding of the ancient deity's celestial disasters. Their primary function is to safeguard the soul and uphold humanity's cognition, combating madness through reason and resisting assimilation and corrosion through identity. The perils of the cosmos can be broadly categorized into 4 classes. The first class comprises outer gods, intruders from beyond the universe. Their rules are incompatible with the foundational laws of our cosmos, manifesting as toxic knowledge that assimilates all beings and substances it encounters, transforming them into the minions of the outer gods. The second class consists of ancient gods, deities born prior to the current era of our universe. They embody the laws of the cosmos, serving as both guardians and destroyers, divided into camps of chaotic good and chaotic evil, indifferent to all beings and materials beyond their own, thriving according to established rules. The third class encompasses myriad races, both from our universe and beyond. Any race, once it reaches a scale of billions, inevitably chooses to become a cosmic calamity, unleashing malice upon everything in the cosmos, while also bearing the brunt of all hostility within it, a cycle of evil countered by evil. The fourth class, known as the Taoist apostles, includes beings from our universe or others that are assimilated by the forces of nature, becoming agents of the chaotic neutral faction. They take on the mission of maintaining cosmic order, opposing any actions that threaten the universe, such as humanity's territorial expansions aimed at unifying the cosmos, which they perceive as a threat. Taoist apostles, originally intended as cosmic cleansers, often become the targets of universal disdain due to their excessive zeal, facing collective hostility upon their appearance. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the dangers an ordinary person encounters predominantly stem from myriad races, accounting for 80 of the total. Equipped with fortune, soul garments, cognitive barriers, and their cultivation, most can traverse these perils unscathed. Among the remaining dangers, those posed by outer gods constitute 15 of the total probability. Ancient gods account for 4, while the threat from Taoist apostles is a mere 1. Although these probabilities may seem manageable, the longevity of martial artists means that, over a significant timescale, even low-probability events will inevitably manifest. To return to the main narrative, in Classroom 0002, Lin Chun dedicated 15 hours to distilling the first strand of knowledge. With this initial experience, the subsequent extraction of the remaining 9 strands posed no challenge. As time flowed steadily, 6 days swiftly passed, and Lin Chun successfully distilled all 10 strands of knowledge. Based on these 10 strands, he instinctively understood how to combine them to construct a cognitive barrier that protects the soul. Without any unforeseen occurrences, a cognitive barrier enveloped the entirety of Lin Chun's consciousness. At this juncture, Lin Chun had acquired a second means to confront the calamities of the starry expanse. With the aid of the Destiny Soul Garb, He could traverse the cosmos, immersing himself in its profound beauty. The starry sky was resplendent. It should not shroud itself from humanity. After the establishment of a cognitive barrier, the previous days of peril and excitement had dulled considerably. When Lin Shun engaged in the study of celestial knowledge anew, unexpected occurrences were no longer frequent. A torrent of information flooded his mind, and intricate strands of knowledge were distilled, integrating into the cognitive barrier and further enhancing its fortitude. The foundational cognitive barrier, with a strength of 10, could only defend against threats below the demigod tier, rendering it of limited utility. Lin Shun remained within the Omni realm, which allowed him to utilize a barrier of 10 strength to shield against over 99% of unforeseen events. However, prior to venturing into the starry expanse, he needed to elevate the barrier's strength to at least 300 to be deemed serviceable. With 4 avatars absorbing knowledge, the acceleration of the cognitive barrier's enhancement was notable, fortifying at a rate of 1 degree per day. The Destiny Soul Garb provided passive capabilities, making it difficult to enhance, whereas the cognitive barrier represented an active ability that could be deliberately improved. As long as the knowledge acquired was sufficient, the cognitive barrier would possess formidable strength. Thus, even martial practitioners who did not pursue scientific routes found themselves well-versed in knowledge. Yet, merely retaining information in the mind was one matter, while practical application was another entirely. Lin Shun approached knowledge as a form of power akin to vitality, using it as nourishment to bolster the strength of his cognitive barrier, without delving into the deeper potential of knowledge itself. Of course, this did not hinder his progress. Practicality was paramount. The process of learning was invariably tedious, and the perception of the passage of time became hazy. Before he knew it, 9 months had elapsed. The prolonged seclusion of Lin Shun's true self was interrupted by a pre-scheduled reminder, signaling the end of the year. Time had flown by. It was time to partake in the first-year final assessments, to gauge the fruits of a year's cultivation. Only by accomplishing all objectives could he earn the right to leave the academy and traverse the cosmos. Lin Shun's 4 avatars had also abstained from attending classes that day, remaining in their villa dormitory in a state of lethargy. They had diligently absorbed knowledge for an entire year without a single day of interruption, their schedules packed to the brim, dedicating 24 hours daily to study. Unceasing throughout the year, a rather dismal existence. Though the avatars were not true beings, the intensity of their studies had rendered them breathless, and now, with a rare opportunity to rest, they were reluctant to move. Yet, the study habits cultivated over the year instilled a sense of guilt within them. Even when they wished to rest, lying down birthed a feeling of original sin for not studying. The Essence Avatar lamented, "Master, please reclaim me into your body. I require rest." The Chi Avatar groaned, "I am at my wit's end. The scholarly atmosphere is but an illusion. Only disheveled appearances hold true." The Avatar of the Divine. The connection between spirituality and the malevolent deities is a cacophony. The Essence Avatar, languid and enfeebled, the Spirit Avatar exuding an aura of death, the Knowledge Avatar teetering on the brink of madness, and the Rationality Avatar, whose sanity has unraveled. All these manifestations lay before Lin Shun. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly absorbed them into his being, temporarily dissolving their consciousness to allow them to enter a profound state of rest. The intensity of such scholarly pursuits can indeed drive one to madness. Fortunately, I only need to cultivate. The acquisition of knowledge relies on my avatars. If I were to undertake this personally, it would surely lead to my demise. Lin Shun held the utmost respect for the pioneers of avatar techniques, particularly the ingenious concept of avatars that do not share a state with the main body but only share cultivation and knowledge. It is truly remarkable. Lin Shun merely needed to absorb knowledge and distill its essence, while his avatars had far more to contemplate. Chapter 57. Successfully completing the task. The so-called power of the celestial demon, the annual freshman assessment day at the 6th Academy, had arrived. On this day, 150,000 first-year students were forcibly transported to the rarely utilized training area at 8 a.m. Throughout their 4 years at the university, this might be the only occasion for such a collective event. The Academy would not organize similar gatherings for this cohort in the future. Even if such activities were organized, attendance would not be as comprehensive. Many second, third, and fourth-year students came to witness the spectacle, though they were predominantly avatars, with few main bodies present. Everyone was busy and could not afford to let the excitement interfere with their own responsibilities. The first-year students assembled in the grand square of the training area, forming a total of 3,000 small formations by class. The assessment was conducted collectively by class, with 300 instructors leading their respective groups into a towering octagonal structure. Dear students, your assessments will take place in an independent space. Success will bring joy to all, while failure should not dishearten you. You still have 3 years to catch up, Instructor Zichi advised. Following this, 50 students from Class 2 entered the independent assessment space, each aware of the 3 primary objectives and 10 secondary goals. Meanwhile, in the external training square, teams led by senior students from the 4th year emerged, raising their banners in designated areas of the academy, seeking to recruit willing first-year students. Some teams boasted legacies spanning 2 to 3 millennia, while others were newly formed by second-year students. Without exception, these teams aspired to recruit sufficient reserves to ensure the continuity of their squads. 30,258th Cohort, Freshman Lin Chun. Identity confirmed, assessment officially begins. Within the independent assessment space, Lin Chun's evaluation commenced. A beam of light swept over him, and on the luminous screen before him, 13 criteria were displayed, with 5 already marked as passed. 3 primary assessments require the consolidation of one's spirit and the acquisition of human acknowledgement. Establishing cognitive barriers and wielding the power of reality are indisputable, thus they are passed directly. Among the 10 secondary evaluations, the first item demands the achievement of 7th-tier cultivation. The third item entails obtaining the title of the 6th Elder, and the 6th item necessitates the possession of 3 life replacement methods, all of which are passed effortlessly. Now, the true examination commences. The second secondary objective involves the assessment of combat prowess by the Academy. A projection emanating an aura akin to a pseudo-8th tier appears before Lin Chun. Before the projection can launch its attack, Lin Chun strikes preemptively, vanquishing the projection in an instant, thereby passing this evaluation. With his initial 7th tier cultivation and a harmonious balance of vitality, spirit, and essence, defeating a pseudo-8th tier entity, which is still considered a being of the same tier, poses no challenge. Failing to eliminate an adversary of the same rank or engaging in battles across tiers would render his substantial resource expenditure and efforts to enhance his cultivation and combat strength meaningless. New evaluative tasks unfold, with the 4th item of secondary assessments focusing on mastery of cosmic knowledge and the 5th item on recognition of the various races, merged into a singular evaluation. This purely knowledge-based examination presents Lin Chun with a staggering array of 100,000 questions of varying difficulty. As his mental energy surged, the knowledge within his mind flowed forth. Each question appeared and was resolved with swiftness. After 1 hour, Lin Chun answered all 100,000 questions correctly, successfully passing the assessment. The examination continues, with the 8th secondary assessment requiring mastery of a particular technique. Lin Chun, without any instruments, skillfully arranged a high-tier offensive formation capable of posing a lethal threat to 8th-tier life forms, thereby passing seamlessly. Thus, only 4 assessments remain for Lin Chun. The 7th secondary evaluation demands that he confront the oppressive might of a deity. The pressure from an otherworldly being, subdued by the Academy, is unleashed upon him without warning. Kneel before me, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power. Accompanying this pressure is the omnipresent allure of divine language, an overt temptation from the deity, coupled with absolute suppression from a higher life tier, a fatal temptation for beings unacquainted with the divine. In the presence of such seduction, Lin Chun remains impervious. Rather than succumb to temptation, enduring the divine pressure and facing the oppression from a superior life form presents a greater challenge for Lin Chun, who is only in the 7th tier. The crushing force deriving from the substantial numerical disparity makes resistance exceptionally arduous. Among the 13 assessments, this particular one genuinely tests Lin Chun's limits, demanding his utmost effort. Otherwise, he risks being overwhelmed by the divine pressure and failing the evaluation. Lin Chun unleashes his full vitality and mental power, conjuring countless mirrors that stack above him, fortifying his defense against the divine pressure. The divine might looms like a mountain or a prison. Though the oppressive force lacks aggression, it embodies a weight capable of crushing all, an overwhelming will that compels submission, which is indeed difficult to withstand. Layer upon layer of mirrors shatter, his vitality and mental power deplete continuously as Lin Chun struggles to resist this divine pressure. The divine oppression remains constant, unchanging, while the seductive whispers linger incessantly in his ears. Lin Shun is uncertain how long he must endure to successfully pass this evaluation. As long as the divine pressure persists and the assessment remains unpassed, he shall not relent in his resistance. The divine is not worthy of his kneeling, nor of his subservience. He, Lin Shun, is destined to be the supreme deity of the future. The mirror shatters and coalesces incessantly, his vital energy and mental fortitude rapidly depleting. Yet Lin Shun remains indifferent, standing tall with a straightened spine and extended knees, confronting the divine majesty as if it were not. As his vitality and spirit waned, the mirror ceased to manifest, and the divine power bore down upon Lin Shun's very soul and flesh, rendering him 1,000-fold more tormented than before. His body trembled, yet he did not submit, and the suffering shall cease. But it was merely an assessment. Kneeling today would allow him to rise tomorrow. His future is bright, and there is no need to lose his life at this moment. He was born to revel in all that existence offers. Why endure such anguish? To kneel today would allow him to rise tomorrow. There is no necessity for such stubbornness. One must learn to adapt. Unbeknownst to him, the whispers of temptation had shifted. Words that seemed to offer gentle counsel incessantly wavered Lin Shun's resolve. He pondered. Kneeling could be a choice. His future is indeed luminous. Yet, he remained unmoved. Such was mere sophistry. To kneel today would mean he could never rise again. No one would lift him, and no one would allow him to live. To kneel is to die, and to refuse to kneel is also death. Thus he chose not to kneel. Lin Shun came to this realization. In the face of such circumstances, death is inevitable regardless. To kneel would be the most foolish choice. He could not bear the thought of his enemies pointing at his lifeless form, proclaiming that even a dog must perish. His non-existence mattered more to them than his life. At that pivotal moment, as Lin Shun's mentality shifted, a surge of spiritual power nourished his soul, making the oppressive divine force seem trivial. Thus, I shall not kneel. With this declaration, the divine pressure dissipated, and a new assessment appeared on the luminous screen. Congratulations, you have passed all assessments. Please restore your state and prepare to bear the power of civilization, transforming into a spark of civilization. Lin Shun had anticipated this outcome. The final 3 assessments, though termed evaluations, were in fact inheritances. Only by passing all previous assessments could one access the ultimate legacy. Half an hour later, Lin Shun restored himself to his peak condition, poised to accept the final inheritance. The inheritance commenced. A luminous orb, entwined with the essence of humanity, merged with Lin Shun's body, ultimately taking root in his sea of consciousness. This orb contained a fraction of the vast knowledge of humankind, allowing Lin Shun to freely absorb its wisdom and transform it into his foundational essence, rather than merely serving as a vessel. This was merely the beginning. A spark of fire was born from nothingness, merging with Lin Shun's heart, transforming it into the heart of flames. The once dormant flames meditation method naturally resumed its operation within him, channeling the accumulated flames into the heart of flames. The essence of the cultivation technique underwent a profound metamorphosis, instantly evolving into the sacred fire seed divine art. This indeed represents the formidable power of the human race's celestial demons, undeniably overwhelming. The sacred fire seed divine art encapsulates the quintessence of the celestial demon prowess inherent to humanity. As humanity traverses the cosmos, upon arriving in any locale, they can expend their vital energy to ignite a flicker of human flame. This flame will continuously assimilate the surrounding environment into one conducive for the proliferation and survival of humankind. The assimilation of the environment is merely the most fundamental application. Its greatest utility lies in the seeding of the sacred fire, infusing the human flame into the bodies of alien beings. Over time, those who have been imbued with the sacred fire will unconsciously transform into unwavering devotees of humanity, instinctively nurturing the human flame and disseminating its light throughout the world. The human flame is inextinguishable, capable only of being suppressed. As long as humanity endures, the flame shall persist. A single flicker of the human flame is sufficient to establish the illustrious name of the celestial demons. Any being that yearns for the celestial demons may have been ensnared by their allure. Otherwise, why would one aspire to the celestial demons if not under their enchantment? This is merely a rudimentary application of the human flame. At this stage, Lin Shun can only grasp this fragment of celestial demon power. With more advanced powers awaiting his discovery in the future, Chapter 58. The Avatar Squad Sets Out. A first step into the cosmos. Congratulations to Lin Shin for passing the assessment and obtaining preliminary qualifications to traverse the cosmos. Wishing Lin Shin great success in his martial endeavors. Upon consolidating the heart of sacred fire and igniting the first flicker of human flame, Lin Shin had successfully completed his assessment. Departing from the independent assessment space, he did not return to his class, but was directly transported to the martial arts plaza. The timing of each student's assessment completion varies, and Lin Shin belongs to the earlier cohort, with fewer than 100 students ahead of him. As he landed in the plaza, he received a message from his instructor, Yuzuki. The content was succinct, outlining 2 matters along with an intelligence report. The first matter announced a half-month holiday, after which he would automatically attain the status of a second-year student, allowed to independently arrange his objectives without coercion from the academy, as long as he remained alive. The second matter inquired about participation in the orientation activities. Those interested could register, while others could disregard it. The final intelligence report contained specific information regarding the academy's inheritance squads, with interested individuals encouraged to consider and apply to their preferred teams. Lin Shin resolved to familiarize himself with these squads. It is only natural for individuals to seek warmth and camaraderie. He would assess the situation before deciding whether to join a squad. Regardless, he would not depart from the academy before graduation. All external matters would be delegated to his avatars. Even familial visits would be handled by them. The 6th Academy stands as one of the safest havens for humanity. Even the ancestral land of Blue Star frequently encounters dimensional fragments, leading to catastrophic events. The birthplace of a race is often fraught with calamity, a universal truth. The arrival of dimensional fragments in Blue Star is attributed to humanity's burden of fostering the universe's growth. Such occurrences are beyond human control, rendering the 6th Academy even safer than Blue Star itself. At the present stage of the 6th Academy, there are over 4,000 recorded teams, a number that is rather scarce compared to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of teams in the other 9 academies. This stark contrast reveals the solitary nature of the 6th Academy's students, who embody a spirit of independence and self-reliance. Although referred to as teams, they often evolve into loosely structured organizations akin to clubs. The academy serves merely as a starting point. Most students who leave do not forget their roots and tend to look after their juniors from the same academy or team. Each team with a long-standing legacy has an extensive network of connections throughout the Federation, and even while traversing the cosmos, their reputation remains illustrious. Among the 4,000 teams, there is no precise hierarchy. However, it is an undeniable fact that the older the team, the more substantial the support behind it. With only a few teams deviating from this norm, Lin Shin recalls his admission a year ago when Senior Wang Tong mentioned the Xiang team, and he had intended to gather information about it via the Academy's internal network. Later, due to the matter of his avatar, he forgot this intent. But now he finds the opportunity to revisit it. Upon opening the information file sent by his advisor and searching for the Xiang team, he quickly uncovers detailed information. The Xiang team boasts a legacy of 536 years, currently comprising 880,000 registered members. Its founder, the Xiang deity, is still alive and actively engaged in the Void Realm, fervently opposing void creatures. At present, the team includes 32 students, with 15 in their 3rd year and 17 in their 4th year, forming 5 fixed groups, assuming the protagonist is in their 2nd year. The presence of senior members who have attained divinity over 4,000 years is indeed noteworthy. Among the more than 4,000 teams in the Academy, only around 300 have divine beings or formidable powers backing them. The rest possess a maximum cultivation level of the 9th tier of divinity. Lin Shin, unfazed, continues to peruse information on other teams, primarily to discern what joining a team entails, whether it would conflict with his habits, or if there might be any intrigues at play. Those who band together for warmth are invariably allies, while factions will inevitably clash with opposing views. This is an unalterable social rule. Warriors are adept at swiftly gathering information, and within just half an hour, he familiarizes himself with the details of all 4,000 teams. Upon completion of his research, he abandons the notion of joining a team for camaraderie, finding merit in remaining a lone wolf. Joining a team to enjoy its benefits naturally requires certain sacrifices, including the completion of a set number of tasks. These tasks are assigned by alumni who have already graduated. Half of them are welfare tasks, purely for the purpose of earning academic credits to cultivate the next generation. The other half comprises high-risk, high-reward adventure tasks, with guaranteed academic credits exceeding 10,000. For instance, the Ziyang team has a task issued by an alumnus who graduated 2,000 years ago, which involves the quest for an item. The task requires exploring an ancient ruin accessible only to those of the 7th tier and retrieving a fragment of a treasure, which constitutes just the overt requirement. The implicit requirement is that only beings with a complete soul can enter, which restricts participation to the student's original self. The task rewards are substantial, amounting to a staggering 50,000 credits, which can be evenly distributed among a 5-person team, allowing each member to earn 10,000 credits, all achievable within just a few days. Such tasks, however, are clearly at odds with Lin Chen's true intentions, yet they constitute the majority of available missions. Given the significant role of the soul in the extraordinary system, many areas necessitate the presence of soulful beings for entry. These ruins often harbor considerable risks, yet the potential rewards are equally immense. Should Lin Chen join a team, he cannot afford to act independently. He must consider the perspectives of his teammates, fostering collective warmth and growth as they are united as one. He cannot consistently shy away from missions that require his original self. To enjoy the benefits, one must pay the price. An equitable exchange is inherently fair. Rather than risk alienation from his team due to such issues, it would be wiser to embrace the path of the lone wolf from the outset and refrain from joining a team. Thus, Lin Chen sent a message to Senior Wang Tong, subtly expressing his choice to pursue the lone wolf route, thanking him for the invitation while expressing regret. Wang Tong had anticipated this response and replied, leaving the door open for future collaboration. By maintaining low expectations, one can avoid disappointment. With over 100,000 new students each year at the academy, and only a handful of new members joining teams like the Ziyang squad, it is evident that the proportion of lone wolves is significantly high. Students applying to the 6th Academy naturally tend not to prioritize teamwork. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Chen prepared to rest. With a 2-week break ahead, he aimed to recuperate thoroughly. The holiday concluded swiftly, and Lin Chen emerged revitalized, bursting with fervor for cultivation. His 4 avatars also regained their energy. As long as they were not subjected to intense study, they were willing to engage in any task. Consequently, Lin Chen resolved to pursue financial gains. With only a few dozen credits remaining and federal currency falling short of 1 billion, his resources for normal cultivation were nearly depleted, necessitating an urgent need for funds. With less than 6 months remaining until his talent activates, the rate at which he consumes resources will only accelerate, making the pursuit of money his foremost priority. Within the Academy's intranet, Lin Chen accessed the task hall. In the task hall, countless luminous orbs hovered in the air, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Their emergence signified new tasks, while their disappearance indicated that tasks had been claimed. Of the tasks provided by the Academy, a quarter required the original self to participate, while the remaining 3/4 did not necessitate the original self's presence, allowing avatars to complete the missions. The Academy is well aware of the students' tendencies. Thus, when designing tasks, they predominantly create those that avatars can accomplish. Missions requiring the original self typically do not involve direct participation. Rather, the original self often operates from a hidden position, closely controlling the avatars. Given the characteristics of the students from the 6th Academy, those hailing from this institution are primarily engaged in exploring the cosmos, venturing into foreign realms for intelligence gathering or sabotage. Even in the face of death, they merely lose their avatars, with little impact on their true selves. Lin Chen meticulously reviewed numerous tasks and ultimately selected a minor assignment, allowing his avatars to hone their skills and gain a preliminary understanding of the cosmic expanse. Task name: eliminate the band of rogue star thieves occupying the coordinates of a certain planet. Task requirements: no mercy shall be shown. Task items: none. Task reward: 1,000 academic credits. Task description: a band of star thieves that has been harassing border legions for the past 3 years, narrowly escaping from a mid-stage 8th tier warrior, is estimated to number between 30,000 and 80,000 individuals, with the strongest among them anticipated to be 8th tier. There is also a possibility of summoning the projection of an evil deity. This task, offering 1,000 academic credits, is indeed minor and perfectly suited for the avatars to engage in, providing an opportunity to assess the quality of the cosmos. For avatars, Possessing the same combat prowess as Lin Shun, confronting a band of star thieves that barely escaped a mid-stage 8th-tier warrior is not an act of arrogance. Rather, it allows for a substantial margin of error. Considering the vastness of the cosmos, the Academy equips each student with a small warship, which possesses only speed as its singular advantage. The small warship measures 20 meters in length, with a width and height of 5 meters, and has been expanded internally to approximately 300 square meters, capable of entering a subspace travel state within 3 seconds. Utilizing this small warship, traversing a sector of the starry expanse requires merely a month, with a speed comparable to that of a peak demigod warrior. Lin Shen watched as his avatars departed. Entirely unconcerned for their safety, should they encounter insurmountable danger, they would perish without dragging him, their true self, into demise. If avatars were not intended for sacrifice, their existence would indeed hold no significance. Chapter 59. Completing the task, with surprises but no perils while venturing forth, Lin Shun, the copy, assumed the role of captain, with the 3 avatars required only to follow commands. Any matters would be deliberated among the 4, prioritizing the interests of the true self, rendering their personal safety inconsequential. The quartet first proceeded to the Academy's logistics department to collect the small warships provided free of charge, otherwise reliant solely on their own speed. They would arrive at the task's destination long after the opportunity had passed. Entering and exiting the Academy proved convenient, as they did not need to traverse through the main gate, but could directly teleport to the nearest public domain teleportation array, swiftly reaching the vicinity of their destination star sector, and subsequently utilizing the small warship to arrive at the target location. With Lin Shen's soul aura enveloping them and the subsidiary identity cards he had issued, the quartet encountered no obstacles during their journey. The 6th Academy displayed great tolerance and respect towards avatars, treating them with the same regard as their true selves. Since the true self and the avatars are fundamentally one entity, the strength of the true self directly correlates to the strength of the avatars. In the future, as students mature, their avatars too shall emerge as formidable beings of humanity, thus rendering respect for avatars entirely justified. The cosmos indeed evokes discomfort, reminiscent of being ensnared in a cesspool, one that is ever poised to erupt with maggots. What an apt metaphor this is. After 3 transitions through teleportation arrays, taking 5 hours, the 4 individuals finally arrived in the vicinity of the mission planet. The remainder of their journey required them to travel independently. Upon exiting the planet's atmosphere, they immediately sensed the stark contrast between the celestial expanse and the planet's interior. Any planet occupied by the human race is steeped in the essence of humanity, rendering it exceptionally conducive to human habitation, while preventing any malevolent forces from the cosmos from intruding. Individuals from any origin, upon entering human territories, experience no adverse effects or discomfort in adapting to the environment. The cosmos, however, is a true foreign realm. Even the proximity of space to the planet evokes an unsettling sensation, and prolonged exposure can lead to significant discomfort. This was still within the confines of human-occupied star regions. Beyond these boundaries lies a treacherous expanse, rife with pervasive malice that incessantly erodes any life form daring to enter. Standing amidst the starry void, the 4 soon acclimated to the alien environment, their presence shielded by the ethereal aura of their techniques, creating a personal sanctuary. The speed of their small spacecraft was indeed remarkable. They traversed several light years in merely 2 hours. Arriving at their destination, Lingyin initiated the stealth protocol, instructing silence during their approach. Concealing their small vessel, the 4 activated their 5th stage stealth technique, becoming almost intangible, their existence so diminished that even the world seemed to overlook them. Meanwhile, within the lair of the space pirate gang, the leader, a formidable 8th-tier life form named Aogu, observed his anxious subordinate. "Boss," the latter said, "my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly." According to the sayings of the demon clan, a twitching left eyelid signifies fortune, while a right twitch foretells disaster. Should we prepare to flee? Aogu contemplated the remark, feeling a surge of irritation towards his assistant. They were not members of the demon clan. Such superstitions held no sway over them. Though escape was indeed on the horizon, their spacecraft remained in disrepair, requiring several months for restoration. "You wouldn't want to expose yourself to the void, would you?" he retorted. "Very well, but we must heighten our vigilance, lest the demon clan come knocking unexpectedly." "Agreed. Once we grow stronger, I shall appoint you as the new leader of the gang." "Yes, boss." Nir Guagua departed with enthusiasm, assigning a multitude of patrol tasks to his subordinates, eager to prove his worth. He quickly dismissed his earlier apprehension, treating it as if it were non-existent. In truth, his instinct was not unfounded. His leader had disregarded his warning, primarily due to the cognitive interference caused by their stealth techniques. Otherwise, his innate sense of danger would have prevented such negligence. They located the pirate ship concealed beneath the icy expanse of the planet's southern pole. Observing that it had sustained significant damage, the pirates were busy extracting resources from within the planet to repair their vessel. The essence of Jean had pinpointed the pirate gang's stronghold, while the other three members discovered scattered pirates engaged in resource extraction. You infiltrated the Star Pirate warship to investigate its personnel composition and power structure. The three of us, scattered among the members of the Star Pirate group across the planet, marked our positions. Once the battle commenced, we would execute precise eliminations. Lin Shun, the clone, issued commands to the Essence Avatar, and the four of us communicated effectively, fully aware of our respective tasks. Half an hour later, we convened above the south pole of the planet, where the Essence Avatar shared the intelligence he had gathered. The Rogue Star Pirates currently have 866 surviving members, comprised of a complex assortment of minor races from the cosmos, none having attained the status of the myriad races. Among them, 5 individuals possess an 8th-tier strength: the leader, Agadusi, his aide, Nir Guagua, the warship commander, Huiyuan Gu, the logistics officer, Lavius, and the battle group leader, Wood. Over 300 others are of 7th-tier strength, while those below 7th tier do not warrant detailed enumeration, as they would merely serve as cannon fodder against us. Is there any evidence of a connection between the pirates and the evil deity? Indeed, it appears that the pirates may have ties to the minions of the evil god designated as Code 753, capable of summoning projections of these minions when necessary. Though not the evil god itself. Given the scale of this pirate group, they can summon at most projections of late 8th-tier minions. Even if the entire pirate group were sacrificed, summoning a 9th-tier projection would remain unattainable. With confirmation that no 9th-tier foes exist, the four of us are free to unleash chaos, ensuring the pirates cannot summon their minions. While undertaking this mission, it is prudent to avoid any connection to the evil god. Should the deity take an interest, our lives would be forfeit. Before the conflict commenced, we set up an 8th-tier confinement array enveloping the entire planet to prevent enemy escape. Once the array was established, we remained in a state of spiritual concealment. Lin Shun, as a clone, constructed a mirror space, and the Essence Avatar boldly acted, directly pulling the 5 8th-tier adversaries into the mirror realm, severing their connection with their subordinates and creating isolated battlegrounds. The Chi Avatar employed mirror strikes to systematically eliminate 1,000 to 2,000 pirate members scattered across the planet. The Divine Avatar infiltrated the pirate warship, eradicating those who remained behind to maintain and repair it. Our roles were clearly defined, and our actions swift. A significant number of pirates perished silently, while those who remained were gripped by terror. With no sign of their leader to intervene, they realized their doom was imminent. Some pirates surrendered, awaiting their fate, while others desperately sought escape, clinging to the hope of a miracle. However, miracles were not forthcoming. Within half a minute, over 30,000 pirates lay dead. After confirming that no remnants remained, the Chi and Divine Avatars entered the mirror space to assist Lin Shun and the Essence Avatar. At that moment, only one enemy remained in the mirror realm, as the other 4 had been slain. Agadusi, concealing his true strength, was not merely in the mid-8th tier, but in the late 8th tier, making him notably resilient. Heavenly Demon. In the ancient city of Agu, 2 formidable celestial demons entered the fray, plunging him into utter despair. The sheer effort required to contend with a single celestial demon was already overwhelming. Now, faced with 4 equally powerful adversaries, survival seemed utterly impossible. Even in death, I shall take one down with me. Driven to madness, Agu began to sacrifice his own soul and flesh, invoking the presence of the great being he revered. Are we merely decorations? As the enemy sought to offer sacrifices, Lin Shun would not allow him to achieve his desires. With a decisive move, he unleashed the Heavenly Abyss Mirror, executing a powerful strike that obliterated Agu's soul, forcibly interrupting the ritual and sealing the nascent projection portal. Celestial demons, I shall remember you. At the moment the portal closed, a voice from the other side issued a grim proclamation. What of it? When we meet again, I shall slay you. Such threats are commonplace. Anyone can utter them. After annihilating all members of the Star Pirates, Lin Shen turned to the rewarding task of clearing the battlefield and assessing the spoils. He was tasked with reclaiming the Star Pirates' warship, an advanced vessel, albeit somewhat damaged and aged. Even so, selling it to a reclamation company could fetch a price of several trillion federal coins. The Academy's missions were all carefully selected for their high value. Aside from the academic credits earned, all other gains belonged to the students personally. The Essence clone was responsible for recovering the pirates' corpses, meticulously extracting valuable materials from them, resources from both alien and human origins. The Chi clone set up refining arrays to extract 3 widely useful resources: blood essence, Chi essence, and soul essence from the Star Pirates' remains. In terms of resource reclamation, humanity was only slightly inferior to a few races such as the insectoids, undead, and machines. The Divinity clone took on the task of finalizing the operation, using the flame of humanity to erase any residual traces from the battlefield, ultimately planting new flames of humanity to gradually transform the planet and its surrounding starry expanse. Humanity referred to them as celestial demons solely because of their deep-rooted affinity for cultivation. Whenever a human ventured into a new territory, they would invariably plant the flame of humanity before departing, akin to a ritualistic sign-in, with the ultimate aim of transforming the area into one conducive to human habitation. The primary criterion for a region to be deemed suitable for humans was its potential for agriculture, allowing for the cultivation of edible crops. This was quite reasonable. Given the vast unclaimed territories in the cosmos, possession belonged to those who seized it. However, what infuriated other races was the occasional emergence of the flame of humanity in their own ancestral lands and occupied territories. They could not extinguish the flame. They could only suppress its expansion through energetic countermeasures. Many smaller races harbored a deep resentment towards humanity, as their own kin were compelled to expend considerable resources to curb the encroachment of the flame. Should they relax their control over it, their clans would inevitably be enveloped, ultimately transforming into the thralls of the celestial demons. Only those hailing from the Sixth Academy dared to plant the flame in the ancestral grounds of myriad races, for it was the reckless and intrepid who could engage in such perilous acts without fear of demise. Chapter 60. The activation of talent. The predecessors have a penchant for marking their presence, leaving their footprints far and wide. After the divine avatar sowed the embers of humanity, it sensed these embers entering the star core. Yet within the star core, for embers of humanity were already ablaze, burning perpetually and continuously releasing the power of the embers, transforming the entire planet. I, the majestic celestial sovereign, sowed the embers of humanity on the 6th of April, 9952 in the federal calendar. I am a bearer of the flame, passionate about spreading the fire, hoping that you all will carry the torch, ushering in a world of harmony. On the 11th of July, 11258 in the federal calendar, the fire was passed on. The Night transmitted the fire on the 29th of April, 18523. The Barbarian did so on the 11th of November, 25864. Upon closer perception, each of the 4 embers conveyed a message, detailing who passed the fire and the respective date in the federal calendar. The earlier the ember, the more robust it became. The ember sown by the divine avatar has a volume of 1, requiring a year to assimilate 1 cubic meter of space, while the ember from the majestic celestial sovereign has a volume of 20,000, capable of assimilating 20,000 cubic meters in a year. Although the assimilation speed appears slow, once completed, it is irreversible, impervious even to the powers of time and space, unless one can alter the very roots of humanity's history. The divine avatar deemed it necessary to leave its own mark. It was crucial to select an appropriate title, as it would be viewed by future generations, and one must not appear too disgraceful. Thus, the divine avatar proactively contacted Lin Shen's original self to deliberate on the code name for transmitting the fire. After careful consideration, Lin Shen determined the code name, Future Dao Master, transmitted on the 4th of March, 31272 in the federal calendar. This title encapsulates Lin Shen's ambition. In the future, he shall undoubtedly seize the path and attain the exalted position of the Dao Master. Having cleared the battlefield, Lin Shen, the clone, departed from this unnamed planet alongside the 3 treasures avatar. In the future, once this planet is fully assimilated, it may be bestowed with a name by the Federation, with a large influx of ordinary citizens settled there. However, that is a matter for a long time hence. The four chose not to return to the 6th Academy, but instead to sell their spoils before proceeding to the second mission destination to undertake new tasks set by the Academy. Lin Chen's original self submitted a video of the mission to the Academy's task hall, which verified the completion in mere seconds. The mission rewards were issued, allowing Lin Chen to directly accept new tasks, which would be carried out by the clone team that was already in the field. The clone team had no need to return to the Academy. The round trip would be an unnecessary waste of time. As for the proceeds from the spoils, they could be directly transferred to Lin Chen's original self. The Federation currency, a network currency controlled and issued by the Federal Treasury, is a string of information. As long as the Federation endures, the currency will remain strong and usable everywhere. The original self cultivates, while the clones generate revenue. This model is quite common within the 6th Academy. As the 6th, I will never resort to my true self unless absolutely necessary. Tasks that can be accomplished by my avatars will never require my personal intervention. Therefore, although graduates from the 6th Academy are known for their reckless endeavors and are staunch hawks of the Federation, their survival rate remains commendably high, consistently maintaining a mortality rate below 1, in stark contrast to other academies where the rate exceeds 3. Over time, my avatar team has become exceptionally adept at navigating the celestial expanse, developing their own understanding of tasks pertaining to the cosmos, thereby managing to circumvent 99% of risks. Thus, my true self began to undertake more challenging and rewarding missions, with my avatars flawlessly completing their assignments, resulting in commendable academic credits and Federation currency. With an abundance of credits and currency at my disposal, my cultivation speed surged ahead, unperturbed by resource consumption, converting my innate potential into tangible prowess and combat strength. For months swiftly passed, and after completing 28 missions, my avatar team could finally return to the 6th Academy for a well-deserved respite. As I approached my 20th birthday, my innate talent was poised for its second awakening. This pivotal moment necessitated the presence of my avatars as witnesses. On the eve of my 20th birthday, overwhelmed with excitement, I found it difficult to focus on my cultivation, while my 4 avatars stood vigil beside me, eagerly anticipating the transformation that awaited. As the clock struck midnight, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted within me, nourishing my body and enveloping me in an ambience reminiscent of a primordial womb, filling me with an unparalleled warmth. However, this exquisite sensation was fleeting, lasting merely a minute. The energy dissipated, and I would not experience such a delightful feeling again until I turned 30. Almost immediately, I began to perceive the advantages brought forth by the enhancement of my aptitude by 10. The world unfolded before me, seemingly unmasked, as myriad insights flooded my mind. Current aptitude levels are as follows: physical strength, 156, 231, 244, 686, limit, soul strength, 215, 643, 126, 468, limit, elemental strength, 184, 836, 965, 544, limit, elemental resistance, 144, 128, 824, 323, limit, comprehension, 146, 329, 264, 389, limit, root bone, 149, 629, 924, 488, limit, spirituality, 173, 834, 765, 214, limit. What was once a single decimal place in my aptitude values has now transformed into 2. The total sum of my 7 aptitudes has exceeded 40 points, resulting in a cultivation speed that has more than doubled compared to before. The combined values of my soul strength, elemental strength, and spirituality have surpassed 50 points, propelling me into the realm of the divine, where nothing stands in the way of my ascension. This is merely the beginning. As I progress to 30, 40, 50, and beyond, my aptitude will only continue to strengthen, ultimately rendering the barriers of divinity inconsequential. The qualifications for achieving divinity do not have explicit numerical requirements. However, one must possess at least one qualification exceeding 200 points, which serves merely as a foundation alongside other necessary conditions. Regardless of how numerous or demanding these conditions may be, they do not pose an obstacle for Lin Chen. Rather, they represent a series of peaks to be scaled. The enhancement of qualifications constitutes only a fraction of the overall improvement. Advancements in other areas can be described as more substantial and immediately impactful. The foundation of his fortune soul garment has transitioned from 20 strands of fortune to 22, resulting in a permanent increase of 10, thereby elevating its strength and bringing about a fortuitous turn of events, making him more favored by the forces of luck. The cognitive barrier has been elevated from 380 knowledge patterns to 418, with the additional 38 patterns stemming from Lin Chen's sudden insights into certain areas of knowledge. Core hidden enhancements abound, granting him a greater affinity for the rules of time and space, causality, fate, and life and death, thereby providing an innate potential to ascend to divinity through these elevated principles in the future. As for lifespan, there is no need for concern. He has effectively achieved a form of immortality, as he will not perish in life, rendering any additional years meaningless at the time of death. Current attributes: name, Lin Chen; age, 20; gender, male; lifespan, 5,000 years; cultivation, early stage of 8th rank martial sovereign, 1004, 562, 586, mental strength, early stage of 8th rank mind master, 1052, 696, 632, techniques, void blood refinement technique, limit break, clear body forging technique, limit break, ember seed god method, limit break, spiritual concealment, stage 5, 95, transformation of the 3 treasures of spirit, chi, and essence martial skills, extreme abyss heavenly burial, demigod tier, perfected, rock ascension, demigod tier, perfected, star fist, demigod tier, perfected, mental techniques, mental shock, demigod tier, divine strike, demigod tier, universal descent, demigod tier, items, heavenly tier superior demon slaying blade, heavenly tier superior guardian armor characteristics, abyssal might, perfected, abyssal intent, perfected, abyssal domain, entry level, talent, late bloomer, 2 times, occupation, mirror master, legendary eye, overall combat power, overwhelming 8th rank, peak 9th rank limit. Upon reviewing his current physical data, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of strength. He realized that he could effortlessly defeat 3 previous versions of himself, with his combat prowess having increased at least tenfold. Initially, Lin Chen possessed late-stage 7th rank cultivation, and his progress from early to late stage in merely 6 months was already commendable. Following the activation of his talent, he experienced a breakthrough to early 8th rank without any adverse effects, allowing him to catch up with the leading cohort of this generation, thus saving at least 3 months of training time. Moreover, he has comprehended an advanced version of martial intent, martial domain, requiring only the continued accumulation of chi, mental strength, and physical form to transcend the boundary of 9th rank. Although the 9th rank barrier held no true significance for him, breaching it ahead of schedule is certainly advantageous. Following this trajectory, it is entirely feasible for him to surpass the 10th rank and step into the realm of demigods before the age of 30, thereby initiating his first encounter with the domain of the divine and giving rise to his first thread of divinity. Lin Chen contemplated the remarkable speed of his cultivation, which aligned perfectly with his circumstances. Achieving semi-divine status before the age of 30, bolstered by the 3 manifestations of divinity and the most exceptional cultivation environment, was indeed a reasonable expectation. Among the graduates of the 10 prestigious academies, only about 1 in 1,000 could attain semi-divinity before reaching 30. This implied that in Lin Chen's cohort, roughly 150 individuals would achieve semi-divinity prior to their 30th year, after which they would confront the extraordinary curse of a significant decline in cultivation speed. For the average person, failing to break through to semi-divinity before 30 would exponentially increase the difficulty of such a breakthrough thereafter, requiring 3 to 5 times more time to succeed. Consequently, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. A semi-divine individual who achieves their status before 30 could expect to ascend to divine rank by the age of 1,000. Whereas those who attain semi-divinity post-30 typically require over 3,000 years to reach divine status. My advantages are substantial. The extraordinary curse will not affect me, even if my cultivation speed is halved and the challenge of breaking through escalates. A mere 2 decades of waiting will allow my innate talents to offset the effects of the curse. The future indeed holds great promise. In Chapter 61, titled The Summon Task, A Windfall, the replica stated, "The original body, hold on tight. Whether you can ascend to divinity relies on you." The tripartite avatar added, "When we venture out, we are your visage. You wouldn't want to tarnish your reputation, would you? Therefore, strive to cultivate diligently while we manage the rest. Lin Shen replied, the original only needs to focus on cultivation, while the avatars must consider many other matters. It felt somewhat counterintuitive. Was he to toil solely to enhance the avatar's prestige? That was unacceptable. In future displays of grandeur, he would make his own appearance. With his innate talents now active, both Lin Shen and his avatars felt a momentary sense of relaxation. Their relentless efforts had been aimed at maximizing the benefits of this newfound ability. The activation of his talent signified the completion of a phase. The next milestone would be his 30th birthday, a decade away. Thus, Lin Shen and his avatars decided to take a day of respite, as it was their birthday. Surely, one should not labor excessively on such a special occasion. In the early morning, upon awakening, Lin Shen received birthday wishes from his family. Communication from Blue Star to the 6th Academy required 1 million federal coins, while a video call cost an exorbitant 1 billion federal coins per minute. After all, the vast expanse of territory made such communications a remarkable feat. This was a trifling sum for Lin Shen, who promptly initiated a call with his grandparents. Within a heartbeat, the call was answered, and their projections materialized in Lin Shen's bedroom. Chen'er, happy birthday. Grandpa, Grandma, I miss you. We miss you too, Chen'er. Having not seen his grandparents for over a year, Lin Shen felt a profound longing. He was not devoid of emotions, and he could certainly feel the love they bestowed upon him. Following this, Lin Shen engaged in conversation with the elderly couple for over 10 minutes, sharing tales of his life at the academy, recounting the experiences of his avatars, and discussing various topics of mutual interest. Chen'er, take good care of yourself at the academy. Do not push your limits, prioritize your safety, and after completing your military service, it would be ideal for you to return to Blue Star for a position. Grandfather and grandmother, I understand that the future is unpredictable, so for now, let us proceed like this. Do take care of your health, as we will still enjoy a prosperous life together in the future. Indeed, we wish to share in your prosperity. Lin Shen is destined to ascend, and at the moment of his divinity, he shall elevate the direct bloodline of our family into a lineage of divine blood. For 5 generations, they will be within the realm of transformation. And even for 20 generations, they will reap the benefits of blood refinement. The crucial condition is that family members must survive until Lin Shen achieves divinity. This is a non-negotiable requirement. After concluding the call with his family, Lin Shen, accompanied by several avatars, prepared to indulge in a grand feast at the commercial district. Eager to spend lavishly, a party of 5, Lin Shen maintained his true appearance while his avatars donned masks, ensuring a distinction between himself and his replicas. They dined, enjoyed a drink, entered the ethereal realm to witness the latest battlefield recordings, absorbing the visceral impact of blood and fire, and finally transitioned to a catgirl foot massage establishment. After a full-service experience, Lin Shen and his companions returned to their dormitory, thoroughly satisfied. Such indulgent moments are fleeting. As the sun rises, it is time to move forward toward their goals. Avatar, there is a summoning task that seems quite suitable for us. Lin Shen, what task? Avatar, it appears to be a mission of peril. Lin Shen, Essence Avatar, the Academy has discovered an 8th-tier rift space, containing a substantial semi-divine grade spatial mineral vein. However, it is occupied by the insect tribe. Therefore, the Academy has issued a mission, summoning students' avatars to exterminate the insects and mine the minerals. Upon hearing the description from the Essence Avatar, Lin Shen comprehended why the Avatar referred to it as a mission of peril. The 8th-tier rift serves as a limitation for entry, yet it does not imply that only 8th-tier adversaries reside beyond it. One might encounter 9th-tier, 10th-tier, or even semi-divine level foes. The enemies are the insect tribe, known for their swarm-like nature, capable of utilizing resources to produce semi-divine entities with relative ease. This rift world is a phenomenon unique to the starry expanse, possessing entry restrictions, yet the interior space is indistinguishable from the essence of the cosmos. It resembles an ultra-long-distance wormhole, with the other side leading to another realm of stars. Lin Shen, what are the rewards? Avatar, each avatar will earn 1,000 academic credits. Should an avatar perish, an additional 1,000 credits will be compensated. For every unit of semi-divine grade spatial raw mineral extracted, an extra point of credit will be awarded, with all other gains belonging to the students. Lin Shen. Thus, it seems that merely participating in the mission guarantees a base reward of 4,000 credits. If you perish once, you receive 1,000 credits in compensation, with more deaths resulting in greater compensation, while mining also yields rewards. Avatar. The Academy has monitoring measures in place. It would be impossible for them to allow us avatars to perish wantonly, unless faced with irresistible factors leading to death. Other forms of demise will not receive compensation and may instead diminish the Academy's evaluation of us. Lin Shun. Indeed, the act of condensing a clone comes at a cost, and the Academy will not permit students to exploit the situation. Without hesitation, Lin Shun registered for the summoning task. Upon submission, the system promptly indicated a successful application, granting him a summoning order. With this order in hand, he could utilize the Academy's teleportation array to be directly transported near the insectoid rift. After registering with his mentor, he could embark on the task with enthusiasm. The clone and the Sambao avatar were ready for combat at any moment. Seizing the summoning order, they set forth, with an exhilarating adventure about to commence. At this juncture, the main body could attend to its own affairs without concern for the clones. Upon reaching the Academy's encampment, Lin Shun, the clone, first registered his information and then procured detailed intelligence on the insectoid rift, along with devices for storing raw minerals. The realm behind the rift was tentatively named the Raw Mineral Insect Domain. Spanning an area of 1 light year, this domain was replete with countless mines, of which only a small fraction were semi-divine, grade mineral veins. Countless insects inhabited these mines, having evolved to consume ore and possessing the ability to decompose and extract minerals, their bodies transforming toward a metallic nature, categorizing them as metallic insectoids. The overall strength of the insectoids was formidable, with a baseline of 6 tiers and a ceiling of 10, led by a peak semi-divine insect mother and hundreds of semi-divine insect kings and generals. This encapsulated the essence of cosmic exploration. There exists no equality, only the relentless dominance of the strong over the weak. To acquire resources, one must wrest them from the jaws of a tiger. Prime resources are invariably claimed by the powerful, while the weak must resort to perilous measures to obtain them. Thus, when the 6th Academy encountered such a resource point, it could summon the clones of students, employing a strategy of human waves composed of the fearless to seize the resources without inciting a violent escalation of conflict. The storage devices issued by the Academy contained teleportation arrays capable of transporting the amassed resources back to a designated gathering point in the raw mineral insect domain. Ultimately, at this gathering point, the 8th-tier avatar of the Divine Mentor would forcibly escort the resources through the rift back to the Academy encampment. As for the student clones, they were considered expendable, mere cheap labor for mining, with no expectation of returning alive. With all preparations in place, Lin Shun, the clone, ventured into the rift alongside the Sambao avatar. This location was indeed quite distant from the 6th Academy, causing the mirror connection with the main body to diminish by 90%, and the energy consumed in transmitting resources had surged at least 100-fold. Upon landing in the raw mineral insect domain, Lin Shun and the Sambao avatar immediately entered a state of utmost stealth. They subsequently established contact with the main body, discovering a significant weakening of their connection, yet they could still relay information and materials through the mirror space. The Sambao avatar, however, severed its link with the main body, redirecting this connection to the clone, thereby maintaining a tenuous bond with the main body through the clone. The essence of the 3 treasures manifestation ultimately remains somewhat inferior, merely a subordinate version of the 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. It is only natural to encounter limitations. Let us commence our endeavor. I possess the Book of Old Deng, making this mining task precisely aligned with my expertise. Lin Shun summoned the Book of Old Deng and infused it with his spiritual energy, activating its innate identification technique that spanned a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Within this expanse, any valuable items were revealed on the identification map. Fortune smiled upon us, for a spatial or vein lay nearby, unguarded by the insectoid species, indicating it was a hidden deposit. The most formidable among the insects were of the 9th tier. They could fight, yet confrontation was unnecessary. We quietly undertook the mining, avoiding any gunfire. In a state of ethereal concealment, Lin Shun and his companions rendered themselves nearly imperceptible, as long as they were not detected by a semi-divine insect activating its sensory perception. Those beneath that tier would remain oblivious to their presence unless they brushed against them closely. The technique of ethereal concealment was incredibly remarkable. With this discipline, They entirely evaded 90% of the dangers inherent in their expedition. The remaining 10% could also be circumvented, ensuring a high margin of error. At this moment, Lin Xun and his 3 companions stealthily approached the vicinity of the spatial or vein without alarming any insects. The spatial or vein was nestled within a mountain towering several hundred kilometers high, bearing evident signs of insect excavation. However, despite their extensive efforts, the insects had been unable to penetrate the rock formation and reach the vein. This situation greatly benefited Lin Xun and his party. They navigated through the insect tunnels, drawing closer to the spatial or vein, traversing the rock in a shorter time to access its core. The reserves of this spatial or vein were modest. Once fully extracted, it would yield 4,000 units of raw ore, which upon refinement would only produce 4 units of spatial stone. However, this was of little concern to Lin Xun and his companions, who were simply aware of the effortless acquisition of 4,000 credits, akin to picking up money. Chapter 62. Achievements and facing death. Extracting from the spatial or vein proved to be a simple endeavor. The storage devices issued by the Academy contained highly specialized mining equipment, allowing for the extraction and storage of 4,000 units of spatial raw ore in just 10 minutes. During this 10-minute interval, Lin Xun and his team had but one responsibility: to safeguard the mining apparatus from external disturbances, assuming the role of sentinels. The task of mining was best left to the professionals. Those who wield strength must embrace the mindset of a warrior. As the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, no unexpected occurrences transpired. This was typical. A concealed small-scale spatial or vein emitted no discernible aura, and no insect adept at locating or pass nearby. Nor did any errant semi-divine insect traverse the area, thus avoiding entanglement with their kin. Consequently, all remained tranquil. Upon departing the mountain, Lin Xun selected the next target for excavation. Open-pit veins, those not deeply hidden, were predominantly occupied and exploited by the insects. Only those deeply concealed could escape such fate. Lin Xun's objective was precisely these hidden veins, as he had no desire to engage in combat with the insects. Any confrontation would expose their presence, leading to a comprehensive search of the area by the insect species. They were confident that they would not be easily detected by the Zerg. Yet this would severely hinder their mining progress, for during excavation, the mining equipment could not be concealed and would inevitably be sensed by the Zerg. At that moment, they would witness the true nature of a swarm and the calamity of nature. The expanse of the original mineral-infested territory was still too vast. Even with the presence of over 100,000 students and mentors from the 6th Academy, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Lin Xun and his companions quietly mined for half a month. Without encountering any of their kin or engaging in battle with the Zerg, they coexisted peacefully, each in their own well-being. However, wandering the night often leads to encounters with the supernatural. Just as Lin Xun and his 3 companions set down their mining equipment, estimating it would take half an hour to empty this 9th-tier vein, a 5-member squad whizzed past them. Although they did not detect Lin Xun's group, the pursuing Zerg swarm enveloped the area. A 10th-tier Zerg paused as it passed the concealed mountain where Lin Xun and his companions were hidden, inexplicably drawn to it. It fixed its gaze on the mountain, its perception extending inward, and was immediately filled with delight upon sensing a vast 9th-tier vein hidden within. Should it absorb this vein, its own power would increase significantly, bringing it closer to the demigod tier. Consequently, the 10th-tier Zerg halted its pursuit, beginning to exert force against the mountain, soon creating a tunnel leading to the vein. Alas, an unforeseen disaster. Lin Xun, recognizing the impending danger, promptly retracted the mining equipment and urged his group to operate their concealment techniques with all their might to minimize the likelihood of detection. Yet, the unpredictable nature of events led to the 10th-tier Zerg stopping its pursuit. This was ill news. The good news, however, was that the Zerg had not discovered them. It was solely focused on the vein, preparing to indulge itself. Before the 10th-tier Zerg could delve deep into the mountain and access the vein, Lin Xun and his companions took the opportunity to exit the mountain, navigating past the Zerg and fleeing in the opposite direction of the advancing swarm. Fortunately, there were no demigod-level Zerg present to sense their presence. After half an hour of traversing through the swarm, they entered a new region where they could continue mining joyfully. As long as they remained unentangled, no problems would arise. The Zerg inhabiting the original mineral territory had evidently sensed the intrusion of humanity, prompting a surge of activity among the Zerg. Squads of specialized search Zerg, accompanied by 9th and 10th tier Zerg, relentlessly pursued the student avatars that had entered the original mineral territory. In no time, over half of the less cautious student avatars were eliminated by the Zerg, while the remaining ones hid in various places, severely affecting mining efficiency. This was an unavoidable predicament. After all, this was the Zerg's domain, and the limited power of the student avatars could only allow them to operate stealthily. Even if they gathered together, they were no match for the Zerg. Why? With our powerful technological weaponry, do we not strike at the Zerg Queen directly and annihilate her and the Zerg demigods? Have we yet to locate the main target? Lin Shan found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, the human race possessed not only extraordinary abilities but also formidable technological advancements, albeit the application of such technology was rather subtle, predominantly utilized at the frontiers. It was not that the Academy refrained from employing technological weaponry to eliminate the obstacles posed by the insectoid species for mining expeditions. Rather, they had yet to ascertain the location of the insect mother nest. The Academy had deployed 10 teams adept in stealth and reconnaissance, many vital pieces of intelligence having been supplied by them, and they were diligently working to locate the insect mother nest. Once the position of the mother nest was determined, the Academy would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow to the insectoid species, creating an environment conducive for the students' avatars to operate. As another week elapsed, Lin Shan's gains had diminished by half compared to before, primarily because the insectoids had caught on and intensified their search efforts. Frequently, mining equipment would reveal their presence shortly after activation, forcing them to retreat from the spotlight. After all, confronting a 10th-tier insect general was beyond Lin Shan's capacity. A purely numerical dominance. Insect demigods? 5 of them. Was this not a significant stronghold for the insectoids? How else could 5 demigods be stationed here? Once again fleeing, Lin Shan and his trio ventured into a new area. Activating the identification technique of the old tome, they discovered a seemingly unremarkable mountain, no more than several kilometers high, concealing 5 insectoid demigods. They decided to withdraw and investigate whether other regions also harbored demigods. If so, they could achieve notable accomplishments, earning considerable academic credits. Accompanied by his avatar, Lin Shan distanced himself from the small mountain, only to uncover a single insectoid demigod in a more distant, smaller mining site. At this juncture, Lin Shan resolved to take the risk of traversing the small mountain. Cautiously navigating through, they found themselves in a flat expanse after traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, where Lin Shan and his companions made a significant discovery. Standing atop a high mountain, they spotted a somewhat prominent mineral-rich plateau on the horizon. Observing countless large insectoids with exceptional flight capabilities transporting numerous ores to the plateau. As they contemplated approaching the plateau, an unsettling sensation gripped them. Their sixth sense warned of an insurmountable danger. Proceeding would spell certain doom, with no hope of survival. The plateau, it seemed, was indeed the insect mother nest. Lin Shan could not ascertain this with certainty, yet he was not alone. He compiled the information regarding the mineral-rich plateau along with their reconnaissance findings and transmitted it through the teleportation array within his storage device to the assembly point in the insect domain, where professional personnel from the Academy would analyze and confirm whether the plateau was the mother nest. 6 hours later, Lin Shan received a report from the assembly point. The mineral-rich plateau was not the insect mother nest, yet its significance was no less than that of the nest itself, possessing immense destructive potential. Should it be annihilated, it would undoubtedly provoke the insectoids and alter the prevailing dynamics of strength between the insect species and humanity within the original mining insect domain. On the plateau, the insectoids were constructing an ultra-long-distance teleportation array, though its destination remained unknown for the time being. According to prophetic calculations, the original insect domain is an isolated region where the insect race has become disoriented. They yearn desperately to re-establish contact with the main insect horde and return to their collective. The destruction of the still incomplete teleportation array is certain to incite the wrath of the insect matriarch, which would enable specialized search teams to trace the location of the insect nest through subtle clues. Half an hour later, the Academy plans to deliver a devastating strike on the teleportation array. To maximize the impact of this strike, the Academy has issued a command to Lin Shan and his companions. They are to employ every possible means to infiltrate the mineral-rich plateau and in the final 10 seconds, reveal their presence, utilizing Lin Chun's clone to attract the nearby stationed insect demigods, drawing them as close as possible to the epicenter of the impending assault. Naturally, the Academy will not allow Lin Chun to suffer losses. Upon discovering the teleportation array, he will be rewarded with 100,000 academic credits. Additionally, for assisting in the destructive strike on the teleportation array, he will earn credits based on his contribution, with a minimum of 50,000 and a maximum of 100,000. Under the allure of these credits, the loss of a clone seems trivial, especially since the clone cannot escape, being so close to the plateau. The Academy's annihilating attack will inevitably obliterate it. In reality, there is no mechanism for friendly damage mitigation. Should the clone perish, Lin Chun can reform a new one at the cost of 10 years of his life essence, a mere trifle in the grand scheme of his lifespan. The demise of his triple treasure clone requires only the expenditure of half its vitality for reconstitution, resulting in a mere half-month of weakness. Remaining safe in a secure location while enduring a temporary frailty of half a month is hardly a significant price to pay. It is akin to infinite resurrection. Thus, Lin Chun's clones and triple treasure avatars cautiously approached the mineral plateau, remaining vigilant and refraining from using their powers as they reached the base of the plateau. They could only disguise themselves as, or, allowing the larger insects to transport them upwards, ultimately drifting along until they arrived at various locations across the mineral plateau. During this process, no unexpected events transpired, and the four of them successfully reached the plateau, with merely 3 minutes remaining until the destructive strike. After enduring 2 minutes and 50 seconds of agonizing anticipation, the final 10 seconds began to count down. The clones and triple treasure avatars simultaneously dissipated their stealth forms, striving to unleash their presence to the fullest extent, nearly resorting to self-detonation. The 4 human auras manifested on the mineral plateau, causing the insect demigods stationed in the vicinity to feel a sudden buzzing in their heads. They rushed towards the plateau in a frenzy, fearing that they would be too late to prevent the intruders from executing some unspeakable act upon the teleportation array. In the span of a single second, the clones and triple treasure avatars found themselves surrounded by 28 insect demigods. The insect demigods were nearly driven to madness. How could merely 4 8th-tier ants have eluded their senses to infiltrate the site of the teleportation array's construction? They were certain to incur the wrath of the matriarch. However, before facing their demise, they were determined to torment Lin Chun and his companions mercilessly, subjecting them to suffering for 100 or 1,000 years, until eternity itself. Chapter 63. Am I not the protagonist? Although the insect demigods did not comprehend the language, they could sense the essence of surprise through their mental acuity. The Zerg lacked the concept of surprise, yet inexplicably comprehend Lin Chun's intentions, which only serves to intensify their ire. Just as they were poised to take action, a command from the mother of bugs arrived, instructing them to escort Lin Chun back to the nest. The mother, intrigued by a life form capable of eluding the semi-divine perception of the Zerg, harbored a curiosity about its anatomy and sought to conceive a child with Lin Chun, hoping to endow their offspring with such elusive abilities. The mother bug of the original mineral worm domain belongs to the breeding class, characterized by an insatiable desire to merge with various life forms, siphoning their unique traits through its Zerg lineage to produce even more powerful and perfected progeny. You will not kill me? The duplicates and the 3 treasures avatars braced themselves for the embrace of death, while the true Lin Chun, far away in the 6th Academy, relinquished his cultivation to prepare for the experience of mortality. This was the first encounter with death and deserved reverence. However, after 3 seconds had elapsed, the Zerg demigod remained motionless, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over the duplicates. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, a Zerg demigod endowed with spatial abilities lightly tapped its sharp legs, ensnaring the duplicates and the 3 treasures avatars in a spatial confinement before teleporting them away. Hey, these bugs are rather accommodating, was Lin Chun's only assessment during the transit. He began to suspect that these Zerg were relics of the past. Having lost touch with the mainstream cosmos, unfamiliar with humanity and oblivious to the concept of celestial demons. 3 seconds later, Lin Chun and his 3 companions landed in an expansive void, where, at the far end, a corpulent mother bug lounged upon a throne. The mother bug, with hundreds of eyes, fixated on Lin Chun and his companions, particularly scrutinizing the duplicate, which radiated an aura of life, unlike the incomplete 3 treasures avatars. Meanwhile, above the mineral plateau, The 28 Zerg demigods had not received any punitive orders from the Mother. Instead, she commanded them to meticulously inspect the teleportation array for any remaining issues. The completion of the teleportation array was imminent, and nothing was deemed more critical than its success. Their lives were less significant than ensuring the array was charged, and dying now would yield no benefits. Suddenly, a photon pierced through space, hovering above the mineral plateau. Prior to its emergence, the Zerg demigods sensed nothing amiss. Yet, upon the photon's arrival, the 28 demigods trembled as if confronted by a formidable adversary. As the photon descended, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. Where its light touched, all Zerg perished, from the demigods down to the 6th-tier insects. None escaped unscathed. The brilliance enveloped the entire mineral plateau, extending outward for 300,000 kilometers, ensuring the capture of all demigods guarding the teleportation array. At the moment the photon activated, the mother bug was engaged in a different endeavor. Seated upon her throne, she extricated a portion of her flesh. This flesh rapidly morphed, ultimately solidifying into the form of a naked human body, albeit one that mirrored Lin Chen's features. No, this race should be divided into male and female. I ought to transform into a female individual. The mother of insects converses with itself in the language of insects, yet Lin Chen comprehends its utterances, which instills a sense of foreboding within him. He fears he may succumb to corruption. The mother of insects promptly retrieves data regarding the female members of the human race from its vast repository of knowledge. Numerous female avatars have entered the original insect domain, and many have been exterminated by the insect race, thus allowing the mother to effortlessly transform into a stunningly beautiful female, radiating with an allure that captivates the eye. Fortunately, Lin Chen, in his current form as a clone, is devoid of worldly desires. However, his original self, far away at the 6th Academy, harbors such inclinations. Why is there no response? This defies the principles of reproduction. As the mother of insects contemplates Lin Chen's peculiar behavior, it suddenly erupts with rage, evidently sensing the turmoil occurring at the mineral vein plateau. The destruction of the teleportation array has rendered its centuries-long efforts futile, leading to its profound indignation. You are doomed. My fate is inconsequential, for you are nearing your end. It is unfortunate that the first willing creature to mate with me is but an insect. Upon hearing the term insect, the mother of insects becomes even more enraged, its peak demigod pressure descending upon Lin Chen, causing his body to sway. Mere pressure proves ineffective against Lin Chen. Without employing any substantial force, the mother cannot extinguish his life. Despite its fury, the mother refrains from slaying Lin Chen, maintaining a semblance of rationality as it contemplates the next course of action. With the teleportation array destroyed, the only means of escape from this dire predicament lies in exploiting the human race. If they could come here, then they must possess a method of departure. The second photon struggles to emerge from Lin Chen's being. The future of Lin Chen's abduction had already been predicted by the Academy, which is why he bears a photon weapon. Evidently, the Academy's foresight is astute, as the photon weapon is on the verge of activation. The mother emits a sharp, explosive sound, sensing death emanating from the photon. To effortlessly annihilate a being of the god-ascending tier is beyond the capabilities of the mother, which has long been disconnected from the mainstream cosmos. I shall perish, and you shall perish as well. I will not die. Only you shall meet your end. I submit to you, spare my life. The mother of insects proves to be both flexible and resolute. At this moment, Lin Chen discovers he can manipulate the photon before him, gradually grasping the Academy's intentions. It would be a pity to eradicate a fallen mother of insects outright. If it could be subdued, it might serve as valuable research material. Grasping the photon, Lin Chen boldly exudes an air of authority. Well, first clothe this body. My kind does not engage in discussions without proper attire. Seeing Lin Chen's willingness to negotiate, the mother immediately complies, adorning its transformed form as per Lin Chen's request. Lin Chen's original self feels a twinge of disappointment, yet the clone remains unaffected. He now possesses the initiative. Uncertain of how to proceed, he soon finds assistance arriving from the Academy, as a consciousness emerges from the photon, temporarily taking control of Lin Chen's divine avatar. The esteemed figure directly selected the embodiment of divine grace, a testament to the adage that handsome individuals are universally esteemed. Even the illustrious figure has an affinity for striking beauty. This individual hails from the logistics department of an esteemed institution, holding the position of deputy minister. with an impressive cultivation level of the 8th tier of divinity. He spearheads the resource reclamation initiative concerning the fissure and has also dispatched 2 photons to the domain of the primordial insects. Upon speaking, he wielded his authority with a firm hand, proposing a servant contract: submit to humanity, and I shall ensure your survival. To be enslaved by the maternal insect means certain death. My kind possesses the means to evade this fate. You need only to sign the servant contract or face immediate demise. Lin Shun, clutching the photons, stood alongside the manifestations of essence and spirit, reduced to a mere spectator, observing the negotiations between the formidable figure and the maternal insect. What fate awaits my kind? You may absorb your progeny, thereby ascending to the divine realm. The maternal insect fell silent, engaged in contemplation. Its numerous eyes blinked incessantly, assessing the veracity of the formidable figure's claims. Eventually, the maternal insect's human manifestation turned its gaze toward Lin Shun, clutching the photons. Why do you look at me? I am nothing, Lin Shun replied. The maternal insect knelt before him, one knee to the ground. I submit to you, hoping for your mercy. This incarnation shall follow you, safeguarding your path and attending to your needs. The esteemed figure remained silent, an amused expression flickering across his face. Lin Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly his reality? He was not the designated conduit for the esteemed figure's arrival. The maternal insect should not yield to him. Its remaining days ought to be spent in the research institute, contributing to humanity's advancement, perhaps even becoming a mere building block. Yet, the maternal insect possessed a modicum of wisdom. Its sole desire was to survive. It deduced that Lin Shun was a young prodigy of humanity, a beacon of the future, akin to how it once was among the insects, having experienced numerous fortuitous encounters, not dissimilar to Lin Shun's current journey. Prodigies wield significant influence within their clans. Thus, rather than submitting to a powerful entity, it preferred to align itself with a youthful genius. For accompanying a rising star is far preferable to being treated as mere material by a formidable being, with death looming at every turn. The maternal insect observed the esteemed figure closely, noting his silence as he awaited Lin Shun's response, realizing it had at least secured half of its life. Esteemed figure, what is your perspective? In times of uncertainty, one ought to consult their elders. Otherwise, what purpose do they serve? You must decide, accept its submission, and it shall live without resorting to extreme measures. If you refuse, I shall take it away, and it may find itself in the hands of madmen. The esteemed figure spoke these chilling words with a calm demeanor. The maternal insect's human embodiment fixed its gaze on Lin Shun, hoping he would accept its submission and grant it life. When the insect clan captures valuable research subjects, their methods are exceedingly diverse. Conversely, if humanity captures it, devoid of protection, its fate would be dire. Clone, original, would you desire a maid? Lin Shun's original self retorted, given your inquiry, how could I dare to accept? Understood. What have you understood? Lin Shun's original self inquired. I harbor no worldly desires, yet this does not imply that I lack an understanding of them. The insect mother, as a manifestation of humanity, aligns well with your aesthetic. Lin Shun's true self responded. Do as you see fit. I shall not interfere. The insect mother acknowledged. I comprehend you. Chapter 64. The task concludes. Gossip of the Great One. After considerable contemplation, Lin Shun arrived at a conclusion. The insect mother, in truth, bore little significance to him, and the notion of guarding the path was even more unnecessary. The idea of a small head controlling a larger one was merely a jest. In matters of desire, Lin Shun found greater solace in the pursuit of cultivation. The exhilaration derived from progress in his practice far surpassed transient pleasures. He resolved to return the insect mother to Blue Star, where she would reside in his home to safeguard his grandparents. Upon reaching Blue Star, the insect mother would pose no disturbances, merely serving as a protector. A first-tier deity insect mother, with a modest allocation of resources, could cultivate a select few elite insect warriors. These elite beings could effectively conquer the subterranean realms, stargates, and dimensional fragments, gradually expanding the family's influence and enriching their legacy. As for the research institute, the insect mother would inevitably have to make an appearance. However, with Lin Shun as her guarantor, the research would remain within reasonable bounds, avoiding extreme measures. While suffering was guaranteed, her life would be spared. I accept your submission, but you must remain at the research institute for a while longer. Otherwise, I cannot entrust you to my family, Lin Shun stated. The insect mother experienced a mix of emotions. While her life was preserved, she could not remain by Lin Chen's side nor offer him assistance, effectively confining her future to a limited scope, serving Lin Chen's family as a menial until death in battle. Yet, this was a favorable outcome. As long as she refrained from folly and served Lin Chen's family well, her life would not be forfeit. To live was to harbor hope, a principle she steadfastly believed in. As the Great One observed Lin Chen's decision, no commentary was made. The prodigies possessed their own convictions, whether right or wrong. They had their venerable elders to support them. A mere insect mother, with a limited divine ceiling, could not stir substantial turmoil. Great One, how shall we proceed with this servant contract? Lin Chen inquired. My dear student, within that treasured alliance artifact of yours lies the most formidable servant contract template. Simply summon it for use, came the reply. With the elder's guidance, Lin Chen extracted a servant contract template from the ancient tome. The actual content of this contract was extensive, spanning hundreds of thousands of words, meticulously designed to eliminate the risk of rebellion from the servant. By employing his mental energy to materialize the contract, Lin Chen first inscribed his own soul's essence. The insect mother, without hesitation, etched her true insect name and a fragment of her soul upon the servant contract. The contract was established, dividing into 3 parts, one integrated into the ancient tome, which would serve as the guarantor, one merging into Lin Chen's being, and the final portion intertwining with the insect mother's essence, forming chains to bind her entirely. In truth, even without the presence of the esteemed figure, Lin Chen, with determination and the formidable photon weapon in his possession, could compel the mother bug to submit. However, Lin Chen harbored no such intentions. Should the esteemed figure or the mother bug itself not propose a request for submission, he would undoubtedly use the photon to annihilate her and proceed with his own affairs. Subsequent matters would bear little significance to him, as he would pursue his own objectives, maximizing his mining efforts and accumulating academic credits while the mission persisted. The mother bug, already subdued by him, would, under the guidance of the esteemed figure, consume all the insect tribes within the original mineral insect domain, thereby transcending and ascending to a divine level. In the future, the original mineral insect domain would be left with only raw minerals, devoid of other dangers, transforming into a pure resource point. Such a resource point would naturally not require the summoning of students for extraction. The efficiency of machines would surpass that of human labor, as students would primarily engage in safeguarding the mining equipment in a protective capacity. 7 days swiftly passed. Upon receiving the task completion notification from the Academy, Lin Chen understood that this lucrative endeavor was drawing to a close. In this undertaking, he, the Academy, and the participating students all emerged victorious, with him being the most significant beneficiary, having subdued the most valuable mother bug of the original mineral insect domain and received assistance from the esteemed figure in enhancing her strength, all while having only committed himself to the process. At the gathering point of the insect domain, student teams arrived via storage devices distributed by the Academy, their spirits buoyed. During the final 7 days, the insects had completely ignored them. As long as they did not provoke the insects, their mining activities went unnoticed. After a week of profitable endeavors, joy was universal. Within the gathering point, student teams departed, and additional mining equipment was transported from the rifts, radiating outward from the core gathering point. Lin Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he awaited the esteemed figure to return his divine avatar. He did not wait long. As a golden light ascended from the core of the original mineral insect domain, and through the bond of their contract, he realized that this was a manifestation of the mother bug's transcendence to a divine level. The speed of her elevation was remarkably swift. Her accumulation was already ample, and should she see the path ahead, the breakthrough to divinity would be assured. Another day passed. The esteemed figure returned to the gathering point with the fully humanized mother bug before Lin Chen. At this moment, the mother bug exuded a strong human essence. Clearly, during the process of transcendence, she had entirely discarded her insect form in favor of a human one. This transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being a better integration into the human race, while the drawback entailed the loss of certain insect capabilities. In the balance of gains and losses, the insect, under the eaves of humanity, must bow its head. Lin Chen, you must secure the mother bug within your treasured artifact of the Alliance. Otherwise, she cannot accompany us through the rift, the esteemed figure instructed. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shan obediently placed the mother bug into the Tome of Olden, after which the esteemed figure's consciousness departed, and the divine avatar returned to its normal state. What had transpired? The avatar of the divine was perplexed. However, through the shared memories with the avatars of essence and spirit, it soon comprehended the current situation. Such matters were trivial. Being assisted by a formidable ally was indeed a stroke of fortune. As the task concluded, the four did not linger at the gathering point, but rather traversed the rift, returning to the realm of humanity. On the other side of the rift, their esteemed ally awaited their return. Lin Shan, this is Dr. Liu, hailing from the Insect Research Institute. Your companion, the insect mother, is required for examination. Dr. Liu will conduct tests and some relatively simple experiments, which may take several years. The ally first introduced the erudite woman in the white coat and glasses to Lin Shan. Dr. Liu nodded at Lin Shan, who readily summoned the insect mother. The moment the insect mother materialized, it immediately sensed who posed the greatest threat in the vicinity. Its gaze towards Dr. Liu was laden with trepidation, as if facing a natural enemy. Despite being at the first tier of ascension, the insect mother felt that even 10 of its kind would be no match for Dr. Liu alone. Lin Shan, I will take this insect mother with me. Thank you for your support of the Insect Research Institute. Here is a heart of the Insect King, which can enhance your innate abilities, a token of my appreciation for the research on the insect mother. Dr. Liu effortlessly reduced the insect mother in size and tucked it into her coat pocket, leaving Lin Shan momentarily stunned. Feel free, esteemed ally. Once your research is complete, you may send the insect mother directly to the Lin family in Fengsheng, south continent of Blue Star. My family will receive her. Very well. If you encounter any other peculiar insect species in the future, do remember to inform me. Compensation is negotiable. Understood, esteemed ally. Subsequently, Lin Shan and Dr. Liu exchanged virtual contact information. Eager to delve into her new subject, Dr. Liu departed first. Among those present, no one paid heed to the insect mother's sentiments. With Dr. Liu gone, only Minister Wang and Lin Shan remained. Minister Wang scrutinized Lin Shan, his expression somewhat unsettling. Esteemed ally, why do you gaze at me so? Could you share Dr. Liu's contact with me? A friend of mine has been eager to connect with her for academic discussions. Minister Wang, the Vice Minister of Logistics at the 6th Academy, an 8th-tier ascendant, appeared somewhat insincere at this moment. Esteemed ally, that friend you mentioned wouldn't he happen to be you? Would it? You must not slander me. It is indeed a friend of mine. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. It is true, young one. Do not let your curiosity run wild. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. Lin Shan chuckled softly, and everything was left unspoken. First, add me as a friend, and then I shall share Dr. Liu's contact with you. Minister Wang promptly added Lin Shan as a friend, slightly impatiently awaiting the contact card for Dr. Liu. Lin Shan, no longer playful, dutifully sent the friend request to Minister Wang, leaving the outcome of the connection beyond his concern. Now, let us return to our respective tasks. I have matters to attend to. Minister Wang uttered a remark before tearing through the fabric of space, leaving only Lin Shan, the clone, and the three treasures avatar gazing at each other beneath the starry sky. Wait, take me back to the academy with you. This place is far too distant from the rift. Unfortunately, Lin Shan's pleas went unanswered, as Minister Wang had evidently departed. Lin Shan surmised that this was a deliberate act of vengeance for his earlier jest, revealing that even powerful figures can be rather petty. However, this realization brought him a sense of reassurance. Once he ascended to greatness, he too could afford to be similarly small-minded. With no other options, Lin Shan retrieved his small spacecraft and set course for the nearest rift camp, intending to utilize the teleportation array there to return to the academy. Chapter 65, Abundant Gains. An invitation from Lin Fan after 3 days. The clone finally returned with the three treasures avatar to the rift camp, submitted the summons order, and boarded the teleportation array back to the academy. In the academy dormitory, Lin Shan's original self awaited the return of his doppelganger squad. Upon their arrival, they brought back a bountiful haul. This mission had proven extraordinarily fruitful for Lin Shan, as he garnered a staggering 230,000 credits in academic rewards, more than the cumulative total from over 20 previous missions. Now, his credit balance had soared to 280,000, a sum sufficient to support his cultivation to demigod level with resources to spare, especially considering his prodigious talent and high resource efficiency. With just this single mission, Lin Shun had resolved his cultivation resource needs for the next decade, underscoring the importance of destiny, opportunity, and human connections. The tangible spoils were equally impressive. His storage ring contained a wealth of 8th, 9th, and 10th grade ores, valued at around 90,000 credits. Among his most significant acquisitions were 3 items: the Mother Bug, the Bug King's Heart, and photons. The Mother Bug requires no further elaboration. The photons, capable of annihilating first-tier deities with technological weaponry, were not confiscated but rather fell into the hands of the clone, transforming into Lin Shen's formidable weapon. The Bug King's Heart, a treasure that enhances innate qualities, belongs to the Bug Research Institute and is in the same category as the sinful offspring produced by the Sinful Research Institute. One Bug King's Heart can enhance innate qualities by 3 points without any adverse effects, and it does not conflict with other enhancement treasures nor impose any consumption restrictions. Indeed, attending university is essential. Otherwise, where else could one so effortlessly acquire a treasure that enhances innate qualities? Furthermore, Lin Shun uncovered a truth. The Federal Research Institute is genuinely formidable, not only in strength, but also in wealth. Whether it be Dr. Jean or Dr. Liu, both possess treasures capable of enhancing innate qualities, and crucially, these treasures can be mass-produced by their institute. Lin Shun had enhanced his innate qualities a total of 4 times. Aside from the first occasion being sheer luck, the remaining 3 enhancements were sourced from the Federation: the Sinful Offspring, the Bug King's Heart from the Research Institute, and the Omnipotent Force from the 6th Academy. Thus, he came to a profound understanding. The quickest way to enhance innate qualities is to engage in trade with various top-tier departments of the Federation, exchanging items of their interest for treasures that elevate innate qualities. Upon encountering the Divine Anomaly and the Progenitor of Insects, Lin Shun was presented with the opportunity to meet 2 esteemed doctors, thus acquiring 2 chances to enhance his innate qualifications. This suggests a path of reliance and choice. He has now secured resources for the next decade. His focus must shift towards the elevation of his innate qualities, further enriching his foundational prowess. A diligent effort in the early stages will yield significant returns in the latter ones. After all, the greater the accumulation in the beginning, the more substantial the enhancement of talent in the future. Through perseverance now, he can afford to relax later. Both the Divine Anomaly and the Progenitor of Insects were fortuitous encounters for Lin Shun, entirely reliant on chance. The Federal Research Institute's interest extends to a plethora of treasures. However, the likelihood of encountering and acquiring them tests one's fortune, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Lin Shun's options are limited. He can only deploy his avatars to undertake various missions, seeking those improbable events, a task that the Academy's students have consistently pursued. In terms of cultivation resources and the inheritance of techniques, none lack. What is truly scarce is the presence of demigods, who ascend to divine ranks more swiftly and steadily, along with the qualifications necessary for eventual divinity. After much contemplation, the issue of qualifications resurfaces. The federal government possesses few effective solutions, offering minimal support. All must strive harder, continuously expanding their realms of activity, trading time and space for a minuscule chance of opportunity, thereby enhancing their prospects for divine breakthroughs. Consequently, after a 3-day respite, the Avatar team embarks on their missions once more, adopting a more aggressive stance, specifically targeting high-risk tasks. The correlation between high risk and high reward is evident, as the probability of a fortunate coincidence also rises within perilous endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Shun remains steadfast in his cultivation, his routine unchanged. However, in their very first mission, the Avatar team faced total annihilation. The achievement of their first death was realized. Perhaps the luck expended in the original mineral insect domain had been excessive, leading to the ill-fated selection of tasks that culminated in an encounter with a half-god level alien who had unexpectedly advanced in strength, resulting in a desperate standoff where all means, save for photon weapons, were exhausted, leading to a mutual demise. This high-risk mission yielded 15,000 credits, but at the cost of total avatar loss, necessitating some time for reintegration. Lin Shun felt it prudent to refrain from further endeavors for a while, allowing his luck to replenish. Otherwise, each mission would result in unforeseen calamities. Fortune and misfortune are balanced. Once good luck is depleted, misfortune prevails. He must endure the slow consumption of misfortune while gradually accumulating good fortune until equilibrium is restored. Given this situation, Lin Shun decided not to send his avatar team on missions, but rather to keep them close, assisting in his cultivation. While his main body enhances its prowess, the copies bolster combat strength, and the three avatars delve into the ocean of knowledge, absorbing wisdom to strengthen the barriers of cognition and enrich their foundation. As time trickled by, half a year passed in tranquility, with no external disturbances interrupting Lin Chen's seclusion and cultivation. In the realm of academia, apart from the initial year where the institution exerts its influence by mandating students' studies and fostering their development, the subsequent 3 years see the institution take a hands-off approach, merely serving as a sanctuary and a platform for task assignment. Consequently, when Lin Chen does not seek the institution's guidance, it remains indifferent to his endeavors. This laissez-faire approach is the most effective means of nurturing prodigious talent. True geniuses will inevitably rise and strive for their own interests, unleashing formidable power from within the silence. Current qualifications are as follows: physical strength, 186237245, 5586, ultimate; soul strength, 245649127368, ultimate; elemental strength, 214842966444, ultimate; elemental resistance, 174134825, 5223, ultimate; comprehension, 176335526, 5289, ultimate; root bone, 17963592, 5388, ultimate; spirituality, 203840766114, ultimate. Over the course of 6 months, Lin Chen's prowess has seen remarkable enhancement. The elevation of his qualifications manifests in a tangible manner. All 7 attributes have surpassed the threshold of 50 points, attaining a divine stature. His soul strength exceeds 70 points, elemental strength surpasses 60 points, and physical strength exceeds 50 points. These 3 attributes correspond to the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. The higher the values, the swifter the pace of cultivation. While Lin Chen must maintain a balance among the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit during his training, the spiritual aspect progresses the most rapidly, followed by energy, with essence being the slowest. However, this presents no issue. Rather, the 3 treasures will self-circulate to achieve dynamic equilibrium. Thus, Lin Chen's cultivation has reached the mid-8th stage, with only a step remaining to advance further, bringing his combat strength close to the 10th stage. Having replicas and avatars assisting in his cultivation naturally yields greater benefits than training alone, allowing his combat prowess to ascend 2 tiers effortlessly, a perfectly normal enhancement. Over the past 6 months, he has expended merely 6,000 credits, a resource remarkably durable, and his efficiency in utilizing these resources continues to improve, rendering his remaining credits of greater value, sufficient to elevate him to the late demigod stage. After half a year of recuperation, Lin Chen feels his fortune has returned to normalcy, enabling him to venture forth once more into exploration and encounter those rare, fortuitous events. Before he could dispatch his avatars, an old classmate, Lin Fan, who he had not been in touch with for half a year, sent him a message inviting him to explore ruins, assuring him that his main body need not be present, as avatars could participate. Lin Chen did not decline Lin Fan's invitation. With no particular objectives at hand, accompanying Lin Fan on an adventure might yield unforeseen delights. He had maintained contact with both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu, but recent months of intense seclusion had severed their communication. Now, their connection is restored. Given Lin Fan's character, it is certain that the ruins he invites Lin Chen to explore harbor some degree of danger, yet the rewards are likely to be substantial. Lin Chen is well aware of Lin Fan's protagonist-like fortune, having frequently found himself outmatched in opportunities against Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan extended an invitation to Lin Chen, it was certain that Dongfang Hongxiu would also attend. On an obscure planet in the eastern region of the Yazi star domain, Lin Chen arrived first, casually infusing the planet's core with a spark of human vitality, a customary gesture to leave a message and share the flame. After half a day had passed, Lin Fan navigated through space aboard a somewhat dilapidated warship, entering the planet. He too infused the planet's interior with a spark of human vitality, leaving his own message. His codename, intriguingly, was Fan Yu Turns Over. Upon their meeting, the two exchanged pleasantries, recounting their recent experiences. Despite their previous close correspondence, nothing compared to the richness of a face-to-face conversation. Half an hour later, Dongfang Hongxiu arrived, entering the planet and similarly initiating with human vitality. Her code name was Dongfang Emperor. All university students are eager to share the flame, as it incurs no cost and is a mutually beneficial endeavor. After a long absence, the trio chose to indulge in a sumptuous feast rather than immediately embarking on their exploration of the ruins. They dined and conversed, reminiscent of their high school days. Once they had satisfied their appetites, they began to focus on their primary objective. Both Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu practiced techniques involving avatars. Though they brought their own corporeal forms rather than the numerous clones that Lin Chen utilized, this difference stemmed from their distinct talents and temperaments. Unlike Lin Chen, who enjoyed a leisurely existence, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu were compelled to explore relentlessly, accumulating knowledge and experience, which they would later transform into tangible cultivation and combat prowess. It can be said that innate talent significantly influences the trajectory of one's life. Setting aside idle chatter, the adventure commenced. Chapter 66, The Battlefield of Undead, Intelligent Machinery. And insectoid races. The ruins discovered by Lin Fan were ancient, not remnants of the human race, but rather artifacts from other civilizations. It remains a mystery how Lin Fan acquired the clues to locate the entrance to these ruins, as he was able to discern the way from the faint threads of history. Truly, he is the child of fortune, adept at uncovering places that elude the ordinary seeker. The entrance to the ruins lay on the same obscure planet where the three convened. Lin Fan was uncertain about the conditions inside the ruins. However, he had faith in their collective luck. The Yazi Star domain is part of the inner regions of the human territories, developed over a span exceeding 100,000 years. Under the auspices of human fortune, even if dangers lurked within the ruins, their fortune would provide protection. With a series of deft maneuvers, Lin Fan opened a rift in space. This rift had entry restrictions, only permitting those of demigod level and above, as it was reasonable to limit access to those beneath that tier. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the ruins, Lin Fan dispatched one of his avatars to enter first, while the others waited outside for the scouting avatar's feedback. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's scouting avatar returned. Based on the information relayed, the group gained some insight into the ruins. Upon entering, the scouting avatar encountered no threats. Rather, it beheld desolation, barrenness, and death. A mountain of white bones, decaying and fractured mechanical components, and the colossal corpses of insects are intermingled, creating an endless battlefield that stretches into the horizon. The pathfinding avatars have flown above the battlefield for quite some time, perceiving no signs of life, only witnessing countless remnants of war scattered across the land. With minimal energy responses detected, the passage of time here is truly terrifying. Chun, it seems this time we shall rely on your efforts, one remarks. I knew you would come to my aid, acting as a humanoid treasure-seeking tool. Chun, you unjustly accuse me. Before the ruins are activated, I have no knowledge of what lies within, Chun replies with a light laugh, covering her mouth. As the bond among the trio remains unbroken despite the distance brought by university life. Among a party of 10, only 2 are corporeal, the remaining 8 are avatars. They enter the ruins through a fissure. In contrast to the descriptions of the pathfinding avatars, only by confronting the numerous battle remnants can one truly grasp the profoundness of desolation, decay, and death. The bones exude an aura of demise, reminiscent of the undead. The mechanical bodies exhibit a high degree of intelligence, likely belonging to sentient machinery. Lastly, the insect corpses unmistakably bear the characteristics of the colossal insect lineage. Chun, this battlefield must belong to one of the 3 great calamity races. The extent of the battlefield remains unknown. When faced with uncertainty, one must ignite the flame of humanity. Lin Chen promptly conjures a spark of human fire, which hovers in the air, eliciting no response, merely burning quietly and releasing its power to assimilate everything around it. With no leads, they treat it as a typical battlefield ruin exploration, savoring the thrill of treasure hunting. Chun, we are counting on you. With Chun taking the lead, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu allow him to take charge of the situation. Lin Chen summons the Book of Old Deng, activating the identification technique, which reveals treasures within a range of 10,000 kilometers. On the identification map, only 5 faint light points materialize. After reviewing the information of these 5 points, Lin Chen is left uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. Item: Core of Sentient Machinery Tier. First Tier, Demigod Level. Description: the core of an unidentified sentient race. Severely damaged by the ravages of time, at risk of collapse at any moment. Item: Time Bone Tier, 7th Tier Description. A bone that has absorbed a sliver of temporal energy after enduring the erosive passage of time, possessing significant research value. Item: Insect Shell Tier, 10th Tier Description. The exterior of a metallic giant insect, remarkably preserved despite the passage of time, embodying advanced technology and holding a degree of research value. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, only 5 treasures are found: 1 first-tier sentient core, 1 7th-tier time bone, 1 6th-tier time bone, and 2 10th-tier insect shells. The yield of this battlefield remains uncertain. However, Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu show little reaction, with 5 treasures. They can at least secure 500 points of credits, and the vast battlefield promises a cumulative increase, resulting in a substantial credit income. The group commences their treasure hunt. For having come this far, they must reap some rewards. Lin Shen pinpointed the location of the treasures, while Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu safeguarded him. Naturally, the avatars were tasked with laborious duties, scouring various coordinates to unearth the treasures. The yield of artifacts on the battlefield was dismally low. Within a span of 10,000 kilometers, the average output was a mere 2 items. The undead clan could only produce bones and soul stones, while the mechanical clan yielded somewhat useful cores. The giant insect clan was limited to metallic and fossilized shells. The formation of the battlefield dated back too far, and even if treasures existed, they had crumbled to dust over time. What remained were artifacts that had withstood the test of time. The battlefield spanned a vast expanse, and the group traveled 3 million kilometers in a straight line without encountering a boundary. Even the war remnants showed little variation, and the yield remained stagnant. Xiao Fan, is there any method to ascertain the precise extent of the battlefield ruins? We should venture towards the core in search of treasures. Chenggu, I am striving diligently. My perception has expanded to 5 million kilometers, but I can only touch upon a fragment of the boundary. Very well. Lin Shun had not mastered such extensive reconnaissance techniques, and was left to rely on Lin Fan's findings. The monotonous, treasure-seeking journey continued. Throughout their quest, they faced no imminent dangers, and every so often, they would acquire an artifact valued between 10 and 200 credits. Yet, Lin Shun felt unfulfilled. His pursuit of credits had waned. Now, he yearned to encounter peculiar oddities, even if peril accompanied them, as these could be exchanged for treasures that enhanced innate qualities. Lin Fan and Dongfang Hongxiu shared a similar mindset. Having entered university, they had gradually maximized their acquired potentials, and their credits were overflowing. After 5 hours, Lin Fan's reconnaissance finally bore fruit. The entire battlefield manifested as irregular fragments, safeguarded by spatial barriers. The longest spans extended to 20 million kilometers, while the shortest measured 8 million kilometers. In such fragmented battlefields, no one could ascertain the core's location. They could only advance towards higher-tier battlefield zones based on the ranks of the combatants within specific areas. Thus, the group ceased their linear progression, opting instead to meticulously explore the battlefield, evaluating the size of the remnants to determine which direction bore greater intensity of conflict. Areas of heightened intensity were undoubtedly the core battlegrounds. This relic seemed devoid of life, lacking in danger, and the spoils were disappointing. I hope for an unexpected windfall. At least it is a disaster-stricken battlefield. Let us pray for the favor of the goddess of fortune. As they continued onward, the group still failed to uncover any other types of treasures, with their finds amounting to little more than remnants of corpses. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed, and they remained unable to locate any regions beyond the war scene, surrounded solely by debris. As if this fragment of the battlefield was nothing but a pure theater of war, inhabited solely by the 3 warring factions. Xiao Fanzi, we are about to enter a relic that has been previously explored, where the explorers, in a fit of wicked amusement, sealed the site, leaving only fragmented clues in history to entice future generations to delve into its mysteries once more. Lin Chen suddenly advanced, a conjecture springing forth in his mind. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the circumstances under which he had obtained information about this relic, his expression darkening. I have been deceived. That predecessor, Hong Yesian, is truly malevolent. It was evident that Lin Fan also sensed something amiss, yet Hong Yesian was a figure from the era prior to the Federation, long since perished in the initial Federation War. Should we continue our exploration, or sell this relic to the forces of the Yazi Star Domain? After all, there is something to be gained. Every treasure possesses vast potential for application. Lin Chen's enthusiasm for exploration had waned, and Lin Fan, along with Dongfang Hongxiu, felt similarly. Chen Gu, let us press on. I refuse to believe that Elder could have taken away all the valuable treasures. Lin Chen remained non-committal regarding Lin Fan's sentiments. He was the protagonist, and his words held weight. Exploring the entirety of the fragmented battlefield would merely consume an additional 10 days to half a month. If any unexpected treasures were to be found, the journey would not be in vain. Sometimes, perseverance truly yields rewards. As fate would have it, the group soon discovered an anomalous area. Chapter 67. The projection of an ancient battlefield. The dreamlike, divine status. The anomalous area appeared quite ordinary on the surface, yet within there were peculiar fluctuations, a distinct surge of temporal and spatial energy. Lin Fan dispatched a doppelganger to scout ahead. The scouting doppelganger unleashed a thread of spatial energy, activating the fluctuating temporal force, and in an instant, vanished from the current space. The fragmented battlefield concealed another layer of space. Hopefully, it had not been tainted by Hong Yexian. Lin Fan attuned himself to the scouting doppelganger, confirming its stable existence. They should occupy the same position yet reside in different dimensions, rendering them invisible to one another. He attempted to summon the doppelganger back, but encountered a severe spatial barrier, rendering him unable to recall it or even dispel the separation. In light of this situation, Lin Fan refrained from acting rashly, instead informing Lin Chun and Dongfang Hongxiu of the specifics before deciding whether to venture into the alternate layer of space. Naturally, Lin Chun had no objections. He was not the main entity and could choose freely. Dongfang Hongxiu resolved to trust Lin Fan, believing they could once again navigate perilous waters and reap substantial rewards. With a decision made, Lin Fan enveloped everyone in spatial energy and entered the anomalous area, passively transported to another layer of space. Upon landing, they were startled by the scene before them. They had directly descended onto a vibrant battlefield, where frostbitten bones lay scattered, mechanical beings wielding energy shields wreaked havoc, and gigantic insects spewed venomous gas. The three elements intertwined, where only kin remained allies, while all others were foes, and various attacks merged into a cacophony of chaos. At every moment, life forms fell, transforming into lifeless corpses. The response from everyone was swift, as they immediately implemented various defensive measures to shield themselves from the potential fallout of the three factions engaged in conflict. Within mere seconds, they discerned the crux of the situation. This was not a genuine battlefield, but rather a projection of one, although they occupied the same spatial layer. Everything within the battlefield projection was incapable of affecting Lin Chun and his companions, nor could they exert any influence upon the projection itself. Walking through this battlefield projection, Lin Chun and his group felt as if they were witnessing a grand cinematic experience of reality. Death, slaughter, and carnage lay before them. The undead, mechanical beings, and insectoid creatures unleashed countless armies into this veritable meat grinder of a battlefield, with death occurring at every moment. The undead could not utilize the bodies of the mechanical beings or the insectoids. Similarly, the mechanical beings could not make use of the